Chapter 1 million in Startup Capital? I'll use you as a stepping stone. Class teacher Wang Hai said coldly, Su Yan, process your expulsion. Su Yan suddenly looked up, his mind blank. He asked in a dry, hoarse voice, why? Teacher Wang, my academic scores have always been first in the grade. I'm confident I can win the Imperial College entrance examination for the school. Wang Hai interrupted him, his tone tinged with pity. Times have changed, Su Yan. In a world where martial arts reign supreme, academic excellence is worthless. A martial arts champion is more valuable than 100 academic champions, do you understand? Why? 16 years of hard study, all to be negated because of that damned awakening ceremony 3 days ago? It doesn't make sense, there must be something wrong. A surge of resentful anger burned in Su Yan's chest, and he clenched his fists. But, my professional rating is legendary. This is the highest level. Even if it hasn't unlocked its initial skills, it just shows that its potential is unknown and enormous. Just give me time. Wang Hai looked at him like he was an idiot and shook his head. Time? The school's college entrance rate can't wait for your unknown potential. The martial arts college entrance exam is in 3 months, and we can't afford to gamble on a worthless legend. A greasy voice rang out, and Lu Guofu, the head of the teaching department, squeezed his bulky body through the door. A useless profession that can't even touch the threshold of psionic power is a huge joke. Our school has a century-long reputation, and we've never produced a freak like you. A disgrace. Every word was like a needle, piercing deeply into Su Yan's heart. His body trembled slightly with anger and humiliation. In the main seat, Principal Chen Jinxiong slowly turned the black jade thumb ring on his thumb, looking down at Su Yan. On what grounds? Just because of a profession, all my efforts of the past 16 years are to be erased? Su Yan thought of his parents back in their hometown, who scrimped and saved to support him and treated him as their only hope. He can't drop out of school. Su Yan's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the principal. I won't back down. He said, enunciating each word clearly, I want to take the martial arts exam. This is the right of an imperial citizen, and the school has no right to deprive me of it. Dean of Students Lu Guofu burst into laughter. Ha! Someone with only 8 points of spiritual energy wants to participate in the martial arts exam? You can't even reach the 100-point registration threshold. Humiliation, anger, resentment, betrayal, all emotions surged to the top of my head in an instant. At that moment, he wanted to hit someone. Su Yan's right shoulder muscles tensed, and he was about to throw a punch out of his mind. At that very moment. Bite! A cold, ethereal mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. The voice was like an ice needle piercing the core of his mind, forcibly freezing his surging emotions. His mind calmed down like never before. Host's emotional fluctuations have reached a critical threshold. Activating an unknown protocol. God-level skilled worker system. Successfully bound. Xia, the smart assistant, is happy to assist you. Su Yan's body stiffened violently. Principal Chen Jinxiong finally lost his patience. He tossed a document and a bank card out of the drawer and threw them on the table like trash. Stop talking nonsense. The school will compensate you 200,000 yuan. Sign the papers and get out. 200,000? Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Ding. Core capability activated, everything can be upgraded. Environmental scanning and analysis are underway. A line of pale blue illusory text flashed across Su Yan's retina. His gaze swept over the crowd and landed precisely on Principal Chen Jinxiong. Target, Chen Jinxiong. Status, anxious, greedy. Intelligence value, recently, he misappropriated 500,000 yuan of school funds to purchase grade C berserk potion for his son, Chen Xiaolong, through a black market dealer named Scorpion in order to prepare for the martial arts exam. There is only one spot available for direct admission. They forced me to drop out of school so that they could get me into Chen Xiaolong's university. I see. All the anger and resentment instantly settled into a chilling glint in his eyes. The next second, he stepped forward silently like a cheetah, slamming his hands onto the mahogany table. He stared at the principal's suddenly contracting pupils and said in a very soft but metallic voice, Principal Chen, this rosewood table is worth more than 200,000 yuan. A smirk played on his lips as he spoke each word like a death knell. I heard that a C-grade berserker potion costs 500,000 on the black market. The principal, his face drained of color, sprang to his feet. You. What nonsense are you spouting? Security. Su Yan stared intently at him and said slowly, "Don't rush. Warehouse number 3 at the South City Wharf, Black Market Merchant Scorpion." Principal Qian, do you need me to specify the transaction time down to the minute before telling the people from the inspection department? Cold sweat instantly soaked Qian Jinxiong's back. He slumped down, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. "What do you want?" Su Yan held up one finger. 1 million. Qian Jinxiong roared, "You dare to blackmail me?" Su Yan calmly corrected, "This isn't extortion. It's a confidentiality fee." Qian Jinxiong stared intently at him, the resentment in his eyes eventually turning into fear. With trembling hands, he completed the transfer. Ding! 1 million Chinese yuan has been deposited into the host's bank account. Qian Jinxiong growled weakly, "The money's in. Get out. Get out now." He pointed to the documents on the table, his voice softening. "Sign the papers." Su Yan sneered inwardly and turned to leave. "Sign? Why sign? If I don't sign, what can you do to me?" Upon reaching the door, he spoke without turning his head, his voice playful yet icy. "Principal Qian, I hope that in 3 months, young Master Qian will be able to get into his desired university." He paused, then added, "Don't disappoint me." After saying that, he strode away. Stepping out of the office building, with the afternoon sun shining on him, Su Yan let out a long sigh of relief. This wasn't extortion, it was the first stepping stone for him to climb out of the mire. Just then, a cool and resolute girl entered his field of vision. Su Yan was secretly delighted. But seeing her expression, an ominous premonition arose in my heart. On the cherry blossom path, his girlfriend Lin Yue looked at him with a complicated expression. "Su Yan, let's break up." "Why? Even you are abandoning me? We are no longer from the same world. My goal is a top martial arts university, the stars and the sea." Her voice was distant. "And you've awakened to a new profession, and your future might be that of a skilled worker tightening screws in a factory for the rest of your life." Su Yan, accept reality, we're already worlds apart. A huge sense of frustration welled up inside me. Su Yan walked out of the campus, looking dejected. Ding! New player quests have been released. Mission name, Desperate Counterattack. Mission objective, within 24 hours, break through 100 points of psionic energy and officially step into the threshold of martial arts. Task guide, you can consume 920,000 Huaxia coins to convert into 92 spirit energy points. You will need obsidian containing primal energy as the conversion medium. Task reward, new player gift pack X1. Su Yan looked at the words on his retina, his mind pulled back to reality. A flicker of realization and a cold smile crossed his eyes. He muttered to himself, his voice devoid of elation, only the chilling dread of a hunter finding his ultimate weapon. Can you really level up just by spending money? So this is the true way to use a god-level skilled worker. 1 million? This isn't hush money, it's my startup capital. Su Yan clenched his fists, a wildfire burning in his eyes. Lin Yue, Qian Jinxiong, you wait. What's the difference between clouds and mud? Soon, I will show you who the cloud is and who the fiery magma is about to erupt. I must become a martial artist as soon as possible. Chapter 2, a stunningly beautiful war goddess? No, she's my god-level experience pack. Su Yan didn't go home instead, he took a taxi directly to the most bustling martial arts commercial street in Jiangcheng. This is another world. The shop sign is powered by magical crystals, shimmering with light. The passers-by all exude a calm demeanor and sharp eyes, clearly distinguishing them from ordinary people. In the center of the block stands an antique-style building called Tianbao Pavilion, which is magnificent in appearance. As soon as Su Yan stepped through the door, a saleswoman in a dark green cheongsam greeted him. The enthusiasm in her eyes vanished instantly when she saw Su Yan's faded school uniform. What would you like, sir? Her voice was still sweet, but her tone was lazy and distant. Obsidian, Su Yan said succinctly. The sales assistant's enthusiasm vanished completely. She raised her nail-painted finger and casually pointed to the darkest corner of the hall. Look, the wasteland area. Go see for yourself. After saying that, she turned to greet a portly middle-aged martial artist, her smile blooming once again. Oh, Mr. Li, you've arrived. Su Yan didn't care and walked straight towards the waste rock area that resembled a garbage dump. Guided by the system, he quickly found a fist-sized, cracked stone among a pile of rubble. It feels cool to the touch, and you can't feel any energy fluctuations. How much is this? Su Yan asked, beckoning. The sales assistant, who was chatting and laughing with Mr. Lee, glanced at him impatiently and casually quoted a high price, 10,000, no bargaining. It was obvious they were taking advantage of his lack of knowledge and deliberately trying to rip him off. Just as Su Yan was about to pay, an arrogant voice suddenly came from behind. "Hey, isn't this Su Yan, the former top student from our #1 high school?" He turned around and saw Qian Xiaolong striding towards him with two henchmen, his face full of mockery. He disdainfully kicked the obsidian on the ground with his expensive custom-made martial arts boots. "You awakened a useless profession and ended up scavenging for trash? And you even spent 10,000 on this crappy stone? Are you out of your mind?" Instead of being angry, Su Yan laughed, looking at Qian Xiaolong as if he were looking at a stupid pig that had willingly delivered itself to his door. Target: Qian Xiaolong. Status: extremely unstable emotionally. The berserk drug in the body has a fatal flaw. Overall assessment: a walking, self-destructing, low-quality energy pack. Young Master Qian has good taste, Su Yan said leisurely. "I really can't afford this stone. Since you want it, I'll give it to you." Qian Xiaolong thought he was backing down, and raised his chin even higher. "You're smart. I have plenty of money." As if deliberately trying to humiliate Su Yan, he beckoned to the sales assistant with his finger and loudly proclaimed, "This stone, I want it. I'll offer 20,000. The sales assistant's eyes lit up, and she immediately ran over with a fawning smile. "Yes, yes, young Master Qian." "Wait a minute." Su Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly froze the atmosphere. He stared directly at Qian Xiaolong, a playful smile curving his lips. "Young Master Qian, considering your father gave you $1 million in hush money, I'll give you a friendly reminder: the energy within you is about to explode." "Hush money? You're talking bullshit." The word exploded became the final fuse. Qian Xiaolong's rationality evaporated instantly, and his face turned from red to purple. His father's embezzlement of public funds was his Achilles heel. "Shut up." His anger ignited the unstable potion, and the violent energy caused his veins to bulge, tearing his martial arts uniform in the process. "You're asking for it." The floor tiles beneath his feet cracked as he charged forward like a cannonball, his punches scorching hot, aimed straight at Su Yan's face. Target: Qian Xiaolong. Status: energy overflowing, on the verge of spiraling out of control. Unlock skill: Energy Disturbance LV1, allows for microscopic interference with unstable energy sources. "It's here." A cold glint flashed deep in Su Yan's pupils, and just as the fist wind was about to hit his face, his mind stirred slightly. Put. An invisible fluctuation, as precise as a scalpel, pierced the most vulnerable energy node in Qian Xiaolong's body. With a muffled thud like a ripe watermelon being crushed, Qian Xiaolong's charging figure came to an abrupt halt, his fist frozen in midair. He looked down in horror at his chest, which was swelling uncontrollably. "Ah!" Amidst a piercing scream, a jet of blood gushed from his mouth. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His body convulsed violently, and the excruciating pain of his meridians rupturing made his vision go black, and he almost fainted. "Qian Xiao has gone mad with demonic possession. Call an ambulance immediately." The henchmen were so frightened they ran away in terror. The alarms in the lobby went off, and chaos ensued. The instigator, Su Yan, acted like an innocent bystander. While everyone's attention was focused on Qian Xiaolong, he calmly walked up to the terrified saleswoman and said, "Nobody wants that rock anymore, right? I'll buy it for 10,000. The sales assistant completed the transaction quickly, her hands trembling. Su Yan took the obsidian and left Tianbao Pavilion quietly. Turning into an empty alley, Su Yan took out his bank card and obsidian. System: begin the conversion. Ding. Psionic energy conversion initiated. Consuming 920,000 Chinese yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the obsidian suddenly lit up, and a scorching torrent surged wildly through his arm and into his entire body. After the excruciating pain, he felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and power. Ding. Your spiritual energy has reached 100 points. Congratulations, Master. You have officially stepped into the threshold of martial arts and become a first-grade martial artist. Ding. Newbie quest: Desperate counterattack completed. Task reward: New player gift pack X1, already issued. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 1 Spatial Vegetable Garden to be unlocked 2. Skill: Medicinal Cuisine Preparation LV1. Power. An unprecedented power surged through my entire body. Su Yan slowly clenched his fist, his knuckles crackling repeatedly. He returned to the dilapidated tenement building with his surge of power. As soon as I opened the door, a heavy, urgent knocking sounded, as if it were about to smash the door open. Upon opening the door, two men in black uniforms with indifferent expressions stood outside. The leader's tone was completely flat: Imperial Marriage Matching Bureau. According to the Social Resource Optimization Act, you have been forcibly matched. The information has been sent. You must register tomorrow. Su Yan's heart sank, and he immediately brought up his personal terminal. Name, Lang Ruoxue. Age, 32. Warning, the marriage partner's health condition is rated critically endangered. Estimated minimum monthly medical expenses for survival, 300,000 Chinese yuan. 300,000 per month. Su Yan gasped in shock. He only had 70,000 yuan left in his account. Is the empire trying to give him a bottomless pit, ensuring he can never rise again? No, something's not right. There's something fishy going on here. Lang Ruoxue? That name, it's hers. The imperial glory that once suppressed the northern border for 10 years, the frost god of war. 3 months ago, she fought a bloody battle against the alien emperor, but was cursed with no cure and her martial arts were completely ruined. Is she my marriage partner? Just then. Bite. In my mind, a line of golden text popped up on the system panel. Special life form detected, Lang Ruoxue legendary level remnant. Analysis in progress. The target contains the origin of the god of war sealed, the heaven-splitting sword intent dormant, and the frost bloodline exhausted. Overall value rating, extremely high. Upgrade option, yes no? Level up successful, you will receive a god-tier experience pack. Su Yan's heart began to pound, and his breath became scalding hot. It really was her burden? A medicine cabinet? No. This was clearly a divine treasure that the empire itself had packed up and sent to his doorstep, a shattered treasure. And he is the only restorer. Chapter 3. My wife is an unparalleled beauty. The capital city, the Lang family manor. A crystal chandelier worth millions casts a cold light that flows across the gleaming marble floor. It made the huge living room appear deathly silent and empty. The wealthy woman, dressed in an expensive custom-made cheongsam, paced back and forth anxiously with her eyebrows furrowed. Finally, she stopped in front of the sofa and pleaded with him in an almost pleading tone. Ruoxue, listen to your mother's advice and marry into the Lin family. With your meridians completely destroyed in your current state, it's already an immense blessing that young Master Lin doesn't despise you. The woman on the sofa was as pale as a sheet. She was once the imperial sword that intimidated the north, known as the Frost Goddess. Now, even picking up a glass of water is difficult for him. Lang Ruoxue spoke, her voice carrying the chill of the northern winds and snow. I won't marry. Her gaze passed over her mother and landed on the silent man in the main seat. That good-for-nothing Lin family has a harem of wives and concubines. Mom, are you asking me to become his 19th concubine? In the main seat, her father, Lang Tianxiong, the head of the Lang family, laughed in anger. He clapped slowly and deliberately, but the smile on his face vanished abruptly the next second, and he said sternly, Heh, good, good. Bang! He slammed his large hand on the mahogany armrest, producing a dull thud, and roared. Insolence! Do you still think you're the war god who single-handedly suppressed the northern border with just your sword? Look at you now. 32 years old. Your martial arts are completely ruined, and your meridians are severed. You're just a sickly person. A useless burden on the family. The Lin family's willingness to take you is an honor for the Lang family. Don't be ungrateful. A sickly person, a useless person. Her father's words were like ice daggers, piercing precisely into Lang Ruoxue's already wounded heart. She gripped the sofa armrests tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white from the force. He used all his strength to stand up with difficulty. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his vision blurred in waves. But her back remained as straight as a javelin on a snowy plain, unyielding and unbending. She declared, word by word. I, Lang Ruoxue, would rather die than be someone's concubine. She spoke as if issuing a final declaration of war, her voice resounding. I have submitted a forced marriage matching application to the imperial system. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Even Lang Tianxiong's roar got stuck in his throat. A desolate and mocking smile curled at the corners of Lang Ruoxue's lips. Even if I'm matched with the lowest scum of society, at least I'm his lawfully wedded wife. Lang Tianxiang was trembling with rage, and he pointed at her nose and roared. You! You wretched girl! Those are all lowly people. You're trying to make the Lang family lose face in the mud and let everyone trample on them. Lang Ruoxue chuckled softly, her voice filled with weariness and resolve. Face? I shed blood for the Empire for 10 years, and when I gained unparalleled glory, you called it face. Now that I'm a cripple, am I to be treated like merchandise, to be given another face for you? She no longer looked at those two faces, one anxious and the other contorted. Turning around, with the last of his strength, he walked step by step toward that heavy door. Lang Tianxiang roared furiously from behind. Halt! Men, freeze all her personal accounts and credit permissions. I'd like to see how you, a cripple, will survive without the Lang family. Lang Ruoxue's steps did not falter at all. She simply clenched her slightly trembling hand hidden in the trenchcoat pocket. Home? It turned out to be even colder than the snowfields of the north. She would rather entrust her fate to cold, hard data than be used as a bargaining chip again. The vibration from the optical terminal pulled her back to reality. The matching results are in. Name, Su Yan. Age, 18. Citizen level, D. Match rating, God tier. Looking at the simple information in the glaring God level rating, a complex emotion flashed in Lang Ruoxue's eyes. This marriage was the last gamble of her life. She gambled on whether this boy, who had also been betrayed by the world, still harbored the same indomitable flame within him as she did. Inside a cheap coffee shop in the west of the city. The air was filled with the bitter smell of instant coffee and the artificial scent of cheap cleaning agents. Su Yan sat by the window, his fingers unconsciously tracing a thin layer of grease on the table. A woman wearing an ordinary trench coat pushed open the door and entered. The noisy atmosphere inside the cafe seemed to quiet down instantly. Her face was pale, and her demeanor was aloof, like a fragile ice sculpture. But her lifeless eyes made the surrounding air feel chilling. As a first-rank martial artist, Su Yan could sense the abnormality within her body. Within her extremely weak body lay an astonishing power, like a dormant volcano. The Empire's war god, Lang Ruoxue. This is the true meaning of the system's judgment of a god-level marriage. Lang Ruoxue sat down directly opposite him. She scrutinized him with icy eyes and asked directly. Su Yan? It's me. They say you used to be a genius, but now you're just trash trampled into the mud. You must be familiar with that feeling of falling from grace, right? This is not sarcasm. This is a fallen war god questioning another genius who has fallen into the abyss. Does your willpower still match your former talent? Su Yan smiled. In her eyes, he saw the same loneliness, pride, and the same burning resentment hidden beneath the ice, just as he had seen in his own. He met her gaze and leaned forward slightly. A chilling light ignited in his eyes, and a wildly arrogant smile curved his lips as he spoke. It felt like they finally handed me a key themselves. A key that can unlock the gate to the throne of gods. As soon as she finished speaking, Lang Ruoxue's taut fingers relaxed almost imperceptibly under the table. Good, the bone isn't broken. She won the gamble. She stood up, her movements swift and decisive. Let's go get our marriage certificate. Half an hour later. Su Yan held the warm red certificate in his hand, looking at his wife beside him, feeling a little unreal. Their homes were resettlement houses allocated by the Empire. Upon opening the door, a musty, dusty smell wafted out. In the empty room, only their lonely footsteps echoed. Lang Ruoxue was completely unconcerned about the harsh environment. She went straight to the darkest and smallest secondary bedroom. Su Yan pointed to the only master bedroom and said half-jokingly. Legally, we're husband and wife. Look at this room allocation. Before she could finish speaking, Lang Ruoxue stopped in her tracks and suddenly turned around. In that instant, Su Yan felt a chilling killing intent rush towards him, as if he were facing a wounded and trapped beast. Without saying a word, she turned and went into the small room. With a click, the door was locked from the inside, separating the two worlds. Su Yan touched his nose and smiled helplessly. His smile revealed more of the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. A hellish start? Interesting. This wounded yet proud lioness needs to see my value for herself before she will show me her trust. We must conquer her. He closed the master bedroom door, took a deep breath, and opened the system panel. Skill, Medicinal Cuisine Preparation LV1. Tendon Regenerating and Bone Setting Soup. The list of rare medicinal herbs below made Su Yan's eye twitch. He only has 70,000 yuan left, which is not enough to buy it. He quickly calmed down and thought. The system is a skilled worker, not a wish-granting machine. The system provides the optimal solution, but that doesn't mean it's the unique solution. The essence of tendon and bone repair is to replenish pure life energy in blood. If you can provide dragon blood vine, could you also provide purified tendons and fascia from cheap beast meat? Millennial stalactites are fine, but what about mixed energy rice? A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. My core skill lies in the crafting process. Can I purify and refine inexpensive materials to achieve the effects of high-grade medicinal herbs? He acted immediately, using his remaining money to scour the market for the cheapest energy rice, a few wilted green spirit herbs, and a piece of inferior beast meat with tendons attached. In the kitchen, he activated the medicinal cuisine preparation skill. A strange thing happened. The fishy smell of inferior meat quickly dissipated, and the meat became translucent. The wilted green grass has become lush and vibrant again. In the end, all the ingredients were transformed into a pot of milky white, thick porridge. A rich aroma, a blend of rice, herbs, and the essence of flesh, filled the entire room. Su Yan carried the warm bowl of porridge to Lang Ruoshua's door, raised his hand, and knocked. Tap, tap. I cooked some porridge. A good husband doesn't want his wife to go hungry, it's bad for her health. The room inside was deathly silent. Su Yan wasn't in a hurry, he simply held the bowl quietly and waited at the door. After a long while, the door lock clicked softly and opened a crack. Lang Ruoshua stood in the shadows behind the door, her gaze fixed on the bowl of porridge in his hand. As a former powerful figure, she could clearly sense that the porridge contained the pure life energy that her parched meridians craved most. Who exactly is this man? She slowly raised her head, staring intently at Su Yan with lifeless eyes. I decided to use the most despicable method to tear away all his possible disguises. What do you want to do? Trying to bribe me with a bowl of porridge. Then, let's talk about when to fulfill marital obligations? Chapter 4. My wife wants to take a concubine for me. Su Yan's smile froze. For the first time, he didn't analyze the pros and cons in his mind, he only felt a surge of anger mixed with humiliation rush to the top of his head with a boom. The most primal dignity of a man was blatantly trampled underfoot and crushed. But his Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed back the words, "What do you take me for?" He stared directly into her lifeless eyes, his voice hoarse yet carrying a hint of playful provocation. Marital obligations? The frost god's night must cost more than just a bowl of porridge, right? Lang Ruoshua's body trembled almost imperceptibly. To her surprise, instead of being embarrassed or blushing, he turned the tables on her with even more explicit words about the transaction. She looked away, her chest heaving violently, and her voice grew even colder. You're a normal man, you have needs. I understand. She paused, as if stating a fact unrelated to herself. But I am a useless person. Before she could finish speaking, an uncontrollable, violent spasm suddenly erupted from deep within her throat. Cough. Cough, 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 cough. She instantly curled up like a shrimp, her thin shoulders heaving violently. The snow-white handkerchief was pressed tightly against his lips. The sound was not like a cough, but more like something inside his body was being torn apart alive. A sickly flush instantly spread across her pale, paper-like cheeks. Su Yan instinctively wanted to step forward and support her body, which seemed like it might break at any moment. But a cold, piercing gaze pierced through the tears she coughed up, like a sharp sword nailing into him. That look in his eyes was saying, "Don't touch me." Su Yan's half-step froze in mid-air. The coughing finally subsided. Lang Ruoshui leaned against the doorframe, her breathing as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, but her eyes regained their unyielding sharpness. My body is unable to fulfill the duties of a wife. But, the Su family cannot be without an heir. Su Yan's heart sank suddenly, and an absurd premonition rose in his mind. Sure enough, Lang Ruoshua looked at him like a king bestowing a cold reward upon a meritorious official. I have a maidservant by my side named Zhao Chang. Her voice was completely flat. She wears pigtails and has eyes like a frightened deer, but she can wield a 200-pound heaven-shaking hammer. A 9th-rank grandmaster, she is absolutely loyal to me. Also, absolutely clean. Su Yan felt his heart skip a beat. On their wedding night, his legal wife, after refusing to sleep with him, wanted to personally arrange a concubine for him? What the hell is this? If you agree to one condition, I'll let her come over, Lang Ruoshua calmly offered her final bargaining chip. Su Yan clenched his teeth so hard they made a clunking sound, and he almost squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. What are the conditions? Lang Ruoshue's gaze lingered on him for a moment, as if it could penetrate his clothes and see the meager spiritual energy within him who had just advanced to the first rank of martial artist. Her words were clear and distinct, like a judgment being handed down. Prove the value of your useless profession of skilled worker. Break through to the fourth rank of martial artist within a month. She was stating a given fact, or perhaps sentencing him to death. That's barely worthy of your legendary talent. After saying that, she didn't give Su Yan any more chances to speak. Bang! The door slammed shut. The living room was deathly silent. Su Yan stood frozen in place, like a sculpture struck by lightning. The bowl in my hand was scalding hot. The porridge in the bowl seemed to be silently mocking him. In just 1 month, he went from the first rank to the fourth rank? That's absolutely unbelievable. He wanted to laugh, smash the bowl of porridge, kick open the door, and demand to know why she was so arrogant. She was the one who acknowledged him in the coffee shop, and now she's the one who's treating him like trash with an impossible condition. A profound sense of powerlessness mixed with overwhelming rage surged wildly within his chest. Prove? I'll prove it to you. He clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white, then turned around, ready to devour this bowl of his labor of love himself. Just then. Click. The door opened again. Lang Ruoshue stood behind the door, her pale face filled with struggle, displeasure at being disturbed, and a trace of a desire that even she herself was unwilling to admit. She originally intended to close the door and avoid seeing anything. But that strange fragrance, as if it had a life of its own, persistently slipped through the crack in the door. That's not an ordinary fragrance. It was a warm yet powerful hand that precisely probed into her body, gently stirring the meridians that had long since withered and died. A tiny, almost non-existent trace of vital energy trembled slightly because of this. Reason is screaming in rejection. The body's instincts triumphed over everything. Her gaze abruptly shifted from Su Yan's face, fixing fixedly on the bowl of porridge in his hand. Milky white spiritual energy swirled on the surface of the porridge, condensing and not dissipating, like a miniature jade dragon. That wasn't a bowl of porridge. That was the first ray of light she saw after sinking into the deep sea. Without saying a word, Lang Ruoshue quickly stepped forward and snatched the bowl away. In front of Su Yan, she scooped up a spoonful with a hint of impatience and put it into her mouth. The moment the porridge slides into your mouth. Her lifeless eyes suddenly narrowed. A warm current of energy, unlike anything she had ever felt before, flowed down her throat. The warm current was not scorching, it was like the spring sun in March melting the snow that had accumulated for thousands of years, turning it into a clear spring that carried the breath of life. Precisely. It seeped into the gaps between her long dead, knotted, and even broken veins. Tiny, slow, but undeniable repairs are underway. This amount of energy wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap for her at her peak. But this is the purest life force. It is a purity that even the Empire's most advanced life-saving potions could not refine. A mere mortal. A skilled worker deemed the most useless by the Imperial job system? How is that possible? Lang Ruoshue suddenly looked up, and for the first time, a monstrous wave surged in her usually calm eyes. She stared intently at Su Yan, the man she had just been humiliating. The next second, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Yan's wrist. That hand was clearly cold and slender, but the moment the 5 fingers clenched, Su Yan felt as if his wrist bones were about to be crushed. A faint yet incredibly sharp residual force relentlessly surged along his wrist, frantically attempting to penetrate his body. Puff! The power spiraled out of control and backfired. Lang Ruoshue suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto Su Yan's white t-shirt, as red as plum blossoms on snow, a shocking sight. Instead of letting go, she gripped even tighter. Her terrifying eyes were fixed on him, her voice trembling with a pleading tone that she herself was unaware of. Tell me. This porridge, how did you even make it? Chapter 5 The greatest truths are the simplest, only through practice can one achieve mastery. Lang Ruoshue's voice was like a steel needle tempered with ice, each word piercing the heart. She gripped Su Yan's wrist tightly. The biting cold seemed to seep into the very marrow. She was not weak after spitting out that mouthful of blood. Instead, the backlash from the loss of control over its power unleashed a ferocity akin to that of a trapped beast. Lang Ruoshue questioned sharply. Tell me, how exactly did you make this bowl of porridge? The sharp pain in his wrist snapped Su Yan out of his humiliation and rage. She discovered it. In a flash, Su Yan suppressed his panic. He met her eyes, which burned with black flames, feigning ignorance and innocence. Su Yan replied, I don't know, I was just hungry, so I just cooked whatever. He paused, then tentatively said, maybe I just have a talent for this? Talent? She stared intently at him, her gaze seemingly trying to see right through him. I don't believe a single word of it. But the vitality that was spreading within her body like spring rain was something she had never felt before in the past year. She abruptly let go of her hand and picked up the bowl. I drank the last mouthful of warm porridge soup clean. The posture didn't look like he was drinking porridge, it looked more like he was swallowing a life-saving elixir. Bang! The empty bowl was slammed heavily onto the table. Lang Ruoxue spoke in an unquestionable military command tone. Use the same ingredients and the same steps to make another bowl. I want to keep an eye on it. Su Yan felt a chill run down his spine. This is both a crisis and an opportunity to demonstrate my value and completely win her over. The first step has been successful. Endure. Let me conquer your stomach with my culinary skills. Mock up. Daring to refuse to share a room. He nodded, feeling smug, and headed towards the kitchen. When he picked up the spoon again, his world had changed. Detected that the owner is repeating the medicinal cuisine preparation technique. The core essence has been touched, the greatest truths are simple, all paths are measurable, only mastery matters. Unlocking in progress. Behavior is being quantified, proficiency is being transformed. Su Yan flicked his wrist and instantly understood. Medicinal cuisine preparation LV1 is merely an entry-level license. Repetition and proficiency are the true foundation of his legendary profession. Screw that worthless profession. From cooking to piloting a starship. From embroidery to sword practice. As long as it's a skill, as long as it can be repeated. Everything can be quantified, but only through mastery can one attain divine understanding. This is a path to becoming an omniscient and omnipotent god. A surge of intense ecstasy shot up his spine and to the top of his head. He could barely hold the spoon in his hand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. He forcefully suppressed the urge to scream and poured all his surging emotions into his hands. Medicinal cuisine preparation proficiency +1. Medicinal cuisine preparation proficiency +1. In his view, the rolling of rice grains and the release of medicinal power were transformed into a data stream. His brain instantly transformed into an overclocked biological computer. The spoon seemed to come alive in his hands, tracing mysterious arcs. Each stirring precisely targets the center of the rice porridge's vortex. He forcefully injected the medicinal power of the qingling grass into each grain of rice in a spiral motion. The second bowl of porridge, once cooked, had a more subtle and mellow aroma than the first. Lang Ruoxue snatched the bowl and devoured it in a flash. As the warm porridge slid down my throat, a surge of warmth, several times stronger than before, suddenly welled up. If the first bowl was spring rain, then this bowl is hot spring. Her desolate dantian and broken meridians emitted a yearning hum under this energy. A sickly flush crept up her pale cheeks. She suddenly raised her head, her voice filled with barely suppressed urgency. He asked, almost pleadingly. Is there any more? Without wasting any words, Su Yan made the third bowl. This time, his movements were more confident and fluid, with a master-like rhythm. As the last drop of the third bowl of porridge slid down her throat, Lang Ruoxue's body jolted violently, as if struck by lightning. Her right hand suddenly rose and clenched into a fist with trembling hands. That's the feeling. A wisp of energy, thinner than a hair yet incredibly resilient, struggled out from the dantian. Like a young dragon, it surges towards the fingertips with difficulty but persistence, along the frozen meridians. This is not an illusion. She can still be saved. A flame of hope suddenly ignited in her lifeless eyes. That radiance was even more dazzling than during her prime. Her voice trembled, but she said resolutely. Spirit Chef. I once saw in an ancient book that was seized in the north that there was a legendary being who did not practice martial arts, but could seize the creation of heaven and earth with his cooking skills alone. Your so-called skilled worker is definitely related to the Spirit Chef. Su Yan was inwardly turbulent, but outwardly feigned surprise. He immediately frowned and poured cold water on the situation. A Spirit Chef? That sounds impressive, But that kind of profession probably requires rare and precious ingredients, right? We don't have that much money. Lang Ruoshue's eyes instantly sharpened, as if she had returned to the decisive and ruthless frost goddess of war. Money has never been a problem. He pulled a pure black metal card from the hidden pocket of his nightgown and slammed it heavily on the table. The card was ice cold, with a snow wolf emblem engraved in the corner. Lang Ruoshue stared intently into Su Yan's eyes and said, word by word, "There are 50 million in here. This is the compensation I earned in the north through countless near-death experiences and the blood of my comrades. It is my last trump card. Now, I'm betting it on your talent, and also on my own life." 50 million. Su Yan's heart was jolted by this number. He grasped the cold black card, the trust emanating from his palm heavy yet burning hot. This trust is 10,000 times heavier than Principal Qian's 1 million yuan in startup capital. He met her gaze, his eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. Good. A single word carries immense weight. But Su Yan roared silently in his heart. I will not only heal you, but also conquer you. Lang Ruoshue's tone became even colder. It's not enough to just say good. You must succeed. Because if you fail, we will both die. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Lang Ruoshue took a step closer, her eyes, burning with hope, fixed on him. Her aura suddenly became sharp as a knife. Do you really think that the Empire's forced marriage matching is random? Su Yan's pupils contracted. Lang Ruoshue's lips curled into a cold smile. A crippled war god with all his meridians severed, paired with a useless skilled worker with a legendary rating. Su Yan, don't you think this is too much of a coincidence? Ding. Keywords detected, forced matching, Beijing. Insufficient permissions to search. Su Yan felt a chill run down his spine, but his face remained impassive. Lang Ruoshue lowered her voice even further, filled with deep-seated disgust. This method of throwing two of the most ferocious goo worms into the same jar and watching them fight each other is a trick that those old fogies in the capital love to play. We are both pawns. What they want to see is either us dragging each other down and rotting away here. She stared intently at Su Yan. Or maybe they just want to see just how much trouble the two most ferocious goo kings can stir up when they join forces. Chapter 6. My wife taught me the art of murder. Su Yan stared intently at Lang Ruoshue. How could a war god end up in the imperial marriage system? She turned and walked to the window. The moonlight outlined her slender figure. She said calmly, because, right now, I'm just a useless person. A year ago, during the Dawn War, I was cursed by the alien emperor, my meridians were severed, and I lost all my cultivation. He fell from grace and became a sickly person who couldn't even control his own blood and qi. What the Lang family needs is glory, not a burden. A surge of anger rose unexpectedly from the depths of Su Yan's heart. A hero who shed blood for the empire was abandoned by his family like trash. Su Yan angrily said, how dare they? A cold smile curved Lang Ruoshue's lips. Of course they dare. There must be the Lin family behind this. Su Yan asked in confusion. The Lin family? Lang Ruoshue's voice chilled the air as she explained. One of the 4 major families in Shanghai. Their second young master, Lin Ichi, a good-for-nothing who has been corrupted by wine and women, once pursued me. Given his vindictive nature, he will never let me live in peace. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, at the Lin family manor. Bang! An antique vase worth millions was smashed to the ground. The silver-haired youth, Lin Ichi, roared with a contorted expression. You bitch! You'd rather marry a piece of trash than accept me? She's slapping me in the face. An elderly butler in a tailcoat approached with a bow, ignoring the shards scattered on the floor, and handed over a tablet. The old butler said, Young master, this is the information about Miss Lang's matched partners. The information was projected onto the wall. Name, Su Yan. Age, 18. Occupation, skilled worker legendary. Background, an ordinary citizen, a dropout from the first middle school. Lin Ichi pointed at those 2 words and laughed so hard he almost fell over. Skilled worker? Legendary? A legendary piece of trash? Ha ha ha. A perfect match. Absolutely a perfect match. His laughter stopped abruptly, and his face turned so dark it seemed to drip water. He coldly ordered the butler. If I can't have it, no one else can have it either. Give the newlyweds a wedding gift. Send men to keep a close eye on them. I want to see how that high and mighty war god rots and stinks away in the slums. The old butler responded. Yes, young master. Su Yan's home. As soon as Lang Ruoshue finished speaking, Su Yan's old-fashioned communicator suddenly vibrated. It was a multimedia message sent from an unknown number. Clicking on it reveals their wedding photo. In the photo, the two people's faces have been photoshopped with comical dog heads, and below them is a line of large, blood-red text. A loser and a bitch, a match made in heaven. Bang! Su Yan slammed his fist on the table, sending wood chips flying. Lang Ruoshue said with unusual calm. Their men have arrived. She looked out the window. In the shadows of the street corner, two blurry figures pressed against the wall, the cigarette butts in their hands glowing intermittently. Su Yan gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! I'm going out and slaughter them. Lang Ruoshue's words pierced his heart like a knife. What they want to see is you rushing out like a stupid pig, getting beaten half to death, and then filming it and spreading it all over Shanghai. She went into the kitchen, picked up the stainless steel cleaver, and handed it to him. Anger is the most useless emotion. If you want to kill someone, you have to have the ability to kill. The cold hilt of the knife was shoved into Su Yan's hand. Your stove is your battlefield. A knife used for cutting vegetables can also sever a throat. Timing is key. From this day forward, I will infuse all the martial arts I have learned in my life into your culinary skills. She didn't demonstrate, she just leaned against the doorframe and breathed weakly. The best assassins never rely on brute force. Swing your knife and slash at me with all your might. Su Yan gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, a surge of fervor burning within him. The art of killing is also a skill that can be quantified by my system. He roared and, imitating what he did in the movies, used all his strength to chop down on Lang Ruoshue's head. The blade traced a clumsy arc, the sound of the wind scattered and weak. Lang Ruoshue didn't even blink, and rebuked. Fool! Power comes from the ground, waist and stance become one. Your strength was severed at your shoulder, less than 30% of it reached the blade. Your wrist is too stiff, and your center of gravity is too high. This isn't a kill, it's suicide. Before she finished speaking, she had already silently moved behind him. A cool, bitter herbal scent, mixed with a strong smell of rust, enveloped Su Yan, making his hair stand on end. He felt that the person standing behind him was not a weak woman, but a deadly, unsheathed blade. Suddenly, a cold finger touched his lower back. The chill was bone-chilling, as if it could penetrate the skin and flesh. Her voice was right beside me, weak yet sharp as a knife. This is the source of power. Forget about your arm. Imagine your feet are tree roots, digging into the ground, drawing strength from the earth, and twisting your waist and hips. Like wringing out a wet towel, channel all your strength from this point onto the tip of the knife. Again. Bite. Advanced martial arts theory detected, core power generation. Analyzing. Integrating with the core principles of a skilled worker. The system is building the optimal motion model for you. Build complete. Congratulations, Master. You have mastered basic swordsmanship LV-10100. Really? In Su Yan's mind, a transparent human figure composed of data streams perfectly demonstrated the method of exerting force described by Lang Ruoshue. He took a deep breath and swung his knife again. Whoosh! There was no roar, only a crisp, sharp sound that cut through the air. Basic knife skills, proficiency +1. It's done. Su Yan was overjoyed. Lang Ruoshue, who was behind him, suddenly shuddered and subconsciously took half a step back. She braced herself against the wall to steady herself. She stared intently at the back of the figure wielding the knife, her breath catching in her throat. The power, trajectory, and spirit of that last strike already showed 3/10 of her prime. How is that possible? She was just stating a theory. Su Yan, however, was completely unaware, utterly absorbed in the moment. Sweat dripped down his face, but he didn't care. Basic knife skills, proficiency +1. Basic knife skills, proficiency +2. Whoosh! 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 The kitchen was cramped and cold. Su Yan's movements became faster and more stable, as if he had practiced here hundreds of times. Lang Ruoshue forcibly suppressed the turmoil in her heart and interrupted him. That's enough for today. Su Yan stopped, feeling a mix of soreness and immense pleasure. He glanced at the panel, basic swordsmanship LV-135-100, less than half an hour ago. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Thump. 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 This time, the sound was no longer a violent slamming of the door, but a calm, heavy, and powerful one. It felt as if each sound was striking my heart. Chapter 7. My wife and I resist a powerful enemy. Su Yan was about to step forward. A cold hand gripped his wrist tightly. The force was so great that even a first-grade martial artist like him couldn't break free. Lang Ruoshua pulled him behind her. She was like a lurking female leopard, silently approaching the cat's eyes. With just one glance, her lifeless eyes instantly froze into ice. Outside the door, two burly men were impatiently banging on the iron gate with steel pipes. One of them was bald, with a menacing scorpion tattoo on his neck that twisted with his muscles. Another tall, thin man had a sinister look in his eyes, and his baton made a whoosh sound as it cut through the air. A foul smell, a mixture of cheap tobacco, sweat, and alcohol, seeped in through the crack in the door. The bald man roared rudely, "Open the door! Did you hear me? If you don't open it, I'll rip the door off your back." Lang Ruoshua lowered her voice. "Lin Ichi's dog has even less patience than I thought." Her gaze passed over Su Yan's shoulder and landed on his hand, which was tightly gripping the kitchen knife. He then raised his voice, sounding weak and impatient from being startled, and called out towards the door, "Who is it?" After shouting, she turned around abruptly and quickly commanded, "Kitchen. Oil, flour, pour them by the door." Su Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly understood. Act immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Bang! 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 Each impact caused the doorframe to groan in pain. The plaster was falling off the wall in a rustling sound. Foul-smelling curses came from outside the door. "Open the door! Did you hear me, you bitch?" Su Yan unscrewed the oil can and poured half a bottle of cooking oil onto the door. He tore open another bag of flour. Staring intently at the severely deformed iron gate, his blood rushed through his veins with excitement and tension. He crouched low and shouted through the crack in the door. "Get out! If you don't leave, I'm calling the police." There was a moment of silence outside the door. Then bursts of wild laughter erupted. Someone shouted, "Oh, so you've hidden a guy with a penis? Come out and face your death." Boom! After a loud bang, the door was kicked inward. The bald, burly man took the lead, his steel pipe whistling through the air as it hurtled straight towards Su Yan's face. He grinned maliciously, but his foot suddenly slipped. "Hold!" He stepped precisely into the oil slick, and the brute force of his forward momentum turned into uncontrollable inertia, causing him to fall sprawled on the ground. The steel pipe missed its mark and slammed against the wall with a loud thud, grazing Su Yan's scalp. The wall was smashed open, leaving a spiderweb-like crack. The moment Lang Ruoshua hissed, "Make your move," Su Yan had already smashed a large handful of flour in front of the bald man's eyes. The bald man screamed in agony. "Ah! My eyes!" His mouth, nose, and eyes were instantly covered in powder. The tall, thin man following behind sharpened his eyes. He saw the oil on the ground, touched the dry doorframe with his toes, and tried to get around it. His baton struck like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, aiming straight for Lang Ruoshua's throat. In his view, this sickly woman was his Achilles heel. Lang Ruoshua didn't move. She coldly locked her gaze on Su Yan and uttered a single word. "Pot." Su Yan's body seemed to have become an extension of her will. He instinctively turned around, grabbed the cast iron pot from the stove, and swung it around like a battering ram. This was his first real combat experience. He had no strategy and relied entirely on instinct and commands. The tall, thin man, caught off guard by this amateurish move, hurriedly withdrew his stick to block. When, amidst the deafening clang of metal, the baton was bent and slipped from the hand. The tall, thin man felt an immense force, half of his body went numb, his hand split open, and blood flowed freely. He stared at Su Yan in horror. How could this guy be so strong? In the instant he was stunned, Lang Ruoshua gave the order again. "Trip him." Su Yan kicked the bald man who was rubbing his eyes in the back of his knee. Thump! The bald man fell like a sack, bumping right into the leg of the tall, thin man who was staggering backward. The two immediately rolled around in a ball. Lang Ruoshua's pale face was devoid of any color. She suppressed her surging blood and issued a third command, resolute and icy. "Now! Use the knife. Cut off his ear." Su Yan's adrenaline surged instantly. Lang Ruoshua's instructions exploded in his mind. Borrow strength from the earth and twist your waist and hips. He lowered his waist and twisted his hips, concentrating all his strength into one, which flowed down his spine to his right arm. He roared, "Drink!" It unleashed the wildness within its chest, a mixture of fear and fervor. The kitchen knife in his hand seemed to have become a weapon extended from his own body. Ding! Real combat activates potential, basic swordsmanship LV1 proficiency +5. The blade tore through the air, and following the instructions, grazed the bald man's terrified, reddened earlobe by a hair's breadth. The cleaver slammed into the wooden floor next to his cheek. Put! The sharp blade sank into the solid wood, producing a dull tearing sound. Sawdust splattered all over the bald man's face. He stiffly rolled his eyes and saw the blade, deeply embedded in the floor and trembling, less than a finger's width from his temple. My crotch instantly became wet and hot. The bald man completely broke down, his face covered in snot and tears, and begged for mercy. "Grandpa! Ancestor! Don't kill me! Young Master Lin sent us. Spare us!" The tall, thin man's wrist was also stepped on by Su Yan, causing him to grimace in pain. He confessed everything, trembling. And another thing. He said when the time is right, he'll find an accident to kill you. It wasn't just humiliation, it was silencing them. Lang Ruoshue kicked the bald man in the buttocks and coldly shouted, "Get out! Go back and tell Lin Ichi that I'm going to take his dog's life." The two thugs fled in a panic. Su Yan looked at the dilapidated door and the mess on the floor. His trembling hands made him realize the fear that followed. For the first time, he truly understood that people could die in this world. Lang Ruoshue walked to his side, looked at him, and whispered, "Don't be afraid of this feeling. The thrill of killing is the instinct of a beast. You must learn to control it, not be controlled by it. Starting tomorrow, practicing swordsmanship alone won't be enough. I'm going to teach you how to silence your enemy forever in the shortest amount of time." She coughed violently as soon as she finished speaking. Although she didn't move an inch during the battle just now, her mind was under immense tension, and the strain on her body far exceeded her expectations. Puff! A mouthful of scalding hot blood suddenly spurted out. Blood splattered on her plain white nightgown, like red plum blossoms on snow, a shocking sight. In the living room, Su Yan stared at the glaring bloodstain, his heart feeling as if it were being clenched tightly. After a moment's hesitation, a surge of savage anger overwhelmed everything. Lin Ichi! The Lin family! He scooped Lang Ruoshue up in his arms. It felt surprisingly light, like a hollow skeleton supported by a powerful will. Lang Ruoshue froze instantly, a hint of panic flashing deep in her eyes that she herself was unaware of. Ignoring her reaction, Su Yan gently placed her on the sofa. The actions were so rough that there was no room for refusal. "Wait!" Su Yan rushed into the kitchen like an enraged young beast. He didn't know what he could do, only that his system and his medicinal cuisine abilities were her only hope. "Concentrate fully and focus all your thoughts on healing and nourishing." I quickly stewed a bowl of medicinal food. When the steaming hot medicinal soup, exuding the aroma of ginseng and angelica, was placed in front of Lang Ruoshue, its fragrance seemed to carry a comforting power. However, Lang Ruoshue only took one sip before gently putting down the soup bowl. She shook her head at him. The moment that pure life force entered the body, it evaporated instantly, like a drop of water falling into a scorching desert. An even colder and more domineering power surged from the depths of her meridians, greedily devouring this sliver of life. She said in a weary voice, as if she had seen through everything, "It's no use. This curse devours all life energy. Your soup is just a snack to it." Seeing the faint light that had just ignited and then died out in her eyes, Su Yan felt his heart being gripped by that dark power. Anger and a sense of powerlessness welled up inside me. But he forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. He stared intently at the bowl of soup, and for the first time, he truly began to think. Dessert? Devour? My medicinal cuisine is too mild, like grass-fed to a wild beast. No. We must use more domineering and more concentrated energy. Chapter 8 My Wife's Past. Lang Ruoshue's voice was so hoarse that she was almost mute as she said, "It's no use." She was holding a new white handkerchief, which was again stained with a glaring dark red. Her voice was very soft, so soft it seemed it might dissipate at any moment, as she continued. "This is the otherworldly Emperor's curse. It's rooted in my bones and drains my life every day. The doctors say there's no cure. I have at most 6 months left." "Half a year?" These two words were like two invisible hammers, slamming hard into Su Yan's heart. He felt his teeth chattering, not from fear, but from a deep-seated anger and helplessness. This woman, burdened with such heavy despair, could still calmly teach him to kill and calmly face the vicious dogs that came to his door. Her resilience and pride have left an indelible mark on his heart. Su Yan asked in a hoarse voice, "Why are you telling me?" Lang Ruoshua looked at him, and finally a ripple of emotion appeared in her stagnant eyes that he couldn't understand. She said softly, "Seeing how foolish you were when you stood up for me, I felt that you had the right to know how much trouble you were in." She added, "And if I can't hold on, you'll need to prepare a backup plan in advance." Su Yan practically shouted, "No way!" He declared with unwavering determination, "I can definitely cure you." Seeing his reddened eyes, Lang Ruoshua's tightly pursed lips seemed to loosen slightly, but she quickly regained her usual coldness. The light that had just shone in her eyes was instantly swallowed up by the deeper darkness. She whispered, "You have no idea what I'm facing." She slowly walked to the window, her slender figure seeming as if it might be blown away by the night wind at any moment. She asked softly, "Have you ever seen black earth soaked in blood?" Su Yan was taken aback. Her voice was as soft as a sigh, yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The soil of the north was not originally black. A year ago, 30,000 of us dyed it red for 3 whole months. In the end, less than 3,000 were left. There are too many enemies, endless ones. Finally, their emperor arrived. He is using the lives of my 3,000 brothers and the safety of the entire north to blackmail me. I won that battle and killed him. But before he died, he turned all his power into a curse and poured it into my body. The empire gave me glory, and then, completely forgot about me, this hero who kept coughing up blood. My family, in particular, sees me as a burden that could explode at any moment and is eager to get rid of me. Therefore, she would rather be forced by the system to marry a commoner than be used as a tool by her family and marry a scumbag like Lin Ichi. Su Yan stood frozen in place, looking at the bowl of medicinal food that had gone cold, and then at her broken back. A surge of anger welled up in his chest, making him want to smash things. He stared intently at his hands, which were only good for chopping vegetables, and an urge to smash them to pieces almost drove him mad. He suddenly grabbed the rusty kitchen knife and rushed to the open space in the living room. He tried to vent all the frustration, helplessness, and anger in his chest, just as Lang Ruoshua had taught him. 1 cut, 2 cuts. Sweat quickly soaked through his back. As he swung his sword for the umpteenth time, that strange feeling returned. The force originates from the ground, and the power flows to the tip of the blade. A sharp killing intent poured out with the blade. Su Yan paused, as if a flash of lightning had struck his mind. Killing intent, it's intent. She taught herself that when using a knife, one must have killing intent, which is a kind of intention. Then, isn't the obsession with saving people also a kind of intention? A knife can carry the intent to kill. What about the food? Can food support a business? Once this idea takes root, it grows wildly like weeds. Su Yan's mind was filled with only one incredibly strong obsession: cure her. I must cure her. Without further hesitation, he rushed back to the kitchen. He poured all his focus and all his will, that strong desire to heal and protect, into the soup in the pot. Ding! Detected that the master has fused a strong will with the medicinal cuisine preparation skill. Analyzing advanced concepts such as protection and healing. Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. He tried to infuse the soup with the idea of healing, but that idea became frantic because it was mixed with intense anger and resentment. Boom! The soup in the pot boiled violently instantly. The essence of the medicinal herbs, under the raging will, not only failed to blend but also clashed with each other, almost collapsing instantly. A burnt smell filled the air. It failed. Su Yan was startled and abruptly turned off the stove. Looking at the pot of ruined soup, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. If it can have an impact, then the approach is correct. My intention was not pure enough. He forced himself to calm down, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. His mind was no longer filled with anger or resentment, but only with Lang Ruoshua's pale face and her slender yet unyielding back. His thoughts became purer and gentler than ever before, yet incredibly resolute: save her. I only want to save her. He started firing again, reprocessing the third and final document. As he slowly poured that pure, protective intent into the soup, a strange scene unfolded. The ingredients in the pot, which were originally separate, seemed to be gently connected by an invisible hand. The medicinal properties blend perfectly, and the soup gradually changes from cloudy to mellow and clear. Medicinal cuisine preparation, proficiency plus 3. Medicinal cuisine preparation, proficiency plus 5. Ding! Congratulations, Master! Your medicinal cuisine preparation skill has undergone a qualitative change, leveling up to LV21 2000. Half an hour later, a bowl of oxtail soup with a subtle aroma and an amber color, seemingly brimming with vitality, was served. Su Yan knew he had succeeded. He handed the bowl to Lang Ruoxue again. Lang Ruoxue looked at him suspiciously, then at the soup that was clearly different from the previous one. Just by smelling that fragrance, the violent curse power within her miraculously calmed down a little. She was startled and, without hesitation, took the bowl and eagerly drank a mouthful. A warm current, as gentle as spring snow, that she had never felt before, instantly surged into her limbs and bones. Wherever that warm current passed, the meridians that were originally like thousands of steel needles piercing through them felt as if they were being soaked in warm spring water. Those violent and rampant curses seemed to have met their nemesis, and they all retreated and went into hiding. The sharp stinging sensation slowly melted away and became dulled. The pain did not disappear, but it was enveloped by a gentle force, giving her a long-lost peace, even if only for a moment. This was the first time in a year since she became a cripple that she felt her body was not just a decaying prison. Lang Ruoxue suddenly looked up and stared intently at Su Yan. For the first time, a tremendous wave surged in her usually calm and still eyes. Her hands trembled slightly, and her voice trembled with extreme shock. "The soup, what did you do?" Su Yan's heart pounded wildly, and an unprecedented surge of pride filled his chest. He can save her. He really can save her. Seeing the shock in her eyes, he solemnly said, "I told you, I can definitely cure you." That night, after finishing her soup, Lang Ruoxue didn't say another word. She simply went back to her room and fell into a deep sleep. Her breathing was calm and peaceful, unlike anything Su Yan had ever heard before. Seeing her closed door, Su Yan picked up the stainless steel kitchen knife and went back to the living room. This time, his heart was no longer filled with powerless rage, but with unprecedented strength and hope. His protective instincts made him incredibly focused with every swing of his sword. Basic knife skills, proficiency plus 1. Basic knife skills, proficiency plus 1. 2 hours later, Su Yan was drenched in sweat, but he felt no fatigue at all. On the contrary, his mind was even clearer. He felt that his control over power had reached a new level. He exhaled a breath of stale air and swung his knife at the distant wall. A knife mark was left on the wall. Just then, the bedroom door was opened. Lang Ruoxue was awakened by the continuous whooshing sound coming from the living room. She leaned against the doorframe, her face still pale, but her eyes were no longer lifeless. She looked at the boy in the center of the living room, wielding the kitchen knife tirelessly, again and again. Under the moonlight, his figure was focused and resolute. Each swing of the sword carries with it a resolute determination to sever the shackles of fate. That wasn't murderous intent, but something purer and more powerful. Lang Ruoxue's gaze slowly shifted from his focused profile to the stainless steel kitchen knife in his hand. Watching his movements, which were far more precise and sharp than before, she finally couldn't help but mutter to herself, "What a little monster. He's already mastered sword energy so quickly." Chapter 9 Concubine Zhao Qing makes her appearance. What a little monster. Lang Ruoxue had just finished speaking. Just then, the mental energy that had been boiling in Su Yan's mind due to excessive focus resonated with the insights he had gained from successfully brewing the medicinal cuisine. Ding! Detected that the master has deeply integrated their protective will with their culinary skills, successfully creating a spiritual food imbued with business. Unlock reward, spatial garden. How can a top-tier spiritual chef be without their own divine garden? He only felt a blur before his eyes, and the scene in the living room vanished in an instant. Instead, there was a vast expanse of pure, breathtaking white. He arrived in another space, and beneath his feet, a piece of land about the size of a basketball court was born from nothingness. Its soil is a deep, dark black that seems to devour all light. Su Yan said softly, "This." He tentatively stepped on it. It felt soft and surprisingly elastic. He squatted down and picked up a handful of black soil. A fresh scent, a mixture of grass and earth after the rain, suddenly entered his nostrils, transforming into a pure energy that permeated his entire body. The fatigue he had developed from practicing his sword was swept away in that instant. This soil is alive. Su Yan's heart suddenly raced. He grabbed the communicator and saw that less than a minute had passed in the outside world. 10 times the time flow rate. and this sacred land brimming with boundless vitality. Su Yan was so excited that his fingertips trembled, and an urge to roar to the sky surged in his chest. He muttered to himself, cheating. This is a groundbreaking cheating device. With this, Lang Ruoshua's injuries can be healed. With this, his skilled worker profession, which everyone ridiculed, will become the key to rewriting everything. He suppressed his elation, grabbed his coat, and rushed out. At the recent farmer's market, he went on a shopping spree like a madman, sweeping away all the vegetables and medicinal seeds from several stalls. Back home, he couldn't wait to enter the space again. He grabbed a handful of shriveled goji berry seeds and nervously scattered them into the black soil, as if sowing seeds of hope. A miracle unfolded right before his eyes. The seeds plumped up at a speed visible to the naked eye as soon as they came into contact with the soil. Then, tender buds broke through the soil, sprouted branches, and grew leaves. Finally, a half-meter-tall wolfberry sapling stood tall and graceful, its tender green branches surrounded by a faint, almost invisible aura. The fruit that grows on it is bright red and juicy, like a ruby. Ordinary seeds have undergone a complete transformation here. Su Yan didn't stop, driven by a tremendous sense of joy and urgency. He sowed all the seeds he had bought: rice, vegetables, medicinal herbs according to their categories. As the outside world passed by, he seemed to have spent several hours inside the space, tirelessly cultivating, harvesting, and sowing again. This sacred land not only nurtures all things, but also constantly washes away his fatigue, making him increasingly energetic. Just as he was pondering what rare and precious herbs to plant first, the bedroom door clicked open. Su Yan was startled, but a thought flashed through his mind and he instantly returned to reality. Outside, it was already dawn. He spent the entire night in the virtual space, while only a few hours had passed in reality. Far from being tired, he was radiant with energy from the divine soil, his eyes shining brightly. He couldn't shake the silly grin from his lips. Lang Ruoshua walked out of the room. After a night of recuperation, her pale cheeks had regained a healthy rosy glow. That icy demeanor was thus given a touch of heartwarming warmth. She looked at Su Yan and asked, "What are you doing standing in the living room grinning like an idiot so early in the morning?" Su Yan shook his head, his eyes brighter and more confident than ever before. "Honey, I've got it. A way to cure you." Lang Ruoshua walked over and sat down next to him. Her deep eyes looked at him quietly for a few seconds, signaling him to continue. "Use these things I grow to open a medicinal cuisine restaurant. Specifically targeting martial artists." A hint of approval flashed in Lang Ruoshua's eyes, but she immediately shook her head, her voice clear and firm as she said, "Your idea is good, but your vision is too narrow. Your medicinal cuisine is priceless. Opening an ordinary medicinal cuisine restaurant is like selling divine pills as stones." A sharp glint of strategist skill flashed in her eyes as she continued. "If we're going to open one, we'll open a private medicinal cuisine club that only serves the highest end. We don't aim for a full house of guests, but only to serve those who truly need it and can afford it." A wave of emotion surged within Su Yan, and he immediately realized. Yes. Those martial artists stuck at their bottlenecks, those wealthy people tormented by old injuries. And those strong individuals who want to advance further. Lang Ruoshua's tone was almost cruel as she said, "Your medicinal cuisine is not food to them. It is hope, it is life. They are willing to pay any price for it." Su Yan rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "Honey, your idea is brilliant. Top-notch storefront, security, renovations, this will be a huge investment. Although you gave me 50 million, every step must be carefully calculated." Lang Ruoshua looked at him quietly, a faint smile curving her lips, as if she were talking about something trivial. "The password for that black card is my birthday, 081625. We are husband and wife, aren't we? Go ahead and do it. My life also needs your medicinal cuisine to continue. This is the best investment I can make for myself." Su Yan's heart felt as if it were being gently held by a warm hand. He nodded solemnly and was about to speak when there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. This time, the knock was very soft, carrying a hint of probing and hesitation. Lang Ruoshua instantly became alert. She glanced through the peephole, and her previously icy expression softened slightly, becoming more complicated. She whispered, "It's a girl." She opened the door. A girl of about 20 years old stood outside the door, looking travel-worn. She had long, jet-black hair tied into two playful pigtails. She had a clean, oval face and big, bright eyes, but at that moment they were filled with tears. She carefully patched a small sunflower on the knee of her faded jeans, and a crystal-clear carat earring hung from her delicate earlobe. When the girl saw Lang Ruoshua open the door, tears instantly streamed down her face. He called out in a trembling voice, "Miss." Lang Ruoshua was both surprised and delighted, and quickly pulled her into the house, asking, "Qing'er? What brings you here?" The girl named Zhao Qing could no longer hold back and threw herself into Lang Ruoshua's arms. "Miss, I've finally found you. I heard you were taken away by your family, so I immediately resigned and came to find you. They've gone too far." Lang Ruoshua gently stroked her hair, her eyes filled with tenderness, and whispered, "Silly girl." Su Yan watched from the side, realizing that this was Zhao Qing, the loyal maid Lang Ruoshua had mentioned. His gaze swept over Zhao Qing, then turned to Lang Ruoshua with a hint of amusement, raising an eyebrow meaningfully. His eyes were filled with a silent question, "Is this the benefits you were talking about?" Lang Ruoshua understood the passion in his eyes and returned a cold glare with an annoyance. "Rogue." She pulled Zhao Chang along, gestured with her chin towards Su Yan, and introduced him. "Qing'er, stop crying. Come on, let's get to know each other." "Su Yan, my man." Zhao Chang, her eyes red from crying, curiously looked at Su Yan. As a Grandmaster-level expert, her perception far surpasses that of ordinary people. The man before them had weak spiritual energy fluctuations, indicating he was indeed only at the level of a first-grade martial artist. His aura was clean and gentle, and he seemed unremarkable. But for some reason, she always felt that he was surrounded by an indescribable charm, a kind of vibrant life that seemed to be in harmony with all things in the world. This feeling gave her, a Grandmaster, a strange sense of peace and something she couldn't quite understand. This contradictory feeling filled her with scrutiny and bewilderment. Despite her doubts, Zhao Cheng timidly greeted them. "Hello, Brother Su." "Brother Su." Just then, her stomach rumbled at an inopportune moment. Zhao Qing's face flushed red with embarrassment, and she whispered, "I'm sorry. I haven't eaten for 2 days." Su Yan smiled slightly, turned and walked towards the kitchen, saying, "Wait a minute, I'll let you try my cooking. I just got some new ingredients." 10 minutes later, a bowl of porridge with a strange aroma was served. The porridge is crystal clear, with each grain of rice seemingly shimmering with a faint light, and a few bright red goji berries dotting the surface like rubies. The whole bowl of porridge was filled with a refreshing aroma that instantly invigorated the senses. Zhao Qing carefully took it, gently scooped up a spoonful, and put it in her mouth. The moment the porridge entered her mouth, she shuddered violently. A gentle yet irresistible warm current exploded from my stomach, instantly rushing to every part of my body. As a Grandmaster-level expert, she could clearly sense that it was not ordinary heat, but an incomparably pure life energy without a trace of impurity. The fatigue and chill of the past 2 days seemed to be completely washed away by this spiritual energy. She looked up in disbelief, staring at Su Yan as if he were a monster. "Brother Su, this porridge uses the legendary spirit rice and red jade goji berries? These rare and precious ingredients must be very expensive, right?" Seeing her shocked expression, Su Yan and Lang Ruoshua exchanged a smile. "I was so busy eating that I had to report some important intelligence." Zhao Qing suddenly put down her bowl, her shock replaced by a deep fear and anxiety. "Miss, Brother Su, we must prepare as soon as possible. I was placed under house arrest by the Patriarch. I broke free by risking my life and stumbled upon the conspiracy between the Patriarch and the Lin family's envoy. They sent people to hunt me down, and I barely escaped here by the skin of my teeth." Her lips trembled, and she finally uttered the words that were enough to shake the heavens and earth. They plan to announce to the public in a month that you have unfortunately passed away due to a recurrence of your injuries." Chapter 10: A Vicious Plan, a Foolish Player. Zhao Qing finished speaking the last word. The living room fell into dead silence. Time seemed to have been sucked away. 1 month. It was announced that he had fallen. Su Yan's neck stiffened like a rusty machine, turning rigidly toward Lang Ruoshua beside him. A chill gripped his heart. This is not murder. This is annihilation. They want to erase her from this world, living and breathing, along with every trace of her existence. They want to devour everything she earned with her life. However, Lang Ruoshua's face remained expressionless. There was no fear, no anger, not even a ripple of emotion. She sat there quietly, as if Zhao Qing were announcing the death of a stranger. After a long while, Lang Ruoshua let out a very soft laugh. The laughter was cold and somewhat grating. Her face was still pale, but a cluster of eerie blue flames rekindled in her lifeless eyes. She scoffed and said, "Ha, what a vicious plan, and what a foolish player." Su-Yan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he asked in a dry voice, "Stupid?" He pressed on, bewildered, "They're all trying to kill you. How is that stupid?" Lang Ruoxue glanced at the two of them, her eyes like those of a general giving a pre-battle address, filled with an all-knowing coldness. She picked up the glass of water on the table, which had long since gone cold, took a sip, and said without the slightest hesitation, "The plan itself is indeed vicious. If they win, they'll gain both fame and fortune. If they lose, I'll be infamous for eternity. No matter how you look at it, they're invincible. Those old fogies in Beijing are very good at this trick." She paused, a cold smile curving her lips, and continued, "But the Lin and Nangong families who carried out this plan are complete idiots." She questioned, "Do they think that by killing me, they can devour my snow wolf guards? Do they think that without me, the North is just a piece of meat to be slaughtered?" She stared into Su-Yan's eyes and said, word by word, "Once the news that the frost god of war is dead reaches the North, those beasts whose spines I personally broke will immediately smell the stench of blood rotting within the empire. They will march south, and then rivers of blood will flow." Su-Yan and Zhao Qing's backs were instantly soaked with cold sweat. Lang Ruoxue's tone was full of contempt for ants. She continued dismissively, "With that good-for-nothing from the Lin family, who's been drained by wine and women, and that hothead from the Nangong family, who only knows how to charge headlong into things? They can't hold on." Zhao Qing asked in a trembling voice, "Then, what if we really can't hold on?" Lang Ruoxue's answer was cruel and cold, "It's better for them if they can't hold on." She explained, "They'll pin all the blame on this corpse. They'll say I was already beyond my capabilities, which led to the collapse of the northern defenses. And that they, appointed in a time of crisis, have done their best." How vicious! Su-Yan's breath hitched, and a surge of anger rushed to his head. He finally understood what a huge, shameless, and greedy monster they were facing. 1 month. This guillotine hangs over the necks of all of them. No! He clenched his fists, and the boundless vitality originating from the divine land surged through his limbs and bones. This power isn't meant for him to play house and grow vegetables. He was the one who flipped the table. He not only wants to cure her, but also wants to help her return to the top. Or make yourself the fastest and sharpest knife in her hand. The immense pressure did not break him, instead, it unleashed all the passion and madness in his bones. Meanwhile, in a secluded room of a top-tier club in Shanghai, Lin Yiqi swirled the scarlet liquid in his glass, a look of absolute confidence on his face. Opposite him sat a towering, burly man, the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Bo. Nangong Bo downed the liquor in one gulp, wiped his mouth with his thumb, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure that woman won't live more than a month? She was a tough nut to crack back in the day." Lin Yiqi said with a disdainful look, "Don't worry. Her meridians are all broken, and she's been cursed by a foreign emperor. Even a god couldn't save her. She's probably waiting to die in some slum right now. Death is her only way out." Nangong Bo grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, but his brows furrowed slightly as he said, "That's good. But what if those barbarians in the north take the opportunity to cause trouble?" Lin Yiqi smiled confidently, "Brother Nangong, you're overthinking it. A small incident is just what we need to gain merit. If it escalates, it'll be even easier to handle." He lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with a venomous light, and said, "Just say that Lang Ruoxue mismanaged the situation and sowed the seeds of trouble long ago. We're here to clean up her mess. In the end, she'll be the one to take the blame even if she dies." Upon hearing this, Nangong Bo's furrowed brows immediately relaxed, and he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Brilliant! Brother Lin is truly superior." The two schemers laughed in the secret room, never knowing that the man they saw as dying had already seen through all their folly. The air in Su-Yan's living room was so oppressive it felt like you could wring water out of it. Su-Yan forced himself to calm down and was the first to break the silence, saying firmly, "Opening a restaurant? No way." Lang Ruoxue raised her eyes. Su-Yan's eyes shone with an unprecedented light, a unique wisdom belonging to his lifestyle approach. He stared at Lang Ruoxue, his mind clearer than ever before, and said, "Running a restaurant is a slow and steady business. What we need now is a flood. My medicinal cuisine uses ingredients from the divine soil, and its effects go far beyond just nourishing the body." He continued his analysis. "It can instantly replenish a martial artist's depleted spiritual energy, and even briefly stimulate their potential. It's not food, but a strategic resource that can turn the tide of life and death at critical moments. It's a bargaining chip. A renewed fighting spirit rekindled in Lang Ruoshua's lifeless eyes. Su Yan's words ignited her instincts as a strategist. She suddenly stood up, walked to the corner, and pulled out a yellowed map of Jiangcheng from a dusty cardboard box, spreading it out on the table with a rustling sound. She gave Su Yan an approving look and said, "You're right. When I first arrived in Jiangcheng and was at my most desperate, I didn't sit idle. I etched every vein and every dark corner of this city into my mind." Her finger jabbed hard at a corner of the map. She announced, "This is Black Dragon Boxing Arena." Su Yan and Zhao Qing looked at it at the same time. Just hearing the name, they could almost smell the strong stench of rust and sweat. Lang Ruoshua shifted her gaze from the map to his face, like a general examining his precious sword that was about to be sharpened. She said, "The richest and most reckless lunatics in the whole of Jiangcheng are all there. They use money to buy lives, and they also use money to buy other people's lives. Your medicinal cuisine, right there, is the key to defying fate." She looked at Su Yan, lowered her voice, and said with a hint of coldness, "It's time for your skills to see some blood." Su Yan's heart suddenly stopped. Lang Ruoshua wasn't finished speaking. She lightly traced her finger on the map, stopping less than a centimeter from the boxing ring. She added, "Also, the Sanlong Adult Martial Arts University that you want to apply to is just across the street." Su Yan stared intently at that spot. Lang Ruoshua looked at him, her voice not loud, but every word carried weight: "Your first pot of gold, your first whetstone, and your examination hall. They're all in one place." Chapter 11: Opening of Yipin Pavilion. The subway roared out of the dark tunnel, and blinding sunlight poured in. Su Yan subconsciously narrowed his eyes. At the edge of the horizon, there stood a magnificent complex entirely constructed of reflective psionic metal. Like the legendary abode of the gods, it stands silently between heaven and earth, overlooking everything below. Jiangcheng Adult Martial Arts University. Even just a glimpse from afar, the overwhelming solemnity and power still made his heart pound. Lang Ruoshua's cold voice rang in my ears. A gilded cage built with a third of the empire's military budget is nothing special. When the subway arrives at the station and the doors open, two worlds are brutally separated by a road. This is the spotless square in front of Woman Gate. Students in crisp uniforms walked in small groups, their faces radiating undisguised arrogance. Even the air they breathed carried a sweet fragrance of the elite class. On the other side of the road, across the street, lies a rusty old industrial area. Garbage and black sewage mixed together, forming puddles that reeked of decay at street corners. Heaven and hell are clearly distinct. Lang Ruoshua didn't even glance at the magnificent martial arts university, heading straight for the dilapidated area, and said, "Let's go, our battlefield is over there." Finally, the three of them stopped in front of a three-story building. The exterior walls of the small building are mottled, with large chunks of plaster peeling off to reveal the red bricks underneath. The first floor used to be a closed supermarket, and a faded for sale sign was pasted on the glass door, fluttering in the wind. Lang Ruoshua's tone was as if stating a given fact, as she said, "This is it. It's 2 streets away from the Black Dragon Boxing Stadium, and backs onto Wuhan University. Those lunatics who trade their lives for money in the boxing ring, and those self-important geniuses, as long as they still value their lives, they will all come looking for them." Over the next 3 days, Su Yan experienced firsthand what the power of money truly meant. The landlord was a middle-aged man with a beer belly who initially ignored me. When Lang Ruoshua slammed the black card engraved with the snow wolf emblem onto the table, the fat on his face twitched 3 times, his waist bent instantly, and his smile became so humble it was almost groveling. 2 million in cash, transferred on the same day. The next day, a plaque carved from ebony wood was hung up, with 3 large, gilded characters written in a vigorous, dragon-like style. Yipinga. Su Yan spent all his time in the space garden. He discovered that the black soil was simply a furnace of life. Not only could he nurture ordinary seeds into spiritual plants imbued with spiritual energy, he even tried planting an old ginseng that was on the verge of drying up and that he had bought from a pharmacy. In less than an hour, the old ginseng became plump and full again, with thick roots, and emitted an astonishingly rich medicinal fragrance. Zhao Qing, on the other hand, swam into the sea like a fish. She left early and returned late every day, and in 3 days, she had figured out the distribution of power in this chaotic area, and even how many thugs were on which street corner. That evening, she brought back the latest intelligence. "Miss, Brother Su, the Black Dragon Boxing Arena is a bottomless pit. There are several people in charge on the surface, but they all say that the real boss's surname is Qian and he never shows his face. However, I've learned that the Nangong family has many businesses that are involved with boxing rings. Lang Ruoshua nodded, looked at the darkening sky outside the window, and said, "Very good. The bait is ready." Yapinji officially opened. There were no firecrackers, no flower baskets, only a lonely ebony price list stood at the entrance, with 2 lines of text arrogantly written in gold powder. Membership fee for medicinal cuisine, 500,000. 50,000 per meal. Non-members are not permitted entry. The sign acted like a magnet, attracting the attention of all passers-by and then causing an uproar. A passerby exclaimed, "Is this for real? 500,000 for membership? 50,000 for a meal? He might as well rob us." Someone nearby immediately mocked, "Are you crazy? Running a shady business like this in this godforsaken place? Did they get their brains caught in a door?" Another person asserted, "I think it'll have to close down and go out of business in less than 3 days." The chatter and laughter were deafening, but inside the shop, Lang Ruoshua sat upright, her fingertips tapping rhythmically on the table. Su Yin meticulously prepared all the top-quality ingredients he had taken from his spatial garden in the kitchen, but his heart sank lower and lower with the mocking voices outside the door. He walked out of the kitchen and couldn't help but ask, "Honey, isn't this price a bit too outrageous?" Upon hearing this, Lang Ruoshua didn't even lift her eyelids, and said indifferently, "We're not fishing for small fish, we're fishing for dragons." No sooner had he finished speaking than the shop door was slammed open from the outside with a loud bang. A figure practically rolled in, half his body soaked in blood, the heavy stench of blood instantly shattering the shop's delicate incense. The man struggled to lift his head, his face bluish-purple, blood and foam mixed with fragments of internal organs gushing from his mouth. With his last breath, he asked, I heard that this place can save lives?" Su Yen immediately stepped forward to support him and asked, "Just came from the Black Dragon boxing stadium?" The man gave a bitter laugh, which was taken as tacit agreement. Lang Ruoshua finally raised her eyes, glanced at her, and nodded slightly. Blood activating and stasis removing decoction. Su Yen didn't ask any more questions and turned to rush into the kitchen. He took out the Panax noto ginseng and Angelica sinensis that had mutated in the space, and even a small piece of ginseng that had just been revitalized, all of which were top-grade spiritual herbs. As he focused intently on cooking, system notifications kept ringing in his mind. Ding! Medicinal cuisine preparation proficiency +5. Ding! Medicinal cuisine preparation upgraded to LV21500. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have successfully created a first-class medicinal soup for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. The medicinal soup's grade has been upgraded, and its efficacy has increased by 200%. Half an hour later, a bowl of medicinal soup with a golden broth and a lingering medicinal aroma was served. The martial artist's hands trembled as he almost snatched the bowl, ignoring the heat, and gulped down the first mouthful. The next second, he was struck dumb, frozen in place. A powerful and overwhelming warm current exploded in his stomach, like surging magma, instantly washing over every inch of his blocked meridians. He could clearly hear the sizzling sound as the blood clots accumulated in his body were evaporated by the high temperature. He could even see that his arm, which had been broken and numb, was experiencing waves of tingling and itching sensations. It was as if countless invisible little hands were using threads to stitch his broken muscles and nerves back together. He jumped to his feet and roared in disbelief. This is a miracle drug." He tried to move the arm that should have been useless. Aside from still feeling a bit weak, it's completely healed. The horrifying bluish-purple color on his face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. He shouted excitedly, "Amazing! Holy crap, it's truly amazing!" He gripped his old-fashioned communicator tightly, his fingers slipping with excitement, as if grasping at the last straw, and finally dialed a number. He yelled into the communicator, "Boss! You have to come. Right now. My crippled arm was healed by a bowl of soup. After hanging up the phone, he bowed deeply to Lang Ruoshua, his attitude extremely respectful, completely devoid of any of the roguish air of a Jianghu person, a person of the martial arts world, and said, "Madam, my boss will be arriving tomorrow. Your shop is going to become famous." Night fell. Inside the training room on the second floor, Su Yen, shirtless and drenched in sweat, repeatedly brandished a kitchen knife. Basic knife skills LV2499500. So close. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how he tried to integrate killing intent with the blade, that last bit of proficiency was like an insurmountable chasm that he could never cross. Warning! Host life energy insufficient detected. Forcibly analyzing will consume your life essence. Please replenish energy immediately. Xia's icy warning was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. He stopped moving, panting heavily. So it turns out this system isn't a perpetual motion machine after all. A cold voice came from the doorway. Have you hit a bottleneck? Chapter 12. My wife's kung fu technique requires sticking to her skin to practice? The light at the doorway was cut off by a figure. Lang Ruoshue leaned against the doorframe, her cool gaze falling on every bead of sweat rolling down his face. Her voice was quiet, yet it resonated like thunder in Su Yan's heart as she asked, "Want to learn even more powerful techniques?" Su Yan answered without the slightest hesitation. "Think." As Lang Ruoshue entered the room, the familiar, cool medicinal scent in the air instantly became stronger. She said calmly, "Sit down." Su Yan was shocked and immediately sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. Lang Ruoshue stated it calmly, as if she were talking about a trivial matter. "I will pass on to you the War God Breaking Boundary Spiritual Energy Technique. The mental technique that made me famous back then." The moment the cultivation technique entered his mind, it instantly transformed into a torrent of billions of words, washing over his consciousness. The pathways of those meridians are more mysterious than the most intricate and complex star charts in the world. He tried to draw upon a wisp of nascent spiritual energy within his body, but his brain's processing power was instantly drained, leaving it buzzing. That wisp of spiritual energy seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall, getting stuck and unable to advance any further. Warning: overpowered cultivation technique detected, analysis failed. Host's foundation is too weak to support it. Lang Ruoshue's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. She sighed softly, "Your cultivation technique is too domineering, and your foundation is too shallow." She moved gracefully and came to stand behind Su Yan. "I'll lend you a hand." A cool, soft hand touched me. That touch penetrates the skin and reaches the soul. A pure and refined power, like mercury spilling onto the ground, silently flowed into his body, drawing his weak spiritual energy to launch an attack on that solid barrier. And it happened in the instant their skin touched. The system in Su Yan's mind erupted with an unprecedented, sharp alarm that was so intense it seemed to tear at his very soul. Ding! Destiny resonance level energy source detected. The system is in the process of binding its underlying logic with the marriage partner Lang Ruoshue. Binding successful. Absorbing resonant energy, the system is undergoing overclocking and evolution. A reanalysis of the God of War's boundary-breaking spiritual energy technique, 10%, 50%, 100%. Analysis complete. Master's cultivation efficiency for this technique will be permanently increased by 1000%. New feature unlocked, resonance absorption. By making physical contact with her, you can plunder the negative energy within her and convert it into your power. Su Yan was completely stunned. Almost at the same time, Lang Ruoshue behind him let out a muffled groan that was suppressed to the extreme. She was horrified to discover that the chilling curse clinging to her body like a leech, the imperial power that even she, in her prime, could not shake in the slightest. A strand of it was torn off by a domineering suction force emanating from Su Yan's vest. Even as faint as a hair. But that is the core origin of the curse. She stared at Su Yan's broad back, and a monstrous storm surged within her lifeless eyes. This man. No, it's this strange connection between her and him. This is her true vitality. Su Yan also felt the changes in his body. The suction force did not come from his will, but from the system's instinct. He turned around abruptly, his gaze colliding violently with Lang Ruoshue's storm-like eyes. He opened his mouth, but his throat was so dry he couldn't make a sound, and asked with difficulty, "You felt it?" This amazing change overturned his understanding. The palm of Lang Ruoshue placed on his back conveyed not only guidance on cultivation techniques, but also a frenzied plunder and rebirth. The chilling power of the curse was completely devoured, crushed, and transformed by the system, this greedy black hole, the moment it was absorbed into Su Yan's body. It has transformed into the purest life energy. Ding! Special energy absorption detected. Resonance absorption effect activated, absorbs 0.001% of the King's Death Curse energy and converts it into pure psionic energy. Current psionic power, 105 points. Boom! Su Yan was jolted awake as an unprecedented explosive force surged through his limbs and bones. He turned around again, and Lang Ruoxue was staring at him intently with the look of someone looking at a monster. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, yet it also held the fervent hope of a drowning person grasping at a piece of driftwood. "You absorbed my curse?" Su Yan honestly shook his head and said, "I have no idea. I only felt that after that cold thing came in, it was eaten up." Lang Ruoxue stared at him for a long time before finally squeezing out 3 words through gritted teeth. "Try again." This time, instead of pressing it to her back, she grabbed Su Yan's hand directly. The moment skin touches skin, that strange energy exchange erupts once again. Su Yan could clearly sense that what was surging from Lang Ruoxue's body was not only that cold curse, but also a wisp of her own extremely pure spiritual energy. The system, like a gluttonous beast that has been starving for billions of years, is frantically devouring everything. Resonance absorption is ongoing. Absorbed 0.002% of the king's death curse energy and converted it into pure psionic energy. Proficiency in God of War breaking boundaries spiritual energy technique plus 50. Lang Ruoxue's complexion regained a sliver of color at a speed visible to the naked eye. The excruciating pain that tormented her and made her wish she were dead has really lessened. Her body trembled slightly with excitement, and she almost whispered the 2 words. "Efficient." Lang Ruoxue said excitedly. "Su Yan, your physique, you may be the only devouring physique in all of history." Su Yan felt a surge of secret pleasure. The system was truly amazing. He simply asked aloud, "The devouring body?" Lang Ruoxue released her hand, but her usually calm eyes were now burning with fierce flames. She explained, "A constitution that only exists in mythology. It can devour and transform all negative energy in the world, including toxins, curses, and even wounds to the great Tao. Legend has it that only this body can turn decay into magic and defy fate." Su Yan's heart pounded. If he could develop this ability using the system, that would be awesome. Just then, there was a rapid knocking sound coming from downstairs. The excited and thrilled voice of yesterday's boxer could be heard from outside the door. "Madam! Madam, are you there?" Su Yan and Lang Ruoxue exchanged a glance and immediately went downstairs. When the door opened, there was not only the boxer outside, but also a towering man standing there. A scar on the man's left cheek ran from the corner of his eye to his chin, giving him a fierce look. He was wearing a black trench coat, and just standing there, he looked like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. The injured boxer immediately called out respectfully, "Scarface." He then stepped aside. The man known as Scarface stepped into the store, his hawk-like eyes sweeping across the room, passing over Zhao Chang and Lang Ruoxue, before finally settling on Su Yan. His voice was low and menacing, carrying a hint of blood, making the air seem even heavier as he asked, "You're the cook?" Su Yan forced himself to withstand the pressure and calmly said, "I am the head chef, Su Yan." Scarface scrutinized him for a few moments, then turned his gaze to Lang Ruoxue and snorted coldly. "With a membership fee of 500,000, I don't believe your medicinal soup can be that powerful. What makes this shabby shop so special?" Before he finished speaking, a fierce pressure suddenly erupted from his body. Chapter 13 The cultivation technique is wrong, you have to hold it to improve. Half-step Grandmaster. The aura was like a landslide and a tsunami, instantly filling the entire shop. Su Yan's chest heaved violently, as if all the air had been sucked out, and his bones groaned under the invisible pressure. Just as he was about to suffocate, Zhao Qing made a move. She simply took a step forward, standing in front of Su Yan. Those clear eyes glanced indifferently at Scarface. No words were spoken. No action was taken. The next moment, an indescribable, terrifying killing intent surged from her petite body, instantly reversing everything. That wasn't intimidation, it was an absolute crushing force from a higher level of life. It is the coldness of a god looking down upon ants. He is a demon who has emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and he has the utmost contempt for the mundane world. Click. Scarface's proud Grandmaster aura couldn't even withstand a single breath, like ice and snow under the sun, crushed into the most primal nothingness. His face drained of all color, turning ashen. Thump! 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 His body staggered back 3 steps uncontrollably, his eyes filled with magnified horror and fear. Scarface's Adam's apple bobbed violently, as if he were using all his strength, and he uttered a few words in a trembling voice. "Grandmaster. 9th rank. Zhao Chang withdrew her breath, as if nothing had happened, and asked in a calm tone. Now, do you still think 500,000 is expensive? A shopkeeper's little girl is actually a ninth-rank grandmaster. Scarface's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying being the real owner of this shop was. Scarface suddenly bowed 90 degrees, adopting the most humble posture he had ever displayed, and hurriedly said, "A misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. I'll become a member right now. Right away." He shakily pulled out a pure black card, held it out with both hands, and respectfully presented it to Zhao Qing, saying, 500,000, I'll transfer it immediately. After the formalities were completed, Scarface dared to raise his head, looking at Su Yan with eyes that seemed to regard him as a god, and cautiously spoke. "Chef Su, I have an old injury that has been bothering me for 10 years, I don't know." Su Yan's face remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil. "That's power." He uttered only one word. "Sit." After saying that, he turned and walked into the kitchen. This time, Su Yan brought out his most treasured possession. In the garden, there is a 1,000-year-old Hisho Wu Polygonum multiflorum that is crystal clear and as smooth as jade. That spiritual ginseng that was almost taking human form. There were even a few pieces of scale powder scraped off the shell of the mutated black tortoise. A divine delicacy, tendon regenerating and bone-setting soup. As he immersed himself in cooking, a wonderful idea flashed through his mind. The curse power that was just absorbed represents death. The top-grade spiritual plants being processed at this moment represent life. His brush with death and his life instantly propelled his understanding of pharmacology to a whole new level. Medicinal cuisine preparation proficiency plus 10. Medicinal cuisine preparation proficiency plus 15. Half an hour later, a bowl of divine medicinal cuisine, with a broth of brilliant pale gold and an aroma that condensed into the shape of a dragon, was served. Scarface took the drink with trembling hands and downed it in one gulp. The next second, his body suddenly stiffened, and the veins on his neck bulged out like writhing dragons. A domineering, fiery torrent of life exploded in his stomach, transforming into a golden lightning bolt that precisely struck the dormant, lifeless wound on his left shoulder that had been dormant for 10 years. Ugh! Scarface let out a suppressed roar of pain, but mixed with the agony was an unparalleled ecstasy. In his inner vision, he could clearly see it. The long necrotic and petrified meridian on his left shoulder is being revived by a divine power. Inch by inch. Revitalize, connect, and integrate. Scarface jumped to his feet and roared with wild joy. It's open. My meridians are open. This isn't medicine. This is a miracle. He tried to swing his left arm, and the stiffness that had plagued him for 10 years completely vanished. Instead, there is an unprecedented sense of power. Scarface bowed deeply to Su Yan, his head almost touching the ground, and said excitedly, "Master Chef Su. You're not just a chef, you're a living god. 3 days from now, there will be a life or death battle at the Black Dragon Boxing Stadium, a battle that will determine my very survival. If you are willing to treat my boxer, I, Scarface, am willing to invest an additional 5 million. 5 million. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Qing, standing to the side, also looked at Su Yan with a hint of fascination. Before Su Yan could answer, a burst of arrogant shouts and curses suddenly came from outside the shop. This is the shabby shop. A membership fee of 500,000? Today I'll show you what death truly means. Several well-dressed young men kicked open the shop door, the leader of whom had an arrogant expression on his face. But when his gaze fell on Scarface in the store, the arrogance on his face instantly froze, and he stammered. Scarface? You, what are you doing here? Scarface slowly turned around, his eyes regaining their former ferocity, and coldly fixed on the young man's face. Young Master Chang, you've really grown bold, bringing people to sabotage my place? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Chang Xiao's forehead, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, No. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. We were just passing by, simply passing by. Scarface's voice was devoid of any warmth, coldly uttering a single word. Roll. Chang Xiao and his group felt as if they had been granted a pardon and fled in a panic. Scarface turned to Su Yan again, his attitude becoming even more respectful. Master Chef Su, from today onwards, you are my brother who would risk his life for me. In this old industrial area, if anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I'll make their entire family disappear. He paused, lowered his voice, and solemnly reminded. However, the Cheng family is backed by the Nangong family, which is quite powerful. You should still be careful. The Nangong family, perhaps. Su Yan's eyes deepened. The night grew deeper. Inside the training room, Su Yan was wielding his sword, contemplating everything that had happened that day. The door was pushed open silently. Lang Ruoxue walked in. She changed out of her long dress and was only wearing a moon-white silk nightgown, which accentuated her stunning figure. She walked up to Su Yan, her voice carrying a hint of shyness that she herself was unaware of. Tonight, the effect was very good. She paused, then continued. Go take a shower. I think we can try a deeper level of energy exchange. The night was so dark it was almost impenetrable. The air inside the practice room seemed to be ignited, and the temperature was rising silently. Su Yan's heart was pounding in his chest. He looked at Lang Ruoxue in front of him. Those eyes, usually as cold and aloof as ice, were now veiled with a misty haze. Su Yan's throat was dry, and he repeated in a hoarse voice. A deeper level of energy exchange? Lang Ruoxue nodded slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, but she explained with feigned composure. Previous contacts were just tests. The energy transfer efficiency was too low and the losses were too great. She walked up to Su Yan and gently touched his chest with her jade-like fingers. We need a wider range of contact to establish a more stable and efficient energy cycle. Su Yan held his breath. He could feel the slight coolness of her fingertips, and even more so, the barely suppressed trembling beneath that coolness. This frost god of war, who once commanded thousands of troops, was now feeling nervous. This discovery instantly replaced the last bit of unease in Su Yan's heart with a surge of burning courage. He sat down cross-legged, patted the floor in front of him, and said, Come on, wife. You tell me how to train, and I'll train exactly that way. Lang Ruoxue's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. The word wife stirred ripples in her heart, but she still obediently sat down in front of him. The two men stood knee to knee, their eyes locked, their breaths audible. Her voice was very soft, like a feather brushing against the heart. Give me your hand. Su Yan reached out and grasped her small, cold yet soft and boneless hands. Ding. Energy resonance detected. Resonance absorption efficiency, 15%. Lang Ruoxue frowned slightly and said, It's still not enough. She released his hand, leaned forward slightly, and wrapped her arms around Su Yan's neck, pressing her soft and fragrant upper body against him without reservation. She said softly, You, hug me too. Chapter 14, Practicing martial arts with my wife is a bit addictive. Su Yan's mind went blank with a buzz. He stiffly raised his arm and carefully wrapped it around her slender waist. Upon touching it, you are struck by its breathtaking softness and coolness, yet it possesses an astonishing elasticity. The sensation traveled through his arm, turning into an electric current that instantly spread throughout his body, making his blood boil. Ding! Resonance absorption efficiency increased to 45%. The operating speed of War God's boundary-breaking spiritual energy technique has been increased by 200%. A terrifying suction force, several times stronger than before, suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body. A soft groan escaped Lang Ruoxue's throat, carrying a hint of suppressed pain and an indescribable sense of comfort. She let out a short, muffled groan, and her body trembled violently. She could clearly feel that the cold curse lurking deep in her bones was being forcibly pulled out of her flesh and blood, strand by strand, as if grasped by an invisible hand. That feeling was an excruciating pain, like having your bones scraped and your marrow removed, yet it also carried a strange pleasure of having the lesions being ripped away alive. Su Yan felt like he was about to be set on fire. The pure spiritual energy transformed by the system was no longer a trickle, but a roaring torrent that surged through his limbs and bones. It cleansed every inch of his meridians and strengthened every cell in his body. Their breathing became rapid and hot without them realizing it. The temperature in the practice room was rising steadily. Su Yan could smell the cool medicinal fragrance in her hair, but now it had taken on a sweet tinge. He could feel her heartbeat pressed against his chest. It was no longer a steady drumbeat, but a frantic war drumbeat. He lowered his head and met Lang Ruoxue's dreamy eyes. The ancient ice there is melting, turning into a pool of spring water that can completely drown a person. As if by some strange twist of fate, Su Yan's head pressed down. Lang Ruoxue's eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, but she did not flinch. Instead, she tilted her face slightly upward. When their lips touched, an invisible switch was completely turned on deep within their souls. Warning! A destiny resonance link has been established. Resonance absorption efficiency, 100%. System operating at overclocked speed. Energy conversion efficiency increased by 500%. Boom! An indescribable surge of energy erupted between the two of them. A massive amount of curse power surged from Lang Ruoshua's body toward Su Yan like a black flood bursting its banks. In a fraction of a second, it was completely swallowed, crushed, and purified by the system's greedy black hole. It then transformed into the purest and most violent life energy, fiercely pouring back into Su Yan's body. Lang Ruoshua let out a painful yet suppressed groan. The energy surge was so intense that it made her vision go black, and she almost fainted. Driven by the instinct to survive, she hugged Su Yan even tighter, wishing she could meld her whole being into his body. She crossed her legs and sat directly in Su Yan's lap, the two embracing each other tightly in an extremely intimate manner. In the room downstairs, Zhao Qing, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes. That suppressed scream just now, was that Mrs. Voice? She was about to get up immediately, but then stopped. That voice didn't seem to be all pain. Instead, it carried a strange tone that she had never heard before. Thinking of the lone man and woman upstairs, and of Su Yan's miraculous physique, Zhao Qing's cheeks flushed bright red. She clutched her wildly beating heart, and countless images flashed through her mind in an instant. Treating illness, is this really how it can be done? Miss, you're going way too far. Upstairs, the violent torrent of energy continues. Warning! Energy cycle overload. Strengthening the host's meridians. Proficiency in God of War Breaking Boundaries Spiritual Energy Technique plus 100. Proficiency in God of War Breaking Boundaries Spiritual Energy Technique plus 200. It is unknown how much time passed before the torrent of energy gradually subsided. In the room, only the heavy, intertwined breathing of the two remained. Su Yan opened his eyes. Lang Ruoshue in his arms was already weak all over. Her sweat-dampened black hair clung to her flushed cheeks, and even her ears had turned an alluring pink. Ding! This resonance training session has ended. Congratulations, Master. The War God's boundary-breaking spiritual energy technique has broken through to the second level. Current psionic power, 120 points. Congratulations, Master. Due to a deeper understanding of psionic energy and a grasp of the true meaning of swordsmanship, your basic swordsmanship has automatically advanced to LV311,000. This resonance has suppressed the curse power of my marriage partner Lang Ruoshua by 1%. Su Yan felt the almost overflowing power within him, looked down at the limp woman in his arms, and asked in a slightly hoarse voice due to excitement. Honey, can you still hold on? Lang Ruoshua slowly raised her head, her watery eyes glancing at him, but she didn't have the strength to speak. She struggled to get out of his arms, but as soon as her legs touched the ground, she felt weak. Su Yan reacted swiftly, reaching out to pull her back into his arms and sweeping her up in a princess carry, saying, I'll take you back to your room. Lang Ruoshua buried her face in his chest, letting out a soft "mm" like a mosquito's buzz, and dared not look at him again. He gently placed her on the bed, covered her with the blanket, and was about to leave when she grabbed his wrist. Lang Ruoshua's voice was soft, but her tone carried an undeniable air of command as she spoke. Tomorrow, to continue. The next morning. Su Yan was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, feeling refreshed. After being promoted to the second rank of martial master, he felt that he had inexhaustible strength. Zhao Qing came downstairs yawning, with faint dark circles under her eyes. As soon as she saw Su Yan, she gave him a meaningful smile. Soon, Lang Ruoshue also came down. She changed into a clean, plain-colored long dress. Although her steps were still a little unsteady, her complexion was much rosier than yesterday, and her lifeless eyes regained their sparkle. The three sat around the dining table, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Lang Ruoshue picked up the bowl of porridge and glanced at Su Yan's face, noticing that his cheeks were still slightly flushed. The images of their entanglement last night flashed through her mind, and her ears immediately burned again. Zhao Qing took everything in, and finally couldn't resist putting down her spoon and speaking mischievously. There was quite a commotion last night. The floor was shaking, and I couldn't sleep well all night. Pft, cough cough. Su Yan spat out a mouthful of porridge, choking and turning his face red. Lang Ruoshue froze, raised her head, and shot a cold gaze at Zhao Qing. Unfortunately, she was too weak at the moment, and her sharp gaze not only lacked power but also appeared somewhat weak due to her flushed cheeks. Zhao Qing chuckled, showing no fear whatsoever. Looking at the two stunningly beautiful women before him, one shy and the other playful, Su Yan savored the memories of last night. He licked his dry lips and murmured to himself, "This stuff, it's fucking addictive." Chapter 15: The True Test in the Boxing Ring. The morning light, like a knife, cut through the blinds, casting interlaced stripes of light and shadow on Su Yan's face. He opened his eyes. The world seems to have been broken down into countless torrents of information. He could see that within the beam of light, every speck of dust was tumbling along a unique trajectory. He could hear Lang Ruoshue's long, steady breathing in the next room, a breathing so deep it seemed to blend into the void. He could even smell the enticing aroma of the first batch of fried dough sticks being deep-fried at the breakfast stall on the street corner downstairs. An incredible perception gave him what seemed like a pair of divine eyes that could see through flesh and blood. Downstairs, Zhao Cheng was humming a little tune while checking the accounts. Su Yan could see the immense blood and energy within her body, which belonged to the 9th rank of a grandmaster. Like a sleeping river, it flows quietly, yet contains a terrifying power that can unleash towering waves at any moment. Next door, in Lang Ruoshue's room. That deathly, cold black mist still lingered in her vital center, like a festering sore. But Su Yan could clearly see that the edge of the black mist had become visibly thinner than it had been the night before. A mere second-rank martial artist, yet their perception is this powerful? Su Yan slowly clenched his fist. The knuckles made a series of crisp popping sounds, like popping beans. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through my limbs and bones, poised to be unleashed. He even had the illusion that if he wanted to, he could punch a hole in the load-bearing wall in front of him. Thump! 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 A rapid, almost frantic knocking interrupted his thoughts. Scarface knocked urgently on the door, his voice laced with a barely suppressed excitement and anxiety. "Master Chef Su. Master Chef Su, are you awake yet? Help!" Su Yan went downstairs and opened the shop door. At the entrance, besides the smiling Scarface, there stood a living, breathing human-shaped iron tower. The burly man was over 2 meters tall, shirtless, and every muscle was clearly defined. It looks as if it was cast from molten iron, full of explosive power. With each breath he took, the muscles in his chest heaved violently like mountains. What's most terrifying are his fists, with bulging veins and huge knuckles. They're practically bigger than an average person's head. Scarface patted the burly man on the shoulder and introduced him in an exaggerated yet sincere tone. "Brother Su Yan, this is Tai Xiong, my beloved fighter, and also my everything. Tonight's boxing match depends on him." Iron Bear grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and his voice boomed like a bell. "Master Chef Su, I've long admired your name." Su Yan's gaze swept over him, but his brows furrowed slightly. This guy's total blood and chi is indeed as powerful as an ox. "But," Su Yan spoke calmly, "you twisted your breath while practicing your kung fu." Iron Bear's eyes, as big as copper bells, suddenly widened, and all the muscles in his body tensed instantly. He stared at Su Yan warily, and exclaimed in surprise. How did you know?" Su Yan ignored his wariness and continued. "There are at least 3 streams of true energy surging and clashing within your body, like several venomous snakes tearing at your meridians. They make you look aggressive, but in reality, your foundation is shaken. If this continues, you'll ruin yourself before your opponent even gets a chance to play." The wariness on Tai Xiong's face instantly turned into horror and bitterness. He lowered his head dejectedly, his voice hoarse. "Damn it, Chef Su, are your eyes X-ray machines?" "That's right. I forced myself to break through the barrier, and that's how I got this problem. Whenever I circulate my energy, I feel like my internal organs are burning up." Scarface's voice tightened instantly, and he asked urgently, "Can it be cured?" Su Yan uttered 2 words. 100,000. 100,000. Scarface was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. "No problem. Don't even mention 100,000, as long as we win, I'll take 200,000. This time, Su Yan isn't going to use a gentle tonic, but rather a potent remedy to regulate internal energy and unleash potential." He took out a 20-year-old blood ginseng, a few tender leaves of dragon scale grass, and a thunderfruit with faint electric arcs on its surface from the space garden. In the blink of an eye, the blood ginseng's boundless energy transformed into a crimson dragon, its scales formed by the resilience of the dragon scale grass. The ferocity of the heavenly thunderfruit is the thunder that ignites its dragon soul. He wasn't cooking, he was controlling 3 ferocious beasts, forcibly infusing them in an unbelievable way. Ding! Medicinal cuisine preparation proficiency +20. Ding! Special item, Thunderfire Tempering Soup has been created. Effects, forcibly regulates the raging internal energy, tempers the physical body, and stimulates potential, increasing combat power by one minor realm in a short period. A minor realm? Su Yen himself was stunned. This isn't healing, it's directly boosting combat power with the medicine. Half an hour later, a bowl of medicinal soup, with a deep red color like blood and even tiny electric arcs flickering on its surface, was served. The overpowering medicinal fragrance caused the true energy within Tai Xiong's body to begin to surge uncontrollably. He took the bowl and drank it all in one gulp without the slightest hesitation. The next second, the expression on Tai Xiong's face froze completely. A surge of scalding magma exploded in his stomach, transforming into torrents of lightning power that instantly washed over his entire body. The chaotic and turbulent true energy within his body was forcibly twisted into a single, unified force by this domineering power. Following the most perfect and efficient trajectory, it surges and roars. What horrified him even more was that he could clearly feel his power increasing at an alarming rate. The barrier of the third rank of martial artist. Under the frenzied impact of this medicinal power, a clear crack was actually forced open. Iron Bear stared wide-eyed at his hands, exclaiming in disbelief. This is fucking impossible. The feeling of power overflowing to the point of explosion was more than twice as strong as when he was at his peak. Thump! Scarface's legs buckled, and he knelt down on the ground. He had seen countless pharmacists and countless rare and precious herbs, but what about a medicinal diet that could help a boxer regulate his internal energy and even break through his cultivation level on the spot? This is no ordinary skill. This is divine intervention. Scarface was so excited he was trembling all over. He kowtowed deeply to Su Yen, roaring. Master Su! Your skills have exceeded my expectations. If Iron Bear wins tonight, I, Scarface, am willing to invest another 10 million. No! I'll offer you 30% of the Black Dragon Boxing Stadium's shares. All I ask is that you become our stadium's exclusive pharmacist. Su Yen helped Scarface up and answered crisply. Make a deal. 10 million can be used to acquire more rare medicinal herbs for Ruoxue. Boxing ring shares, on the other hand, provide a continuous stream of cash flow. He needs it. Night fell. Black Dragon Boxing Arena, the wildly beating heart in the underground world of Jiangcheng, the Steel Forest. Su Yen followed Scarface into the massive underground fortress and was instantly overwhelmed by the sight before him. In the center of the hall was an octagonal cage stained dark red with countless drops of blood. All around were audience seats that stretched as far as the eye could see, like an anthill. The frantic shouts coalesced into a tangible sound wave, assaulting eardrums and even causing the metal dome overhead to hum. A mixture of sweat, blood, alcohol, and frenzy filled the nostrils, making one's blood boil involuntarily. Scarface was as respectful as a servant, leading the way as follows. Chef Su, this way please. Through the huge one-way glass, the madness of the entire boxing ring was on full display. The private room was already quite full. Su Yen glanced around and saw a man in a white suit tapping the glass lightly with his little finger, which was adorned with a gold ring, his eyes looking as if he were assessing livestock. On the other side, an old man in a tang suit was playing with walnuts with his eyes closed, but Su Yen could feel that the force contained in those two walnuts was enough to crush a person's skull. None of them were easy to deal with. The man in the white suit spoke first, glancing at Scarface with a playful smile. A new face. Scarface, aren't you going to introduce him? Scarface responded respectfully. Young Master Bai, this is Chef Su. Tai Xiong's condition tonight is entirely thanks to Chef Su's treatment. The man known as Young Master Bai narrowed his eyes, his gaze towards Su Yen filled with scrutiny and a hint of disdain, and he snorted. Oh? A cook? Scarface, have you been scammed? I've heard that tonight's opponent is no pushover. It is said that the Nangong family's fierce tiger also hired a master to oversee it. He had barely finished speaking. Boom! The boxing ring lights focused, and the announcer's amplified roar echoed throughout the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the main event tonight is about to begin. Please welcome the red corner. From Scarface's boxing gym Iron Bear. And the blue team. The killing machine heavily invested in by the Nangong family the fierce tiger. Two figures emerged from the shadowy passages on either side. Iron Bear was as fierce as ever, but Su Yen could feel that the power of the Thunderfire medicine in his body was still fermenting, making him like a volcano about to erupt. Their momentum was even greater than during the day. His opponent, Tiger, is a shrewd and cunning man with a sinister gaze. Su Yan's pupils contracted slightly. Under his divine eye, the man called Tiger also exuded a medicinal power that was forcibly activated by external forces, with a weak foundation yet exceptionally violent. That medicinal power was cold and bloodthirsty. Two completely different medicinal effects. They faced each other from afar, separated by an octagonal cage. Bai Shao chuckled lightly, picked up his wineglass, and said, "It seems that tonight's battle is not just between the boxers, but also between the pharmacists behind the scenes." Chapter 16 The Divine Chef battles the Pill King, risking their lives. When a deep, resounding gong rang out, like an invisible hammer blow, striking the hearts of everyone in the room. Inside the octagon, the battle erupted instantly. The tiger's attack was ferocious, unlike anything a human could do. He completely abandoned defense, and every punch and kick was filled with a frenzied burning of life. The fists whistled through the air, like two high-speed hammers crashing down, heading straight for Iron Bear's head and heart. Every move is deadly. Iron Bear was forced into a series of defeats by this frenzied fighting style. He could sense that the other person's strength was no less than his own, but that kind of life-or-death madness made him feel restrained. Each block sent a piercing, tingling pain through my arm. The chilling force emanating from the opponent's fist eroded his blood and chi like a venomous snake. The air inside the VIP box was so oppressive it felt almost solid. The man with gold-rimmed glasses, known as Young Master Bai, swished the scarlet liquid in his glass with disdain. His sarcasm was almost undisguised as he spoke. "Scarface, it looks like your bear is going to become a dead bear. Is the chef you hired a fraud?" The several powerful figures around them, their expressions heavy with tension, remained silent, but the suspicion in their eyes spoke volumes. Scarface's forehead was covered in beads of sweat the size of soybeans, and his hands gripped the sofa armrests tightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. Only Su Yan remained calmly leaning back on the sofa. Beside him stood a tall girl with a neat ponytail. It was Zhao Qing. She was dressed in simple sportswear, but the imposing aura of a ninth-grade grandmaster made anyone in the private room who wanted to cast a hostile glance at Su Yan subconsciously look away. Zhao Qing's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tension as she softly spoke to Su Yan. "Brother Su, Tai Xiong, seems to be about to collapse." Su Yan did not answer, but just looked at him calmly. In his eyes, the bloody battle in the cage was nothing more than a drama with a pre-written ending. In his keen perception, the medicinal power within the tiger's body, which was unleashing its potential, was like a runaway wildfire, raging wildly at the source of its life. He could see that the tiger's life force was becoming impure and withered at an alarming rate. But Iron Bear is different. The thunderfire tempering soup within his body possessed a steady and potent medicinal effect. Like a highly skilled craftsman, he is penetrating the internal organs bit by bit, knocking away the rust of old wounds, and reforging and integrating his own vital energy. Its aftereffects are terrifyingly long-lasting. Su Yan picked up the communicator in the private room and said calmly to the anxious Scarface beside him, "Tell Iron Bear to hold them off. 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, he will be a god." Although Scarface was full of doubts, he had no way out at this point and could only try anything as a last resort. He grabbed the communicator and shouted out Su Yan's exact words. The Iron Bear in the cage, after being forced back by another heavy punch, heard the command coming through its earpiece. 3 minutes? He didn't know why, but Chef Su's words were orders. He abruptly changed tactics, abandoning direct confrontation and instead opting for movement and blocking. Although he was in a sorry state and struggling to defend himself against the tiger's fierce attacks, he managed to hold on to all his vital points thanks to his honed fighting instincts. A deafening roar of boos and curses erupted from the audience. "Oh! Coward! Attack him!" The madness in the tiger's eyes intensified, and its attacks became increasingly reckless. 1 minute. 2 minutes. As time passed, Iron Bear accumulated more and more scars, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. It happened in just 3 minutes. Iron Bear suddenly knelt down on one knee and spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling black blood. The entire room fell silent. Scarface's heart stopped, his face turned deathly pale, and he murmured in despair, "It's over." However, the next second, Iron Bear slowly raised his head. An unprecedentedly terrifying aura, like a dormant volcano, suddenly erupted from his body. Iron Bear let out a roar that had been suppressed for a long time, which reverberated throughout the entire arena. Roar! The suppressed dejection that had been weighing on him vanished completely. Instead, it has become domineering. A domineering ruler who reigns supreme. The aura that was originally only at the peak of the third rank of martial artist actually broke through the barrier in an instant. He has stepped into the threshold of the fourth rank. Breakthrough on the spot. Counterattack, begin. Iron Bear neither dodged nor evaded the tiger's whip kick that came at him again. The muscles in his right arm bulged, and the veins coiled like dragons and snakes. One punch. They met it head on. Bang! A deep, resounding thud, like the beating of a drum. The tiger's powerful kick, capable of breaking steel plates, was sent flying backward by a single punch from the Iron Bear. The madness on his face froze instantly, replaced by a look of horror. The power of the elixir within his body, after its extreme burst of power in 3 minutes, had begun to backfire. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through his limbs, and his movements became fatally stiff. When masters clash, victory or defeat hinges on the slightest difference. Iron Bear seized this fleeting opportunity. He exerted force with his feet, causing the ground to tremble. With immense momentum, he delivered a powerful and unparalleled punch straight towards the tiger's chest. This punch embodies all his strength and will at this moment. Wherever the fist struck, the air exploded under the strain. The tiger only had time to cross its arms to protect its chest. Click! The cracking sound of bones breaking wasn't just one sound, but a series of sounds. The tiger's arms were smashed off, and he flew backward like a broken sack. While in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Boom! He slammed heavily against the edge of the cage, convulsed twice, and then completely lost consciousness. The entire Black Dragon boxing arena fell into a deathly silence. The next second, the cheers were like an avalanche, almost lifting the dome of the entire underground boxing ring. Iron Bear. Bear King. Inside the VIP room, Bai Xiao and the others stared in disbelief, their wine glasses hovering in mid-air, forgetting to put them down. Scarface, in his excitement, grabbed the bottle from the table and gulped down several large mouthfuls, choking and turning red in the face. He then laughed maniacally. We won! We won! Immortal Su! You're fucking my god! With this money in hand, Ruoshua's medication can be continued for a while longer. A warm feeling flashed through Su Yan's heart, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Just then. Bang! The door to the opposite compartment was violently slammed open by a tremendous force. An old man with a gloomy face, dressed in an alchemist's robe, rushed out surrounded by a group of people. His venomous eyes pierced through the crowd, past the boiling octagonal cage, and locked onto the private room where Su Yan was. This old man was none other than Lu Xian, the alchemist whom the Nangong family had hired at great expense. He could tell at a glance that Tai Xiong had not turned the tide through his own strength, but had instead relied on the power of some kind of medicine that was more sophisticated and purer than his own pills. This was a great humiliation for him. Scarface strode up to Su Yan, bowed deeply to him in front of all the big shots in the private room, and announced in a loud voice. Master Chef Su. From this day forward, you will be the chief pharmacist of my Black Dragon boxing arena. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door to the private room was kicked open from the outside with a loud bang. Lu Xian, accompanied by 2 disciples, stood menacingly blocking the entrance. He didn't even look at Scarface, his bloodshot eyes were fixed on the composed Su Yan. Lu Xian's voice was shrill, filled with unquestionable arrogance, as he screeched. Impossible. My bloodlust pill can't possibly lose. He rushed to Su Yan, his fingers trembling with anger, almost poking Su Yan's face, and demanded sharply. Kid, what kind of evil magic did you feed that stupid bear? A greasy cook dares to act recklessly in the path of medicine. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he issued a challenge. Do you dare to test your true skills against me? A feast. Lu Xian looked around, then emphasized the words, announcing the stakes word by word. Let's bet all our wealth and our standing in the Black Dragon boxing arena. Whoever loses gets kicked out of here forever. Chapter 17. Before the divine soup, the Pill King is nothing. Lu Xian's challenge exploded like a thunderbolt in the VIP area. The bigwigs who were originally watching from the sidelines were instantly drawn over like a magnet. They surrounded Scarface's private room, their eyes gleaming with excitement and amusement. A life or death battle between a top alchemist and a mysterious chef. He's risking everything, including his position in the Black Dragon boxing ring. This is 100 times more exciting than the bloody battle in the octagon just now. Master Lu is actually going to get involved personally? This kid has stirred up a hornet's nest. A cook dares to provoke Master Lu in the field of medicine. He really doesn't know the meaning of death. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses, known as Young Master Bai, walked up to Scarface with a smug look on his face and sneered. Scarface, I advise you to sever ties with your master chef now, otherwise if Master Lu gets angry and demolishes your boxing ring, things will get complicated. Scarface's muscles were tense, and he remained silent. In the corner, Zhao Qiang, who had been silently protecting Su Yan, suddenly turned cold in her clear eyes. She was wearing a simple black tracksuit, her tall figure highlighting her amazing curves. Her neat ponytail swayed slightly with her barely perceptible movements. A terrifying pressure belonging to a ninth-grade grandmaster, like an invisible cold current, instantly locked onto Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao's smile froze, as if he were being targeted by a prehistoric beast. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and he couldn't utter a single word after that. Su Yan glanced at Bai Xiao indifferently, as if he were looking at a dead man. Lu Xian ignored everything around him, his eyes fixed solely on Su Yan, revealing the arrogance befitting a high-level alchemist. He waved his hand arrogantly. Two apprentices behind him immediately presented two sandalwood boxes. As soon as the box was opened, a strong, almost tangible, fragrance burst into everyone's nostrils. My God! That's 100-year-old fire spirit mushroom. That's the rootlet of 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. Master Lu really went all out. A discerning shrewd person exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with greed. Lu Xian took out a crimson alchemy furnace from his bosom and tossed it into the air. The alchemy furnace grew taller in the wind, then hummed and landed steadily. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of deep blue alchemical fire ignited out of thin air, like a living serpent, coiling and rising around the alchemical furnace. His 10 fingers moved like butterflies flitting among flowers. With each flick of a wisp of elixir fire, an ancient rune would light up on the furnace, and the furnace would emit a humming sound like a dragon's roar. As expected of Master Lu, his skill in controlling fire has reached a state of perfection. In contrast, Su Yan simply watched all of this calmly. Scarface was sweating profusely and leaned closer, whispering, Master Chef Su, what medicinal herbs do you need? I'll sell everything I own to get them for you. Su Yan shook his head and said with disdain, the ingredients here have mixed spiritual energy and are of poor quality. I will go and choose them myself. After saying that, he went straight to the kitchen. In a corner unseen by others, Su Yan had a sudden thought. A perfectly flawless, bright orange-red carrot. A few plump red dates that looked like they were about to drip with honey. A piece of ginger with a smooth skin and clear texture. There is also a 20-year-old ginseng with a complete rootlet that looks very much like a human figure. These are all divine treasures that he nurtured in his space garden, with the spiritual essence of blood ginseng and dragon scale grass. He casually grabbed a few ordinary items from the vegetable basket and mixed them in before leisurely walking back. When he placed a carrot, a few red dates, a piece of ginger, and the ginseng on the table, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Then, a burst of wild laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. I thought he went to pick out some treasure, but he just brought this pile of junk? Bai Xiao laughed until tears almost streamed down his face, and he mocked the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, this master chef is going to challenge Master Lu's century-old Ganoderma lucidum with some common, cheap mushrooms that cost only 1 yuan a bundle at the market. Scarface's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Su Yan sneered inwardly. Fools, you only see that it's a carrot, but you can't see the boundless vitality inside that's comparable to a magic pill. He picked up the carrot and then chose the dullest kitchen knife. The moment he gripped the hilt of the knife, the lazy air about him vanished without a trace. Thump! A dull thud as the knife fell. All the onlookers saw was a flash of light, not a fancy performance, but a simple rise and fall. In his hands, the blunt knife seemed to become the sharpest creation in the world. The true meaning of the LV3, basic knife technique, made this carrot no longer an ordinary thing in his eyes. Instead, it is a diagram of spiritual energy channels composed of countless points of light. Every cut is made precisely at the nodes of the vein. Ding! Basic knife skills proficiency +1. Ding! Medicinal cuisine preparation proficiency +1. To everyone else, he was just making a ridiculous mess of a pile of garbage. But in Su Yan's perception, he was infusing the essence of each longevity fruit into a bowl of ordinary soup. Half an hour later. Lu Xian shouted in a low voice, the pill is complete. He slammed his fist on the alchemy furnace. The furnace lid soared to the sky, and 3 Lungan-sized, crimson pills, accompanied by astonishing heat waves, flew out and were caught steadily in the jade bottle. The elixir shimmered with a precious light, and its fragrance was rich and intense. "What a wonderful pill!" Exclamations of praise rose and fell. On the other side, in front of Su Yan, there was only an ordinary white porcelain bowl, filled with a bowl of crystal clear soup. "It even looks a bit shabby." Referee Wang, an old boxer, walked unsteadily to the front of the stage, his face ashen. He picked up the jade bottle, poured out a 9-turn return to origin pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. The immense medicinal power exploded out. An unnatural flush rose on the old boxing master Wang's withered face, and his back straightened a bit. But a deep-seated bitterness appeared on his face. He knew this was a final burst of energy before death. He shook his head, picked up Su Yan's bowl of soup, and smiled self-deprecatingly, treating it as just a sip of water to moisten his throat. Then, he drank it all in one gulp. The broth went down my throat. There is no violent energy. There was only a sense of warmth, as if I had returned to that afternoon 50 years ago, when my mother brought me the most ordinary bowl of home-cooked soup. Master Wang was struck dumb, frozen in place as if by lightning. Then, a warm yet incredibly powerful current of life flowed down his throat, precisely and gently into his long withered and broken dantian, which was like a desolate desert. That's not a way to induce it. Instead, a miraculous rain fell on his parched and cracked riverbed. He could hear a faint but incredibly real heartbeat coming from the depths of his dantian, which had been dormant for 10 years. He could see that his severed meridians were being repaired, nourished, and reconnected inch by this warm current in a miraculous way. The abnormal flush on his face faded, replaced by a truly healthy rosy glow from within. Even at the roots of his gray hair, there was a barely perceptible hint of black. The old boxer trembled, his cloudy eyes bursting with unbelievable ecstasy, tears streaming down his face. His legs buckled, and ignoring everyone else, he knelt down directly before Su Yan, roaring with all his might. "A divine object. This is a divine object. Thank you so much, Chef Su, for saving my life." This kneeling and this roar brought all the mockery and doubts to an abrupt halt. The color drained from Lu Xian's face in an instant. He rushed over like a madman, screaming, "Impossible! It's an illusion! It must be an illusion!" He snatched the empty bowl and brought it to his nose, sniffing it desperately. "It lacks spiritual energy. It has no medicinal effect. There was only a sweet, earthy scent. How is this possible?" With trembling fingers, he dipped a drop of the remaining soup at the bottom of the bowl into his mouth. Boom! In that instant, he felt that the alchemy path he had adhered to all his life had been completely crushed by a grander and more fundamental path of life. He finally understood that it wasn't that there was no spiritual energy, but rather that the other party's skill had reached a divine level, perfectly locking all the spiritual energy into that single drop of soup. The quality of this vitality was so high that he could not comprehend it. Puff! He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood, which he could no longer suppress, sprayed onto his glorious alchemist robe. He murmured to himself, in the form of an ordinary object, concealing the essence of a divine medicine, returning to simplicity, "This is not alchemy, this is the way." He staggered back several steps, pointed at the composed Su Yan, his eyes filled with fear and madness, and asked in a trembling voice, Who are you?" "The outcome is decided." Scarface was overjoyed and immediately ordered his men to take possession of all of Lu Xian's assets. 90 million in cash and several properties were immediately transferred to Su Yan's account. Su Yan looked at the long string of zeros that had appeared on his phone and felt a surge of joy. Ruoshua's medicine could continue for a while longer. Just as the entire private room was immersed in the shock of this amazing reversal, a deep, authoritative voice came from above without warning, slowly saying, "Young man, my surname is Qian. Would you do me the honor of coming up for a cup of tea?" The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The once bustling VIP area instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Scarface, who had just been full of confidence, froze instantly, replaced by a deep-seated awe. The true master of the Black Dragon boxing arena. The legendary Boss Qian has appeared. Chapter 18. Wife, hang in there. I'll give you my life. The tea room on the third floor was filled with the gentle fragrance of sandalwood. Sitting at the head of the table, Boss Qian gently stroked the blanket covering his legs and chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I've had this leg for 10 years, and I've almost forgotten what it feels like to itch." He continued. "The imperial physicians and alchemy masters all say that my murderous aura has penetrated to the marrow, and there is no way to save me." He raised his head, staring intently at Su Yan, and sighed. "But your soup, That warmth made me feel that I'm still alive. Su Yan understood this was yet another pitiful person tormented by insidious forces. Mr. Qian took a deep breath, stopped beating around the bush, and said directly, "Young man, let's make a deal. You give me the will to live, and I'll give you the means to live. Within a month, the Lin and Nan families won't be able to touch you in the slightest. I'll ensure your little restaurant remains untouched by wind or rain. In exchange, a bowl of soup every week." The offer was tempting, but Su Yan wanted more. External forces are ultimately just external forces. Su Yan spoke. "I need a spot to take the entrance exam for Jiangcheng Sanglong Martial Arts Academy." A hint of surprise flashed in Boss Qian's eyes, which quickly turned into appreciation. He praised. "That's ambitious. I'll give you a spot, but you have to walk your own path." Su Yan nodded and said, "Deal. Also, I need source beast crystal cores." Mr. Qian paused in his tea-serving motion and smiled. He looked at Su Yan and said, "Kid, you've got quite the appetite. A single grade 1 crystal core starts at 500,000 on the black market, and there's no market for it." Su Yan spoke calmly, yet with unwavering confidence. "My soup is worth the price." Boss Qian slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. "All right. Consider it an investment in my life. A grade 1 crystal core will be delivered shortly." After the deal was struck, Mr. Qian casually mentioned something. "The northern border defense line has been unstable lately. The Lin and Nan families are eager for your wife to fall so they can go to the military headquarters to steal credit and seize military power." Su Yan's eyes sharpened. He realized that the pool of water was much deeper than he had imagined. Back home, Su Yan had just finished explaining the transaction results when the doorbell rang. A man in a black suit handed over a metal case and said in a low voice, "Boss Qian instructed that this item is dangerous, and he advised that you take good care of yourself." After saying that, he turned and left. Inside the box, a crystal core the size of a fist lay quietly. It was icy cold to the touch, but its core seemed to imprison a raging beast. Su Yan could even feel a fierce will assaulting his mind. With a thought, his consciousness sank into the divine land space. The black soil did indeed appear somewhat dull. He placed the crystal nucleus in the center of the soil. Buzz! As if encountering a magnet, the crystal nucleus sank instantly, and the entire patch of black soil glowed faintly, transforming into a greedy vortex. The roar of the source beast before its death flashed through Su Yan's mind, before being completely crushed and swallowed by the black soil. Su Yan could feel a satisfying rhythm coming from the black soil beneath his feet, making the whole space come alive. In her mind, Xia's voice also brought good news. Divine soil essence restored by 15%. Spirit plant growth efficiency increased by 30%. Space expanded by 5 square meters. We're safe for now. Su Yan told the two women the good news, and all three of them breathed a sigh of relief. That evening, in the practice room, the two embraced again, resonating with each other in their cultivation. Second level of cultivation technique. Absorption efficiency skyrockets. The power of the curse was no longer a stream, but transformed into a raging black dragon, which was greedily torn apart and devoured by the system. Pure energy, like a bursting dam, poured down, washing over every inch of his meridians. Ding! Proficiency in War God's boundary-breaking spiritual energy technique plus 300. Ding! The curse power of the marriage partner Lang Ruoxue has been suppressed by 1.8%. The results of a night of intensive practice were remarkable. Lang Ruoxue's face grew increasingly rosy, while Su Yan also touched the threshold of the second rank of martial artist. However, this peace was shattered the next morning. Su Yan carefully prepared the medicinal cuisine. Lang Ruoxue smiled and took the drink, then took a sip. The next second, her smile froze on her face. His body trembled violently, and his cheeks, which had just regained their color, turned ashen at a visible speed. Puff! A mouthful of dark blood suddenly spurted out. The black blood splattered on the floor, making a sizzling, corrosive sound and emitting plumes of black smoke. Zhao Cheng let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Miss!" Lang Ruoxue's body went limp and she collapsed into Su Yan's arms. Su Yan felt as if he was not hugging a person, but a block of ice that was melting rapidly. The warmth of life is slipping wildly through his fingers, and no matter how hard he tries, he can't hold on to it. A chill more terrifying than death spread from his heart to every part of his body. Warning! Warning! An enhanced version of the otherworldly Emperor's curse has been detected, rapidly devouring the host's life essence at 10 times the efficiency. It's the Lin family. It's the Nangong family. These scoundrels, not daring to act openly, resort to such insidious methods. Zhao Qing's cries jolted him awake from his shock. She shouted. Medicinal cuisine. Brother Su, quickly have some medicinal cuisine. Yes. Medicinal cuisine. My medicinal cuisine contains the life force of divine soil, the origin of all things. It will definitely work. He grabbed at this last straw and rushed into the kitchen like a madman, making another bowl as fast as he could. But as soon as he fed the soup into Lang Ruoshua's mouth, the powerful flow of life and warmth was instantly devoured and assimilated by the violent curse power. It's no use. It's completely useless. His medicinal diet could only be like a fragile spider's thread, barely keeping her dying embers of life afloat. Overwhelming rage and a heart-wrenching sense of powerlessness gripped Su Yan's heart. He hated it. He hated himself for being so weak. Zhao Qing knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, and pleaded. Miss, don't scare me. Just then, Lang Ruoshua used her last bit of strength to grab Su Yan's hand. Her voice was weak but carried an undeniable command as she spoke haltingly. Hold me tight. Cultivation, don't stop. Su Yan was struck dumb, and instantly realized the truth. He immediately hugged the cold, soft body in his arms, without the slightest hesitation, and frantically activated the war god-breaking boundary spiritual energy technique. Boom! A resonance connection is established. A suction force more terrifying than ever before erupted from Su Yan's body. The enhanced curse that was raging wildly within her body seemed to have found an outlet, transforming into a black torrent that surged toward Su Yan. Su Yan was horrified to discover that only when the cultivation technique was activated and the two bodies were pressed closely together could the violent curse be temporarily suppressed. If he relaxes his guard for even a moment, the curse will immediately retaliate and devour her last bit of life. He became her only ventilator. Looking at the peerless war goddess in his arms, her eyes tightly closed and her life entirely dependent on her own cultivation technique, Su Yan felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. Anger, resentment, and boundless killing intent towards the mastermind behind it all burned wildly in his chest. Suddenly, Lang Ruoshua's eyelashes trembled slightly. She seemed to have used up all her willpower to barely open her eyes a crack. A sickly, strange flush rose on her cheeks, a beauty that was startling. Her lips moved, a sound almost inaudible, yet it clearly entered Su Yan's mind. She said, I have a cultivation technique. The yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique. Save me. But that requires us to truly become one. Chapter 19 Yin and Yang in Harmony, the God of War returns. The true unity. These 8 words, like 8 divine thunderbolts, exploded deep within Su Yan's soul. He was not an inexperienced novice. He instantly understood the thrilling and chilling meaning behind it all. But now, the woman in his arms is dying, her life hanging by a thread. Her body was as cold as a block of ancient ice, only her eyes, fixed on him, burned with the last vestige of scalding, resolute flame. That wasn't a consultation. That was an order that risked lives. Lang Ruoshua's lips were already deathly pale, and her voice was as soft as a feather brushing against her ear. With her last strength, she said, Su Yan, kiss me, use your soul, to feel mine. Before she could finish speaking, Su Yan had already silenced her with a harsh kiss. This kiss was different from any other. There was no probing, no bewilderment, only reckless madness and determination. His lips and tongue, burning hot, forcefully pried open her teeth, not to take, but to give. He channeled his vigorous, furnace-like energy and blood. With his unwavering will. To live life to the fullest, regardless of the consequences. Warning. Host is detected actively losing its life essence. Screw the warning. Su Yan roared wildly in his heart. As long as she can live, what harm is there in giving her this life? In that instant when his soul was pounding, a cold and vast torrent of information rushed into his mind from where their lips met. That is not writing, not language, but a supreme codex composed of countless profound runes and the rhythms of the great Tao. The yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique. Yin and yang interact, chaos is born, devouring all laws, returning to one's own body. Isolated yin cannot grow, isolated yang cannot produce. Use the body as a furnace, and emotions as fire. The obscure techniques were working and deconstructing themselves in his mind. Su Yan didn't even have time to think it through. His body's instincts had already preceded his reason and began to operate wildly in accordance with that rhythm. The war god-breaking boundary spiritual energy technique within his body seemed to have encountered a king subject, and actually took the initiative to lie dormant, relinquishing control of all meridians. Lang Ruoxue let out a suppressed groan, her body trembling violently. A jet-black curse power, more than 10 times stronger than before, surged violently from her body like a black Styx river bursting its banks. But this force did not enter Su Yan's body again. Instead, a terrifying vortex formed in the gap less than a finger's width between their tightly pressed chests. At the same time, the life essence in Su Yan's body was forcibly extracted by the technique, transformed into a pure golden stream of energy, and forcefully injected into the vortex. One black and one gold, two completely opposite energies, did not annihilate each other. Instead, under the harmonization of the yin-yang chaos-devouring heaven technique, they began to entangle and merge wildly. Sizzle. It was as if the world had just been created, and yin and yang had collided. A wisp of gray, chaotic airflow was quietly born at the center of the vortex. Ding! The yin-yang chaos-devouring technique has been activated. Resonance efficiency is being determined. Determination mode, soul binding, bound by life and death. Resonance absorption efficiency, 1000%. In the process of chaotic transformation. The moment that wisp of chaotic energy appeared, it displayed indescribable greed and domineering power. It's like a nascent black hole, capable of swallowing even light and thought. The black Styx river that surged from Lang Ruoxue's body, along with the alien emperors will contain within it, was as fragile as a bubble in front of it, and was swallowed up in one gulp without even a chance to struggle. Crush, decompose, purify. The next second, a surge of life energy, 100 times purer than that converted by Su Yan using the system, burst forth from the chaotic airflow and split in two. A warm current, like a gentle rain from heaven, flowed into Lang Ruoxue's already parched limbs and bones, repairing her riddled meridians. Another, even more violent torrent, like divine thunder from the heavens tempering his body, fiercely poured back into Su Yan's body. Both of them simultaneously let out a groan that contained both pain and extreme pleasure. Lang Ruoxue's icy body finally felt a little warm, and the flame of her life, which was about to be extinguished, was forcibly rekindled. Driven by the instinct to survive, she hugged Su Yan even tighter. Her long, slender legs unconsciously wrapped around his waist, and she looked like a koala, wanting to press every inch of her skin tightly against his. Su Yan felt like he was about to explode. This energy is too vast and too pure. His meridians were being torn apart and repaired in an instant. With each cycle, they became stronger and wider. He felt a hum reverberate from his spine, and an invisible shackle shattered. Congratulations, Master. Current psionic energy, 130 points. Su Yan had no time to check. His entire mind was immersed in this unprecedented cultivation. This is a symphony played with soul and body on the edge of life and death. He lowered his head and looked at the woman in his arms whose neck was slightly raised due to the energy impact. Her eyelashes trembled, and sweat soaked the stray hairs on her forehead, sticking to her flushed cheeks. That usually cold and aloof, stunningly beautiful face was now flushed with a blush that stirred the heart. His palm touched her smooth back, where the skin was no longer cold, but warm and smooth as jade, and growing hotter and hotter. A thought, accompanied by a broken, trembling tone, was directly imprinted into his mind. Don't stop. Su Yan's voice was terribly hoarse as he replied. I won't stop. He kissed her lips again, and a domineering declaration, imbued with his very soul and will, was also imprinted back upon her. Your life is mine, your body is mine, everything you have is mine. Without my permission, even the king of hell can't take you away. This domineering and unreasonable declaration brought Lang Ruoxue an unprecedented sense of peace. She slowly opened her eyes, her hazy gaze filled with shimmering tears. Looking at the man who had sheltered her from despair, a corner of the snow-capped mountain in her heart, frozen for millennia, finally crumbled. She took the initiative to raise her arm, hook it around his neck, and used all her strength to deepen the kiss. The chaotic vortex between the two people spun more and more wildly as their emotions and wills merged. Downstairs in the living room, Zhao Qing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The young lady's scream just now almost scared her out of her wits. She didn't know what was happening upstairs, but the deathly stillness that had made her feel like she was in an ice cave was slowly dissipating. Instead, there was a strange rhythm that mixed domineering, vitality, and a hint of making her blush and her heart race. The vibrations in the floor became increasingly rhythmic. Zhao Qing covered her burning cheeks, squatted down, and buried her head in her knees. Miss. Brother Su, you must succeed. Inside the training room, the tide of energy continued to rise. Su Yan had lost track of time. All he knew was that he couldn't stop. He and she were like two small boats about to capsize in a vast ocean, now bound together in the tightest way, fighting the storm together. After an unknown amount of time, the enhanced otherworldly Emperor's curse was finally completely devoured by the chaotic energy. The energy cycle gradually shifted from a state of frenzy to one of stability and harmony. Su Yan could feel Lang Ruoshue's heartbeat, which went from weak to steady, and then to strong and powerful. Gradually, it aligned with my own heartbeat, achieving perfect synchronization. He could even sense that the sharp will belonging to the frost goddess deep within her soul was slowly awakening. As the last wisp of chaotic energy entered their bodies, the room finally returned to calm. Su Yan opened his eyes and looked down at the person in his arms. Lang Ruoshue had already fallen into a deep sleep. She was like a lazy cat, curled up in his arms, her face still flushed, her breathing steady and long. That exquisitely beautiful face was devoid of any trace of death. Instead, it radiated an unprecedented serenity and rosy glow. Ding! This dual cultivation session has ended. The curse of the otherworldly Emperor enhanced version has been completely eradicated. The bride's condition is stable. She is expected to wake up in 12 hours. Congratulations, Master. You have mastered the Yin-Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven technique. Current level, LV1 501 10,000. Congratulations, Master. Current psionic energy, 150 points. From rank 2 to rank 5. Breaking through 3 realms in succession. Su Yan felt the unprecedented surge of power within his body. His foundation was solid, and he felt no sense of instability. He looked again at the woman sleeping peacefully in his arms, and finally a tired but happy smile appeared on his lips. He gently brushed the damp hair from her cheek and planted a burning kiss on her smooth forehead. He said softly, "Wife, welcome back." Chapter 20, $1 Million Membership Fee, Looking Down on People. The morning sunlight spilled onto the floor like scattered gold. Su Yan woke up. My spirits were fuller than ever before, but my body felt a tingling soreness, as if it had been completely drained and then refilled. He instinctively tightened his arms. In his arms was a soft, smooth, and exquisitely beautiful body. Lang Ruoshue curled up quietly, her sleeping face as serene as that of an innocent young girl. That once breathtakingly beautiful face, shrouded in deathly aura, now radiated a healthy, jade-like glow, like the finest white jade spreading a faint halo in the morning light. Long eyelashes, like 2 small brushes, hung quietly. Su Yan's hand couldn't help but slowly slide down her smooth back. Beyond the pert, rounded curves, we arrive at the breathtaking waist and hip contours. It feels incredibly elastic and warm to the touch. He could clearly feel the warm blood flowing joyfully beneath her skin. Inside his chest, his heart was beating strongly and in sync with his. This is the scenery he risked his life to snatch back from the jaws of death. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction, far surpassing the feeling of breaking through 3 realms in a row, exploded in his heart. Just then, a vast and profound technique called Yin-Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven technique began to circulate within the depths of his soul. Su Yan instantly understood. This technique can devour all things and transform them into the most primordial chaotic energy, nourishing both parties. What's even more domineering is that his and Lang Ruoshue's souls have been completely bound together through this technique. We all prosper together, and we all suffer together. We'll live and die together. Su Yan looked down at the person in his arms, a domineering smile curving his lips. That's good. As if sensing his gaze, Lang Ruoshue's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes, as cold as a frozen pool, melted instantly into a pool of spring water after seeing Su Yan's face clearly. It contained the relief of surviving a disaster, an unprecedented dependence, and a strong possessiveness that she herself was unaware of. She didn't say anything. She instinctively tightened her arms, buried her face deep in his burning chest, and gently nuzzled him with her nose, like a cat confirming its territory. Lang Ruoshue's voice was almost inaudible, yet it carried an absolute command and trembled as it rang in his ear. From now on, you are not allowed to do such foolish things for me again. Su Yan smiled and reached out to ruffle her silky hair. After a brief moment of tenderness, Lang Ruoshue seemed to sense the power within him. The queenly aura belonging to the frost god of war quietly returned. She sat up, the blanket slipped down, revealing a breathtaking expanse of snow-white skin and delicate collarbones. Lang Ruosue gave the instructions. Go to the courtyard and practice the sword techniques you've learned. In the courtyard, Su Yan gripped the kitchen knife, took a deep breath, and unleashed a powerful steel cleaver strike. Call. A strong wind howled, its force terrifying. Lang Ruoxue simply shook her head slightly. She pointed her fingers like a knife and moved them slowly through the air. Su Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. He seemed to see her two slender, jade-like fingers not tracing through the air, but cutting open an invisible curtain. A sharp killing intent, purely driven by momentum, sent chills down his spine. Lang Ruoxue commented indifferently. Your sword has only power, but no soul. The soul of slaughter is fed on the fear and blood of the enemy. You still have a long way to go and need to practice more. Su Yanqing nodded and silently practiced her swordsmanship. Basic knife skills proficiency +1. Basic knife skills proficiency +1. 3 poles in the sun. In order to fulfill the deal and to earn a huge amount of resources, Su Yan and Zhao Qing renovated the small restaurant. A brand new plaque was hung up Ipin Pavilion. As Zhao Qing wiped the table, she asked with a look of longing. Brother Su, do you think our business will do well? Su Yan smiled and said. Don't worry, it will be so good that you won't be able to count all the money. The words had barely left his mouth. Buzz boom. The ear-piercing roar of engines grew louder as it approached. A flashy red hovercar drifted and came to a stop in front of Yipinga. The front of the car almost hit the doorframe, blocking most of the door. The car door opened. A young man wearing the latest Red Dragon brand martial arts uniform and a woman with exquisite makeup walked down the street. The woman wore a tight-fitting Chanel mini skirt that barely covered her upper thighs, and her two dazzlingly white long legs were stretched into an astonishing arc by a pair of 10-centimeter high heels. It was Lin Yue, the most beautiful girl in Su Yan's high school class. Lin Yue got out of the car and glanced at the shabby restaurant with disgust. When she saw the figure wearing an apron, she was suddenly stunned. She took a few steps closer, and after confirming it, her astonishment quickly turned into a morbid sense of superiority. Lin Yue covered her mouth and exclaimed exaggeratedly. My God, Su Yan? Is it really you? How did the top scorer in the high school entrance exam back then end up working as a waiter in a place like this? Her boyfriend, Zhao Yiming, the school heartthrob standing next to her, frowned impatiently. Zhao Yiming said. Yue, this is your ex-boyfriend who broke up with you a couple of days ago. Don't waste your breath on this lowlife. Zhao Yiming stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the shop, and spoke in an arrogant, condescending tone. We've come to find that master chef to request the blood-activating and stasis-removing decoction, but I suffered a minor injury during my cultivation a few days ago, which left a hidden wound in my body. Only the divine chef's medicinal cuisine can cure it completely. The two clearly had no idea that Su Yan was associated with the master chef. Zhao Yiming pulled a thick wad of cash from his wallet and threw it on the table that Su Yan had just wiped clean. He pointed his chin at Su Yan and commanded. Hey, go and call your boss. Tell him Zhao Yiming from the Zhao family in Zhengcheng wants to see him. This money is your reward. Zhao Qing, standing to the side, had an icy expression. Just as she was about to unleash the pressure of a 9th-grade grandmaster, Su Yan stopped her with a single glance. Instead of being angry, Su Yan laughed. A whetstone delivered to your doorstep, why not refuse it? He slowly wiped his hands, mimicking the waiter's manner, bowing slightly with a lazy smile on his face. Gentlemen, you wish to see our boss? Sure. He paused, then drew out his words. However, our Yipinga is newly opened, and there are rules. Su Yan held up one finger and waved it in front of the two of them, then slowly said. If you want to see the boss, you have to become a member first. The entry-level membership costs 500,000, so it'll be 1 million for the two of you. Only after you've become a member will you be eligible to make an appointment. The air fell silent for a second. Immediately, Lin Yue and Zhao Yiming burst into exaggerated laughter. Zhao Yiming laughed so hard he almost fell over, pointing at Su Yan's nose and cursing loudly. Are you fucking money mad? A lousy restaurant, 1 million for members? You believe I'll smash your place up today? Chapter 21 My goddess wife has arrived, are you blind? Zhao Yiming's threat buzzed in the small restaurant, carrying the viciousness unique to a fool. Zhao Qing, standing to the side, had an icy expression on her face. Her knuckles turned white as she gripped the rag, and a terrifying pressure belonging to a 9th-grade grandmaster was about to burst out of her body. Su Yan pressed down on her wrist first and gently shook his head at her. Far from being intimidated, he calmly pulled over a chair and sat down with an air of nonchalance. His legs were casually crossed, his posture exuding a sense of relaxation. Su Yan raised his eyelids, lazily glanced at Zhao Yiming, and said, "Smash the shop? Our shop is under the protection of Boss Qian of the Black Dragon Boxing Stadium. If you're going to take action, you'd better think twice about whether your Zhao family can withstand Boss Qian's wrath." The name Boss Qian was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing Zhao Yiming's arrogance. The fat on his face stiffened, and his arrogance immediately diminished. The Zhao family of Jiangcheng is a wealthy family in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of the real master of the Black Dragon Boxing Arena, they are nothing. Zhao Yiming's face turned pale and then red, and he could only stubbornly insist on saying, "Take less money to scare people. Do you think he cares about the survival of a hole-in-the-wall restaurant like yours?" Even so, he dared not mention the smashing of the shop again. His gaze shifted, and his eyes were drawn to Zhao Cheng, who stood gracefully in the corner. Zhao Qing was dressed in simple sportswear, but it couldn't hide her hot and eye-catching figure at all. Especially her straight, long legs, which are full of amazing explosive power. Her blend of heroic spirit and aloof elegance made Lin Yue next to her look like a vulgar streetwalker. Zhao Yiming's Adam's apple bobbed, and he instantly forgot his dissatisfaction with Su Yan. He straightened his collar, flashed what he thought was a very handsome smile, and took 2 steps forward. He extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, beautiful lady. It must be so unfair for you to work in such a rundown place. My name is Zhao Yiming, a senior high school student at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Shall we be friends?" Zhao Qing's eyes were as cold as if she were looking at a stone. She didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. This scene completely enraged Lin Yue, who was standing next to her. She was already dissatisfied because her boyfriend couldn't control Su Yan, and now she was being ignored in public. That meticulously made-up face instantly contorted. Lin Yue's scream pierced the air as she angrily shouted, "Zhao Yiming! What do you mean? Are you blind? I'm still standing right here." Having lost face in front of the beautiful woman, Zhao Yiming turned around angrily and roared, "What are you yelling about? You're acting like a shrew, shut up." Lin Yue trembled with anger and sneered without thinking. "Me, a shrew? You flirt with girls right in front of me, and you call me a shrew? Zhao Yiming, don't forget what your father promised me. Otherwise, do you think I'd put up with your stupidity?" Zhao Yiming, having been hit where it hurt, retorted sharply. "Ha, how noble they think they are. Weren't you just after my money? You dumped that penniless Su Yan back then just to climb the social ladder, weren't you? Now what are you pretending to be, this innocent little maiden?" The two argued without regard for others, revealing the most unbearable aspects of their relationship. Having lost all face, Zhao Yiming finally found an outlet for his anger. He suddenly turned to Su Yan, his face contorted with rage. He seemed determined to get his revenge, his voice so loud it seemed the whole street could hear him as he yelled, "It's all your fault, you piece of trash. Just looking at you is damn bad luck. Su Yan, do you still remember how Yue dumped you back then? She said you're just a poor, useless bookworm who knows nothing but studying. Looking back now, her choice was absolutely right. Look at yourself now, you deserve to be a bug in the slums for the rest of your life." He pulled out a crystal card that shimmered with a ghostly blue light from his pocket. With all his might, he slammed his hand on the table with a loud thud. The vibrations made the cups and plates rattle. He paid the 1 million yuan membership fee. But this is more like a condescending act of charity and humiliation. Zhao Yiming pointed at Su Yan with his chin, his eyes full of contempt as he commanded, "A piece of trash should act like trash. Take the money and go call your damn chef boss out here. He'll kowtow to me. Look closely, this is the difference between social classes. Someone like you will never climb up in your entire life." Lin Yue also snapped out of her daze during the argument. Watching Su Yan being humiliated, he felt a morbid pleasure rising in his heart, and stood aside with his arms crossed, enjoying the show. Just then, squeak! The wooden door to the inner room was gently pushed open. A figure slowly walked out. The moment she stepped out, the noisy street outside seemed to fall silent for a moment. Lang Ruoxue changed into an elegant moon-white dress, and her unadorned face surpassed countless beauties in the world. Her long dress was without a single wrinkle, as if even the dust in the air felt ashamed and made way for her. Lin Yue's pride and joy, along with her meticulous grooming, paled in comparison to Lang Ruoxue. Like a fake diamond in a jewelry store, when it encounters a real, rare jade, its brilliance is completely overshadowed. Zhao Yiming and Lin Yue both paused in their breathing. Zhao Yiming's sinister smile froze, his mouth slightly open, forgetting to close it. Lin Yue, on the other hand, subconsciously gripped the strap of her Chanel bag tightly, her nails turning white from the force, as if she wanted to crush the expensive leather. However, what happened the next second struck them like a bolt from the blue. Lang Ruoxue didn't even glance at the couple. She walked straight to Su Yan's side, took his arm naturally, and pressed her soft, fragrant body against him. She didn't look at anyone. Her clear, cold eyes, like an icy pool, reflected only Su Yan's figure, instantly melting into spring water. Lang Ruoxue slightly furrowed her beautiful brows and asked softly in a melodious voice that was both cool and slightly coquettish. "Honey, why is it so noisy outside? Did flies get in? Husband?" These two words were like two invisible yet incredibly loud slaps, landing hard on the faces of Lin Yue and Zhao Yiming. Their minds were blank. Immediately, a jealousy 100 times stronger than before gnawed at Lin Yue's heart like a venomous snake. Why should I? How could Su Yan, the man she discarded like trash, find such a divine woman? Jealousy contorted her face, and she let out a shrill laugh, tauntingly saying, "Su Yan, you're really something. To salvage your pathetic self-esteem, you spent money to hire such a top-notch actor to put on a show?" She looked Lang Ruoxue up and down, her eyes filled with insult and judgment, and continued. TSK, that figure, that face, must be expensive, right? How much a day? Name your price, let me hire one to have some fun. Before he could finish speaking, the air temperature suddenly dropped to freezing point. Lang Ruoxue's eyes instantly turned extremely cold. An invisible killing intent, like a tangible blade, locked onto Lin Yue, who had uttered those arrogant words. Lin Yue felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her whole body chilled, and she couldn't utter a single word after that. Lang Ruoxue did not make a move. She simply turned her head and looked at Su Yan quietly, her voice low and tinged with a hint of barely perceptible grievance. "Honey, your old classmate seems to think I'm cheap." Su Yan held Lang Ruoxue's slightly cool hand and could feel the suppressed anger beneath her calm exterior. Su Yan smiled, gently squeezing her palm to comfort her. "Don't be angry. In their eyes, anything that can be bought for $1 million is not expensive." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crystal card on the table before turning to Lin Yue and Zhao Yiming, whose faces were deathly pale. Su Yan's smile deepened as he continued. "Perhaps they think that's all your husband is worth. In short, it's about using minimal force to achieve maximum effect." It both mocked the other party's money-first values and firmly tied its own value to Lang Ruoxue's. "You think I'm cheap? That's because you want to buy me out for $1 million. The implication is that I and my woman are something you couldn't buy even if you sold everything you own." Zhao Yiming and Lin Yue's faces turned a deep purplish red. Just then, boom! The restaurant's already flimsy door was pushed open from the outside. Scarface's imposing figure, as tall as an iron tower, appeared at the doorway. Behind him followed a group of men in black, exuding a murderous aura. They carried 2 huge plaques covered with red cloth, along with dozens of flower baskets filled with fresh flowers, completely blocking the already narrow street. The sight frightened passers-by, who quickly retreated. Scarface spotted Su Yan sitting in the shop at a glance, and his muscular face immediately broke into a respectful and enthusiastic smile. A loud voice echoed throughout the street as Scarface shouted, "Master Chef Su! Congratulations on the grand opening of your Epine Pavilion. I, Scarface, have come to show my support." He strode in, shouting as he went. His gaze shifted and landed on Zhao Yiming, whose face was deathly pale, sitting at the table. Scarface's smile froze instantly, a barely perceptible glint of malice flashing in his eyes. The moment Zhao Yiming saw who it was, his arrogance deflated like a punctured balloon. His legs went weak, and he almost slipped off the chair. His lips trembled, and he said in a shaky voice, Scarface? Chapter 22 50 million membership fee, Zhao family kung fu pays off with life. Scarface's appearance was like a prehistoric behemoth that had broken into a sheepfold. The air in the entire restaurant seemed to freeze instantly. When Zhao Yiming saw Scarface, it was like seeing his own father. He scrambled over to him. His face wore a fawning, twisted smile, completely forgetting that half of his face was already swollen like a pig's head. Thinking his savior had arrived, he eagerly pointed at Su Yan and hissed as he complained. Scarface. You've come at the perfect time. This waiter, he impersonated a master chef to extort money from me. He even dared to use your name to intimidate people. You have to stand up for me." He hadn't finished speaking. Scarface moved. A single step, as fast as lightning. The large, fan-like hand swept through the air, creating a gust of wind. The explosive sound of the compressed air even drowned out Zhao Yiming's scream. Smack! A sharp crack, like a thunderclap, rang in everyone's ears. That slap was incredibly powerful. Zhao Yiming spun around like a top that had been whipped into the air, turning 2.5 times on the spot. Several back teeth mixed with blood and foam spurted out of his mouth, landing on the ground with a clatter, and rolling to Lin Yue's feet. Thump! He fell heavily to the ground, his head buzzing, completely stunned. The burly men in black that Scarface brought were unfazed. They carried in 2 huge plaques covered with red cloth and stood them respectfully at the entrance. Scarface's chest heaved violently, filled with lingering fear and rage from surviving the ordeal. He pointed at Zhao Yiming, who was vomiting blood on the ground, and roared in a booming voice. "You're the one who's blind." Scarface rushed over, grabbed Zhao Yiming by the hair, forced him to raise his head, and roared. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is the chief pharmacist of my Black Dragon boxing arena." Even Boss Qian treats Chef Su with utmost respect, regarding him as an honored guest. Su, a master chef? These 3 words struck Lin Yue and Zhao Yiming like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. They traveled thousands of miles, pulling strings and seeking connections, hoping to meet that mysterious master chef. Is this the good-for-nothing Su Yan that they just humiliated and mocked so much? That former classmate whom they considered to be at the very bottom of society, destined to be a bedbug in the slums for the rest of his life. How could this be? Lin Yue felt her mind go blank for a moment, as if it had gone completely blank. She felt her legs go weak uncontrollably, and a warm liquid instantly soaked her underwear. A small, suspicious water stain appeared on the hem of the expensive Chanel miniskirt. She was so scared that she peed herself. In an instant, all the mockery, contempt, and sense of superiority collapsed. They were like 2 self-important clowns, putting on a ridiculous and pathetic show in front of truly important figures. Every sarcastic word, every contemptuous remark, now felt like the loudest slap in their faces, stinging painfully. Scarface was still not satisfied, so he stepped forward and kicked Zhao Yiming hard in the back of the knee. Snap! The crisp sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Zhao Yiming let out a scream that sounded inhuman, his legs went weak, and he knelt down in front of Su Yan with a thud. Scarface pointed at his nose and roared. "Kneel down and apologize to Chef Su. If Chef Su doesn't forgive you, I, Scarface, swear that I'll make you disappear from Jiangqing today." Lin Yue was so frightened that her face turned pale and her whole body trembled like a leaf. Seeing Scarface's fierce eyes, she no longer dared to have any hope and knelt down with a plop. The expensive stockings ripped instantly on the rough ground, and a burning pain shot through my knees. Her carefully applied makeup was washed away by snot and tears, leaving ridiculous ravines that revealed her yellowish skin underneath. The 2 of them completely broke down. Thump! 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 Zhao Yiming's forehead slammed against the hard cement floor, each blow delivered with full force, and blood quickly appeared. Blood mixed with snot and tears smeared his face, but he was oblivious, only knowing to kowtow frantically like pounding garlic. He cried out. "Master Chef Su! We were wrong. We were blind to your greatness. We're dogs. We're beasts. Please, have mercy on us this time. 1 million, no, we'll give you 10 million. Please." Su Yan looked down at them, his eyes indifferent as if he were looking at 2 noisy ants. He picked up the teacup on the table, gently blew on it to warm it, and slowly began to speak. "The rules of Epine Pavilion cannot be broken." The 2 men paused in their kowtowing, raised their blood and tear-stained faces, and a glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. Su Yan put down his teacup and continued. "Want some soup?" "Sure. Membership fee, 15 million per person." Puff! Zhao Yiming couldn't catch his breath, and the nosebleed that had just stopped started gushing out again. 50 million? 1 person? This isn't about money, it's about bankrupting him. Before they could even groan, Lang Ruoxue, who had been standing quietly beside Su Yan, coldly added. "Besides, my husband's time is very precious." Lang Ruoxue didn't even look at the 2 people kneeling on the ground. She extended her slender fingers and gently smoothed a wrinkle on Su Yan's collar, her eyes filled with pure, godlike indifference, as she said softly. "You wasted an hour of his time. As compensation for your emotional distress, let's use the Zhao family's clan protecting martial art, Thunderbolt Force, to settle the matter. Deliver within 3 days, or you will be responsible for the consequences. Thunderous Force. Zhao Yiming's body trembled violently, and the last trace of color drained from his face. Iron plate? No. This isn't a steel plate. It's a sacred mountain. A majestic sacred mountain that could easily crush the entire Zhao family. It's over, it's all over. Despair completely enveloped him. Scarface waved his hand, and 2 burly men in black immediately stepped forward and dragged the limp Zhao Yiming and Lin Yue away like 2 dead dogs. After dealing with the 2 flies, Su Yan seemed to suddenly remember something and casually said to Scarface, who was bowing and waiting beside him. By the way, when is the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Academy entrance exam that Boss Qian arranged for me? Scarface quickly and respectfully replied. Chef Su, it's next Monday. Boss Qian has already taken care of all your paperwork. You can just go and take the assessment. Zhao Yiming, who was being dragged to the door, froze upon hearing these words. Azure Dragon Martial Arts Academy? Su Yan is going too? Moreover, was it arranged personally by Boss Qian? A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Su Yan entered the academy, while he, Zhao Yiming, was abandoned by his family and even expelled from the academy because he offended Su Yan. A fear deeper than death gripped his heart. Su Yan seemed to sense his gaze, turned his head, and gave Zhao Yiming, whose face was ashen, a bright and kind smile. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly as he smiled and said, Zhao, don't be in such a hurry to leave. From now on, we'll be alumni. Please take good care of me while we're at school. This phrase, take care of, was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiming's eyes rolled back suddenly, and he foamed at the mouth on the spot, fainting from fright. A new storm is about to brew quietly at Jiangqing's premier martial arts academy. Chapter 23 Fool. Lang Ruoshua's finger revealed the secret of heaven, and the Zhao family had regretted it to the point of vomiting blood. In the early morning, the sunlight had not yet dispelled the dampness of the alley. The aroma of fried dough sticks mingled with the cool air, permeating the alleyway. Outside Ipin Pavilion, a dozen gleaming black hovercars, like a group of silent steel behemoths, were parked without a sound. Their luxurious tranquility contrasts drastically with the surrounding vendors' shouts and diners' chatter. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhentian. This is a grandmaster-level expert who can make the ground tremble when he stomps his feet in Jiangcheng. At this moment, he was leading 3 family elders, standing straight like primary school students being punished at the restaurant entrance. He was clutching an antique sandalwood box tightly in his arms. The cold sweat seeping from my palms had made the patina on the precious wood somewhat slippery. He didn't even dare to wipe it. The elder behind him trembled, lowering his voice to say, Patriarch, this is the Thunderclap Force, the very foundation upon which my Zhao family stands. Zhao Zhentian didn't turn around, his voice was forced out through clenched teeth. Shut up. Fundamental? Compared to surviving, what the hell is fundamental? His mind kept replaying Scarface's emotionless words from 3 days ago. Master Zhao, your son has offended a deity. Chef Su wants your Thunderbolt Force to give your Zhao family a chance to live. This isn't a discussion, it's a notification. It's not a transaction, it's charity. The prestigious Zhao family is forced to offer up their ancestral martial arts techniques in exchange for a chance to live. Zhao Zhentian felt his face burning, his dignity as a grandmaster had been utterly crushed. Squeak. The door of Ipin Pavilion was opened a crack. Zhao Qing peeked out. She was wearing simple sportswear and glanced at the group of people outside the door, her eyes looking at them as if they were just a few roadside stones. She said coldly, Brother Su is busy, wait. After saying that, the door slammed shut again. Zhao Zhentian not only dared not be angry, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly nodded and bowed, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace at the closed wooden door, and said repeatedly, Of course, of course. Chef Su is extremely busy, we'll just wait. At this moment, inside the training room of Ipin Pavilion, Su Yan and Lang Ruoshua sat cross-legged with their palms touching. Between the two, the wisp of hazy, chaotic energy had grown to the size of a fist. Like a newly formed miniature black hole, it is greedily drawing out the dark curse from Lang Ruoshua's body. Unlike 3 days ago, Su Yan is no longer passively enduring this situation. He focused his mind on circulating the technique and could clearly feel how the curse power that was entrenched in Lang Ruoshua's meridians was crushed and purified after being drawn into the chaotic vortex. Part of it turned into golden nectar, gently healing her wounded body. The other part surged forcefully into his body. This is a sense of control I've never felt before. He could even hear the joyful moans emanating from Lang Ruoshue's parched meridians after they were nourished. Ding! Resonance absorption efficiency, 60%. The operating speed of the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique has been increased by 300%. The curse power of my marriage partner Lang Ruoshue has been suppressed by 15%. Just then, a mighty and pure torrent of energy surged back from the chaotic vortex. Boom! Suyen felt as if his entire spine had been struck by lightning, and an invisible shackle that had long been rusted to death suddenly shattered. The bones of the limbs and all parts of the body emitted a dense popping sound like popping beans. An overwhelming sense of comfort and power made every pore on his body open up. That's power. Only by possessing this power can one keep this woman firmly by their side. Congratulations, Master. Breakthrough. Current psionic power, 160 points. Suyen opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of hot white air. This speed is enough to make all the geniuses in the Empire question their existence. Lang Ruoshue also finished her training, and her lifeless eyes now shone with a captivating brilliance. Like a frozen pool that has been frozen for 10,000 years, it now reflects starlight once more. She asked, her voice carrying a gentleness she herself was unaware of. Honey, how are you feeling? Suyen grasped her slightly cool hand, then held her softness in his palm and said, more powerful than ever before. He then asked, and you? How much of the curse have you cleared? For the first time ever, a very faint smile appeared on Lang Ruoshue's lips as she said, better than expected. In another half-month at most, I'll be able to recover to the Grandmaster level. Then. She didn't finish her sentence, but the chilling glint in her eyes foreshadowed the fate of some people. The two walked out of the training room. Suyen looked out the window and saw the Zhao family members outside the door, who looked like they were sitting on pins and needles. He said calmly, it seems that those who want to apologize can't wait any longer. Suyen sat down in the main seat and called out towards the door. Zhao Qing, tell them to get in here. Zhao Qing immediately opened the door and said to Zhao Zhentian and the others with a blank expression, Brother Su wants you to come in. Zhao Zhentian felt as if he had been granted a pardon and rushed in almost on all fours. As soon as he entered, he saw the young man sitting lazily in the chair. After not seeing each other for 3 days, the aura emanating from the other party made even this veteran grandmaster feel a slight unease. Zhao Zhentian's heart skipped a beat, and he almost collapsed to his knees. Suyen leaned back lazily in his chair, not even lifting his eyelids, and asked in a hoarse voice, Patriarch Xiao, how have you been? The sound, however, was no less than a thunderclap to Zhao Zhentian's ears. He dared not take any chances any longer. He rushed forward, raised the sandalwood box high above his head with both hands, and bent his waist at a 90-degree angle. His voice trembled as he spoke loudly. Master Chef Su. Master Chef Su. I was blind and did not recognize your greatness. I have failed to raise my son properly and have offended you. This is the Zhao family's most treasured martial art, the Thunderclap Force. Please accept it. Consider it an apology. Suyen didn't answer, but instead slowly poured himself a cup of tea. Zhao Qing, who was standing nearby, understood and stepped forward, expressionlessly took the box, and placed it next to Suyen. Suyen then lifted the lid of the box and glanced at it casually. Just then, Lang Ruoshue, who had been silent all along, walked over. Her gaze fell on the animal hide scroll, and for the first time, her calm expression showed a violent fluctuation. She said softly, this thing. She extended 2 slender, jade-like fingers and gently touched a mysterious rune on the animal skin scroll. Sizzle! A wisp of purple electricity, thinner than a strand of hair, flashed and disappeared from her fingertip. Standing a few meters away, Zhao Zhentian felt the hairs on his body stand on end. A fear originating from the depths of his blood made his legs go weak, and with a thump, he actually knelt on the ground. Zhao Zhentian screamed in despair. Lightning, the law of lightning? Lang Ruoshue withdrew her finger, glanced at him indifferently, and commented, idiot. She turned to Suyen, her voice softening as she explained. The Thunder Force is just the surface, it is actually a fragment of an ancient Thunder God's legacy. The Zhao family, a bunch of good-for-nothings, have cultivated for hundreds of years, yet they haven't even grasped 1/10,000th of its secrets. She looked at Suyen, her eyes shining with an astonishing light, and said, Honey, this has a miraculous effect on my recovery. You've really struck gold this time. Boom! Zhao Jintian was struck dumb, as if by lightning. The legacy of the ancient thunder god? The Zhao family possessed an incredible treasure, yet they remained blind to it for centuries. They even personally handed the treasure over. Regret, fear, resentment, a flood of emotions surged into his heart, and he felt a sweet taste in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan played with the teacup, not even glancing at Zhao Jintian on the ground, and simply put away the animal skin scroll. He spoke calmly. The accounts have been settled. These 4 words were like heavenly music to Zhao Jintian. He felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders, as if he had just escaped death. He quickly kowtowed and said, "Thank you so much, Chef Su, for your magnanimity. Thank you so much, Chef Su." After kowtowing, he struggled to get up, but did not leave immediately. After much hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and said cautiously, "Master Chef Su, there's something else. I think you might be interested in knowing." Chapter 24, Thor's Fragment Acquired. Tonight, I'll let you experience true dual cultivation. Su Yan raised his eyelids and uttered a single word. "Speak." Zhao Jintian felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and with a determined heart, he roared out his grievances like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. "It's the Lin family and the Nangong family. The 2 families are secretly making connections with the major families in Jiangcheng, saying that in 20 days, they will hold a grand memorial service for Miss Ling Ruoxue." The words fell. Su Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chilling killing intent almost solidified. Just as he was about to explode, he caught a glimpse of Ling Ruoxue giving him a very subtle look out of the corner of his eye. There was no anger in the depths of those eyes, only a cold, amused look, as if they were watching a good show. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly understood her intention. The next second, upon hearing the words memorial service, Ling Ruoxue's pretty face, which had regained some color, turned deathly pale. Her delicate body swayed slightly, as if the news had completely shattered her last shred of spirit. Cough, cough, cough. A series of violent, suppressed coughs erupted from her throat, as if she were coughing up her lungs. She suddenly pulled a clean white handkerchief from her bosom and covered her mouth, her body trembling violently. Puff. A stinging splash of bright red quickly soaked through the silk handkerchief, spilling out between her fingers and dripping onto the floor. Those eyes, which had just regained their sparkle, quickly dimmed, becoming empty and lifeless. Her body went limp, and she fell straight to the ground. Ruoxue. Su Yan understood immediately, his face instantly filled with shock and rage. He rushed forward and caught her soft body in his arms before she landed. Holding the unconscious woman in his arms, he turned to look at the terrified Zhao Jintian, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and roared angrily. "Roll!" Zhao Jintian's soul was scattered. Little did he know that his words would cause this dying war god to vomit blood and faint on the spot. If he really dies here, even 10,000 lives wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. Yes. Yes. This humble servant takes his leave. This humble servant will get out immediately. He scrambled out of the door as if a vengeful ghost were chasing him. Su Yan ignored him and rushed into the bedroom with Ling Ruoxue in his arms. Bang! He kicked the door shut. As soon as he entered the room, Su Yan lowered his head. Ling Ruoxue in his arms quietly opened her eyes, showing no signs of weakness whatsoever. She looked at the bloodstains on her handkerchief, the blood she had just forced out with her internal energy, and a cold, mocking smile appeared on her lips. She nimbly jumped down from Su Yan's arms and commented lightly. "Not bad, didn't give it away." Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief, then chuckled and pinched her cheek, whispering, "Not only did you not give yourself away, but with your acting skills, it would be a shame if you didn't win an award. Even I was startled just now. Stop being so cheeky." Ling Ruoxue slapped his hand away, walked to the window, and looked towards the direction of the northern border, her eyes as deep as the night. A memorial service, they really dare to think of that. Her voice was calm, yet it contained a terrifying killing intent. Perfect timing, I'll secretly deliver a big gift to them. I'll also take this opportunity to see how many demons and monsters will be eager to jump out after I die. Su Yan walked to her side, gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, and rested his chin on her fragrant shoulder. He could feel the tension in her body. It wasn't weakness, but rather a boiling murderous intent. "I'll stay with you." Ling Ruoxue's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed and leaned against him. The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. Su Yan then picked up the animal skin scroll again and asked, "Wife, you just said this technique would be useful to you." Lang Ruoshua nodded, her eyes reflecting the god of war's thirst for power. "Yes. The law of lightning, extremely young and powerful, is one of the most destructive forces in the world. Although it's just a fragment, it's enough for me to activate a portion of my original power ahead of time, and my recovery speed can be increased by 30%. She paused, turned to look at Su Yan, and her eyes became somewhat complicated. However, a deeper yin-yang interaction is needed. Nighttime, inside the training room. The moonlight was like water. This time, it's no longer a matter of four palms facing each other in restraint. Lang Ruoshua straddled Su Yan's lap, her legs wrapped around his firm waist and abdomen in an extremely intimate and unreserved manner. Her black training uniform was slightly damp with sweat, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her shapely curves and incredibly slender waist into a fatal silhouette. With each breath, the lines of her muscles were faintly visible beneath the fabric, exuding an ultimate allure of strength and beauty. A peculiar body fragrance wafted into Su Yan's nostrils. It wasn't the scent of any particular perfume, but rather a blend of extreme cold and extreme heat, like a cluster of eerie blue flames burning deep within a glacier, cold and deadly, enough to make your mouth dry just from smelling it. "Hey, if you keep looking, your eyes will fall out." Lang Ruoshua's cold voice rang in Su Yan's mind, carrying a hint of embarrassment and annoyance that she herself was unaware of. Her slightly trembling eyelashes and the barely perceptible blush at the base of her ears betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Su Yan took a deep breath, his Adam's apple bobbing. Instead of concentrating, he was aroused by his most primal possessive desires. This woman is his. He suddenly raised his head, grabbed the back of her head with one hand, and, no longer holding back, kissed her cold yet soft lips fiercely. Lang Ruoshua's body stiffened instantly, as if she wanted to struggle, but Su Yan's arms held her even tighter in his embrace like iron clamps. This kiss had nothing to do with martial arts techniques or the chance of survival. Rather, it is the most direct declaration a man makes to a woman. Domineering, in depth, and full of predatory atmosphere. Her icy lips gradually warmed and softened under his advances. Lang Ruoshua's tense body seemed to have all its strength drained away, and she gradually slumped into his arms, only able to make a faint nasal sound, her hands subconsciously gripping the clothes on his shoulders. Just when my soul and senses were on the verge of spiraling out of control. Boom! The chaotic vortex between the two suddenly began to swirl. This time, it was no longer a gentle pull, but a violent devouring. Su Yan could clearly see that the dark curse power was being torn apart and shattered more efficiently in the extreme yin-yang convergence caused by the two of them touching lips and teeth and their bodies being tightly intertwined. Pure energy flows like a burst dam. Part of it turned into scalding golden liquid, washing over Lang Ruoshua's parched meridians, causing her to let out a suppressed moan, her delicate body trembling slightly. The other part transformed into even more domineering thunder and fire, savagely pouring into Su Yan's body. Thunder and fire engulfed his body. Grow numb. Excruciating pain. Power is roaring. Every inch of flesh is being torn apart and then reassembled. This is hell, and this is heaven. Proficiency in yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique +1. After an unknown amount of time, the cultivation ended, and the two parted their lips, a thin line of saliva faintly visible in the moonlight. Lang Ruoshua leaned against Su Yan's chest, breathing heavily. That usually aloof and cold face was now flushed with an unprecedented, intoxicating blush, her eyes sparkling with a captivating charm. She looked at Su Yan with a complex expression, a mixture of shame and anger, surprise, and, more than anything, a kind of infatuation that she herself was unaware of. For the next 7 days, the practice room became their most private battlefield. From straddling him, to being pulled into his arms with my back to him, feeling his hot breath brush against my sensitive earlobe and neck. Every cultivation session is a fierce battle between will and instinct, a deep entanglement between soul and body. They must maintain a sliver of clarity in their minds during the most intimate moments, in order to harness the immense energy generated by the fusion of their bodies. This is a greater test of willpower than simply swinging a knife 10,000 times, and it is also more addictive. Over the course of 7 days, Su Yan's mind was honed into a pure and resilient spirit through the daily tug of war between his soul and body, filled with a desire to control power in her. Yin-Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven Technique, LV 11572 10,000. 40% of Lang Ruoshua's curse from the strange emperor has been removed. Chapter 25 Lin Yue begs for forgiveness. On the morning of the 7th day. Ipin Pavilion has become a bizarre and fantastical legend in Zhangcheng. Before dawn, the alleyway was completely blocked by all kinds of top-of-the-line hovercars. The powerful and wealthy elites of Zhangcheng, dressed in suits and holding membership cards worth millions, lined up quietly at the door like primary school students, just to get a bowl of the legendary medicinal cuisine. At the very front of this long line, outside the shop door, a figure stood out conspicuously. Lin Yue has been kneeling here for 7 days. The Chanel suit she was wearing, which had once been worth 6 figures, now looked like a rag soaked in gutter oil, with spit and dried mud stains on the hem. My once meticulously styled hair now lies greasy on my scalp, emitting a faint, sour smell. The fingertips that once had French manicures are now broken and covered in black grime. She was like an expensive piece of trash abandoned by the rapid pace of the times, completely out of place amidst the surrounding glitz and glamour. A hushed discussion arose from the crowd. Tisk, isn't this the eldest daughter of the Lin family? What happened to her? I heard that the Zhao family directly called off the engagement, and her father's company was also bankrupted by several companies working together. It's really karma. Serves her right. The way she climbed to the top by stepping on Chef Su is what makes her fall so hard. The pointing fingers and whispers of passers-by felt like invisible needles, pricking every inch of Lin Yue's skin. But she dared not leave. This is her last chance. Just then, the door of Yipinga opened. A group chairman with a net worth of over 100 million yuan walked out with a radiant face. Lin Yue rushed towards the shop like a drowning person seeing driftwood, screaming as she tried to break in. Su Yan! Su Yan, come out here. I know I was wrong. Before she could even reach the door, a petite figure appeared like a ghost and blocked her way. It's Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing didn't even look at her, she simply reached out a hand and gently placed it on Lin Yue's shoulder. Lin Yue's momentum came to an abrupt halt. She felt like she had bumped into an invisible wall. The force from her shoulder made her legs go weak, and she uncontrollably knelt down again. Her knees slammed heavily against the bluestone slab, making a dull thud, and the pain brought tears to her eyes. Zhao Qing only said one word. Roll. The icy aura belonging to a grandmaster made Lin Yue feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. In despair, Lin Yue completely broke down. She cried out hysterically with all her might. No! I won't leave. Su Yan! Look at me. We used to love each other so much. Have you forgotten that you said you would marry me? I don't want anything anymore, I just want to be your concubine. Please give me a chance, how can you be so heartless? This tearful complaint elicited expressions of amusement from the wealthy and powerful people in the queue. Inside the shop, Su Yan walked out carrying a bowl of freshly brewed herbal soup. He didn't glance in Lin Yue's direction, but walked straight to the old general at the head of the line, whose hair was gray but whose spirit was vigorous. Su Yan handed over the soup bowl. Mr. Li, please enjoy your nourishing soup. General Li took the soup bowl and laughed as if he had found a treasure. Thank you for your help, Chef Su. After dealing with all of this, Su Yan turned around as if he had just heard the noise. He didn't look at Lin Yue kneeling on the ground, but instead bowed slightly apologetically to all the customers in line. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment. He paused, his voice not loud, but it carried clearly throughout the alley. Yipinga has a new rule: we do not welcome beggars, and we do not recycle garbage. After he finished speaking, his gaze finally fell on that pale, paper-white face. That look in his eyes was as calm as if he were looking at a piece of filth that had nothing to do with him and had been thrown on the side of the road. Looking at the unfamiliar woman in front of him, Su Yan felt no pleasure, only a deathly silence. Having engaged in dual cultivation with Lang Ruoshua, Lin Yue caused him no ripples in his heart. There was simply no comparison. He wasn't seeking revenge. He was just cleaning out something that should have been thrown away a long time ago. Su Yan spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but it struck everyone's heart clearly. You're kneeling here not because of love, but simply because you've lost a long-term meal ticket you could be proud of. He watched her face turn deathly pale, then delivered the final blow, severing all vain hopes. Stop acting. That's beneath you. The 4 words, like 4 sharpest ice picks, pierced Lin Yue's heart. Her body trembled violently, and the last glimmer of light in her eyes went out completely. He collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud, emitting hoarse, inhuman sobs. Su Yan turned and went back into the shop, as if he had just casually crushed a noisy fly. Nighttime, in the practice room. Lang Ruoshua leaned against Su Yan's chest, playing with his broad, calloused hands. She looked into Su Yan's eyes and said calmly, "The way you looked at her today was like you were looking at a dirty stone. It seems that these 7 days of dual cultivation have tempered your mind. Very good, the purer your will, the faster your blade will be." She changed the subject, her expression turning serious. "The Zhangcheng martial arts tournament will be held in a few days." Lang Ruoxue sat up, her tight-fitting training clothes perfectly covering her firm, snow-white breasts and full, peach-shaped buttocks. That breathtaking curve formed a fatal contrast with her icy temperament. She looked serious. "I want you to win the championship. The prize for the champion of this competition is a piece of millennial soul-nourishing wood. With it, my recovery speed can be increased by 50%. The Lin family and the Nangong family are not giving us much time. For her." Su Yan didn't speak, but simply picked up his kitchen knife and gently ran his fingertips along the cold blade. His eyes held a wolf-like resolve. He was determined to get that piece of wood. As Lang Ruoxue stood up, the temperature in the entire training room suddenly dropped. Determination alone is not enough. She extended her fair right hand, palm facing upward. Buzz. A magnificent long sword, its surface as clear as ice and seemingly adorned with the shadows of dragons, appeared out of thin air in her hand. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold swept through the entire room. The water in the teacup on the table instantly froze into ice. Lang Ruoxue gently stroked the sword. "This is Frost Dragon's roar, my sword." Even a mere glimpse of the supreme sharpness belonging to the frost god of war caused Su Yan's breath to catch in his throat. She looked at Su Yan, her eyes burning with pure fighting spirit. "Your swordsmanship is too crude. You are merely imitating my momentum without possessing your own soul." With a flick of her wrist, the long sword traced a seemingly simple trajectory in the air. But in Su Yan's perception, this sword had drained all the light and heat from the surrounding area. Only absolute zero, representing the end and deathly silence, remained. His soul was frozen by that sword light, and even his thoughts became sluggish. Lang Ruoxue sheathed her sword and stood there. The chill in the room instantly dissipated, as if everything just now was an illusion. She looked at Su Yan, her voice cold and clear. "This move is called Frostfall. Last year's Zhangcheng martial arts tournament champion, Lin Tianyuan of the Lin family, his signature move Frost Slash is just a failed imitation of Frostfall. It is said that in last year's final, Lin Tianyuan's opponent had his meridian severed by Lin's Frost Slash and is still lying in a sanatorium, suffering a fate worse than death." She pointed the tip of her sword at Su Yan's brow, the icy sword energy stinging his skin. "There are still 10 days left in the competition." Her voice paused, and the words she uttered could freeze a person's soul. "Within 10 days, I will grasp even the slightest bit of its essence. Otherwise, you will be instantly killed by Lin Tianyuan in one move on the arena. I'll teach you now, watch carefully." Ding! "Congratulations, Master, you have mastered the sword technique Frostfall. Current proficiency, LV 115,000. Frostfall proficiency +1. Frostfall proficiency +1. Chapter 26 Pre-Match Storm, Public Enemy of the Whole City. The 10-day retreat has ended. Su Yan opened his eyes. The world has changed. In the corner, a speck of dust broke free from a cobweb and drifted down. He heard it. He slowly clenched his fist, and his knuckles emitted a series of crisp, resonant popping sounds. A scorching, almost boiling power surged through his limbs and bones. He felt as if he were holding not a fist, but a star about to explode. In just 10 days, they covered the distance that others take several years to travel. This is the terrifying aspect of cultivating with that Valkyrie. Good. Lang Ruoxue's cold voice came from the window. She stood quietly by the window in a black dress, the moonlight only daring to outline a blurry silhouette for her. With the curse nearly half suppressed, her aura had fully recovered, and a single glance was enough to cause a grandmaster's mind to crumble. Once the curse is completely removed, she will be able to rebuild her meridians and return to the realm of the god of war that once made the world tremble. She walked up to Su Yan and opened her fair palm. A wolf head earring, entirely ice blue, lay quietly, seemingly imprisoning a patch of the unmelting aurora borealis of the north. She stood on tiptoe and personally put the earring on Su Yan's left ear. The cool fingertips brushed against his earlobe, causing Su Yan's body to stiffen for a moment. The cold metal touched the skin. The next moment, a torrent that froze everything rushed into his sea of consciousness. That is not power. It is the fighting instinct honed through countless life and death battles, the pure killing instinct extracted from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Lang Ruoshue's voice resounded directly in the depths of his soul. This is the Snow Wolf's eye. In critical moments, it allows you to see the world through my eyes and to see those fatal flaws. Su Yan touched the earring, and the icy coldness made him clearly feel the woman's unparalleled sharpness that dominated the world. The Zhongcheng Martial Arts Tournament opens. A huge crowd surged in front of the massive alloy door leading to the underground Abyss Beast's lair. The stench of sweat, the metallic smell of weapons, and the cloying sweetness of dozens of cheap energy drinks were mixed together to create a nauseatingly frenzied atmosphere. Su Yan frowned and squeezed into the crowd. The sounds of weapons being drawn, energy drinks being opened, and the shouts and boasts of tens of thousands of people blended into a thick, viscous sound wave. On hundreds of giant floating screens, promotional videos of geniuses from various powerful families slaying abyssal beasts were playing on a loop, eliciting enthusiastic screams from fans. The cold, impersonal announcement of the rules drowned out all the noise and resounded throughout the venue. Slaying abyss beasts automatically earns points. In case of mortal danger, press the emergency button to teleport out of the game. The winner of this competition will receive a top prize from Sanglong Martial Arts University, a 1,000-year soul-nourishing wood. No rules, but you are responsible for your own life and death. The last 4 words instantly froze the frenzied atmosphere, tinged with the stench of blood. Su Yan, alone with his stainless steel kitchen knife on his back, was inconspicuous in the crowd. As they passed the group from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, a sharp, sarcastic voice pierced through the crowd. "Hey, isn't this the pride of our No. 1 high school, Su Shue's top student? What, tired of working in the kitchen, want to see some blood too?" Class teacher Wang Hai pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a sneer playing on his lips. His prized student, Lu Feng, immediately understood and burst into exaggerated laughter. Teacher Wang, don't say that. Su Yan's knife skills are definitely top-notch in the kitchen, even for chopping vegetables. He might even be able to give the abyss beast a foot trimming. The surrounding students burst into shrill laughter. The academic genius they once looked up to has now become a laughingstock they can trample on at will, and this morbid pleasure gives them immense joy. The newly crowned genius Zhang Hong frowned and stepped forward, adopting the demeanor of a senior, and hypocritically offered his advice. "Su Yan, take my advice and go back. The Abyss Beast's nest is not a place for you. It's a small matter if you die in there, but don't bring shame to our school." Su Yan didn't stop walking, and didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. A swarm of noisy flies is not enough to make a tiger turn back. Just then, the crowd seemed to be cleaved apart by an invisible giant sword, suddenly splitting to both sides. The Lin family and the Nangong family's teams arrived together. The uniform crimson armor, engraved with a fiery tiger totem, produced a unified, heavy roar with every step, and the overwhelming aura made the surrounding air scorching. Leading the group was none other than last year's runner-up, the pride of the Lin family, Lin Tianyuan. Peak of the 5th rank of martial artist. He repeated a year of high school just to win this year's championship. Lin Tianyuan's gaze swept across the entire room like a searchlight, finally settling precisely on Su Yan. He stopped in his tracks. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, and broadcast live by countless cameras, Lin Tianyuan raised his hand and slowly made a throat-slitting gesture towards Su Yan. There was no anger or hatred in his eyes, only a cold and cruel gaze toward inanimate objects. The entire venue was deathly silent. The next second, a huge uproar erupted. "He's gone mad. Lin Tianyuan has publicly issued a kill order. Who's that kid? How did he get involved with this killing god? It's over, he's dead. Even a god couldn't save him." The examinees who were close to Su Yan retreated a few steps in fear, as if avoiding a plague, instantly creating a vacuum around him. The smiles on Wang Hai and Lu Feng's faces froze instantly, then turned into a twisted, ecstatic joy. They're doomed. That piece of trash is definitely dead. In the midst of the suffocating atmosphere, a loud roar erupted like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Master Chef Su Scarface, with his mountain-like figure, led a group of skilled fighters from the Black Dragon boxing arena, savagely tearing through the crowd and charging forward. His face was plastered with a fawning smile that bordered on grotesque. Amidst countless shocked, bewildered, and stunned gazes, he jogged up to Su Yan, bowed 90 degrees, and respectfully handed him a neatly folded, jet-black soft armor. "Master Chef Su, how could you come dressed like this? This is a small token of my appreciation, made of black water snakeskin, to wish you a successful start and to win first place." His face, full of fat, was trembling with excitement. This scene nearly made everyone's eyes pop out. Scarface, the underground emperor of the Black Dragon boxing arena, grovels before an unknown kid and even calls him God Chef. Wang Hai and Lu Feng's smiles froze on their faces, a sense of foreboding gripping their hearts. Lin Tianyuan, standing some distance away, frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing across his face, but it quickly turned into deeper disdain. So what if you curry favor with the local underworld bosses? Faced with absolute power, it is still just an ant that can be crushed at will. All participants, prepare to enter. The commander-in-chief gave the order. The 100-meter-tall alloy gate creaked open slowly inwards with a teeth-grinding sound. A gust of wind, carrying a strong smell of blood, decay, and sulfur, burst forth from the bottomless darkness behind the door. Tens of thousands of contestants, like a burst dam, roared and surged wildly into that abyss that represented death and opportunity. Su Yen calmly changed into the black dragon leather armor and mingled in the crowd. Just before stepping into the darkness, he paused and turned around. His gaze calmly swept over Wang Hai, whose face was deathly pale, Lu Feng, whose face was filled with disbelief, and Lin Tianyuan, whose eyes were cold in the distance. Then, a cold yet pleased smile appeared on his lips. Lin Tianyuan, Zhang Hong, Lu Feng. You will soon be on my dining table. A cold, electronic voice sounded from the wrist-worn device. Contestant, Su Yen. Occupation, skilled worker. Have a pleasant hunt. Chapter 27. The Cleaver went berserk. Old classmates meet, first kneel down and call him Grandpa. The dizzying sensation of spatial distortion receded like the tide. The moment Su Yan's toes touched the ground, a thick, foul stench violently filled his nostrils. It smelled of rust, mixed with the stench of rotting flesh, and a hint of sulfurous acridity. He was in a huge underground cavern. Above us was an abyss of darkness that swallowed all light. On the rock face, several dark blue veins, like menacing blood vessels, emitted a faint, breathing light that flickered between light and shadow. The flickering light and shadow stretched the stalactite's shadow into menacing demons. Hiss! A scream breaks through the air. Before Su Yen could adjust to the light, 5 dark figures skimmed along the slippery ground like 5 poison arrows shot straight at his face. Shadow Claw Lizard. Su Yen didn't even lift his eyelids. Instead of retreating, he advanced, taking a step forward into the stench of blood, his body cutting into the shadows at an eerie angle. In the instant they passed each other, the stainless steel kitchen knife in his hand swept upwards with a backhand motion. Sizzle! The sound didn't sound like chopping bones, it sounded more like a hot knife slicing through a block of fine butter. The blade slid precisely into the joint fascia of the first Shadowclaw lizard's forelimb and shoulder blade. A venomous claw, trailing a spray of dark green blood, shot into the sky. The Shadowclaw lizard's attack collapsed with a crash, and it rolled on the ground screaming in agony. Su Yen did not pause for a moment. His body spun like a top, and the kitchen knife in his hand seemed to come alive, turning into a deathly afterimage. Put! The blade pierced precisely into the open jaws of the second Shadowclaw lizard, and with a gentle twist, its brainstem instantly turned to mush. Click! The back of the knife slammed down, and the third spine snapped instantly, leaving the head limp as mud. The cook eats the cow. These 10 days of dual cultivation with Lang Ruoshua have honed more than just my cultivation level as a 9th-grade martial artist. It is an absolute control over every inch of this body's muscles, every bit of strength, deep into the marrow. Ding! Basic knife skills proficiency plus 10. Ding! Basic knife skills proficiency plus 10. System notification sounds were frantically flooding my mind. This is exactly what he wanted. Frostfall is the killing move, the trump card. These most basic chopping, slashing, picking, and wiping techniques are the instincts he needs to integrate into his blood and breath. In less than 10 seconds, the 5 novice nightmares were reduced to a pile of scattered parts. With a flick of his wrist, Su Yen wiped the blood off the cleaver and then casually waved it away. The corpses and crystal cores on the ground vanished instantly. Ding! The Abyss Beast's corpse has been converted into pure fertilizer, increasing the vegetable garden space by 1 square meter. A faint life force emanated from that mysterious space, restoring some of his depleted strength. On the wrist monitor, the score jumped from 0 to 50. Meanwhile, in the outer square, on the giant leaderboard composed of suspended light screens, tens of thousands of names flowed like a waterfall. An unremarkable name is steadily climbing up the list from the very bottom. Su Yen, points, 50. Su Yen, points, 80. Su Yen, points, 130. Someone in the crowd noticed this unusual situation. Look! That guy Su Yan's points are increasing so steadily. TCH, what a stroke of luck, they must have fallen into the den of a first-tier abyss beast. A young man who looked like a scion of a prominent family looked disdainful. That's right. Once he encounters a second-tier rock-armored porcupine, he'll know what death means. One strike, and he probably won't even leave a white mark. The murmurs were quickly drowned out by the dazzling names at the top of the list. Lin Tianyuan, Nangon Lai, they are the main characters today. Deep within the lair, Su Yan hid behind the shadow of a protruding rock, calming his slightly rapid breathing. The continuous high-intensity hunting had brought the scorching energy within him to a critical point. Just then, a violent energy fluctuation, mixed with the furious roar of humans, came from a side path not far away. Su Yan concealed his aura and, like a gecko, silently climbed to the top of the rock. Below, a 5-person team is being chased around like chickens and dogs by a rock-armored porcupine that is as big as a small truck. The team leader was Zhang Hang. Su Yan's gaze fell on him, as if he were looking at a comical clown. Zhang Heng exerted all his strength and thrust his spear out fiercely. Bite! A burst of blinding sparks exploded, leaving only a shallow white mark on the thick rocky keratin layer of the second-tier abyss beast. Damn it! Damn it! Where is its weakness? Zhang Heng roared in exasperation, his face filled with fear and resentment. A cold smile curled at the corners of Su Yan's lips. Idiot! The wolf head earring in his left ear suddenly exuded a bone-chilling coldness. Eye of the snow wolf activated. The world before his eyes changed instantly. The raging torrent of energy within the rock-armored porcupine's body became clearly visible. Lang Ruoshua's voice, devoid of any emotion yet incredibly familiar, seemed to transcend time and space, resounding directly into the depths of his soul. Honey, its energy core is moving, but the 3 inches below the left fang is the only dead zone for all energy flow. Instead of giving the answer directly, they provide the most crucial information. Su Yan's fingertips twitched slightly, but he ultimately restrained himself. Like a patient old hunter, he silently assessed the strength of his colleagues. In this dark underground world, everyone is both hunter and prey. Revealing your hand too early is something only a fool would do. Whether Zhang Han lives or dies is none of his business. Su Yan silently retreated off the rock, turned around, and disappeared into another, deeper passageway. After going nearly 1,000 meters deeper, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A huge underground lake appeared before us, its waters appearing as dark as inkstone in the darkness. In the center of the lake, a small island is covered with mushrooms that emit a soft white light, their rich life energy almost condensing into a thin mist visible to the naked eye. Great place! Su Yan's heart stirred, and he was about to go over. A burst of extremely arrogant laughter came from the other side of the lake. Ha ha ha! Found it! The glowing mushroom island. Young Master Lu is awesome. We've struck it rich this time. 7 or 8 young people wearing the school uniform of number 1 middle school surrounded an arrogant young man with his chin held high, and they swaggered out. It was Lu Feng. Lu Feng greedily scanned the patch of mushrooms, then his gaze shifted and landed on Su Yan on the other side of the lake. He was taken aback at first, then a grotesque and cruel smile spread across his face. Oh, who do we have here? Lu Feng stuck out his tongue and licked his chapped lips, then slowly walked towards Su Yan. His lackeys immediately understood and spread out in a fan shape, blocking all of Su Yan's escape routes. Isn't this Su Yan, that useless bookworm from our number 1 high school? Lu Feng walked up to Su Yan, looking down at him with disdain, his tone full of condescension. What, instead of washing dishes at your rundown restaurant in the slums, you've come here to die? He pointed to the black water snakeskin armor on Su Yan's body, his eyes revealing undisguised greed and contempt. TSK, for the sake of our old classmate relationship, I'll show you a way out. Now, kneel down. Lu Feng stretched out his foot and tapped the ground with the tip of his shoe. Transfer all the points in your wristband to me, then take off this tattered snakeskin armor and lick it clean for me. I can consider breaking your leg and making you crawl out like a dog. Chapter 28 Former Classmates, Hunter and Prey. In Lu Feng's eyes, Su Yan's silence was the instinctive reaction of being completely frozen after being targeted by a natural enemy. His facial muscles twitched into an exaggerated arc, and he extended a finger, seemingly pointing at Su Yan's heart from a distance, and said, "What, scared out of your wits? That's right. You're just a bug who's only fit to spend your whole life smelling cooking fumes in the kitchen. How could you have ever seen a real martial artist?" One of his henchmen immediately burst into a shrill laugh. "Brother Foam, stop wasting your breath on him. Crush his bones and show him what heaven and earth are. Another lackey drew his dagger, his face contorted with bloodlust, and echoed. Yes. Make him kneel down and sing conquer. The way they looked at Su Yan wasn't like they were looking at a former classmate. It was like they were looking at a lamb to the slaughter. Meanwhile, in the outer square, among hundreds of floating giant screens, the main screen suddenly switched its view, precisely focusing on the scene beside the underground lake. The director keenly sensed the bloodshed in conflict. Look! It's Lu Feng. He ran into that cook named Su Yan. This is going to be good. Lu Feng has just been promoted to the first rank of martial artist. That cook is doomed. The crowd was instantly drawn in, and a wave of discussion erupted. In the line of students from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, homeroom teacher Wang Hai leaned forward excitedly, gripping the railing tightly with both hands until his knuckles turned white. He suddenly slapped his colleague on the shoulder, spitting as he boasted. Did you see that? Did you see that? He pointed at Lu Feng's figure and said loudly. That's my prized student, Lu Feng. A true first-grade martial artist. Solid foundation, composed. This is a true genius. Then, pointing to the frail figure surrounded on the screen, his tone turning pained and indignant, he continued. And look at Su Yan, he's about to die and he's still spacing out. That's what happens when you're too ambitious. I've said it before, the most valuable thing a person can do is to know their own limitations. Today, I'm going to show everyone in Jiangcheng what happens to those overconfident good-for-nothings. The surrounding students joined in the jeering, their eyes filled with a morbid glee as they looked at Su Yan on the screen. Deep within the nest, at a higher elevation, lies a resting area. Lin Tianyuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his points far ahead, firmly holding the top spot. Nangong Lai glanced at the image on the distant screen beside him and scoffed. A newly promoted martial artist bullying a cook who isn't even a martial artist. Does such a pointless act deserve a spot on the main screen? Lin Tianyuan didn't even lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard a thing. In his view, neither Lu Feng nor Su Yan were anything more than dust on the roadside, not worthy of his attention. Beside an underground lake, Lu Feng completely lost his patience. Su Yan's stagnant calm made him feel like a clown swaggering in front of thin air, and a strong sense of humiliation rushed to his head. Lu Feng roared. You shameless bastard! His internal energy surged, and a faint energy halo appeared on his longsword. The mark of a martial artist. He gave a low shout. Flowing water sword technique. A flash of sword light, carrying a subtle and cunning force, pierced straight for Su Yan's throat. The wind from the sword even rippled the dark lake surface behind them. Faced with this fierce sword strike, Su Yan's eyes narrowed, and he parried with his sword. Clang! A piercing clang of metal clashing. A tremendous force, far exceeding Su Yan's expectations, surged wildly into his arm along the kitchen knife. Su Yan felt a numbness in his entire arm, and his tiger's mouth trembled violently. He was so shaken that he staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. A trickle of blood slowly seeped from the web between his thumb and forefinger, staining the blood-stained hilt of the knife. Ha ha ha! Lu Feng's arrogance grew even stronger after his successful strike, his face filled with cruel satisfaction. Trash is trash. You can't even withstand one of my sword strikes. The square erupted in a deafening roar of laughter. I told you. They're not even in the same league. That chef's hand was bleeding. Lu Feng could sever his head with a single sword strike. Wang Hai's smile was twisted. He clenched his fists, as if he could already see Su Yan being pierced through the heart by a sword, his blood splattering on the spot. However, in Su Yan's own world, the excruciating pain in his arm and the blood from his tiger's mouth instantly brought him into a state of extreme calm. In his eyes, there was only Lu Feng's face, flushed from exerting force, his stiff wrist, and that flawed sword technique. Lu Feng grinned maliciously and pounced again, his sword moves flowing continuously, transforming into an impenetrable sea of sword light that completely engulfed Su Yan. This time, Su Yan did not take it head-on. His figure was like a ghost, his feet moved with strange footwork, and the kitchen knife in his hand was no longer used to block, but to point, deflect, stick, or lure at him from an unbelievable angle. The first move begins too high, 3 inches below the right rib, leaving the opening wide open. The thought flashed through his mind, and Su Yan's cleaver seemed to have eyes, the back of the blade striking the weakest point of the sword's spine with pinpoint accuracy. Bite! Lu Feng felt his sword momentum falter, as a clever force dissipated most of his power. In the third move, the wrist rotation was too slow, and the force dissipated. Su Yan shifted his feet slightly, and the end of the cleaver's handle seemingly casually bumped into Lu Feng's charging sword. When Lu Feng's forward momentum was interrupted once again, and his blood and qi surged. He is taking it apart. Like the most sophisticated instrument, it breaks down this flowing water sword technique into its most basic data, and then absorbs and devours it. Ding! Basic knife skills proficiency +1. Ding! Basic knife skills proficiency +1. The laughter from the audience gradually subsided, replaced by a blank stare. On the screen, Lu Feng continued his relentless offensive, but Su Yan remained like a rock, calmly navigating the raging waves. Every strike he made was exquisitely precise, using minimal force to dismantle Lu Feng's fiercest attacks. The bleeding from the tiger's mouth had stopped at some point. His steps, which had initially been a pathetic retreat, had become steady and effortless. This play should come to an end. Lu Feng, unable to break through after a long attack, was burning with rage, his breathing becoming heavy and labored, like a broken bellows. He felt that Su Yan in front of him was like an invisible spider web, and no matter how he struggled, he was stuck to it tightly, with no way to release his strength. Lu Feng roared in fury. Useless. All you can do is hide. He poured all his energy into the sword, causing the light on the blade to surge, and roared. Die. Flowing water annihilation. He used his strongest killing move, becoming one with his sword, transforming into a dazzling stream of light. He could even see the scene of Su Yan's chest being pierced and blood gushing out. Wang Hai, standing in the square, was so excited that he stood up from his chair, his mouth agape, ready to cheer. However, faced with this decisive sword strike that risked everything, Su Yan neither dodged nor avoided. He even took a step forward, facing the deadly streak of light. With just this one step, the world changed hands. He instantly cut into Lu Feng's absolute blind spot. Su Yan raised his head, and a cold, indifferent expression, as if he had seen through the entire script, finally appeared on his calm and expressionless face. The stainless steel kitchen knife, under the dim blue light of the mineral, still had a dark, dull blade. Su Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Lu Feng's ears amidst the whistling of the sword wind. I've mastered the flowing water sword technique. Before he could finish speaking, the knife moved. There was no radiant energy, no sharp sound of air being pierced. There was only one extreme, pitch-black arc, seemingly capable of cutting through light. With a strange, unpredictable movement, it arrived first from behind, precisely adhering to the spine of the longsword from bottom to top. Take this. Chapter 29. One strike shocks the city. Who do you think you are? Clang. A deafening roar did not come from the outside world, but exploded deep within Su Yan's mind. It was as if the bronze bell of an ancient temple had been struck with great force, its lingering sound cleansing the soul. Lu Feng's sword stopped. It froze right there in front of Su Yan's throat, unable to advance an inch. His all-or-nothing flowing water kill seemed to have struck a millennia-old iceberg that appeared out of thin air. As soon as Lu Feng uttered a single word, his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. He saw it. At this moment, Su Yan's mind was swallowed up by endless icy white. For the first time, he clearly saw how the extreme cold power originating from the Valkyrie was forcibly extracted from his meridians in a tearing manner. It wasn't coldness, but a burning pain as if my soul was being ignited. Fine ice crystals even seeped from under the skin of his right hand, which was holding the knife, and the blood in his entire arm seemed to be freezing. On the blade of the cleaver, a 10-meter-long, stark white blade of light, carrying nearly 30% of his life essence, burst forth with a devastating force. Buzz! The temperature of the entire underground cavern dropped sharply in that instant. The moist air condenses into tiny, visible ice crystals that flutter down. The waves surging on the lake were covered by a layer of rapidly spreading white frost, making a crisp crackling sound, and the surface was frozen in just a few seconds. Frost fall. Lu Feng's prized flowing water sword technique proved as fragile as a joke in the face of this absolute cold. The ever-flowing sword light froze instantly, as if time itself had been frozen. The cruel, snarling smile on his face, his confident arrogance, crumbled at that moment, replaced by endless horror and fear. A hoarse, inhuman wheezing sound came from Lu Feng's throat, and he cried out in terror. A sword, its aura extends 10 meters outwards? A grandmaster, no. Su Yan did not answer him. The blade of the cleaver lightly sliced along the fatal flaw that Long Ruoshua had pointed out. The blade didn't even cut into the flesh. But that extreme, highly condensed chill, following the long sword, instantly invaded Lu Feng's right arm meridians like a maggot clinging to bone. Click. A crisp sound of bones and flesh cracking from the cold. Lu Feng's entire right arm, from wrist to shoulder, was instantly covered by a thick layer of white frost, turning into a lifeless ice sculpture. The excruciating pain reached his central nervous system half a second too late. Ah! A pig-like scream tore through the frozen air. The longsword clattered to the ground. He clutched his frostbitten right arm, rolling around on the ground, his face no longer showing any arrogance, only twisted pain. The four henchmen were initially stunned, but then they came to their senses. One of them roared in shock and anger, "Brother Feng!" Another henchman roared, "Attack him together! Kill him!" After saying that, the four of them pounced on Su Yan from different directions. Su Yan didn't even turn around to look at them. He swung his sword backhand, drawing a perfect frost arc on his side. Puff! 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 The four figures were sent flying before they could even let out a proper scream. When they landed, they left four clear ice tracks on the hard rocky ground. Their bodies twitched a few times before they were completely incapacitated, and each of them was covered with a thin layer of white frost. One strike, and the field is cleared. The outer square was deathly silent. Tens of thousands of people and hundreds of giant floating screens seemed to be paused at this moment. You could hear a pin drop. In the Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school team, the ecstatic smile on the face of homeroom teacher Wang Hai was frozen in place. Then, that smile crumbled inch by inch, faded, and finally turned into a deathly pale expression of horror and incomprehension. He opened his mouth, making gurgling sounds in his throat, but couldn't utter a single word. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That good-for-nothing he considered on the verge of death, that cook he predicted wouldn't live more than 3 minutes, how could he possibly be? One slash? On the screen, Su Yan slowly walked to Lu Feng, who was convulsing on the ground, and looked down at him, saying, "Integral." Driven by the fear of being completely crippled, Lu Feng dared not offer the slightest resistance. He and his four still mobile henchmen, with trembling hands, transferred all the meager points on the wrist-worn detector to Su Yan. Buzz. On the main leaderboard in the center of the square, a name that was originally buried thousands of places away and was inconspicuous suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. It leaped thousands of places in an instant at an incredible speed, bursting into the top 100. Rank 87, Su Yan, points, 1280. Whoosh! The deathly silent square erupted into a thunderous uproar after a full 10 seconds of silence. Someone pointed at the list and exclaimed in shock. Holy crap! 1,280 points. He wiped out Lu Feng's entire team. A person next to him, looking horrified, echoed. One strike. Just one strike. What kind of swordsmanship is that? A master-level combat technique with ice attributes? A scion of a prominent family muttered to himself, his eyes filled with apprehension. Who exactly is this Su Yan? When did such a monster appear in Jiangcheng? Exclamations and murmurs echoed throughout the square. High up in the nest, Lin Tianyuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally slowly opened them. He glanced at the rankings on the screen, his brow twitching almost imperceptibly. Beside an underground lake, Su Yan coldly uttered a single word. Roll. After saying that, he kicked Lu Feng, who was blocking his way, aside and didn't bother to look at these good-for-nothings anymore. His chest heaved violently, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. A wave of weakness washed over him, causing his right hand, which was gripping the knife, to tremble slightly, almost imperceptibly. This is Frostfall, powerful, and deadly. This applies not only to enemies, but also to oneself. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He had to absorb the energy of this place immediately to complete his breakthrough. However, he was just about to walk towards the mushroom island that exuded the breath of life and sit down cross-legged. Boom! A slight tremor came from the depths of the cave passage. A powerful aura, far surpassing the influence of the land breeze, cold and cruel, slowly descended. Su Yan's pupils contracted, and his muscles, which had just relaxed slightly, tensed up again as if they were made of iron, and a needle-like shiver ran through his skin. The aura it exuded carried an absolute suppressive power of a superior over an inferior, which terrified Lu Feng and the others who had just been shivering from the cold. A tall figure slowly emerged from the shadows. The person who arrived was Zhang Hang. He noticed the fighting activity nearby and rushed over himself. Zhang Hang's gaze swept over Lu Feng, who was convulsing on the ground, and finally, like a hawk's, it was fixed on Su Yan's face. He licked his lips with interest, a cruel smile tinged with an all-knowing sarcasm. He took a step forward, and his powerful aura as a third-grade martial artist erupted like a torrent, crushing heavily onto Su Yan. Then, pointing to the cold sweat still clinging to Su Yan's forehead, he said, word by word. Not bad sword energy, but it's a pity that just one strike has left you so weak. Your meager chill is nothing more than a block of ice in summer, which will shatter at the slightest touch. Chapter 30, Backlash from the Forbidden Drug. My fairy wife teaches me online. Su Yan's right hand, which was holding the kitchen knife, was trembling slightly. Cold sweat, still damp on his forehead, slid down his cheeks, and a wave of weakness, as if drained of all his energy, washed over him. The frostfall strike almost drained all of his vital essence. This scene was clearly presented to tens of thousands of viewers outside through a suspended light screen. In the viewing area of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, homeroom teacher Wang Hai was so excited that his face turned red. He slammed his hand on the railing, pointed at the pale-faced Su Yan on the screen, and laughed wildly at the people around him. Ha ha ha. See that? I told you he couldn't do it. He's just a show-off. One trick to rely on? Compared to a true combat genius, he's nothing. Zhang Hong is a genuine martial artist of the third rank. His foundation is solid. Su Yan's fancy moves are no match for a true martial artist. He's doomed. The audience erupted in laughter and disdain. Someone scoffed, turns out he's just a weakling who can only pull off one wave of attacks. I thought he was something special. Another person chimed in, trying to show off will get you struck by lightning. You've really messed up this time. Inside the lair, Zhang Hong grinned maliciously and said no more. He stomped his foot hard, and the powerful aura of a third-grade martial artist exploded out. The rocks beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, centered on him. A substantial pressure field, like a landslide and a tsunami, crushed towards Su Yan. Zhang Hong roared, kneel down. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Su Yan's eyes narrowed. Instead of resisting, he lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his body, like a falling leaf, was seemingly thrown backward by the shockwave. But in the instant he was thrown back, instead of panic, a cold, hunter-like excitement flashed in his eyes. A cold, hunter-like excitement flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself. Martial artist, third rank? Very good. This pressure is exactly the final whetstone for me to break through to the martial artist realm. Once the thought was made up, he suddenly revealed a hint of fear on his face and turned to flee. He slipped into a narrow rock passageway that could only accommodate one person at a time. In an instant, Zhang Heng's oppressive aura, which could cover dozens of meters, was neutralized by the natural terrain advantage. Zhang Hong roared, trying to run? Do you think you can escape? After saying that, he chased after the tiger without hesitation, like an enraged tiger. Inside the passageway, the light was even dimmer. Su Yan's movements became unpredictable and elusive in the confined space. He mastered the battlefield movement techniques he learned from Lang Ruoxua, always able to anticipate Zhang Heng's attack route half a step in advance. The stainless steel kitchen knife in his hand was no longer a shocking killing move, but had transformed into the most cunning and deadly venomous snake, constantly darting out from the shadows and blind spots. Laugh. The knife tip sliced through the air, leaving a trail of blood droplets. Zhang Hong roared and threw a punch that missed its mark. Su Yan dodged again as easily as a slippery fish. Zhang Hong was both shocked and furious. He felt as if he had immense strength, but had crashed into a slippery ball of cotton, making him feel so frustrated that he almost vomited blood. He suddenly pulled a green gene serum from his pocket and plunged it into his thigh without even looking at it. His wounds healed rapidly at a visible speed, and his aura surged once more as he roared. Let's see how long you can hide. However, just around a corner in his pursuit. In a seemingly staggering moment, Su Yan flicked his finger almost imperceptibly. He precisely flicked a qi-restoring pill, which had already been refined using medicinal cuisine techniques and spiritual plants from his space, into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, and a pure, warm current surged into the parched dantian. The feeling of being drained was swept away, and the depleted physical strength and sword energy were instantly restored to full strength. He even had the leisure to feel the bottleneck in his body, emitting pleasurable groans as it was stretched to its limits time and time again. Zhang Hong, who was hot on his heels, saw the scene clearly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Drugs? He's on drugs too? Moreover, the recovery speed is even faster than their own military medicine. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hong was breathing heavily, his face turning pale and flushed due to the side effects of the medication. He finally realized something was wrong. Su Yan's weakness and paleness remained unchanged from beginning to end. He's faking it. He's been faking it from the very beginning. Su Yan wasn't running away at all, he was using himself as a weapon. He was using the pressure of real combat as a third-rank martial artist to hone the skills he was about to break through. Once Zhang Heng understood this, an overwhelming sense of humiliation, being treated like a fool, erupted in his chest like a volcano. He roared, his face contorted in pain. How dare you play me? He abruptly stopped and pulled out a terrifying, needle-sized syringe that gleamed with a blinding golden light from the most concealed compartment of his tactical belt. He roared, you forced me to do this. Berserk potion. In the outer plaza, all the knowledgeable scions of noble families and powerful figures stood up in shock the moment they saw the injection. Someone exclaimed, this is insane. That's a military-grade banned drug. It forcibly burns life force in exchange for a temporary boost to one's domain power. After using it, one will be weak for half a month. Wang Hai was so excited that he trembled all over, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, and his face was flushed with a sickly redness. He roared, he's dead. He's absolutely dead this time. Even a god couldn't save him. Inside the tunnel, Zhang Heng plunged the vial into his carotid artery. In an instant, a burst of golden light erupted from his body. A pseudo-domain, composed of light and heat and with a diameter of more than 10 meters, suddenly opened up around him. In an instant, it filled the entire passage and trapped the unsuspecting Su Yan firmly in the center. Zhang Heng's voice grew loud and majestic, like a deity issuing a judgment. In my realm of light, I am God. Bathed in golden light, he walked step by step toward Su Yan, who was unable to move due to the suppression of the domain's power, his face full of cruel pleasure. Within the realm of light, the air was as viscous as molten gold, and every breath felt like swallowing razor blades. A pungent smell of ozone mixed with the burnt smell of energy brutally filled my nostrils. A high-frequency energy hum filled my ears, as if millions of venomous bees were building a nest in my brain. Countless scorching spears of light materialized from all directions, piercing towards Su Yan and sealing off all his escape routes. The skin felt excruciating pain as if it were being pierced by countless red-hot steel needles. The bones groaned under the weight of 10 times the normal force. Su Yan could even hear the sound of blood seeping from his teeth as he clenched them tightly. Under immense pressure, the seemingly indestructible bottleneck of the first rank of martial artist within Su Yan's body finally emitted a clear crack sound. It seemed as if it would be completely crushed and destroyed by this external force in the next second. Chapter 31. I'll devour you. My wife teaches me to use you as a power bank. Within the realm of light, the air was as viscous as molten gold. A pungent smell of ozone mixed with the burnt smell of energy savagely filled Su Yan's nostrils. He could hear a high-frequency energy buzzing in his ears, as if millions of venomous bees were frantically building a nest in his brain. Zhang Heng's voice grew loud and majestic, like a deity issuing a judgment. In my realm of light, I am God. Bathed in golden light, he walked step by step toward Su Yan, who was unable to move due to the suppression of the domain's power. His face was filled with cruel pleasure. Countless scorching spears of light coalesced from all directions. The needles pierced Su Yan, sealing off all his escape routes. The skin felt like it was being pierced by countless red-hot steel needles, and his bones groaned under the immense pressure. Su Yan's jaw was bleeding from clenching so tightly. Under immense pressure, the seemingly indestructible bottleneck within Su Yan's body finally emitted a clear crack sound. But that was not the joy of a breakthrough, but a harbinger of being completely crushed and destroyed by external forces. Once the bottleneck is broken, he will be completely useless. The viewing area of Jianchang No. 1 Middle School is located in the outer square. Class teacher Wang Hai was so excited that he trembled all over, his fingernails dug deep into his palms, and his face was flushed with a sickly redness. He roared. He's dead. He's absolutely dead this time. Even a god couldn't save him. Ha ha ha. All the audience members held their breath. He watched helplessly as the thousands of light spears were about to pierce Su Yan into a sieve. In the instant his consciousness began to blur, just when Su Yan thought he was about to die. A chilling sensation that pierced the soul suddenly emanated from the snow wolf eye in the left ear. Lang Ruoshua's cold and calm voice resounded directly in the depths of his soul. Fool! Who gave you permission to resist? Su Yan felt as if struck by lightning. His consciousness, which was on the verge of collapse, was instantly pulled back by those words. Non-resistance? Non-resistance is tantamount to waiting to die. Lang Ruoshua's voice carried a hint of exasperation and reprimand. This is merely a pseudo-domain created by banned drugs, a rootless pool. Activate the Devouring Heaven technique, treat it as a tonic delivered to your door, and devour it. A single word awakened me from my dream. That's right. The yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique can devour all laws, so what is this mere pseudo-domain? I was actually frightened by this fake divine power. An unprecedented divine light erupted in Su Yan's eyes, and he gave up all resistance. Just before those thousands of spears of light were about to strike him, he bravely sat down cross-legged, facing the crushing pressure. Push the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique to its limit. He roared inwardly with a terrifying rage. Swallow it. In an instant, Su Yan's body seemed to transform into a greedy, bottomless black vortex. Zhang Hong, who was suspended in the air, froze instantly with a look of holiness and majesty on his face. He was horrified to discover that his proud and invincible domain power had found an outlet, like a river bursting its banks. It poured wildly into Su Yan's small body. He became Su Yan's power bank for breakthroughs. Zhang Hong let out a terrified scream. No! This is impossible. He tried to cut off the energy, but found that he had already become one with the violent energy and could not stop it at all. He could only watch helplessly as the power he had gained by sacrificing his life was frantically drained away by the enemy as nourishment. Boom! The seemingly indestructible bottleneck within Su Yan's body shattered under the frenzied onslaught of massive amounts of pure energy. An invisible and intangible energy wave, yet seemingly capable of crushing eternity, erupted from his body. That once invincible domain of light dimmed and shrank instantly, like starlight being swallowed by a black hole. Finally, with a pop, it was completely burst like a balloon. Congratulations, Master! You have advanced to the second rank of martial artist. Ding! Because the Master's proficiency in basic swordsmanship has reached the Grandmaster level, upon breaking through to the martial artist level, the talent Great Tao Domain has been passively awakened. The Great Tao Domain 3 meters. Within this domain, all techniques are simplified, returning to their origin. All combat skills and supernatural abilities below the Grandmaster level are suppressed and analyzed. Within this domain, I am unique. Zhang Hong suffered a double blow from the shattering of his domain and the backlash from the medicine. He let out a shrill scream and fell from midair. He coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. He looked at Su Yan, who slowly stood up, his aura as deep as the sea, as if he had merged with the entire world, and his face was filled with endless fear. Zhang Hong asked, trembling. You, what kind of monster are you? Su Yan did not answer. He simply raised the kitchen knife in his hand slowly. It has no radiant energy, no biting cold, only the purest sharpness. It was as if it wasn't a knife, but the concept of sharpness itself. He took a step forward. The 3-meter Great Tao Domain unfolded silently. In this field, Su Yan felt that he was the absolute master. The chaotic energy flow around Zhang Hong, every tremor of his muscles, and even his heartbeat that accelerated due to fear were all clearly visible. It is parsed down to the most basic data. Where is this a domain? This is clearly his kitchen. Zhang Hong was like a piece of meat lying on the chopping board, at Zhang Heng's mercy. Su Yan casually swung his sword at an empty spot beside him. Buzz! A jet-black blade of energy, 20 meters long and as condensed as black crystal, silently ripped through the space. It struck first, hitting a huge stalactite 100 meters away in an instant. There was no explosion, no loud noise. The stalactite, capable of supporting a weight of 10,000 tons, was split in two by the force of the knife, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The upper half slid down slowly, crashing into the underground lake with a loud boom, creating towering waves. This unexpected and miraculous strike completely shattered Zhang Heng's psychological defenses. The side effects of the drug kicked in, and he convulsed all over, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground on the spot. He lost control of his bladder and bowels, and a foul odor instantly filled the air. The outer square was deathly silent. Wan Hai's maniacal laughter froze, like a duck whose neck had been choked. Lin Tianyuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He stared intently at the slowly dissipating black sword energy on the screen, his face showing an extremely solemn expression for the first time, and murmured, word by word. That's not sword energy, that's the manifestation of intention. The intention of a grandmaster. Inside the cave, Su Yan slowly walked up to Zhang Hong, who was limp and lifeless. He used the cold tip of his knife to lift Zhang Heng's chin, and said in a voice devoid of any emotion. Hand over your points, and the formula for your potion. I'll spare your life. Chapter 32. The top spot has changed hands. How dare you insult my goddess wife? I'll spare your life. These 4 words, like a decree from the heavenly emperor, instantly provided an outlet for Zhang Heng's collapsing nerves. He was in tears, looking nothing like the genius he once was, more like a terrified wild dog. His hands trembled as he almost rushed to swipe all the points on the wrist device. He then pulled out a storage chip from his pocket, held it in both hands, and handed it to Su Yan's feet with trembling hands. He cried out in a trembling voice. "Here, for you. Master Su. I was wrong. I was really wrong." Su Yan kicked him unconscious, not even glancing at him again, leaving him to die amidst the stench. Almost at the same instant, outside, at the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Competition Plaza. On that giant leaderboard, hundreds of meters high, a name that had been silent for a long time suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden light that was so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. Su Yan. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of horrified, astonished, and incredulous eyes, this name was like a divine sword that split the heavens and the earth. It charges upwards with a posture perpendicular to the ground, defying all reason. 90th place. 50th place. 20th place. Top 10. The light tore through all the names in its path, and finally, it stopped abruptly at the position second only to Lin Tianyuan at the top. Second place, Su Yan, points, 3,150. The entire venue was deathly silent. 3 seconds later, a massive uproar erupted, almost lifting the entire dome of the square. Holy shit! 3,150 points? He wiped out Zhang Heng's entire team? Zhang Heng is a third-rank martial artist. Monster! This is absolutely a monster. He killed Lu Feng with a single strike and crippled Zhang Heng in one move. Just who is this master chef? At this moment, the name Master Chef Su Yan resounded throughout Jiangcheng like a detonated nuclear bomb. Numerous hidden forces immediately issued the highest-level investigation orders to the intelligence department. In the viewing area of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, the fanaticism and ferocity on the face of homeroom teacher Wang Hai remained frozen. He watched helplessly as his self-proclaimed real-world genius was crushed like a dead dog. Meanwhile, the useless cook he despised rose to prominence overnight. The immense, absurd impact made his vision go black and his throat taste sweet. Puff. Wang Hai coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back, and amidst the scornful and mocking gazes of those around him, he fainted on the spot. At the same time, a crisp popping sound came from the principal's office. The principal, upon seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar name on the screen, was so angry that he smashed his most beloved antique tea set on the ground. Inside the nest, Su Yan was completely unaware of the tremors outside. He picked up the chip, a thought forming in his mind. Ding! I'm your smart assistant, Xia. The Formula 4 light explosion agent has been detected. It is actually an extremely inferior imitation of the military-grade banned drug Heaven's Blood, with severe side effects. Analysis in progress. Optimization solution generated. Suggestion: by using medicinal cooking techniques to remove 99% of impurities and adding dragon scale grass to neutralize its violent energy, a perfect version of the sun god's blood medicinal cooking with no side effects can be created, with 300% of the original's effects. A terrifying glint flashed in Su Yan's eyes. This is hardly a medicine prescription. This is clearly a golden road leading to immense wealth. Having dealt with Zhang Heng, that fly, Su Yan was about to head to the Mushroom Island, which radiated boundless life energy. A cold, sweet, and cloying aura, like the spitting of a venomous snake, silently emanated from the shadows behind him. Giggle! A burst of silvery laughter rang out. A woman dressed in a tight-fitting purple snake-scale battlesuit, with a figure so hot it would make any man's blood boil, slowly emerged from the darkness like an elegant cat. She stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her full lips. A pair of captivating peach blossom eyes lingered with great interest on Su Yan's tall and straight body. It is none other than Xia Wanner, the scorpion who was ranked 5th on the leaderboard. Xia Wanner said with a charming smile. Young man's sword intent is really interesting, it's both cold and hot. I love guys who seem cold on the outside but are warm on the inside. They're the most fun to play with. Interested in teaming up with me? She swayed her hips dramatically as she slowly approached, extending an olive branch that would drive any contestant wild. She spoke softly, her breath sweet as orchids. If you agree, you'll only cook for my sister from now on, and become my personal little chef. I guarantee that the last millennial soul nourishing wood will definitely be yours. Su Yan frowned slightly, about to refuse. A terrifying aura, 100 times colder than Xia Wanner's, yet more domineering and incomparably sharp, descended from the sky like a divine sword from the heavens. Xiao Wan'er's charming smile froze instantly. She retreated abruptly as if facing a formidable enemy, looking up at the sky with suspicion and uncertainty. A figure in white robes, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, descended slowly from the dome of the cave, dozens of meters high, like a banished immortal. A terrifying sword intent far surpassing Zhang Heng's domain of light descended like an invisible cage. Su Yan felt a stinging pain on his skin as if it were being scraped by countless invisible blades. You can even hear the faint moaning sound of the air being crushed by the sword intent. The surrounding light was unnaturally distorted. The person who arrived was none other than Lin Tianyuan. He didn't even glance at Xiao Wan'er, as if that beautiful and alluring woman was nothing more than a meaningless wisp of air. His gaze, like two tangible bolts of cold electricity, pierced through the darkness, fixing firmly and relentlessly on Su Yan's left ear. On that ice-blue wolf head earring, which seemed to imprison a patch of the northern aurora. Lin Tianyuan's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous needlepoints. Lin Tianyuan's voice was icy cold, and he judged. This snow wolf's eye. His long sword hummed as he continued. It's the symbol of Lang Ruoshue's personal guards. It's an honor that only her most trusted subordinates are qualified to wear. The long sword in his hand, humming loudly, was pointed at Su Yan's brow. Lin Tianyuan approached slowly, step by step, and asked, word by word. What exactly is your relationship with that dying cripple, Lang Ruoshue? A dying cripple? These 6 words, like 6 poison ice spikes, pierced Su Yan's eardrums, instantly detonating the volcano deep within his soul. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. He couldn't feel the air around him, couldn't hear his own heartbeat, and only these 6 words echoed and amplified wildly in his mind. That was the woman he risked his life to snatch back from the jaws of death. That was his wife, with whom he shared a soul-deep bond and a bond for life and death. The yin-yang chaos-devouring heaven technique, which had been dormant within him, seemed to feel a supreme blasphemy and went berserk on its own without his prompting. Boom! His shadow, like a drop of dark ink falling into clear water, silently spread outwards. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. An absolute realm composed entirely of pure intention suddenly opened up. Within the domain, Lin Tianyuan's domineering sword intent was like a beast trapped in a swamp, forcibly suppressed, analyzed, and distorted. Su Yan slowly raised his head, and his dark eyes instantly became colder than the abyss and more tyrannical than a demon god. He looked at Lin Tianyuan and spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud, but it made the entire cave tremble. He said brutally, "You're asking for it." Chapter 33 Clash of Domains. How dare you insult my goddess wife? You. Court death. Boom. The last 2 words were like a demonic edict spat out from the deepest abyss. The shadow beneath Su Yan's feet was no longer a reflection of light, but had transformed into a living, pitch-black void. The darkness was like a writhing abyss, spreading wildly outwards. It completely absorbed the eerie blue light of the minerals on the ground. An absolute domain with a diameter of 3 meters suddenly opened. Within the realm, light distorted, and all was silent. For the first time, Xiao Wan'er's alluring smile froze completely in the distance, and she whispered in surprise and uncertainty. This is a domain? She instinctively took a half step back, her bright red nail polish digging deep into her palm. The way she looked at Su Yan was no longer that of looking at an interesting prey. Instead, they were looking at a predator of equal or even greater terror than themselves. Almost at the same moment, Lin Tianyuan's domineering and unparalleled Tianyuan sword intent also pressed down fiercely. Sizzle! 2 invisible forces collided violently. A burnt, metallic smell instantly filled the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Within Su Yan's domain, Lin Tianyuan's domineering sword intent was like a beast trapped in a swamp. It was forcibly suppressed, analyzed, and distorted. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Tianyuan's face flushed red with boundless humiliation. He is the pride of the Lin family and the king of the younger generation in Zhengcheng. To think that he was suppressed in front of a mere ant at the first rank of martial arts, at the level of intention that he was most proud of. Lin Tianyuan's eyes twitched violently, and he let out a beast-like roar. Unorthodox methods. Before absolute power, all techniques are vain. My sword is the only way. Slash. Clang. The long sword was drawn, its light like a silver river flowing backward. Enveloped in the overwhelming and terrifying energy of a 5th-grade martial artist, it slashed straight at Su Yan's face. However, within Su Yan's great Dao domain, the world is a completely different story. Those hundreds of sword lights were instantly dismantled into the most basic thrust and slash. All the variations and counter strategies were as clear as the lines on a palm in Su Yan's eyes. Su Yan advanced instead of retreating. He swung the cleaver. But like a venomous snake, it strikes last but arrives first. Bite. Lightly tap with the back of the knife. The spine of the sword trembled. A tremendous force vanished like a mud ox entering the sea. When the hilt of the knife tapped lightly, my wrist went numb. The subsequent killing move failed before it even began. Lin Tianyuan's eyes twitched violently. He felt like a giant elephant caught in a spider web. Despite possessing the power to overturn mountains, he was stuck to her tightly. His divine power was invisibly dissipated, leaving him so frustrated that his internal organs felt out of place. Lin Tianyuan roared, "Die!" In another ferocious exchange of attacks, Su Yan was shaken and staggered backward. The tiger's mouth split open again, and blood stained the hilt of the knife. The sheer amount of spiritual energy possessed by a fifth-grade martial artist far exceeded his expectations. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Tianyuan's eyes. Seizing this flaw, he merged with his sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. However, Su Yan flicked his finger the instant he retreated. He precisely flicked a blood-red pill, which had been held between his fingers, into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, and a surge of warmth immediately replenished the energy consumed earlier. Lin Tianyuan's pupils constricted sharply as he stared at Su Yan in disbelief, exclaiming, "On drugs?" He sensed that Su Yan's aura had instantly returned to full strength, and was even stronger than before. An unprecedented sense of crisis drove him completely insane. Lin Tianyuan's eyes sharpened, and he roared inwardly, "We can't delay any longer." He let out a long, inhuman howl. His swordplay suddenly changed, and he roared with bloodshot eyes. "Su Yan, you have every reason to be proud that you forced me to use this move. Taste my signature move, Frost Slash." Buzzing. In an instant, the temperature in the entire cave suddenly dropped to freezing point. The moisture in the air instantly condensed into ice crystals, and the ground was covered with a layer of stark white frost. Strands of condensed, almost tangible, ice-blue sword energy appeared out of thin air around him. They are no longer just simple energy, but contain a terrifying intention that freezes all life. These sword energies formed a rapidly spinning frost storm, which crashed down. For the first time, Su Yan's great Dao domain let out a mournful cry of being overwhelmed by this extreme cold storm. The domain was compressed drastically, from 3 meters to 1 meter, barely enough to protect Su Yan's body. Boom! The frost storm has completely closed in. Su Yan's figure was completely engulfed by a blinding white light. Lin Tianyuan was panting heavily, his face as pale as paper, but a cruel, smug smile appeared on his face, as if he had the victory in his grasp. He didn't believe that any martial artist of the first rank could survive his deadly move that had once frozen the meridians of a grandmaster. However, right at the center of that destructive white light, just as Su Yan was about to be completely torn apart, his skin scraped raw by ice crystals, and his bones groaning and cracking. A feeling that was both incredibly familiar and incredibly awkward emanated from the frost storm. This chill, is it frostfall? No. That's not right. A thought flashed through Su Yan's mind like lightning. For the past 10 days, he has been wielding his sword day and night, and has long since engraved the absolute zero of frostfall, which represents the end and death, into his soul. Lang Ruoshua's frostfall is restrained, extreme, represents the end of Tao, and is the rule that brings all things back to death. Lin Tianyuan's frost slash is an outward-facing, violent attack, a clumsy imitation that is purely driven by force and is only superficially similar in form but not in spirit. He was using brute force to freeze instead of using intention to kill. Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes amidst the destructive white light, and he sneered, enunciating each word clearly. "So, this is the garbage you failed to imitate." One word awakened me from my dream. Those eyes held only extreme calmness and a frenzied killing intent. Even in the most violent part of a storm, there is the weakest heart. The moment his great Dao domain was compressed to its limit, it unexpectedly unleashed an unprecedented analytical power. Through the raging torrent of energy, he saw a 1/10,000th of a second of stagnation in the spiritual energy cycle caused by Lin Tianyuan forcibly activating the mountain stronghold's ultimate technique. I saw the only unchanging energy core among those countless icy sword energies, serving as the support point. That's it. He squeezed out the last bit of spiritual energy from his dantian and drained the last wisp of will from his soul. He concentrated all the murderous intent, love, and protectiveness that erupted from his wife's humiliation into a single point. The world in his eyes lost all color, sound, light, energy, all disappeared. Only one line remains. An absolute line representing the very concept of severing. Then, facing the destructive storm, he didn't slash, but simply remained calm. He delivered the dagger. That dark arc was not the light of a blade, but a crack in space itself, cleaved open by reason. It ignored distance and obstacles. They came later but arrived first. It landed precisely on the eye of the storm. Chapter 34: A lose-lose situation. Nangong Lai appears, a desperate situation within a desperate situation. Puff. A very faint sound, like the tearing of cloth. The entire frost/storm collapsed with a deafening roar. The violent sword energy exploded outwards in all directions in a disorderly manner, cutting countless deep ravines into the surrounding rock walls. Lin Tianyuan was struck as if by lightning. Under the pull of his mind, he coughed up a mouthful of scalding hot blood. Wow! He staggered and flew backward, crashing heavily into a stone wall more than 10 meters away. His face was filled with incredulous horror. He lost? He actually lost to his most powerful finishing move? However, Su Yan didn't give him any time to think at all. Once you gain power, you won't let anyone off the hook. Su Yan pressed forward, and the great Dao domain beneath his feet, like a leech, once again tightly enveloped Lin Tianyuan, who had just gotten up. But he did not launch a thunderous, all-out attack. The kitchen knife in his hand seemed to have turned back into that ordinary fire poker. They only used the most basic chopping, slashing, and stabbing techniques. However, he always manages to interrupt Lin Tianyuan's spiritual energy circulation at the most tricky angle the moment Lin Tianyuan is gathering his strength. Bite. With a light tap of the back of the blade against the spine of the sword, Lin Tianyuan's galaxy reversal move, which was about to take shape, was instantly rendered useless. When the hilt of the knife struck his wrist, and he felt a numbness in half of his body. His subsequent killing move was aborted. Lin Tianyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his gums were bleeding from biting them. He felt like a prehistoric giant elephant caught in a spider web. Despite possessing the power to overturn mountains, he was tightly entangled in an invisible, sticky net. The pent-up rage in his chest, like a trapped beast with nowhere to go, was about to burst his internal organs. Unorthodox methods. Die. Lin Tianyuan roared and recklessly unleashed his immense spiritual energy as a fifth-grade martial artist, launching an indiscriminate and ferocious attack. Su Yan was jolted backward, his hand splitting open again, blood staining the entire hilt of the knife. But just as he stepped back, his finger flicked almost imperceptibly. He precisely flicked a blood-red pill, which had been held between his fingers, into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, and a powerful, warm current immediately replenished the energy consumed earlier. Half an hour later, Lin Tianyuan had dozens of wounds of varying sizes all over his body, and his breathing was heavy like a broken bellows. He had already consumed more than 70% of his spiritual energy. Looking at Su Yan across from him, whose breathing remained long and steady, and whose eyes shone with an alarming intensity, he felt, for the first time, a deep-seated fear and despair. Forced into a corner, Lin Tianyuan's eyes flashed with a crazy determination. He suddenly pulled out a dragon scale burning with dazzling golden flames from the deepest compartment of his robes. You forced me to do this. He let out a beastly roar and pressed the dragon scale hard into his heart. Ancient dragon blood imitation. Boom! Lin Tianyuan's heart seemed to have become a war drum being struck by a giant, its heavy and violent beating sound causing the entire cave to tremble. An energy 10 times more terrifying than the light explosion agent exploded within his body. Golden flames erupted from his 7 orifices, and his aura instantly broke through the shackles of the 5th, 6th, and 7th ranks. Finally, it barely stopped at the terrifying peak of the 9th rank of martial artist. Strength, speed, and total psionic energy surged more than tenfold at this moment. Lin Tianyuan felt an unprecedented, godlike power within his body and let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. 9th rank martial artist. This is the power of a god. Su Yan, turn me to ashes. He slowly raised his long sword, and what flowed on the blade was no longer energy, but molten gold. With a high-frequency buzzing sound that seemed to tear the soul apart, he didn't even make a swing motion, but simply pointed the tip of the sword forward. Laugh. A dazzling golden beam, hundreds of meters long, ignited and evaporated all the air along its path, creating a brief vacuum channel that, carrying a godlike will of destruction, hurtled towards Su Yan. Time seemed to slow down infinitely in Su Yan's eyes. He could even see the golden light distorted by the extreme heat at its edges, and feel his eyebrows and hair instantly turn to charcoal. Boom! The world faded instantly in his eyes, leaving only a devastating pure white. Immediately afterwards, my eardrum was completely pierced, and I fell into dead silence. It felt as if he had been struck head-on by a meteorite. The overwhelming force sent him flying, and he lost all sensation in mid-air. The violent explosion sent towering waves crashing across the entire underground lake. Amidst the choking smoke and dust, Su Yan's figure slowly emerged. He knelt on one knee in the center of the impact crater, his head hanging limply. Each breath felt like swallowing shards of red-hot glass, aggravating the horrific wound on his chest that had almost split him in two, bringing waves of excruciating pain that made his vision go black. His lungs were burning, and he could even smell the scorching smell of his own flesh and blood, mixed with a strong stench of blood, savagely filling his nostrils. It's over. That was the only thought in his mind. The power of a ninth-grade martial artist. Was this the qualitative difference? On the other side, Lin Tianyuan's face turned pale from forcibly activating his power. His ninth-grade martial arts strength was rapidly dissipating like a tide, and he was even swaying as he stood. Both sides suffer heavy losses. At that very moment. Slap, slap, slap. A crisp clapping sound rang out from the shadows of the dark passageway, sounding particularly jarring in the deathly silence. 3 figures slowly walked out, forming a triangular shape, and surrounded the 2 seriously injured people in the arena. The leader was none other than Nangong Lai, the prodigy of the Nangong family. He looked at the disheveled Lin Tianyuan in feigned surprise, laughing. "Oh dear, brother Lin, you've worked hard. To kill a cook who isn't even a second-rank martial artist, you even used your life-saving pseudo-dragon blood. You've truly broadened our horizons." Lin Tianyuan's face was deathly pale, staring intently at the newcomer. His voice, hoarse, forced out 2 words. "Nangong Lai." Nangong Lai seemed oblivious to the murderous intent in his eyes, instead exaggeratingly covering his mouth and feigning surprise. "Oh dear, young Master Lin, at a time like this, are you still trying to intimidate people with the Lin family name? Don't you think it's a bit beneath you?" His smile remained unchanged, but the warmth in his eyes suddenly turned cold, becoming sinister and terrifying. He licked his lips, his greedy gaze sweeping back and forth between Lin Tianyuan and Su Yan, as if he were eyeing 2 pieces of meat on a chopping board. TSK, one is a useless dragon that has exhausted its dragon blood, and the other is a divine chef that has been played with to the point of exhaustion. I, Nangong Lai, will gladly accept the eye of the snow wolf and the final millennial soul nourishing wood. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. After enjoying the despair on their faces, he suddenly waved his hand, his voice icy cold. "Let's do it." Nangong Lai's icy voice was like the pronouncement of death. 3 martial arts masters of the 5th rank or above, with sinister smiles, pounced from 3 directions simultaneously. The spiritual energy flames on their bodies were like 3 ferocious beasts ready to devour their prey, blocking all escape routes for Su Yan and Lin Tianyuan. The aura of death, like a cold tide, instantly engulfed the entire cave. Lin Tianyuan's face was deathly pale, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. He had exhausted the power of his pseudo-dragon blood, and could barely stand. How could he possibly withstand this deadly encirclement? Meanwhile, Su Yan, kneeling on one knee, was still bleeding profusely from the deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest. Every breath he took was accompanied by excruciating pain, and his consciousness was beginning to fade. It's over. Chapter 35: A Bloody Feast. Who is the real hunter? To everyone else, this was a certain death. Nangong Lai's smile grew even more smug. He could almost see himself stepping over the corpses of Lin Tianyuan and Su Yan, seizing that eye of the snow wolf, and reaching the top of the leaderboard in glory. However, just as the 3 fatal attacks were about to strike, a sudden change has occurred. Su Yan, who should have been exhausted and on his deathbed, suddenly raised his head. His dim eyes, instead of showing despair, burst forth with a gambler's fervor, almost frenzied. He did not retreat, nor did he defend himself. Instead, he made a move that no one, including Xia Waner, who was secretly observing from afar, could understand. He actually charged headlong into the lingering golden sword light energy in front of him. Has he gone mad? Nangong Lai exclaimed in shock. That was the residual power of a peak 9th grade martial artist. Even if it was just the aftershock, it would be enough to completely tear the heavily injured Su Yan apart. The leader, a warrior wielding a long spear, had a cruel glint in his eyes. Court death. He grinned maliciously, his attacks intensifying rather than diminishing, his spear like a poisonous dragon, aimed straight at Su Yan's back. But they will never understand the sheer determination behind Su Yan's madness at this moment. Su Yan roared silently in his heart. The yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique can devour all laws. Since there wasn't enough time to refine it, then let me be the furnace, and let the enemy's blood be the fuel, for now, to serve me. Swallow it. His body transformed into a greedy, endless black vortex at that moment. That domineering and unparalleled pseudo-dragon blood energy, like a river bursting its banks, was frantically and savagely pulled into his body. Boom! The meridians aren't in pain, they're screaming. Every blood vessel felt as if it were filled with magma, and the internal organs were groaning as if they were about to burst at any moment. Su Yan's body was like a balloon blown to its limit, his skin cracking inch by inch, and blood gushing out from every pore. He endured the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart and unleashed the full power of the rampage diet he had just swallowed. Boom! If pseudo-dragon blood is the explosive, then rampant medicinal cuisine is the most powerful catalyst. A surge of immense life force exploded within him, forcibly binding his collapsing body together, temporarily sealing that external, violent power within his limbs and bones. Snap! Snap, snap! His bones crackled and popped, and his body visibly grew taller. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As the spear approached his back, Nangon Lai's face revealed a smug, knowing smile. Shadow Serpent Bind. Buzz! The shadow beneath his feet came to life, transforming into countless black venomous snakes that instantly covered an area of 10 meters in radius. The cold, sluggish power of the domain descended, making the air thick and swampy, and Su Yan's movements visibly slowed down by a beat. This is Nangon Lai's true trump card, Shadow Domain. What he wanted was a foolproof, decisive kill. However, Su Yan did not turn his head. Just as the tip of the gun touched his skin, he slashed back with a knife. This strike had no aura, no radiance. However, it incorporates the analysis of the Great Tao Domain, the skills of the Grandmaster Sword technique, and the violent power that temporarily resides in the body, which does not follow any reason. Quick! It's so fast that it ignores the field's lag. Put! A soft sound. The warrior's sinister smile froze instantly. He looked down and saw only a thin line of blood running from his brow down to the shaft of the spear in his hand. The next second, he and his steel spear were cleaved in two. Blood and bits of flesh exploded together. With a flash of white light from the wrist device, the two pieces of the remains were teleported away before they even hit the ground. This bloody and horrific scene brought Nangon Lai and his teammates' attack to an abrupt halt. The sneer on their faces froze, and their pupils shrank to pinpoints with extreme fear. They stared in horror at the figure that slowly straightened up amidst the rain of blood. At this moment, Su Yan was covered in blood, his eyes bloodshot like a demon. It felt as if dark red magma was flowing beneath his skin, and with each breath, hot, bloody steam billowed from his mouth and nose. The positions of hunter and prey were completely reversed at this moment. Monster, another martial artist's throat went dry. He did not retreat, but exchanged a glance with Nangon Lai, a fierce glint in his eyes. Nangon Lai shouted sternly, "Kill him. He's overdrawing his life force, he won't last much longer." He pushed his domain to its limit, and countless snake shadows coiled around Su Yan. Su Yan made a move. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded, and his entire body turned into a blurry, bloody afterimage. The speed is more than 3 times faster than before. The martial artist was terrified, but instead of dodging, he hastily crossed his arms in front of his chest. A wall of thick earth. An earth-yellow psionic shield instantly formed. He was going to use his own body to create a decisive opportunity for Nangon Lai. But he was facing a completely deranged madman. Su Yan ignored the shield and let the opponent's fist, which was powerful enough to split rocks, smash hard into his chest. Bang! A deep, resounding thud, like the beating of a drum. Su Yan's chest visibly caved in, and a mouthful of blood surged to his throat. But he didn't even flinch. Instead, he used the momentum to twist his body, trading injury for life. Just as the opponent's fist was about to hit him, the stainless steel kitchen knife in his hand flashed upwards at an extremely tricky angle. Puff! The martial artist's head, along with his entire bloody spine, was sent flying into the sky by Su Yan's single strike. The headless cavity spewed out a fountain of blood, flashed white light, and disappeared from the spot. Ah! Nangon Lai was completely terrified. His meticulously planned ambush was as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of this unreasonable violence. Fear consumed his reason. He turned and fled, rushing frantically towards the tunnel he had come from, letting out a blood-curdling scream. "I surrender! I surrender! Don't kill me! I'm a member of the Nangong family." However, Su Yan did not pursue him. He stood silently in place, the dent in his chest clearly visible, and blood overflowing from his mouth and nose staining his front. He stared coldly at the fleeing figure with his emotionless, bloodshot eyes. Then, he poured the last bit of violent energy in his body, along with all his killing intent, into the kitchen knife in his hand. He casually tossed it forward. Buzz! The cleaver transformed into a spinning black wheel of death, tearing through the air and emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. It tore through the layers of shadows that Nangon Lai had hastily laid out, and struck back from behind. Put! Nangon Lai, who was running wildly, suddenly froze. The immense force carried him more than 10 meters away, pinning him firmly to the distant rock wall. He lowered his head with difficulty. The familiar hilt of the knife pierced through his back and out of his chest. In his eyes, there was only endless regret and resentment. Why? Before he could finish speaking, a flash of white light appeared, and his body vanished. Almost at the same instant. Outside, at the Jiangchang Martial Arts Competition Plaza. On the Superstar Points ranking, the name, Su Yan, burst forth with a crimson golden light 10 times more dazzling than before. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of horrified eyes, his name instantly surpassed Lin Tianyuan's and soared to the top. First place, Su Yan, points, 7,850. The entire square was completely silent. Chapter 36: The Final Trial. The Ancient God Awakens. Time to spend money. Inside the cave. After eliminating all the enemies, Su Yan could no longer hold on. The energy receded like a tide, and the injuries that had been forcibly suppressed and the weakness caused by overdrawing one's life force returned 100-fold. Puff. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, fell to one knee, and his vision turned blood red. However, at that very moment. Rumble. The entire underground nest shook violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. A grand, cold, mechanical sound echoed throughout the arena. Warning! An extraordinary energy burst has been detected. The protective mechanism has been prematurely triggered. The final trial has begun. Before he could finish speaking, the ground in front of Su Yan suddenly cracked open. An extremely rich life force surged forth from the depths of the crack. An ancient stone staircase leading deeper into the area appeared before him. At the end of the stairs, in the depths of darkness, a colossal humanoid silhouette, bound by countless thick chains, slowly emerged. The so-called millennial soul nourishing wood burst forth from the giant puppet's chest like a giant, living heart radiating a soft green light. Rumble. The entire underground lair shook violently without warning, and massive boulders weighing tens of thousands of tons fell from the dome, as if the end of the world had arrived. A grand, cold, emotionless mechanical voice resounded throughout the arena, proclaiming like thunder. Warning! Warning! An extraordinary energy burst has been detected, and the Millennium Soul Nourishing Wood's protective mechanism has been prematurely triggered. The final trial has begun. Trial quest: The Guardian's Awakening. Mission objective: survive the Guardian Puppet's wrath, or completely suppress it. Before he could finish speaking, a huge, bottomless chasm suddenly split open in the ground in front of Su Yan. An incredibly rich and powerful life force, like a raging ocean, surged forth from the depths of the crack. This aura instantly enveloped Su Yan, and his nearly collapsing body was temporarily saved, like rain after a long drought, preventing him from immediately disintegrating. An ancient stone staircase leading to a deeper, darker, and unknown place appeared before him. At the end of those steps, in the endless darkness, a colossal humanoid silhouette, bound tightly by countless dark golden chains as thick as trains, slowly emerged. As Su Yan watched, he was horrified to discover that the so-called millennial soul nourishing wood was not an independent plant at all. It burst forth from the giant puppet's chest like a huge, living heart radiating a soft green light. Countless root-like energy threads extend from the heart, densely connecting the entire body of the soul puppet, as if they were its blood vessels and nerves. From the snow wolf eye in her left ear came Lang Ruoshua's weak yet composed voice. She was clearly also greatly exhausted, and warned. Fool, don't be fooled by its life force. That's a soul puppet crafted by an ancient sect, using thousand-year soul nourishing wood as its energy core. Physical attacks are almost ineffective against it. Only by destroying the soul core hidden within its body, nurtured by the soul-nourishing wood, can it be truly killed. Just then, several figures, drawn by this earth-shattering event, quietly appeared from the shadows throughout the cave. It was none other than Xia Wanner, the scorpion who had been hiding in the shadows all along. On the other side, a figure with a deathly pale face and extremely venomous eyes stared intently at Su Yan in the arena. He was none other than Lin Tianyuan's younger brother, Lin Tianjie. They saw the divine object, the thousand-year soul-nourishing wood, and their eyes blazed with boundless greed. He also saw Su Yan, who was critically injured and on the verge of death, like a candle flickering in the wind, and his eyes were filled with cruel pleasure. Xia Wanner stuck out her scarlet tongue, licked her lips, and giggled. Hee, this is truly a stroke of luck. Let this reckless little cook test the limits of that big guy. Lin Tianjie, however, concealed his true feelings even more deeply. The hatred and murderous intent in his heart were almost boiling over. That good-for-nothing Lin Tianyuan has truly disgraced the Lin family. But it's all for the best. He cleared all the obstacles for me. Now, all I have to do is wait for this bastard named Su Yan and that puppet to be severely injured, and I will personally take back the millennial soul-nourishing wood and everything that my Lin family has lost. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Su Yan, who was in the arena, was completely unaware of these hidden killing intentions. All his attention was drawn to the awakened ancient god. As if sensing the gaze of a living being, the soul puppet's massive, mountain-like head slowly rose. Buzz. Two enormous eyes, like deep blue pools, suddenly opened. They have firmly locked onto Su Yan, the soul intruder. The next moment, the puppet opened its enormous mouth, big enough to swallow a building whole. There was no sound. There was no shockwave. Only one pure, invisible, and destructive soul storm swept across the entire space. Xia Wanner and Lin Tianjie, who were some distance away, paled and exclaimed in unison, "Oh no!" They felt as if their souls were being gripped by an invisible hand, trying to forcibly pull them out of their bodies. The two were horrified and retreated hastily, activating their life-saving techniques to barely maintain their composure. However, they were still shaken and left dizzy and in a sorry state. Su Yan, who was at the center of the storm, had his consciousness, which was already on the verge of collapse, torn apart instantly by this soul impact. Suddenly everything went black, and the world lost all its color. He felt his existence being erased, and he was about to completely lose consciousness and become a soulless walking corpse. At this critical moment, deep within his soul, the yin-yang chaos-devouring heaven technique, which had long been integrated with him, seemed to sense the supreme challenge and spontaneously protected its master. A tiny, yet darker black vortex than any abyss, suddenly formed in his shattering sea of consciousness. It spun wildly, unleashing boundless suction, forcibly twisting and devouring the destructive soul storm, desperately protecting Su Yan's last wisp of remnant soul. They narrowly withstood this fatal blow. For the first time, a hint of human-like astonishment flashed in the giant, dark blue eyes of the soul puppet. It seemed it hadn't expected that this ant-like creature could actually block its soul's roar. Having failed in his first attack, the soul puppet was thoroughly enraged. It slowly raised a mountain-like stone arm wrapped with a giant chain. The stone arm blocked all the light from Su Yan's head, casting a shadow of death. The arm moved not fast, but it carried an absolute force that crushed space and was impossible to dodge. The friction between the arm and the air created a visible white sonic boom cloud. The terrifying pressure pinned Su Yan to the spot, rendering him unable to move. Physical attack, ineffective. Su Yan's consciousness was fading, and only Lang Ruoshue's last reminder remained in his mind. He raised his head and looked at the destructive giant arm that could crush him into mincemeat. In the depths of his eyes, which had dimmed due to blood loss, there was not despair, but a resolute and crazy flame that even Lang Ruoshue had never seen before. God-level proficiency system, get stronger by spending money. The secret that even Lang Ruoshue didn't know was also his last trump card. It should never be used unless it is a matter of life and death. Su Yan roared silently in his heart, "Well done." Faced with this devastating attack, instead of mobilizing the last of his spiritual energy to defend himself, he completely gave up all resistance. He opened his arms wide, as if embracing death, or perhaps more like embracing an unprecedented feast. He chanted wildly in his mind, the yin-yang chaos-devouring heaven technique. Upgrade me. Do you wish to spend 50 million Huaxia coins to upgrade the yin-yang chaos-devouring heaven technique to level 2? Chapter 37, 50 million recharge. Cultivation technique advancement, devouring ancient gods. Faced with that colossal arm of destruction capable of crushing mountains and rivers into dust, Su Yin used the last ounce of his divine soul power to unleash a hysterical roar. He roared, the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique. Upgrade me. Yes. Su Yin confirmed without the slightest hesitation, like a mad gambler who had lost all his chips and bet his life. Almost at the same moment. Outside, in that unremarkable bedroom in the resettlement house. His phone, which had been lying unattended on the table, suddenly lit up. Lang Ruoxue looked at the text message on her phone. Can I still spend money in the dungeon? The text message notification that the bank had deducted 50 million was like a match that pierced the last darkness of his consciousness and ignited the powder keg deep within his soul. There were no system notification sounds, no cold, impersonal text. Boom! Su Yin felt his soul being violently pulled out of his dying body by an invisible hand. Then, he was thrown into an ancient furnace that had existed since time immemorial and was burning with dark flames. That's no ordinary fire, that's soul fire. His soul is the furnace. He used all the violent alien energy within him, all his near-death injuries, and all his excruciating pain as fuel. The yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique. Second layer oven for all things. Start. The all-encompassing furnace, it can devour all things as fuel and refine all techniques for its own use. New features. Soulfire, it can directly burn and devour soul and spiritual energy, transforming it into the purest soul power to nourish the master's soul. Ah! That was not a scream of pain, but a non-human roar between ecstasy and agony as the soul was torn apart and then reforged by divine fire. Su Yin clearly saw through his inner vision that the violent dragon blood energy belonging to Lin Tianyuan was like an unruly and wicked dragon, ignited by the Yi soulfire, in his furnace. All the pain, weakness, and injuries were transformed into fuel. Burn! 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 Impurities turned to ashes amidst their wailing. The purest life essence and soul energy are refined into streams of golden divine nectar, nourishing every inch of his parched flesh. The terrifying, deep wound on his chest, which revealed the bone, healed instantly as the divine elixir washed over it, causing granulation tissue to grow rapidly. The severed meridians were forcibly reconnected, widened, and reinforced by the scalding divine liquid amidst a sizzling sound. The shattered bones crackled and popped during the forging process, their jade-like luster flowing through them, making them 10 times harder than before. All of this happened within a fraction of a second, from the moment the giant arm of the soul puppet pressed down on him to the moment it touched his scalp. Boom! The giant arm comes down. There was no scene of carnage as expected. Su Yan's body trembled violently, and the ground beneath his feet cracked open, with spiderweb-like fissures spreading wildly for dozens of meters. He was so overwhelmed by this irresistible force that he was forced to kneel on one knee. Snap! The kneecap struck the rock with a sickening cracking sound. He was still suppressed. Ha ha ha! Die! Die! From the shadows in the distance, Lin Tianjia saw this scene and his face twisted with ecstasy, his eyes filled with vicious pleasure. However, his laughter stopped abruptly. Something's not right. Xia Wanner's charming smile froze on her face, a chill from her very core rising from her tailbone to the top of her head. His aura is changing. He's feeding on that power? Their eyes practically popped out of their sockets. Under that massive arm that could crush anything, Su Yin was not crushed into a pulp. Instead, he used one not-so-broad palm to hold on. The kneecap, which had just shattered, was instantly reshaped under the flow of golden energy, becoming even stronger than before. Crunch, squeak, squeak. A teeth-grinding scraping sound rang out. Between the giant arm and Su Yan's palm, an extremely small, dark vortex spun wildly, forcibly devouring, tearing, and crushing the destructive potential energy contained in the stone arm. The giant arm of the soul puppet, as large as a mountain, suddenly trembled, as if it had been stabbed hard by a red-hot poison needle. The hard rock on the surface of his arm began to crack inch by inch, centered on Su Yan's palm. For the first time, clear pain and confusion were revealed in its huge, dark blue eyes. It couldn't understand how this ant, which had just been like a candle flickering in the wind, could withstand its attack and not die, and even absorb its power. In the snow wolf eye in her left ear, Lang Ruoxue's voice lost its composure for the first time, carrying a hint of uncontrollable tremor. This isn't a cultivation technique, this is tampering with the laws. It's directly refining death and destruction into life and creation. Fool, what kind of demonic art are you practicing? Su Yin did not answer. He felt an unprecedented power within his body, and the comforting sensation of his soul being nourished by the soul fire. He slowly raised his head, his eyes transforming into two slowly rotating, dark vortexes, so deep they seemed capable of swallowing all light. He grinned, revealing a set of blood-stained white teeth, and let out a hoarse, excited, beast-like low laugh. Ha, ha, ha. The next second, Su Yan grabbed the giant arm with his other hand, his 5 fingers digging into the rock like steel bars. His arm muscles were bulging and the veins were bulging like dragons and snakes. Stand up. He let out a low roar, forcefully resisting the immense divine power, and slowly straightened his body from a kneeling position, bit by bit. He looked at the spirit puppet before him no longer as a terrifying enemy. Instead, it was like a glutton who hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing an unparalleled feast. The feast is served. Su Yan suddenly spread his 5 fingers wide, and the dark vortex in his palm expanded dramatically, like the gaping maw of a glutton. A devouring power, even more domineering and greedy than that of the soul puppet, suddenly erupted. I'm hungry. Su Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable greed. Your godlike flesh and blood are mine. Roar. The soul puppet seemed to sense the aura of its natural enemy from the deepest level of life, and let out a silent, soul-shaking roar. It was utterly enraged. Crackling sound. The massive chains binding it were stretched taut by its ferocious power, groaning under the strain. Another arm, also wrapped in giant chains, ripped through the sky with devastating force, creating a deafening sonic boom, and joined the first arm in a pincer movement, smashing down fiercely towards Su Yan's head. This time, it was no longer a simple slap, but rather a double-armed embrace, like a divine hammer, to crush this ant who dared to blaspheme the gods, along with his eerie black vortex, into nothingness. Chapter 38: A Feast for the Senses. Who says gods can't be eaten? The soul puppet let out a silent roar. That was a destructive will that shook the very soul. 2 arms, like mountain peaks, wrapped in giant chains, one on the left and one on the right. With a sharp sonic boom that seemed to tear the sky apart, it fiercely closed in on Su Yan. That wasn't a slap. Instead, the goal is to crush the space, along with Su Yan, this ant who dared to blaspheme the gods, into nothingness. The shadow of death obscures all light. In the shadows in the distance, Xiao Wan, her slender fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, dug tightly into her palm. Her luscious red lips were pressed into a pale line, and her usually captivating peach blossom eyes were now filled with only pinpoint fear. Is this man a monster? On the other side, Lin Tianjie's ecstatic expression froze into one of utter disbelief. He clenched his teeth so hard that blood seeped out from the effort, and a hoarse, bellowing sound came from his throat. Yes, crush him. He roared, unable to distinguish between excitement and fear. Crush him into a pile of minced meat. However, faced with this devastating attack, Su Yan's eyes were filled with the madness and excitement of a gambler. He grinned, revealing a set of blood-stained white teeth, and laughed wildly. Good timing. He suddenly opened his arms, not in defense, but to embrace. The 2 dark vortexes in his palm, the furnace of all things, exploded with unprecedented greed. Boom! The giant arms closed. There was no bloodshed or carnage. Instead, there was a deafening roar, so deep it sounded like 2 continental plates colliding violently. Su Yan's body shuddered violently, and the air in his lungs was instantly squeezed out. His vision was squeezed into a blood-red slit, and all he could hear was the crunching sound of bones and internal organs being ground into a paste. The air was filled with the acrid smell of crushed rocks and the sweet, metallic taste of his own blood. The ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly for hundreds of meters. He was crushed by this irresistible force, his knees slamming into the rock. Snap! The excruciating pain of a shattered kneecap felt like molten iron instantly piercing through the spinal cord. Crunch, squeak, squeak. The harsh friction sound is the sacred mountain grinding away at the mortal body. Su Yan's body was being ground into powder. It is being frantically reshaped by the immense energy that has been devoured and transformed by the furnace of all things. The bones groaned. Shattered. It turned into dust. The next instant, scalding golden divine nectar surged in, reforging everything. Harder than diamond. On one side is hellish destruction. On one side is a paradise of creation. This feeling, somewhere between extreme ecstasy and extreme pain, made him let out an uncontrollable, beast-like roar. Ah! The roar made Xiao Wanner's heart clench in the distance. She was horrified to discover that she was being suffocated by a wisp of energy emanating from the eye of the storm. That wasn't psionic pressure. Rather, it is a kind of instinctive fear at the level of life when facing natural enemies. The giant arm of the soul puppet, as large as a mountain, suddenly trembled, as if it were being gnawed by millions of poisonous insects. For the first time, clear pain and confusion were revealed in its huge, dark blue eyes. It couldn't understand how this ant, which had just been like a candle flickering in the wind, could withstand its attack and not die, and even absorb its power. Just as Su Yan was about to have his meridians burst by this chaotic and violent energy, Lang Ruoshue's past teachings suddenly flashed through his mind. Fool! Devouring alive is what wild beasts do. You're a chef. You're an alchemist. One word awakened me from my dream. The frenzied crimson in Su Yan's eyes faded, replaced by the focus and composure of a chef facing top-quality ingredients. Yes. I'm a chef. Even the best ingredients are wasted if eaten raw. Only through careful cooking can every bit of its value be extracted. With a thought, he focused his spirit into his dantian and shouted sharply. Open the furnace. Refine the elixir. The invisible furnace within his body began to operate with a roar. The destructive energy that was being frantically swallowed was instantly transformed into the purest fuel. Boom! The seemingly indestructible bottleneck of the second rank of martial arts within his body was instantly shattered like paper under the endless flow of pure energy. A powerful shockwave erupted from him, forcefully creating a gap in the closed giant arm. Congratulations, Master! You have advanced to the third rank of martial artist. The range of your great Dao domain has increased to 5 meters. The moment he broke through, Su Yan's absorption efficiency increased tenfold. The 5-meter diameter great domain suddenly opened. Within the domain, the complex energy flow and trajectory of momentum on the soul puppet's arm were instantly analyzed and distorted. Su Yan could even clearly see through the soul puppet's thick stone body the energy core deep within its chest, which was throbbing violently with rage, the millennial soul nourishing wood. Roar! The soul puppet was thoroughly enraged when the ants broke free and even began to draw power from it. It abandoned its ineffective physical attacks, and the millennial soul nourishing wood on its chest shone brightly. A soul storm 10 times more powerful than before condensed into a deathly gray beam of destruction, ignoring all physical distances, and shot straight at Su Yan's brow. Wherever the beam of light passed, even the light itself was swallowed up, as if representing ultimate nothingness and death. Su Yan was not surprised but delighted, and let out a hearty laugh. Soul attack? Perfect timing. Now that we've finished the appetizers, it's time to try your soul-stirring sashimi. He actually abandoned all defenses and took the initiative to meet that beam of soul light. Within his sea of consciousness, the soul flame, born from the advancement of his cultivation technique, surged dramatically. In the distance, Xiao Waner and Lin Tianjia watched in utter horror. The gray beam of soul energy, powerful enough to annihilate any living being below the Grandmaster level, touched Su Yan's brow the instant. Like moths drawn to a flame, they were instantly ignited by the invisible soul fire. There was no explosion, no loud noise. Only conversion. The deathly destructive energy transformed into a cool, refreshing nectar with a strange sweetness the moment it touched the soul fire. It flowed into the sea of consciousness through the space between the eyebrows, like a sip of top-grade chilled sake, instantly soothing all the heat and fatigue of the soul, leaving only endless comfort and sweet aftertaste. This divine soul sashimi is cool to the taste, with a delicate texture and a hint of divine sweetness in the aftertaste. Unfortunately, it was overcooked and has a slightly burnt, destructive taste. Next time, I need to make it more fresh. Su Yan was pondering this in his mind. Wah! The puppet let out an extremely mournful cry. The sound did not come from the throat, but from the collapse and fear of the very source of the soul. Its most powerful killing move has become the most delicious tonic for the opponent. Belch. Su Yan let out a satisfied burp. His eyes shone with a divine light, as if stars were rising and falling within them. He slowly stood up from the deep pit. His injuries had long since healed, and his aura was as deep as the sea, making him more than 10 times stronger than before. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on the heart whose light had dimmed with fear. A greedy smile, like a glutton seeing an unparalleled delicacy, spread across his face. He flashed and transformed into a black lightning bolt. Ignoring the soul puppet's futile arm swings and blocks, it charged straight at its chest. Su Yan's wild laughter echoed loudly in the empty cave. After the appetizers, it's time for the main course. Chapter 39. The weakness was feigned. Su Yan smiled. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at this moment. The wind has changed. A gust of wind, sweet and foul-smelling, swept in from the left. It was Xiao Waner's energy whip, coated with soul-corroding poison. Almost simultaneously, he felt a sharp, piercing coldness on his back. It was Lin Tianjie's silent, shadow deadly strike. Within Su Yan's 5-meter diameter, Great Dao domain, their supposedly flawless sneak attack was infinitely slowed down and analyzed, with every detail of their movements and every flow of energy meticulously observed. He could even clearly see the greedy, twisted smiles on their faces, like two hyenas who had finally waited for the Lion King to fall asleep. However, just a fraction of a second before they succeeded. On Su Yan's face, which was deathly pale from exhaustion, a chilling smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A cold, emotionless thought resonated in his mind. The bait has been swallowed. What? That smile made Xia Wan'er and Lin Tianjie's hearts clench, and a chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. We've fallen for their trap. This monster was acting from beginning to end. The weakness he showed when suppressing the soul puppets was actually a trap tailor-made for them. But now, the arrow was on the bowstring and had to be released. The shock was only momentary, and it quickly transformed into an even more frenzied killing intent. Kill him. He must be at his last gasp. Lin Tianjie roared like a wild beast, pouring all his spiritual energy into the dagger, making the aura of death even stronger. However, what they faced was a gluttonous creature that had just feasted on a god. Su Yan held the millennial soul nourishing wood in his left hand, not even glancing at the poisonous whip, but his mind was elsewhere. The immense life force atop the sacred tree erupted suddenly, transforming into a solidified emerald green halo. Sizzle! The domineering and extremely poisonous whip struck the halo, like boiling oil poured on snow, instantly being dissolved and purified by the pure life energy, without even a wisp of black smoke rising. Impossible! Xia Wan'er's exclamation was stuck in her throat. Her soul-eating poison was a secret treasure that even grandmasters were wary of. At the same time, Su Yan's spine cracked, and his body, like a boneless snake, shifted 3 inches to the left in a strange manner. Put! Lin Tianjie's determined shadow assassination strike grazed Su Yan's right ribs, only tearing his clothes. Su Yan was unharmed. Did it slip up? Alarm bells rang in Lin Tianjie's mind. He was about to back away when he was horrified to find that his wrist was being held tightly by an arm as strong as an iron clamp. It's Su Yan's right hand. When did he make his move? Lin Tianjie looked up in horror and met a pair of dark eyes that were devoid of any emotion, filled only with endless coldness and mockery. Do all members of the Lin family enjoy stabbing each other in the back? Su Yan's voice was very soft, but it made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Unfortunately, you're far inferior to your good-for-nothing brother. Before he finished speaking, Su Yan's stainless steel kitchen knife had appeared in his empty left hand without anyone noticing. He casually tossed the 1,000-year-old soul-nourishing wood into the air. Basic Swordsmanship LV3. Great Dao Domain, Analysis. There was no glint of a blade, no aura of a blade. Only one black lightning bolt, fast and precise to the extreme. The kitchen knife seemed to have a life of its own, and with an incredibly tricky trajectory, it slashed along Lin Tianjie's restrained arm from bottom to top with lightning speed. Whoosh! The look of terror on Lin Tianjie's face froze. The next second, his entire right arm, along with half of his shoulder, was severed cleanly. The wound was as smooth as a mirror. Ah! The excruciating pain caused him to let out a piercing scream, but the scream abruptly stopped. Because the kitchen knife drew an elegant arc in the air and landed steadily back in Su Yan's hand. Su Yan, with his right hand that had just dislocated the other man's arm, clenched his fingers into a claw and swiftly grabbed his throat. Snap! The cracking sound of the neck bones breaking was particularly jarring in the deathly silent cave. The light in Lin Tianjie's eyes quickly dimmed, and with a flash of white light from the wrist device, his mutilated corpse vanished amidst resentment and unwillingness. From the moment the attack was made to the moment the kill was achieved, it took only a second. All of this happened so fast that Xia Wan'er hadn't even lashed out with her second whip before her companion had already turned into a streak of white light. Demon, devil. Xia Wan'er was completely terrified. Her charming and alluring face was now deathly pale with extreme fear. Her beauty, cunning, and poison skills, which she was so proud of, were as fragile as a joke in front of this unreasonable monster. Escape! That was the only thought in her mind. She turned and fled, even burning her life essence to become a blood-red afterimage, frantically rushing back to the tunnel she had come from. However, Su Yan simply stood still, reaching out to catch the slowly falling, millennial soul-nourishing wood, without even intending to chase after it. He watched the fleeing figure, a playful smirk playing on his lips. Trying to leave now? Too late. Su Yan opened his left palm and aimed it at Xia Wan'er's back. In the palm of his hand, the dark vortex that had devoured the soul puppet, the furnace of all things, reappeared once more. Come over. Su Yan uttered 2 words softly. An invisible yet domineering and unreasonable terrifying suction force suddenly erupted. Xia Wan'er, who was running for her life, suddenly froze, as if she had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand. She was horrified to discover that not only could she not move forward, but her body was being dragged backward uncontrollably, little by little. No! No! Let me go! I give up. I'll give you all my points, she screamed hoarsely, clawing at the ground with her hands and feet, her fingernails scratching deep bloody marks on the rocks, looking like a madwoman. Su Yan walked slowly toward her, each step feeling like he was stepping on her heart. I'm very curious. Su Yan looked down at her, examining her like a chef looking at a rare ingredient. What would your soul-eating poison, which you've refined for 10 years, taste like if it were used as a seasoning after being refined? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan gently placed his palm on Xia Wan'er's crown. Soul fire ignite. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, inhuman in its intensity, echoed through the cave. Xia Wan'er's graceful body convulsed violently, and her beautiful face withered, aged, and turned to ashes at a visible speed. She didn't actually die, but she truly experienced what death felt like. With a flash of light, Xia Wan'er was teleported out of the instance, screaming, Su Yan, I will definitely kill you. Inside the cave, deathly silence finally returned. On the huge electronic screen at the entrance to the underground city, Su Yan's score was displayed, 11258. Number 1 on the leaderboard. Lin Tianyuan, Lin Tianjie, Nangon Lai, Lin Feng, and Zhang Hong lost points and did not appear on the leaderboard. As they gathered together, Lin Tianyuan clenched his fist and said fiercely, when Su Yan comes out of the dungeon later, let's team up and teach him a lesson. Su Yan let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the unprecedentedly powerful force surging within his body. However, at that very moment, the enormous, heart-like, millennial soul-nourishing wood in his hand suddenly made a plop sound. The heart in his palm suddenly throbbed, like a heavy hammer, slamming into Su Yan's soul. An incredibly ancient and icy torrent of thought savagely surged into his sea of consciousness. Ancient elixir formula. 9-turn rejuvenating pill. Main ingredients: heart of 1,000-year-old soul-nourishing wood, blood of a true dragon, feather of an immortal phoenix. Information kept pouring in, but Su Yan's consciousness remained fixed on the last 4 words. Efficacy: eradicates all curses. Boom! Su Yan froze instantly. His mind went completely blank. The cold curse that had been echoing deep within his soul, representing the countdown to death, was now as if it had been branded hard with a red-hot iron. He almost crushed the sacred wood in his hand, his knuckles cracking from the excessive force. His breathing stopped, his heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to shatter his sternum. It wasn't fear, but a tremendous surge of ecstasy and trembling that made him faint, shooting straight from his tailbone to the top of his head. There's hope. My wife, Lang Ruoxue, has that curse of the alien emperor. Is there really hope? Chapter 40: Zhao Qing's Secret Protection. LOL, I've been waiting for you guys for ages. At the exit of the underground city, the enormous teleportation portal, like the eye of a giant beast that had been sleeping for 10,000 years, suddenly burst forth with a white light that devoured everything. Boom! Above the square, the giant light screen used for live broadcasting shook violently, and data streams poured down like a waterfall. The breaths of tens of thousands of spectators at the scene were held in jeopardy by an invisible hand at that moment. Everyone stretched their necks to the limit, staring intently at the long-dormant name at the very top of the leaderboard. The next second, the blood-red numbers began to jump wildly. 1,000, 3,000, 7,000. Every surge in the numbers is like a heavy hammer blow, slamming into everyone's hearts. Finally, in the dead silence, the numbers froze. First place, Su Yan. Points, 11,258. 11,258. You could hear a pin drop in the square. 3 seconds later, the volcano erupted. 11,000. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Last year, Lin Tianyuan worked his butt off and only got a little over 5,000 points. Did they slaughter all the monsters in the entire dungeon? Su Yan? That name sounds so familiar. I remember now. That good-for-nothing from Jiangcheng No. 1 high school who got expelled because his awakened life skill was unlocked? Trash? You call this trash? In a corner of the crowd, the well-maintained face of the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School suddenly lost all color. His homeroom teacher, Wang Hai, standing next to him, was struck dumb. His legs went weak, and he slumped into his chair, his body instantly soaked in cold sweat. He clutched his chest tightly, gasping for breath, but felt as if his lungs were a broken bellows, unable to take in any air. It's him! It was he who, in front of the whole class, used the most cutting words to kick this peerless genius, who should have been the greatest pride of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, out of the school gate as a pile of hopeless trash. Regret and fear, like two venomous snakes, were frantically gnawing at his heart. No. No. This is impossible. Wang Hai muttered to himself in a daze, the world spinning before his eyes. Just as the entire arena erupted in jubilation because of this name, a figure staggered out of the teleportation portal, step by step. All the noise came to an abrupt halt. Countless cameras and eyes were instantly focused. That was a person covered in blood. His combat uniform was tattered into strips, hanging on his body and revealing rows of newly healed but still grotesque and twisted bloody scars, like countless centipedes crawling on his skin. He held a nearly meter-long piece of emerald green sacred wood in his left hand. The sacred wood was still pulsating slightly, like a living thing, and was radiating a visible aura of life. He was holding a stainless steel kitchen knife in his right hand. Yes, a kitchen knife. The tip of the knife stuck in the ground, becoming his crutch, supporting his body, which seemed on the verge of falling apart, as he limped forward. He was in a terrible state. His face was as pale as paper, his breathing was heavy as a cow's, and with each step he took, his knees made a sickening crackling sound. This really hurts. Even with the nourishment of the energy from the furnace of all things, the bones that have been repeatedly crushed and reshaped by the giant arm of the soul puppet still need time to adapt. But for him, this pain was more like the comforting aftertaste of a sumptuous meal. He looked up. On that blood-stained face, a pair of eyes shone with a frightening light, and deep within their pupils, it seemed as if two dark flames were burning silently. That was the satisfaction of feasting on the gods, and the coldness of locking onto the prey. Just now, he not only swallowed an ancient god, but also found hope of curing Lang Ruoshuet in that divine tree. At this moment, Su Yan's body was enduring hellish pain, but his soul was reveling in heaven. Anyone who blocks the way home will die. In the shadows of a corner of the square, Lin Tianyuan's handsome face was contorted with jealousy, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping from between his fingers. Useless. That piece of trash Lin Tianjie. That bitch Xia Waner. 2 against 1, and he still managed to bring the sacred tree out. He suppressed his voice and let out a beast-like growl. Calm down. Nangon Lai's voice was hoarse, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Look at him. His spiritual energy is depleted, his body is collapsing, and he's only clinging to life by that piece of wood. This is our only, and last, chance. Once the people from the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Academy protect him, we'll never be able to make a move again. The madness and ruthlessness in Lin Tianyuan's eyes were almost overflowing. That's right. The champion? I'm going to turn his awards ceremony into his funeral. On the other side, on the rooftop of a high-rise building at the edge of the square, Zhao Cheng hoisted the colossal hammer, which seemed completely out of place with her petite frame, onto her shoulder and looked down with great interest at the man who was the center of attention. Miss has a really sharp eye. She stuck out the tip of her tongue and licked her lips. Even injured like this, he still managed to turn the tables and devour the guardian puppet. This technique is even more domineering than Miss described. Most importantly, if he really gets his hands on the millennial soul-nourishing wood, Mrs. Curse can be cured. Before coming to Jiangcheng, Lang Ruoxue had already told her the truth. If Su Yan can win the preliminary championship on his own merits, Zhao Qing will have to marry Su Yan as his concubine. Zhao Qing had no objection to this. Her life was saved by her mistress, and all her skills were taught to her by her mistress. Let alone becoming a concubine, even if it meant taking her life, she wouldn't blink an eye. What's more, Su Yan is handsome and has delicate features, which fits her aesthetic preferences as a face-obsessed person. His cooking skills are impeccable, absolutely perfect. However, if you want to be my man, Zhao Qing's man, fighting skills alone are not enough. Zhao Qing laid the giant hammer on her shoulder and looked down at the shadows where Lin Tianyuan and Nangon Lai were hiding. Let me see how you break this deadlock. In the center of the square, the dean of Sanglong Martial Arts Academy, a sprightly old man, personally pushed aside the frantic reporters in front of him and strode up to Su Yan. He looked at Su Yan as if he were looking at a piece of uncut jade, his eyes filled with excitement and admiration. "My child, you've worked hard." The old man's voice was loud and clear, carrying throughout the entire venue. "On behalf of Sanlong Martial Arts Academy, I hereby officially announce that the champion of this year's College League preliminary tournament is Su Yan. The champion's reward, the Millennial Soul Nourishing Wood, is now returned to its rightful owner." The entire audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Su Yan took the heavy divine wood, feeling the immense vitality within it and the information about the elixir formula that could save his wife. His heart, which had been chilled by the killing, finally felt a surge of warmth. However, the moment he received it. "Let's do it!" Lin Tianyuan gave the order. In the crowd, several black-clad assassins who were already prepared suddenly sprang up and hurled their high-explosive stun grenades and powerful smoke grenades toward the center of the podium. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion, accompanied by intense light strong enough to burn through retina and billowing smoke, instantly engulfed the entire area. Ah! The crowd was plunged into apocalyptic panic and chaos, with screams, cries, and the sound of trampling rising and falling. The security formation collapsed instantly, and the reporters' cameras were filled with white light, unable to capture anything. In the heart of the chaos, amidst the thick smoke, Su Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. The game has begun. Chapter 41: Pretending to be weak while actually being strong. One strike, and the prodigy is instantly killed. Chaos is the best curtain. When the blinding light and thick smoke engulfed everything, this area within a 5-meter radius became Su Yan's absolute home ground, the Great Dao Domain. Within this realm, time seemed to slow down 100-fold. On the left, a figure disappeared into the shadows like a ghost, and Nangon Lai's sinister eyes were fixed on Su Yan's back. The dagger in his hand was silent, yet it drew upon an energy deeper than darkness itself, the secret technique of the Nangon family, Shadow Deadly Strike. With a single strike, it was designed to shatter protective spiritual energy, making it extremely vicious. On the right, Lin Tianyuan was much more ferocious. His muscles were bulging all over his body, and faint dragon scale shadows appeared on his skin, clearly indicating that he had used some kind of secret method to stimulate dragon blood. He didn't use any weapons. His fist, as big as a clay pot, gathered immense power and, with a sonic boom that tore through the air, slammed straight into Su Yan's head. He wanted to smash this bastard who had stolen all his glory into a bloody pulp with one punch, along with the sacred tree in his hand. The greed and ferocity on their faces were as clear as a high-definition close-up under the analysis of the Great Dao Domain. The contempt and certainty in their eyes suggested they could already see Su Yan's blood splattered on the spot. After all, how could a useless person with depleted spiritual energy and serious injuries withstand the combined killing blow of two experts from the prodigy ranking? However, what they didn't see was the fleeting pity and mockery that flashed in Su Yan's lowered eyes. Just a fraction of a second before Lin Tianyuan's fist was about to touch his scalp and Nangon Lai's dagger was about to pierce his heart, Su Yan moved. He neither retreated nor blocked. He thrust his stainless steel kitchen knife, which he was holding on the ground, into the ground at an angle that most people couldn't comprehend. Snap! The hard granite floor was easily pierced with a knife tip, creating a deep hole. Using this reaction force, Su Yan's severely injured and dying body, like a weightless fallen leaf, shifted 3 inches to the left in a strange posture. It's these 3 inches. But it became the distance between heaven and hell. Put! Nangon Lai's determined, shadow deadly thrust grazed Su Yan's right rib, drawing a string of blood beads, but missed its mark. The shadow energy, powerful enough to erode the soul, lost its target and slammed into empty space. Lin Tianyuan's ferocious iron fist, carrying the momentum of destruction, whistled past Su Yan's right shoulder. One strike, and both missed. What? The shock in Lin Tianyuan and Nangon Lai's hearts was like a raging storm. We've fallen for their trap. This monster was acting the whole time. His appearance of being seriously injured and dying was a trap to lure them into attacking. But at that moment, the shock was only momentary, and it quickly turned into an even more frenzied killing intent. Kill him! Lin Tianyuan roared like a wild beast, using his waist to generate power, turning his fist into a claw, and with a spin, his 5 fingers like hooks, he once again grabbed at Su Yan's heart. However, they were facing a chef who had just devoured an ancient god and elevated the concept of battle to an art form through the system. Do all members of the Lin family enjoy stabbing each other in the back? A cold voice, seemingly from the depths of the netherworld, rang in Nangon Lai's ears. To Nangon Lai's horror, Su Yan had turned around and was now face to face with him. Those dark, swirling pupils, seemingly devouring all light, were staring intently at him. Quick. Extremely fast. So fast that it exceeded the reaction limits of his visual nerves. Unfortunately, you're far inferior to your good-for-nothing younger brother. Before he finished speaking, Su-Yan's stainless steel kitchen knife had appeared in his empty left hand without anyone noticing. He casually tossed the 1,000-year-old soul-nourishing wood into the air. There was no earth-shattering sword light, no domineering sword aura. Only one black lightning bolt, incredibly fast and incredibly precise. Basic swordsmanship LV3. Analysis of the Great Tao Domain. First move, Steel Cutter. This strike was no longer a simple slash. With the blessing of the Great Tao Domain, Su-Yan clearly saw the weakest point of Nangon Lai's protective spiritual energy and saw the trajectory of the spiritual energy circulation within his body. The cleaver made a delicate, upward slicing motion with an incredibly cunning trajectory. Whoosh! That knife seemed to possess its own life, precisely bypassing all the defenses that Nangon Lai had hastily set up. Like a skilled butcher dissecting an ox, it flashed past along the gaps in his spiritual energy flow. The look of terror on Nangon Lai's face froze. He looked down, staring incredulously at his chest. A thin line of blood ran from his left shoulder down to his right hip. The wound was as smooth as a mirror. You. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but all his life force, along with his soul, was completely severed by this one strike. The next second, he was cleaved diagonally in two. Blood and entrails were splashed all over the ground with a whoosh. His dismembered body collapsed in endless terror and resentment this time. He was truly dead, without the protection of his wrist guards. From Su-Yan's counterattack to instantly killing a top expert on the prodigy ranking, it only took a second. All of this happened too fast, so fast that Lin Tianyuan's swirling claws had barely caught a glimpse of Su-Yan's afterimage. As they approached the top of the building, Zhao Qing, who had been calm and collected all along, suddenly sat up straight, and for the first time, her beautiful peach blossom eyes revealed an intense shock. Such a fast blade, such precise control. He has fused the Great Tao Domain and basic swordsmanship to this extent? She was horrified to discover that Su-Yan's strike just now had not wasted a single ounce of energy. All the power was perfectly concentrated on the concept of severing. This is not martial arts. This is the Tao. Meanwhile, Lin Tianyuan, whose attack missed its mark, watched helplessly as his companion was cut in two and vanished in a flash of light. His mind went completely blank. A chill emanating from the depths of his soul froze the blood in his entire body. Escape. That was the only thought in his mind. He no longer cared about the sacred tree or glory, burning his life essence, and turned to rush into the chaotic crowd. However, a hand like an iron clamp had already grabbed his throat with lightning speed, kicking him off the ground like a chick with one hand. It's Su-Yan. He had caught the falling, millennial soul-nourishing wood, without anyone noticing, while his other hand gripped Lin Tianyuan's neck. Crack! The crisp sound of his neck bones being crushed inch by inch was so clear to Lin Tianyuan's ears. He lifted his feet off the ground and struggled frantically, but he couldn't budge that arm an inch. He looked up in alarm and met Su-Yan's cold and ruthless eyes. I said I would turn your awards ceremony into a funeral. Su-Yan's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable sense of judgment. However, it's not mine, it's yours. Su-Yan's gaze passed over Lin Tianyuan and fell upon the Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school principal and Wang Hai, who were already pale with fright in the crowd in the distance. He grinned, revealing a set of blood-stained white teeth, and in front of all the media in Jiangcheng, amidst countless flashing lights, he slowly raised the chosen one in his hand. Your brother's debts, your younger brother's debts. Today, I'll start by collecting some interest from you. Chapter 42 Cripple the Prodigy. The young lady has given orders, young master, please come home for dinner. Snap. The sickening sound of bones cracking could be clearly heard in the chaotic square. Lin Tianyuan let out a blood-curdling scream that sounded inhuman. But that wasn't because his throat bone was crushed. Instead, his martial arts meridians were being forcibly torn apart and crushed by an overbearing and unreasonable force. The all things furnace was quietly operating in Su-Yan's palm. To everyone else, Su-Yan was simply cruelly torturing this prodigy. But in reality, he was carrying out a secret and greedy plunder. The thin source of dragon blood that Lin Tianyuan was so proud of was being continuously drained away, like blood plasma that had been punctured. Finally, an invisible, dragon blood mark, condensed in Su-Yan's palm. This is one of the medicinal ingredients prepared to treat Lang Ruoxue. You little beast. Stop. Protect the young master. Kill him. At that very moment, a terrifying killing intent erupted simultaneously from several corners of the crowd. More than 10 black-clad assassins rushed out. There was no fear in their eyes, only a mad madness to perish together with them. This is the Lin family's last loyal follower. Whoosh! 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 Several armor-piercing crossbow bolts, flashing with a cold, eerie blue light, whistled and blocked all of Su Yan's evasive routes from different angles. Even more deadly, 3 of the assassins detonated the specially made dirty bombs they were carrying. Dark green, highly toxic smoke, accompanied by a pungent, bone-melting stench, surged toward Su Yan like a tidal wave. This was a long-planned, decisive victory. Good timing. Instead of panic, a cold mockery flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Instead of dodging or avoiding, he used the wailing Lin Tianyuan in his hand as a human shield to meet the rain of arrows. Put! 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 Armor-piercing crossbow bolts pierced Lin Tianyuan's body, spraying blood everywhere. Cease fire! Protect the young master! The excruciating pain caused Lin Tianyuan to let out a beast-like roar, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. However, Su Yan's actions did not stop. He held the millennial soul-nourishing wood in his left hand, and its abundant life force transformed into a green halo, like a perfect jade bubble, completely isolating all the poisonous smoke and acid. At the same time, the suction force of his right hand increased instead of decreased. The all things furnace was frantically extracting the life essence from Lin Tianyuan's body, which was running rampant due to his severe injuries. At this moment, Lin Tianyuan is both his shield and his temporary blood pact to replenish his energy. Devil, you devil! Lin Tianyuan's consciousness was blurred, but he could clearly feel himself being eaten up. Not enough. Su Yan frowned. The attacks of these assassins were too weak. However, at that moment, a sense of crisis that made his hair stand on end descended from the sky. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, Zhao Cheng, who had been leisurely watching the show with her legs crossed, suddenly narrowed her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Oh, the old man finally couldn't hold back anymore. At the edge of the square, a gaunt old man who had been hidden in the shadows slowly raised a withered hand. Grandmaster! A true master! This is the Lin family's last trump card. There was no sound, no light or shadow. Su Yan felt the entire world freeze instantly, as an invisible spiritual needle pierced through space and struck his brow. The great Dao Domain issued a frantic warning, but Su Yan had to deal with the mental impact, protect the divine tree, and suppress the assassins in front of him at the same time. For the first time, he felt the arrival of death. However, just as the spiritual needle was about to touch his brow, boom! A petite figure, carrying a colossal hammer that was completely disproportionate to her size, crashed down like a meteorite from outer space. She landed precisely between Su Yan and the group of assassins, causing the ground to tremble violently. A terrifying shockwave, visible to the naked eye, spread out in a ring. Ah! Those crazed Lin family assassins, along with the Grandmaster Elder who was hiding in the shadows preparing to launch a second attack, were swept by this brute force and were struck as if by a heavy hammer, all spitting blood and flying backward. All offensive efforts crumbled instantly. The entire venue was deathly silent. As the smoke cleared, Zhao Qing slammed the giant hammer, which was taller than her, onto the ground with a dull thud. The hammer is engraved with ancient patterns and gleams with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. She herself wore a cute carrot earring on her earlobe, which swayed with her movements. Without even glancing at the enemies around her, whose fates were unknown, she turned around and winked playfully at Su Yan, who looked completely bewildered. Then, she cleared her throat, suppressed her smile, and said in a soft voice, "Congratulations to my son-in-law on winning the championship. By order of Miss, we are here to bring the young master home for dinner. Anyone who dares to make a move, please do so." The voice was crisp, yet carried an undeniable domineering air, echoing throughout the entire venue. Son-in-law? Miss? Are you coming home for dinner? The audience erupted in another uproar, with countless people gasping in shock. Behind this young man, there is not only the Azure Dragon Academy, but also a mysterious powerhouse who can send a grandmaster flying with a single blow, protecting him closely. The term son-in-law carries a lot of information. The dean of Tsanglong Academy was the first to react. He looked at Zhao Qing, then at Su Yan, his initial admiration turning into complete awe. He made a decision immediately, activating the highest-spec hovercraft escort vehicle and personally clearing the way for Su Yan. Su Yan released his grip and, like throwing away trash, tossed Lin Tianyuan, whose life force had been drained and who was now completely useless, toward the medical team. Don't let him die. Su Yan's icy voice rang out. I want the Lin family to watch their prodigy become a good-for-nothing, worse than an ordinary person, for the rest of his life. These words, which are so chilling they could kill someone's spirit, sent shivers down the spines of countless people. Amid the chaotic crowd, Wang Hai, the principal and homeroom teacher of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, witnessed this miraculous scene. Unable to withstand the immense contrast in fear any longer, Wang Hai rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fainted on the spot, only to be swallowed up by the panicked and trampled crowd. Inside the absolutely safe maglev escort vehicle, Su Yan ignored Zhao Qing's beautiful eyes, which were filled with curiosity and inquiry, and immediately focused his attention on her. Millennial soul nourishing wood. It feels warm and smooth to the touch, like holding a living heart. System, analyze the prescription. Ding. Ancient heritage information detected, analyzing. An ancient and weathered scroll of alchemical formulas slowly unfolded in his mind. Ancient elixir formula, 9-turn rejuvenation pill. When Su Yan saw the final description of the pill formula's effects, eradicating all curses and reshaping the foundation of one's Tao, his entire body trembled violently. The feeling was like a person dying of thirst in the desert finally seeing a lake. An overwhelming ecstasy erupted like a volcano, instantly engulfing his soul. There's hope. The otherworldly emperor's curse that had seeped into Lang Ruoshua's bones and eroded the very essence of her life day and night could truly be cured. However, his ecstasy lasted only 3 seconds. When he tried to investigate the most crucial parts of the elixir formula, the refining method, the proportions of medicinal ingredients, the timing of starting the furnace, and other key information, what he saw was a chaotic void. It's not blurry, it's not incomplete. Instead, it was as if it had been forcibly erased from the root by a law that was far more advanced and domineering than the other emperor's curse, leaving behind an absolute blank. The lake of hope evaporated in an instant. It turned out to be a mirage. 1 second they were in heaven, the next they had fallen into an icy hell. Su Yan's body froze on the spot. The light in those eyes, which had been lit up with ecstasy and seemed to contain the stars and the sea, gradually faded. In the end, it turned into a deathly silence deeper than the night. Damn it! Chapter 43. The elixir formula is incomplete? I'll use dragon blood to brew a divine soup for my wife first. Damn it! Su Yan squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. The sharp pain was what brought him back to reality from the despair of falling into the ice cave. The millennial soul nourishing wood in his arms seemed to sense its master's anger, and its warm glow dimmed somewhat. Sitting opposite Zhao Qing, she felt as if the air inside the car had frozen. Her bright, almond-shaped eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. She couldn't understand it. This man, just a moment ago, was like a god of war walking among men, crippling geniuses with a flick of his finger, his aura overwhelming mountains and rivers. Now, however, he resembles a gambler who has lost all his chips, radiating a chilling stillness and despair. What could possibly cause such a fearsome figure to break down emotionally? She opened her mouth, wanting to ask, but looking at Su Yan's profile, which was colder than ice, she swallowed the words back. The young lady said that this man was their hope for the future. The car came to a smooth stop in front of the dilapidated resettlement building. Su Yan took a deep breath, suppressing all the overwhelming disappointment and violence back into the depths of his soul, and his face returned to its usual calm. He pushed open the car door, and the deathly stillness had vanished. Zhao Cheng was even more horrified. Such terrifying emotional control. Is this really a teenager who has just turned 18? Pushing open the door, a figure was already quietly waiting. Lang Ruoshua wore an elegant white dress for home, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. She looked less cold and ruthless on the battlefield and more languid and gentle. The dim light from the living room shone on her face, softening her usually aloof features. She didn't ask about the bloodshed in the square, nor about the earth-shattering hammer blow. She simply looked at Su Yan, a barely perceptible worry hidden in her all-seeing, icy blue eyes. She sensed Su Yan's emotional turmoil, the sudden fall from heaven to hell. You're back. Her voice was cool, yet it carried a comforting power. Su Yan nodded, walked over, and handed over the piece of millennial soul-nourishing wood that was still pulsating slightly. He spoke casually, as if he had just gone downstairs to the supermarket to buy a cabbage. We've got the championship prize back. Good. Lang Ruoshua accepted the sacred wood. Through the eye of the snow wolf, she already knew that this young man had gone through countless near-death experiences to obtain this reward, and she was deeply moved. The moment her fingertips touched it, for the first time, an uncontrollable flush of excitement appeared on her eternally icy and beautiful face. Thank you. The main ingredient for refining the 9 Revolutions rejuvenation pill. The Millennial Soul Nourishing Wood. You actually got it. With her insight as a war goddess, she instantly discerned the astonishing secret behind this sacred tree. However, her excitement lasted only 3 seconds before cooling down quickly when she saw Su-Yan's calm and unwavering gaze. She understood. Su-Yan's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke with difficulty. The pill formula in the wood has had its core parts erased, leaving only the names and main ingredients: heart of the 1,000-year soul nourishing wood, blood of the true dragon, and undying phoenix feather. There are no proportions, no refining method. Zhao Cheng, who was standing to the side, was completely confused, but she could feel the huge gap between ecstasy and despair, which made her heart clench. The living room fell into a deathly silence. But Lang Ruoshua was ultimately a peerless war goddess who commanded a 1,000,000-strong army and remained calm even after experiencing life and death. After a brief silence, instead of despairing, a sharp fighting spirit rekindled in her eyes. Most ancient pill formulas are like this. The method of refining them may be hidden in a specific ancient martial arts site, or in a certain family, or it may require a certain bloodline inheritance to unlock. She reached out and gently placed her hand on Su-Yan's tightly clenched fist, calmly analyzing each word as if she were planning a desperate counterattack. This isn't a dead end, we can keep searching. I can still withstand this curse. Seeing the renewed fighting spirit in his wife's eyes, Su-Yan felt most of the gloom in his heart dissipate. Yes, with my wife by my side, even if the sky falls, we can still hold it together. His gaze fell on Lang Ruoshua's lips, which were slightly pale from the curse, and then swept over the 4 words true dragon blood on the pill formula. Suddenly, a thought struck him. A crazy and audacious idea rose in his mind. Wife, since the formula is incomplete, let's gather all the ingredients first. Maybe once we have all the ingredients, we'll find a clue. A confident smile curved at the corners of Su-Yan's lips. Wait a minute, I'll make you an appetizer soup. After saying that, under the astonished gazes of Lang Ruoshua and Zhao Cheng, he turned and walked into the cramped kitchen. The next moment, something strange happened in the kitchen. With a thought, several radiant spiritual plants appeared out of thin air. One of them is a blood-red ginseng that exudes a rich aura of blood and energy. Several of them are dragon scale grass, with leaves resembling dragon scales and shimmering with a metallic sheen. As his thoughts flowed, a mysterious feeling surged into his heart. He gained a stronger perception of the vitality of these spiritual plants and was even able to accelerate their growth. Immediately afterwards, Su-Yan activated the dragon blood mark that he had plundered from Lin Tianyuan's body. He extended his right palm toward a clean white porcelain bowl and uttered a low shout, "Condense!" The process was more painful than I had imagined. The mark seemed to come alive, surging wildly in his palm. An incomparably domineering dragon's might surged up his meridians, almost tearing his arm apart. Su-Yan grunted, veins bulging on his forehead, as he unleashed his great Dao domain at full power, forcefully analyzing and suppressing this force. Finally, a drop of blood, as brilliant as golden amber, was forced out of his palm. Tick-tock. The blood droplets fell into the bowl, but instead of dissolving, they floated quietly, with a miniature dragon seemingly swimming inside, stirring up tiny golden vortexes. In an instant, a magnificent and boundless aura of life filled the entire room. Just by smelling this aura, Zhao Cheng felt that the bottleneck of the 9th rank of Grandmaster that had been stuck for several years was actually loosening a little. She was horrified. This is the blood of a true dragon? Wife, look at this, is it usable? Su-Yan asked, holding the bowl with a hint of trepidation. A glint flashed in Lang Ruoshua's beautiful eyes. The purity is only about 30%, but the origin is real. If it can be purified, it can be used as a material for alchemy, then the only material left is the undying phoenix feather. Okay. I'll find a way to purify it. Immortal, I'll make you a dragon scale true blood soup to try. With a swift movement, Su-Yan displayed his basic knife technique LV3 skill to its fullest extent. The stainless steel kitchen knife seemed to come alive in his hands, and the blood ginseng and dragon scale grass were sliced into thin shreds as thin as cicada wings, each slice being exactly the same thickness. He put dragon blood, dragon scale grass, and several kinds of auxiliary medicinal plants into the pot, infused them with spiritual energy, and began to brew them using a mysterious technique. As the medicinal herbs were combined, countless insights into the mutual generation and restraint of medicinal properties exploded in his mind, and his understanding of medicinal cuisine has broken through the original realm. Soon, a bowl of clear, yet intensely fragrant medicinal soup was ready. The broth is a pale golden color, with a faint, dragon-shaped mist rising from its surface, and its aroma is intoxicating. Suyen carried the soup back to the living room, sat down in front of Lang Ruoshua, scooped up a spoonful of the soup, carefully blew on it to cool it, and gently brought it to her lips. "Wife, have some soup." Their eyes met, and 1,000 words were left unsaid. Looking at the persistence and deep affection in his eyes, Lang Ruoshua felt a surge of warmth in her frozen heart and obediently opened her lips. As the golden dragon blood soup entered her stomach, her body trembled violently. A domineering and unparalleled life force, like a golden sun, clashed violently with the curse power that resided deep within her meridians, as cold as ancient ice. Lang Ruoshua let out a muffled groan, and a trickle of jet-black blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, carrying a nauseating stench. But in contrast, a healthy rosy glow appeared on her pale cheeks at a visible speed. The pain that had penetrated to the bone and tormented her day and night was forcibly suppressed by this domineering force. A thought flashed through Suyen's mind: it worked. His wife's curse was suppressed by 2%. However, just as the two were immersed in this hard-won joy, Lang Ruoshua's expression suddenly changed drastically. She suddenly grabbed Suyen's hand, her beautiful, icy blue eyes filled with shock and gravity, and said urgently, "Oh no! The suppression has alerted it. I sensed a cursed aura of the same origin in another location in Zhangcheng. It has been activated. A warrior from another race has arrived in Zhangcheng." Chapter 44 unlocks a new dual cultivation technique, and the iceberg war goddess falls in love. In another location in Zhangcheng, there is a cursed aura of the same origin. It has been activated. The alien warriors have arrived. She quickly explained that the curse of the alien emperor was not an isolated phenomenon, but rather like a spider web spread across the starfield, with each cursed being a node. Suyen's forceful suppression with the dragon scale true blood soup was like dropping a pebble into a calm spider web. While it smoothed out the wrinkles in one place, it also exposed the vibrations in another. Before Suyen could ask any further questions, this former war god had already demonstrated his decisive and swift action. She immediately gave an order to Zhao Qing, who was standing to the side. "Zhao Qing, the location has been synchronized with you. Go and find out the situation immediately. Remember, do not alert the enemy." "Yes, miss." Zhao Qing did not hesitate at all. The playfulness on her pretty face vanished instantly, replaced by the murderous aura of a grandmaster. With a swift movement, she transformed into a blur and vanished silently into the night. Only Suyen and Lang Ruoshua remained in the living room. The backlash from the curse disrupted Lang Ruoshua's breathing, and the chilling power of the alien emperor stirred again. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her delicate forehead, and her body trembled slightly. Without saying a word, Suyen picked her up and carried her into the bedroom. The delicate body in his arms was burning hot, and her thin white dress accentuated her breathtaking curves. He gently placed her on the bed, and seeing her furrowed brows in pain, his heart ached. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Suyen pulled her petite body into his arms from behind. The two were tightly entwined. Lang Ruoshua's body stiffened instantly as a masculine aura enveloped her, domineering yet warm. She could clearly feel the warmth of his chest and the strong, powerful beat of his heart. Thump, 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 as if striking her heart. "Relax and leave everything to me." Suyen rested his chin on the top of her fragrant hair, his voice deep and magnetic. "From now on, I will protect everything about you." He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pressed them against her flat, soft abdomen. The yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique was activated with a roar. This time, it's not just about transferring energy. Two chaotic streams of black and white energy surged from his palms like two swimming dragons, instantly entangling the two of them. Wherever the chaotic energy flowed, the raging curse power within Lang Ruoshua's body seemed to have met its nemesis, and was forcibly calmed and devoured. The yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique LV2 120,000 greatly enhances the effect of devouring and refining the power of curses when upgraded to LV2. But the power of that alien emperor was extremely stubborn and continued to resist. Lang Ruoshua let out a painful groan, her consciousness becoming somewhat blurred. In a daze, she seemed to follow her instincts and slowly turned around. The posture has changed. She went from being passively embraced from behind to actively facing him. Their eyes met. His eyes were deep and unfathomable, filled with an undeniable domineering presence and an unyielding tenderness. Her eyes were misty with tears, all her usual coldness melting away, leaving only helpless dependence and a trace of infatuation that she herself was unaware of. The room temperature suddenly rose. Wife Su Yen's Adam's apple bobbed as he slowly lowered his head. Lang Ruoshua's eyelashes trembled slightly. Instead of flinching, she obediently closed her eyes. Their soft lips touched. Boom! It was as if the world had just been created, and chaos had exploded. The moment their lips met, the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique within their bodies resonated in an unprecedented way. The surging chaotic energy no longer just swirled around their bodies, but instead rushed wildly into their sea of consciousness, undergoing the deepest level of soul fusion. In Su Yan's mind, countless fragmented images flashed by in an instant: a battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a petite figure holding a giant sword, standing bathed in blood, a snow-covered plain frozen for thousands of miles, she alone, her back view resolute and lonely. That was her past, her pain, her glory, her loneliness. An unprecedented surge of pity and protectiveness erupted within him. In Lang Ruoshua's perception, she saw Su Yan's persistence, his tenacity, and his unadulterated, burning love for her. So, that's how he's always seen him. At this moment, her heart, which had been frozen for millennia, finally cracked open. A warm current flowed in. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted. Their foreheads touched, their breaths mingling, both rapid and hot. Lang Ruoshua's stunningly beautiful face was flushed with a rosy glow, making her look incredibly alluring. She dared not look into Su Yan's eyes again, and subconsciously buried her burning cheeks in his firm embrace. This time, the curse of the alien emperor was suppressed like never before. Feeling the warmth and softness of the woman in his arms, Su Yan felt a surge of satisfaction. Su Yan, however, fell into deep thought. He calmly reviewed the day's battle, from the underground city to the plaza. It seemed that he was dominating the battlefield, but in reality, he was in constant danger. Especially in the square, if he hadn't been quick-witted and used Lin Tianyuan as a human shield, he would probably be a corpse by now, facing the Lin family's long-range crossbow bolts and the Grandmaster's sneak attack. My biggest weakness has been exposed 5 meters. Within the Great Dao domain, he is a god. 5 meters away, he's a sitting duck. This fatal flaw must be corrected immediately. Su Yan's eyes sharpened, and he made a decision without hesitation. He opened his phone and, through an underground black market channel, urgently ordered tens of thousands of specially made embroidery needles crafted from tungsten steel blood pattern gold at a price far exceeding the market price. These needles, as fine as cow hair and as strong as diamond, were originally a luxury item used by some noble women for embroidery, but now they became his weapon. Half an hour later, an inconspicuous delivery robot delivered the goods. Under Lang Ruoshua's curious gaze, Su Yan picked up an embroidery needle that shimmered with a dark red metallic luster. The needle was extremely thin, yet heavy, and emitted a faint smell of blood. Ding! Host detected attempting a ranged attack. Skill unlocked, basic hidden weapon LV-11500. The system notification sound arrived as scheduled. Su Yan's lips curled slightly, but he didn't rush to make a move. He closed his eyes and, within the 5-meter diameter Great Dao domain, deduced countless times in his sea of consciousness all the variables of this embroidery needle: its weight, aerodynamic structure, optimal release angle, and even the force required to penetrate armor of different materials. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes and his wrist twitched. Call out. A barely perceptible glint of cold light, like a firefly in the dark night, flashed and disappeared. 50 meters away on the opposite wall, the embroidery needle silently sank in, leaving only a tiny black, smaller than a pore. There was no sound, no energy fluctuations, only extreme penetrating power. The terrifying precision and penetrating power caused Lang Ruoshua, who was used to seeing divine weapons, to slightly shrink her pupils. Okay. Let's do it again. Su Yan found a new source of amusement. One embroidery needle after another disappeared from his fingertips, transforming into streaks of deathly cold light. Basic hidden weapon proficiency +1. Basic hidden weapon proficiency +1. Just as Su Yan was immersed in the thrill of his rapid improvement, his movements came to an abrupt halt. At the edge of the Great Dao domain, he precisely detected an extremely subtle disturbance, completely different from the air currents, carrying a faint scent of blood and decay. Outside the window, a figure blends perfectly into the darkness, like an inconspicuous shadow, clinging to the wall and silently climbing upwards like a gecko. His aura was completely concealed, and his cultivation level was clearly at the peak of the 9th rank of martial artist. This is the Lin family's top shadow assassin. The other party thought he had gotten away with it perfectly, but little did he know that his every move had already fallen into the hunter's sight. Su-Yen turned his head, a cold, bloodthirsty smile curving his lips. He whispered to Lang Ruoshua beside him, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. "Wife, don't make a sound." He slowly raised his hand, 3 embroidery needles between his fingertips. My late-night snack came to my door tonight. Chapter 45 Assassins Arrive. My embroidery needles are the cure for all who dare to defy me. Before the words were even finished, the dark figure had already climbed to the windowsill. He did not rush in immediately, but clung tightly to the wall like a lurking poisonous spider. Only a pair of eyes, gleaming eerily in the darkness, were visible as they surveyed the room. His professional assassin instincts told him something was amiss. Inside the room, the boy was breathing steadily, looking out the window with a half-smile. The woman on the bed, barely breathing, didn't even lift her eyelids, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Trap? The assassin sneered inwardly. So what if there are traps? A third-rank martial artist and a terminally ill cripple. Faced with an absolute disparity in strength, any conspiracy or trickery is nothing but a joke. Goal, young man. He'd be a piece of cake. That woman would be nothing more than fish on a chopping board. Die. The assassin's body blurred instantly, as if it had vanished into the shadows. In the next instant, he appeared to Su-Yan's left without warning. The dark green dagger in his hand moved silently, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, piercing straight for Su-Yan's heart. Shadow assassination. However, what greeted him was Su-Yan's cold, icy gaze that had already locked onto him. Finally, they took the bait. Under the absolute control of the 5-meter range of the Great Dao Domain, the assassin's stealth is rendered useless. Su-Yen could clearly analyze every flow of spiritual energy in his body and every tension in his muscles. On the bed, Lang Ruoshua's seemingly calm eyelashes trembled almost imperceptibly. But her heart was in turmoil. Such a quick reaction. No. This isn't a reaction, it's a prediction. He's using his domain to lure the assassin into a pre-designed attack rhythm. Just as the dagger was about to touch Su-Yan's body, Su-Yen moved. He didn't dodge, but simply flicked his right wrist slightly. Call out. A barely perceptible glint of cold light struck first, even though it was delayed. It struck the spine of the dagger with incredible precision at an angle incomprehensible to ordinary people. Bite. A crisp, resonant sound rang out in the deathly silent room. The assassin felt an extremely pure shockwave flowing up the dagger, and his arm went numb. His determined thrust was deflected 3 inches, grazing Su-Yan's ribs. A chill ran down the assassin's spine. For the first time, his hand, which was as steady as a rock, stiffened for a moment. A needle? A needle? Did you use this thing to hit the vibration point of the dagger during your high-speed thrust? Is this the kind of control a human can achieve? Monster! Again! One missed attack only intensified his killing intent. Instead of retreating, the assassin advanced, his figure spinning rapidly around Su-Yen like a ghost. The dagger in his hand transformed into a blur of dark green light, cutting through the air with a sharp hiss. 1,000 blades in chaotic shadows. In an instant, the small room was filled with murderous intent, and the chilling glint of the blade almost engulfed Su-Yen. Su-Yen was completely put on the defensive. But his expression remained unchanged, and his feet were rooted to the spot like nails. Within a 5-meter diameter area, minimal shifting and maneuvering were carried out. His hands became a blur, and the embroidery needles at his fingertips seemed to come alive, shooting out continuously. Ding! 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 A series of crisp, cracking sounds rang out incessantly. Each embroidery needle precisely intercepted a deadly blade flash. This is not a head-on block. It's manipulation. It's guidance. Every collision is the optimal solution after hundreds of deductions within the Great Dao Domain. This is an ultimate showdown of control and speed. However, the peak of the 9th rank of spiritual energy is ultimately an insurmountable gap. Each time he tried to intercept with his embroidery needle, Su-Yen felt a powerful energy rebound back, causing his blood and chi to surge. The assassin noticed this as well, his eyes grew even fiercer, and his attack suddenly accelerated. Break! He let out a low growl, pouring all his spiritual energy into the dagger without reservation. A solid, dark green blade of energy suddenly erupted, instantly tearing apart Su-Yan's needle net. That's too fast. That's too strong. With no way to avoid it, Su Yan could only cross the 3 embroidery needles in front of his chest to take the aftershock of the blade's energy. Puff! Su Yan felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. He was sent flying backward and crashed hard into the wall with a dull thud. Fortunately, the armor given to me by Scarface blocked most of the damage. Even so, he felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood gushed out, staining his chest red. Very good, the injuries are less severe than expected. He fell for it. The right hand that had been constantly flicking out embroidery needles was now completely split open at the base of its thumb, dripping with blood, and trembling uncontrollably. That's the end of it. A cruel thrill flashed in the assassin's eyes. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he pounced like an arrow released from a bow. The dagger in his hand, carrying the force to end everything, was aimed straight at Su Yan's brow. However, just as his body lunged forward and his left foot reached its limit in exertion, Su Yan, who had been keeping his head down and breathing heavily, suddenly raised his bright eyes. He deliberately created an opening to lure the assassin into unleashing this ultimate attack. But limits are often accompanied by weaknesses. The great Dao Domain had already detected that this assassin had suffered a leg injury in his early years. Whenever he exerted his power to the limit, there would be a barely perceptible pause of 0.1 seconds in the force exerted by his left ankle. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his tiger's mouth, Su Yan suddenly swung both hands. Whoosh! 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 4 embroidery needles, stained with his blood, shot out. The first arrow, aimed straight at the assassin's brow, was the fastest and most powerful, forcing him to be distracted in its attack. The second dagger traced a strange arc, winding its way towards his right wrist, the one holding the dagger. It sealed off his attack. The most lethal ones are the last 2. It moved silently along the ground, like a venomous snake that devours people, bypassing all the assassin's senses. It aimed straight at his left ankle, where he was losing his balance. The assassin was terrified. He unleashed all his spiritual power, slashing his dagger horizontally to barely block the 2 poison needles aimed at his brow and wrist. But I felt a faint, almost imperceptible stinging pain in my ankle. Put! Put! 2 embroidery needles precisely pierced the key points of his meridian circulation. A piercing pain shot through him, and his spiritual energy instantly became chaotic, causing his forward momentum to stall. His body suddenly stiffened fatally in mid-air. Chance! A cold glint flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and his unharmed left hand had somehow picked up an embroidery needle. Finger, flick. Call out. The last needle transformed into a bolt of deadly lightning. In the killer's terrified and desperate gaze, it silently pierced his throat. Well. The assassin clutched his neck, his eyes filled with endless terror and bewilderment. He couldn't understand why, after more than a decade of dominating the assassin world, he would die from a few embroidery needles. Thump! The corpse slumped softly at Su Yan's feet. Just then, a beautiful figure flashed into the room like a ghost. It was Zhao Qing, who had returned from her mission to investigate. Her pretty face still carried a hint of relief at having completed the task, and the cute carrot earrings on her earlobes swayed gently. But when she saw the scene inside the room, her smile froze instantly. The corpse on the ground, and Su Yan, who was breathing heavily with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, was standing to the side. Young master, you're injured. Zhao Qing's heart tightened, and she stepped forward. I'll handle the body. Her words came to an abrupt end. Because she saw Su Yan slowly place a bloody hand on the corpse of the 9th-rank martial arts assassin. The next moment, a scene that sent chills down Zhao Qing's spine unfolded. The furnace of all things started. Beneath Su Yan's palm, a miniature black hole-like vortex quietly appeared. The yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique is operating at an unprecedentedly high speed with an overwhelming force. This time, it won't be devouring unclaimed psionic energy. Instead, it is the most thorough dismantling and plundering of a once living and powerful individual. Buzz! Zhao Qing subconsciously took half a step back, her stomach churning. For the first time, all the allure in those captivating peach blossom eyes vanished, leaving only pure shock. She saw that the corpse under Su Yan's palm was not shriveled. Instead, it starts from the skin, gradually becoming transparent, as if being erased layer by an invisible eraser. Muscles, bones, internal organs, the entire material structure is disintegrating. A gray stream of energy, thinner than a hair and pure to the extreme, was forcibly extracted from nothingness by the all things furnace. That was the essence of a 9th-rank martial artist's lifelong cultivation. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 46 Devouring Talent Stealth. Sorry, Combat Association, your ticket is too late. The murderous resentment that the assassin had accumulated throughout his life surged into the sky from the dissipating corpses. Roar! Su Yan's mind exploded instantly. Countless distorted faces rushed towards me, including the elderly and children, all of whom were the victims of that assassin's sword. They shrieked silently, tearing his soul apart with their poisoned resentment. A cold, bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of Su Yan's lips as he said in a chilling voice. "Humph. A bunch of wandering ghosts, how dare they be so insolent in front of me? Within my domain, I am God. Your will must be subdued by me." With a thought, his great Tao domain suddenly contracted. The yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique was operating wildly. The chaotic black and white energy surged into the domain, transforming into a massive chaotic millstone that crushed the hundreds of wronged souls. Ah! A piercing scream, so shrill it was almost inhuman, echoed only deep within Su Yan's soul before abruptly ceasing. The malevolent force was ground to dust. Resentment is purified. To the astonishment of Zhao Chang, a scene unfolded that she would never forget. The corpse beneath Su Yan's palm was disappearing in a way that defied all logic. It's not shriveled, it's not rotten. Instead, it starts from the skin, turning to ashes inch by inch, as if burned to ashes from the inside out by invisible flames. Muscles, bones, internal organs. Everything tangible was disintegrating until only a wisp of pure gray air, thinner than a hair, remained, like a struggling, monstrous dragon, forcibly pulled from nothingness by the furnace of all things. Zhao Qing swallowed hard, her stomach churning. Gulp! She instinctively took a half step back, her hand gripping the handle of the heaven-shaking hammer tightly, her knuckles turning white. That was the instinctive tremor that a grandmaster would feel when facing unknown terrors. She looked at the ashes of the human-shaped outline on the ground, then at the man with a calm expression, as if he had just had a midnight snack. A thought that made her soul tremble popped into her head. "Miss, just what kind of monster's son-in-law did you find for yourself?" At that moment, the wisp of gray energy completely merged into Su Yan's palm. The cold, impersonal system notification arrived as expected. Ding! Devoured a 9th-rank shadow assassin who has mastered martial arts. Successfully extracted the incomplete talent Stealth LV-111000. Stealth LV-1, the host's ability to conceal their presence in shadows is increased by 10%, and energy fluctuations generated while moving are reduced by 10%. It's done! With a thought, Su Yan's figure seemed to merge with the shadow in the corner of the wall, and even his breathing became barely perceptible. This is the true domineering power of the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique. Devour. Plunder. Refine. Turn everything the enemy has into your own nourishment. Lang Ruoshua's cold voice rang out, breaking the deathly silence. Very good. She glanced at the ashes on the ground, then at Su Yan, her eyes showing no fear, but rather a hint of approval, and commented. On the battlefield, there is no right or wrong, only life and death. The ability to turn everything into power is the key to survival. Su Yan, you have grown faster than I imagined. His wife's approval instantly warmed Su Yan's heart, which had been chilled by plunder. He suppressed his agitation, took a deep breath, and solemnly took out the millennial soul-nourishing wood. Wife, although the elixir formula is incomplete, this divine tree contains boundless vitality. I will first try to use the furnace of all things, to refine a trace of your essence to heal you. However, when Su Yan activated the furnace and transferred that wisp of pure, emerald green life essence into Lang Ruoshua's body, a sudden change has occurred. The moment that immense vitality entered her meridians, the otherworldly emperor's curse deep within her erupted like a shark smelling blood. Strange, jet-black runes emerged from beneath her snow-white skin, like venomous snakes that had come to life, surrounding the emerald green life essence and frantically corrupting and devouring it. Lang Ruoshua let out a painful groan. The rosy glow that had just appeared on her cheeks from the dragon's blood soup faded at a visible speed. Her lips turned like the thin frost on a winter window pane, fragile and breathtakingly beautiful. Su Yan's heart felt as if it had been gripped by a cold, large hand and then crushed. It's not pain, it's an emptiness. Once hope was taken away, all that remained was boundless coldness and overwhelming killing intent. It failed. The vitality of the sacred tree is not only ineffective, but will instead become a supplement to the curse. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness, like a cold current from the deep sea, instantly engulfed Su Yan. Is there really no other way? Just then, Zhao Qing, who had just recovered from her shock, finally spoke, bringing back even worse news. Her pretty face was extremely solemn, and her voice was slightly hoarse. Miss. Young master, I'm going, he's gone. There were faint traces of a spatial talisman at the scene, and it was completely removed. I feel that guy deliberately revealed his location he was fishing. The other cursed one is the bait. The enemy's target from beginning to end has always been Long Ruoxue in Jiangcheng. A sense of urgency gripped Su Yan like an invisible hand, tightly choking him. In this suffocating atmosphere, the AI biochip Xia on the back of Su Yan's neck suddenly sounded an alarm. The chip Xia projected 2 light screens, breaking the silence in the room and emitting an electronic notification sound. Master, we have received 2 emails with the highest level of encryption. The first email was gleaming gold, with a majestic dragon emblem on the border, and came from the renowned Imperial Combat Professionals Association. The content is filled with condescending arrogance and condescension. Su Yan, considering your decent talent, the association can make an exception and wash away the shameful mark of your life-type profession, and bestow upon you the legendary combat profession Shadow Warrior. Report to the Jiangcheng branch within 3 days, and do not make a mistake. Zhao Qing's eyes lit up, and she blurted out. Young master. This is a meteoric rise to power. The Combat Association is giving you a makeover. However, Su Yan's gaze was fixed on another email. The email was designed in a simple and elegant style, like a yellowed piece of paper, and came from the almost forgotten Imperial Life Professions Association. There were no flowery words, no bright promises, but the wording was earnest, even tinged with humility. Just one short sentence. Child, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Please, we must see you. On one side is a bright and promising road that can immediately change one's useless status. On the other side is a mysterious, unknown, and even humbled single-plank bridge. Su Yan fell silent. A glint of worldly wisdom flashed in Lang Ruoxue's icy blue eyes. Instead of giving a direct answer, she asked softly. Su Yan, what do you think they each want? Her voice was clear and cold, yet it cut through the fog like a sharp sword. The Combat Association saw a preliminary champion, and their promised Shadow Warrior is meant to turn you into a sharp blade in their hands. Lang Ruoxue's gaze fell on the words I beg you, you must see me, and she continued her analysis. And in the other letter, they used the word beg. They were gambling, betting that you weren't the knife, but that the knife maker who could forge countless divine weapons. A single word awakened me from my dream. Su Yan instantly understood. The Combat Association wants to erase his lifestyle label and make him a combat profession like everyone else. But his true foundation lies in the all things proficiency system, in those life skills that can turn the mundane into the extraordinary. They want to cut him down. The Life Careers Association had been waiting a long time for someone who could carry forward the Life Careers Department. Su Yan looked at the old-fashioned email and saw the sentence, "We have been waiting for you for a long time," and his heart was filled with turmoil. In this desperate situation where the sacred tree is ineffective and powerful enemies surround us, this mysterious letter requesting a meeting might be the only way out for him and his wife. Chapter 47. Dare to touch my god of war wife? Instantly level up to level 3 in hidden weapons, cripple a 9th-ranked deacon on the spot. He was just about to make up his mind to contact this mysterious association to find out more. Thump! 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 A heavy, arrogant knocking sounded at the door. Each sound was as if it weren't a knock, but a kick. Zhao Qing's pretty face turned cold as she gripped the heaven-shaking hammer, about to step forward. Boom! With a loud bang, the already dilapidated wooden door was blasted into pieces by a powerful burst of spiritual energy. Amidst the flying sawdust, a figure walked in, backlit. The newcomer was about 30 years old, dressed in a spotless white martial arts uniform with the Battle Association's dragon emblem embroidered in gold thread on his chest. His expression was arrogant, his eyes sweeping over the small, dilapidated room as if it were a filthy garbage dump, making no attempt to hide his contempt. His gaze fell on Su Yan, as if he were inspecting a piece of merchandise, and he spoke arrogantly. You're Su Yan? I am Wei Long, a deacon of the Jiangcheng branch of the Combat Association. I'm informing you that your application, no, I'm honored that it has been approved. He raised his chin and said in a condescending tone. Get ready, and come with me now. The association will wash away the shameful mark of your life skill and bestow upon you the legendary combat class Shadow Warrior. This is your chance to rise to the top in one step, don't be ungrateful. His gaze shifted to Lang Ruoxue, who lay weakly on the bed, and a mocking smile played on his lips as he added. Heh, and this useless person too, let's get rid of him as well, lest he become a burden to you. Su Yan slowly raised his head, and his eyes, which had been dimmed by despair, were now swirling with a chilling vortex of blood. A chilling killing intent erupted like a tsunami. He asked in an icy voice. What did you say? Wei Long frowned, finding it laughable that a third-rank martial artist dared to unleash killing intent at him. He snorted coldly, and the aura of a ninth-rank martial artist pressed down like an invisible mountain, shouting sharply. Insects, kneel down before me. However, Su Yan only swayed slightly before regaining his footing. The great Dao domain has quietly opened. Within 5 meters, Wei Long's domineering aura was instantly analyzed, dismantled, and weakened by 90%. A hint of surprise flashed in Wei Long's eyes, and he let out a soft eh. In that instant of surprise, Su Yan made a move. With a light touch of his toes, his figure disappeared into the shadows of the corner like a ghost. Stealth LV1 activated, and his aura instantly became imperceptible. Wei Long sneered disdainfully. Playing tricks. He threw a punch. The violent force of the punch blasted a large hole in the shadowy wall, but it missed its target. The next moment, 3 barely perceptible beams of cold light shot towards his neck, knees, and wrists from 3 incredibly tricky angles, forming a triangular pattern. Basic hidden weapon LV1 127-500. Wei Long waved his hand, and his spiritual energy transformed into a wall of energy, easily knocking the 3 embroidery needles away. He scoffed, a mere trifle. But a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. This kid is too weird. Boom. Bang. Inside the cramped room, Wei Long's attacks were wide-ranging and incredibly violent, blasting the already simple furniture to pieces. Su Yan, on the other hand, was like a top-tier assassin, using the perfect combination of stealth and great Dao domain to constantly dodge and weave within a 5-meter range. Each time it appeared, it was accompanied by several poison embroidery needles, constantly harassing Wei Long's senses. Su Yan appeared disheveled, completely overwhelmed and unable to fight back. But his cold eyes were constantly analyzing Wei Long's every move and every movement of spiritual energy. At the same time, he gave Xia a command in his mind. Upgrade my basic throwing weapon to level 3. Xia responded immediately. The upgrade will cost 23.73 million Huaxia coins. Upgrade now? Su Yan confirmed without hesitation. Upgrade. Ding. 23.73 million Huaxia coins successfully deducted. Basic hidden weapon upgrade in progress, please wait. Upgrade 30%, 70%, 98%. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your basic hidden weapon has been upgraded to LV315,000. And this was the opportunity that Su Yan had been waiting for. After a prolonged and unsuccessful attack, Wei Long finally lost patience. He roared, "It's over, you piece of trash." His entire body erupted with spiritual energy without reservation, and he transformed into a white lightning bolt. A hand chop, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, cleaved straight at Su Yan's skull. He was going to crush this annoying fly with absolute force. On the bed, Lang Ruoshua's eyelashes trembled slightly as she recognized the move, sky-splitting slash. The signature martial art of the Combat Association is incredibly powerful. Su Yan, there's no way to avoid it. However, just as Wei Long's face, which was full of confidence, revealed a sinister smile. Su Yan, who had been passively dodging, instead of retreating, advanced. Facing the deadly hand strike, he took a step forward. This step caused Wei Long's pupils to suddenly contract. He anticipated my attack? Su Yan's hands were now holding 10 embroidery needles. In the thousands of simulations within the Great Dao domain, this sky-splitting slash is the strongest, but also has the greatest flaw. During the ultimate burst of power, the flow of spiritual energy under Wei Long's left armpit will stagnate slightly. Call out. The 10 embroidery needles arrived first, but did not stop the domineering hand knife. One of them pierced precisely into the psionic node under Wei Long's left armpit. The remaining 9, like a bone-deep carbuncle, attacked other vital organs throughout his body. Puff. 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 A barely perceptible sound of flesh being pierced. Wei Long's devastating sky-splitting slash came to an abrupt halt just 1 centimeter above Su Yan's head. His spiritual energy seemed to be drained instantly, and his body went limp. With a thud, he knelt heavily on both knees in front of Su Yan. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He managed to utter a single word, "You." Su Yan looked down at him, pressing a needle against his brow, her voice as cold as the depths of hell. Go back and tell your master that my profession does not require cleansing. Also, get your people out of Jiancheng. Otherwise, next time, this needle won't pierce your psionic node, but your head. After saying that, he kicked the limp Wei Long out the door. After dealing with the flies, Su Yan took a deep breath, suppressing his surging blood and qi, his face showing no trace of victory. He turned around, his gaze resolutely fixed on the old-fashioned email. He commanded, Xia, connect the communications to the Imperial Life Skills Association. The light screen lit up, and an image of an old man with white hair and beard, a withered face, but surprisingly bright eyes appeared. The moment he saw Su Yan, 2 streams of tears rolled down the old man's cloudy eyes, and his voice trembled as he said, Child, you finally appeared. Your legendary rating is not a mistake. You are not a mistake, you are our only hope in a history that has been buried for thousands of years. Mr. Liu, the president of the Life Professions Association, revealed a shocking secret that had been buried for a long time in the most sorrowful tone. In ancient times, the life system was the source of all paths. Chef, cooking rules divine elixir, 1 bite can increase your cultivation by 1,000 years. Blacksmith, forges world-breaking imperial weapons, a single hammer blow can shatter stars. Farmer, plant a miraculous herb that can turn life and death upside down with just 1 plant. But with the rise of the combat faction, they launched a historic coup in order to seize power. They tampered with history books, smeared the life skills system, and used technical means to lock down the career advancement channels for life skills professions at the genetic level, completely reducing them to vassals. Old Lu's voice was filled with expectation and determination as he pleaded. And your appearance is a regression, a miracle. It is the only key to breaking these shackles. Su Yan, the association implores you to represent us in the upcoming National College Martial Arts Tournament and win the championship. Prove to the entire empire that the Life Skills Department is not useless. Su Yan asked in a hoarse voice, Why should I? Old Lu seemed to see through his thoughts and said in a deep voice, We can give you anything you want. The association has the complete formula for the 9-turn rejuvenation pill. The last ingredient you're missing, the undying phoenix feather, will be found for you by the association at all costs, as long as you win the championship. He cast his final, and most fatal, bet. Moreover, the ultimate prize for this competition is the imperial family's treasured Fountain of Life. It can purify all curses at their source, including the otherworldly emperor curse on your wife. Boom! Su Yan's mind went completely blank. The path to saving his wife became crystal clear at that moment. Without hesitation, he answered decisively, I promise you. Old Lu was overjoyed and said repeatedly, Great! Great! As a deposit, the association will give you 2 gifts as a token of our appreciation. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him distorted. 2 items appeared out of thin air, passed through the light curtain, and landed in front of Su Yan. One of them was an ancient jade slip, the ancient purification fragment, which could just solve his problem of purifying the dragon blood mark. The other one was a pure black metal card, a VIP card with the highest authority in Jiangqing's underground black market. Su Yan gripped the scalding hot jade slip tightly, while in his other palm, the dragon blood mark he had plundered from Lin Tianyuan's body seemed to sense his will and was throbbing wildly. The enemy's threat, the association's high-stakes gamble, his wife's hopes. Everything converged on that one and only path. Su Yan raised his head and looked at the pair of icy blue eyes on the bed. The deathly stillness and despair in his eyes had faded, replaced by a boundless fighting spirit capable of burning the entire world to ashes. Martial Arts Tournament. Champion. For the sake of the God of War's wife, I will kill gods and Buddhas alike. Chapter 48. The God of War's scheme shocks the world. Zhao Qing asks me to marry her. After dealing with Wei Long, the deacon of the Combat Association, Su Yan did not waste a moment. He took a deep breath and said to Lang Ruoxue, Wife, wait for me. He turned and went into the kitchen. That small space instantly became his alchemical training ground. The omnipotent furnace was activated with a roar. Su Yan's consciousness sank into the ancient purification fragment. Countless ancient pieces of knowledge flooded into my mind like a torrent. Ding! Medicinal cuisine preparation LV 3928 10,000 experience points plus 500. Ding! You have grasped a new characteristic of medicinal cuisine preparation: activation of medicinal properties. A glint flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Without hesitation, he extracted his own essence and blood, merging it into the dragon blood mark that he had plundered from Lin Tianyuan's body. The loss of his vital essence was enormous, and Su Yan felt slightly dizzy, but he didn't care. He threw the dragon blood mark, which contained his own essence, into the phantom of the furnace. Su Yan shouted in a low voice. Condense. The process is 100 times more refined than the previous crude method of forcing blood out. Guided by the ancient purification fragment, the all things oven is no longer a simple devourer, but rather a sophisticated centrifuge. The complex resentment, the thin bloodline power, and the violent energy were stripped away and shattered layer by layer. Nearly half a day later, a drop of blood, as brilliant as golden amber and containing the shadowy figure of a miniature dragon, slowly emerged from the furnace. The true blood of the dragon. Su Yan immediately retrieved the blood ginseng and dragon scale grass. The skills of medicinal cuisine preparation LV3 are displayed to the fullest. Soon, a bowl of dragon blood true spirit soup, more than 10 times richer than the last one, was ready. The broth is a pure light gold color, and the dragon-shaped mist rising from the surface is almost tangible. Su Yan held the soup bowl and said softly, "Wife, have some soup." This time, Su Yan didn't need to feed him. Lang Ruoxue took the drink and drank it all in one gulp. Then, she sat cross-legged. Su Yan pressed himself against her from behind, his palms against her soft, boneless back, and activated the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique at full power. Boom! The immense medicinal power of the dragon blood exploded simultaneously within their bodies. The chaotic currents merged and surged at an unprecedented speed. Within Lang Ruoxue's body, the chilling power of the alien emperor's curse was being frantically washed away and purified by the domineering dragon blood essence. Her suppressed cultivation barrier shattered inch by inch. Ding! Taoist companion Lang Ruoxue's otherworldly emperor curse has been suppressed by 5%. Current total suppression, 47%. Ding! Your cultivation level has recovered to the peak of the 9th rank of Grandmaster. At the same time, a massive amount of pure energy flowed back into Su Yan's body. His psionic points skyrocketed like a rocket. 350-390. Snap. Bottleneck broken. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual energy points have increased by 415. You have successfully advanced to the 4th rank of martial artist. Ding. The Great Tao Domain's range has expanded to 10 meters. Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. The whole world became completely different in his perception. Within a 10-meter radius, the dust outside the window and the pipes inside the wall are as clear as the lines on the palm of your hand. The weakness of long-range attacks has been completely overcome. He is now a human sniper cannon that can hit any target within 10 meters. Just as the two had made great progress in their skills and were preparing to plan their next move. Thump! 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 A series of violent banging sounds rang out. Zhao Qing's pretty face turned cold, and she picked up the heaven-shaking hammer to open the door. Su Yan raised his hand to stop her, a cold smile curving his lips as he said, "I'll do it." He sensed who the person was. He walked to the door and opened it directly. Outside the door stood a middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a powdered face. He was Lu Guofu, the Dean of Studies at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Lu Guofu was taken aback at first, then adopted the airs of a director and said imperiously, "Su Yan. The principal sent me to inform you that teacher Wang Hai has suffered a mental breakdown because of you. You'd better hand over that so-called medicinal diet right now, the school can pay for it. Don't be ungrateful." Su Yan smiled coldly and said, "Medicinal cuisine? You want some?" "Sure." He took a step forward, and a 10-meter field instantly enveloped Lu Guofu. Lu Guofu felt an invisible pressure locking him in, as if he would be shattered to pieces if Su Yan made a single thought. A chilling killing intent, mixed with the shadow talent, shot up his spine straight to the top of his head. Gulp! Lu Guofu swallowed hard, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. Su Yan slowly raised his hand, and an embroidery needle appeared out of thin air at his fingertips. Call out! A flash of cold light, and the embroidery needle grazed Lu Guofu's earlobe before accurately embedding itself in the wall 3 meters behind him. Lu Guofu stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Su Yan's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell as he continued. "If you want me to save people, fine. Make your principal, Wang Hai, and everyone who humiliated me kneel down for 3 days in front of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, live-streamed globally, and kowtow to apologize." Su Yan warned, word by word. Otherwise, next time this needle will go straight through your throat. You. Lu Guofu was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder on the spot and scrambled away. Zhao Cheng watched with great interest and exclaimed excitedly, "My son-in-law is awesome." Lang Ruoxue nodded approvingly and commented, "To settle scores quickly and decisively is very good." After swatting away the flies, Lang Ruoxue's expression turned serious. She gestured for Su Yan to take out the black market VIP card and analyzed. "Su Yan, your strength has improved greatly, but it's not enough. True powerhouses are forged in the crucible of life and death. Go to the Black Dragon boxing arena with Scarface. That's the real meat grinder, the place where you can adapt to combat the fastest." Su Yan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. However, just as they were preparing to head to the Black Dragon boxing arena, Zhao Qing's wrist device suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. She opened the message, her pretty face instantly turning pale, and she hurriedly reported, "Miss. Young Master. Something terrible has happened. The Lin family and the Nangong family have issued another announcement. In 5 days, they will come to Jiangqing to hold a grand funeral for you. They are going to kill you in front of the whole world." The air froze instantly. Upon hearing this, Lang Ruoxue was not alarmed at all. Instead, she gave a cool and aloof smile and said, "A funeral? Very good." Her beautiful, icy blue eyes gleamed with all-knowing wisdom and an almost insane resolve as she continued. "They want me to die in front of everyone, then I'll die in front of them. Zhao Cheng, pass on my orders, prepare a body for me. I'll use this opportunity to escape unscathed." Zhao Cheng and Su Yan were both stunned. Lang Ruoxue calmly explained, "After I fake my death, you immediately arrange for my body to be cremated. Make sure the funeral is grand and impressive, so that everyone believes that the frost god has fallen." Her gaze shifted between Su Yan and Zhao Qing, finally settling on Su Yan. A captivating smile curved his lips as he spoke, word by word. 7 days after my funeral, you and Zhao Qing will hold your wedding. Registering at the official marriage registry will definitively confirm my death. Chapter 49. Wait for my return, let's grow old together. The air seemed to freeze the moment Lang Ruoxue finished speaking. Then it shattered with a crash. The last trace of color in Zhao Qing's face vanished completely in an instant. She was struck dumb, frozen in place, her captivating eyes filled with utter shock. Su Yan felt his heart skip a beat. Every word Lang Ruoxue uttered was like a sharp, poisonous needle, piercing his mind. It was buzzing. "Miss." Zhao Qing's lips trembled, but she finally found her voice. As if all her strength had been drained, she collapsed to her knees with a thud. Large tears rolled down her pale, paper-white face, splashing onto the cold floor. Those alluring peach blossom eyes were now completely filled with immense fear and sorrow, like a flower about to wither in a downpour. How could I, be with my son-in-law after your funeral?" Her words were fragmented. It wasn't a refusal, but rather the immense guilt of a loyal maid facing the prospect of stealing her master's position. In her heart, the young lady was like heaven. The son-in-law is the daughter's heaven. Marrying your son-in-law, even if it's a fake marriage, is a sin against heaven. Su Yan did not speak. A surge of hot blood, a mixture of absurdity and icy coldness, rushed to the top of my head with a boom, only to cool down in an instant, leaving my limbs feeling cold. His throat was dry, and his heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, each beat bringing a suffocating pain. His mind went blank. Funeral. Marry. A scheme. She's leaving. Completely, get rid of me? This thought, like a venomous snake, slithered out and instantly gnawed at his reason. He suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lang Ruoxue. It no longer contained obedience and admiration, but scrutiny, doubt, and a hint of almost frantic pleading that he himself was unaware of. However, Lang Ruoxue's icy blue eyes nearly swept over Zhao Cheng, who was kneeling on the ground, and Su Yan, who seemed to have gone mad. His voice was cold and clear, carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. "This is not a replacement, it's an order." She saw through the wavering and fear in Su Yan's eyes, but showed no intention of comforting him. Instead, she calmly stated a fact. "Furthermore, Su Yan, I once said that as long as you become a 4th-rank martial artist, I will give Zhao Qing to you. Have you forgotten? Now you are a 4th-rank martial artist, far exceeding my expectations. I, Lang Ruoxue, always keep my word." These words were like a red-hot branding iron, instantly piercing through all of Su Yan's defenses. "So, this is your plan?" Su-Yan's voice trembled, and he took a sudden step forward, almost lunging at the bedside. He grabbed the hard wooden edge of the bed, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force, and with a crisp crack sound, he actually pinched several cracks into the edge of the bed. He stared intently at Lang Ruoxue, his eyes bloodshot rapidly spreading. Give Zhao Qing a place to belong, give me a promise, and then you can die in peace, right? He practically roared it out, his chest heaving violently, the deep-seated fear finally bursting forth as a direct question. Did you ever really think about spending your whole life with me? The air was deathly still. Zhao Qing was so frightened by this sudden outburst that she stopped crying and stared blankly at Su Yan. Lang Ruoxue's icy blue pupils also contracted almost imperceptibly. Her hand, which was clenched quietly under the blanket, flashed with a faint panic that she herself did not notice. For the first time, she saw such an intense and domineering possessiveness and a fragile fear of loss in this boy's eyes. She remained silent for a moment, then her gaze sharpened again. My death must be a foregone conclusion in the eyes of the imperial laws and all the noble families. Instead of answering Su Yan's question directly, she used a colder logic to cut off all his wild thoughts. Your marriage to Zhao Qing is the final nail that will seal my coffin. Only when this nail is driven deep enough and firmly enough will those people believe I'm really dead, and only then can I truly live. Do you understand? Seeing the pain and struggle in Su Yan's eyes that he couldn't shake off even after understanding the logic, Lang Ruoxue's heart was ultimately pierced. She looked away, and a sickly blush rose on her pale cheeks from her emotional outburst, like a plum blossom blooming in the snow, poignant and resolute. The voice remained cold and clear, yet each word entered Su Yan's ears distinctly. Wait for me to come back. We'll have a grand wedding then. Let's grow old together. To spend the rest of our lives together. Boom. This is not a love confession. This is a declaration of war. It is a wife's most solemn promise to her husband. All the panic, unease, and doubt in Su Yan's chest were crushed to pieces by this domineering promise at this moment. His fingernails dug deep into his palms, bleeding, but he didn't care at all. He stepped forward and helped the still trembling Zhao Qing up. Then he looked directly at Lang Ruoxue, his voice slightly hoarse from the extreme suppression of his emotions, yet every word was as firm as a mountain. I'll marry her, as long as you survive. He paused, as if making a vow, or perhaps responding to her promise. You must survive and come back to me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing's delicate body trembled violently, and tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. She stopped arguing and kowtowed 3 times to Lang Ruoxue. Zhao Qing's life belongs to Miss, and so does her death. She will obey Miss's arrangements in everything. Thus, this heavy alliance, which stakes life and marriage, is officially formed. The plan was finalized, and the teams split up to carry out their respective tasks. Knowing the gravity of the matter, Zhao Qing did not use any communication devices. She simply nodded solemnly and disappeared into the night alone. As the most capable adjutant to the god of war, she possesses her own storage ring and an independent and secretive network of operations. Several hours later, in the dead of night, Zhao Qing returned to her room silently, carrying with her a chill of the night and a faint smell of blood. Under the watchful eyes of Su Yan and Lang Ruoxue, she raised her right hand, and a faint light flashed on an antique-style ring. The next moment, accompanied by a slight spatial fluctuation and a chilling aura, a corpse covered in frost appeared out of thin air in the center of the room. The frost quickly dissipated. She was a woman whose appearance and figure were 9/10 similar to Lang Ruoxue's. But her skin had an unhealthy waxy sheen, and her individual eyelashes looked more like delicate plastic products, lifeless. The air was filled with the pungent smell of a mixture of nutrient solution and preservatives. Miss Zhao Qing said nervously, "This is something I obtained from the Scavenger Alliance by using the Nightingale secret order that you gave me. They said it's a top-tier S-class military bionic body." Lang Ruoxue did not get up, but simply swept her with her Grandmaster 9th grade divine sense. After a moment, she slowly shook her head, her eyes filled with a sense of solemnity. The appearance is similar, but it won't work. Su Yan also activated the Great Dao Domain. A 10-meter domain completely enveloped the bionic body. Analysis. Ding. Damaged item detected, clone bionic human. Start analyzing item attributes. Analyze the master's requirements and simulate spiritual aura, cursed aura, and bloodline aura. Analysis complete. A pale blue light screen instantly appeared on Su Yan's retina. Item, cloned bionic human primary bionic. Completeness, 17%. Warning. Core module missing, unable to simulate vital signs. Simulate the refining of the following modules. 1. A wisp of soul imprint not yet injected. 2. A trace of curse unprinted. 3. A drop of blood from the fusion of souls unfused. Please refine the above modules to upgrade the system and meet the host's requirements. Su Yan felt more confident. Lang Ruoshua's cool voice offered an explanation for him at that very moment. Ordinary people might be fooled, but those above the Grandmaster level can all sense spiritual essence. Since the Lin family and the Nangong family dared to come, they will definitely send a king-level expert to examine the body. Kings can even perceive the echoes of the soul. This body contains no spiritual essence of mine, nor does it contain the damned curse aura deep within my soul. In their eyes, it is just an empty shell, easily seen through. A bucket of cold water was poured over it. The first step of the plan encountered a fatal obstacle. Zhao Qing's face instantly turned even paler than the android. Then, what do we do? Even this S-class android won't work? Chapter 50. My life is the life of the god of war's wife. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on the wax figure like clone. Thoughts raced through my mind like lightning. He suddenly turned around, looked at Zhao Qing, whose face was deathly pale, and his voice was unusually calm. Qinger, don't worry. I have a way. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand and placed his palm lightly on top of the clone. Zhao Qing was about to ask him what he wanted to do. The next second, her pupils shrank to pinpoints. After a barely perceptible ripple in space, the enormous clone vanished into thin air. This. Zhao Qing froze completely. Her captivating peach blossom eyes widened, her small mouth slightly open, and the cute carrot earrings on her earlobes stopped swaying due to the stiffness of her body. She herself possesses a storage ring. But she could clearly sense that Su Yan's methods just now were completely different. Her storage ring was for storage, and the space was utterly desolate. Just a moment ago, Su Yan seemed to sense a faint, yet vibrant, aura of the world. That's not storage. That's a transplant. It's like transplanting an inanimate object into another real, small world. My space is a bit special. Su Yan didn't explain much. He put the clone into the space garden, wanting to see if the system's power could create a miracle. But this was ultimately a backup plan. Right now, he needs a more perfect solution. A perfect substitute who can fool even the king. Su Yan took a deep breath, and an old but bright-eyed figure flashed through his mind. He took out his phone and dialed the number that had just helped him solve his problem. Mr. Liu, president of the Life Careers Association. When the call connected, Su Yan didn't exchange pleasantries. His voice sounded incredibly hoarse from suppressed emotion. Mr. Liu, I've run into a huge problem and I need your help. I need a perfect substitute. He added, slowly and deliberately, a physical body that even a king couldn't verify. There was a full 10 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Su Yan could even hear old Lu's breathing suddenly become heavy, like a bellows. Is it for His Highness the God of War? Old Lu's voice was as solemn as iron. The news of the Lin and Nangong families' funerals has spread throughout high society. What a brilliant escape! What incredible courage! Instead of asking further questions, he clapped his hands in praise, and then his tone became extremely resolute. Su Yan, the Life Skills Association is betting on this gamble you made with His Highness the God of War. Come to the association headquarters immediately. I'll personally receive you. After hanging up the phone, Su Yan said to Zhao Qing in a deep voice, I'm going to the association to take good care of her. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately hailed an anonymous driverless hovercar and headed straight for his destination. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a quaint-looking blue brick building. The air was filled with the scent of dust from ancient books mixed with a faint aroma of herbs. Compared to the domineering and ostentatious skyscraper of the Combat Association, this place is more like a hermit guarding its last shred of dignity. As soon as Su Yan got out of the car, the heavy rosewood door opened silently. Old Lu stood at the door, solemnly welcoming him. Come with me. The two walked through the empty hall and took an old-fashioned elevator directly to the top floor. Inside the office, old Lu poured Su Yan a steaming cup of spiritual tea and got straight to the point. There's only one possibility that could fool the king's substitute, a forbidden item in the association's treasury, the myriad-faced doll. It was made by the ancient god of healers and can perfectly replicate the target's form, aura, and even soul fluctuations. Old Lu pulled up a list on the light screen and said with a wry smile, but activating it comes at a huge cost. The most crucial element is 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs as the source of life. Su Yan's gaze fell on the light screen. When he saw the 3 core ingredients clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted. 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, 1,000-year-old dragon scale grass, 1,000-year-old lingji. It was prominently listed. He has everything that he has grown through artificial means in his virtual garden. I have the core materials. Su Yan said in a deep voice, where will we find the remaining auxiliary materials? You have all of these? Old Lu's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up with an alarming brightness. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and exclaimed excitedly. The rest are minor matters. The black market. Your VIP card is the key. I'll immediately send people to sweep it up, no matter the cost, and find it all within 3 days. Su Yan then raised another, and most fatal, question. Old Lu, dolls can simulate life, but can they simulate the aura of a curse? Old Lu's face stiffened. I don't know. But I can grant you the highest access to the Jiangcheng branch's database. You can search all the ancient books about curses and souls. Thank you very much, Mr. Lu. Inside the database, the smell of old paper mingled with the cold flow of data. Su Yan sat cross-legged and gave Xia an order. Scan all the data and analyze all possible solutions. Several hours later, Xia's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! A fragmented forbidden technique has been discovered, the art of stealing heaven. Su Yan was startled and immediately clicked on it. Those few words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This technique can forcibly separate the core of the otherworldly emperor's curse from one person and transfer it to another. And the cost? The caster will suffer the pain of 10,000 swords corroding their bones and their soul burning day and night. In that instant, Su Yan felt his heart being gripped tightly by an icy hand, almost stopping its beating. An uncontrollable vision of being engulfed in flames appeared in my mind. But he was only in a daze for a second. The next second, what he thought of was Lang Ruoshua's pale and fragile sleeping face. It was her domineering yet tender promise, wait for me to come back, and we'll grow old together. To hell with burning soul. To hell with the bone-corroding swords. As long as she can live. As long as she can come back. I will suffer in her place. The fear in Su Yan's eyes was completely crushed by a crazy determination. He forced himself to calm down and looked at Xia's follow-up analysis. Warning! With the host's current physical strength, forcibly performing this stealing heaven technique has a success rate of less than 1%, and the host will die instantly from a broken soul. The only way to survive, cultivate the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique to LV4, using chaotic energy to protect your soul, only then can you barely withstand the transfer. To ensure a successful transfer, the art of stealing heaven must be upgraded to LV3 mastery. Upgrading the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique to LV4 requires 2.4 billion. Upgrading the art of stealing heaven to LV3 mastery requires 300 million. Host's current balance, 120 million. Funds are critically insufficient. Money. Money again. A staggering 2.7 billion. Su Yan's eyes were bloodshot. Without the slightest hesitation, he contacted Elder Lu again. Mr. Lu. I need a sum of money, 3 billion. I'll trade you a complete ancient medicinal cuisine recipe and 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. He directly shared the complete recipe for the dragon blood true spirit soup with him. Old Lu only glanced at it, and his breath caught in his throat. This recipe is enough to transform an ordinary martial artist and defy fate. If mass production is possible, the status of the Life Professions Association will undergo a dramatic change. He made the right bet. This boy is the hope that has been buried for 1,000 years. Deal. 3 billion. I'll have the finance department allocate the funds immediately. It'll be in the account right away. Old Lu's voice was trembling. Ding. 3 billion Huaxia coins have been credited to your account. Current balance, 3.12 billion. Su Yan took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in the corner of the archive, and a resolute look flashed in his eyes. Xia, level up. First, upgrade the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique to LV4. Ding. Consumed 2.4 billion, initiating upgrade of yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique. The instant the system notification sounded, a torrent of energy, far exceeding any previous one, exploded out of nowhere, like stars being ignited within the body. Ugh! Su Yan could no longer suppress his emotions and let out a painful roar. His meridians were breaking inch by inch. His bones were groaning in agony from the unbearable burden. Just as he was on the verge of his limit, the phantom of the all things furnace behind him suddenly trembled. A terrifying devouring power erupted, transforming into a cold and merciless chaotic millstone. It frantically pulled and crushed that violent energy, completely eradicating its impurities and brutality. Then, he poured the purest chaotic spiritual energy back into his nearly shattered meridians. Destruction. Rebirth. This is a cycle that swings wildly between hell and heaven. Su Yan's martial arts foundation is soaring at an alarming rate. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current level of Yin-Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven technique is LV4. Ding. Energy feedback complete. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 6th rank of martial artist. Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light, each a foot long, shot out, leaving 2 charred marks on the wall. Without pausing, he immediately issued a second order. Xia, continue upgrading the art of stealing heaven. Ding. 300 million spent, upgrade successful. Current level of the art of stealing heaven is LV3 mastery. Current account balance, 420 million. Countless profound runes about souls and curses flooded into his mind, instantly becoming clear and understood. Su Yan slowly stood up, feeling the unprecedented, almost overflowing, immense power within his body. His gaze pierced through the wall, as if he could see that cold yet exquisitely beautiful figure in his home. Everything is ready. Next came a life-swapping scheme. Chapter 51. The God of War sheds tears. Su Yan, I'll bear your pain. Late at night, Su Yan returned home. He didn't turn on the light, but walked to the bedside by the moonlight coming through the window. The pale yet exquisitely beautiful face on the bed, bathed in a cool, pale light, was breathtakingly beautiful. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse yet incredibly steady. Ruoshue, I've found a way. An ancient and wondrous technique, the art of stealing the heavens. You can transfer the other emperor's curse from you to me. To completely cure you. Before she could finish speaking, lying Ruoshue on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. A sharp, razor-sharp light flashed in those icy blue eyes. No. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unwavering authority and a hint of barely suppressed urgency. I absolutely disagree. She struggled to sit up, but Su Yan gently pressed her down. Su Yan, are you crazy? Her voice trembled slightly. Do you know what you're saying? That's the mark of the alien emperor. It's a wisp of true rule power. Even a king would be annihilated if touched by a trace of it. I'd rather die with it than let you take this risk. I know it's dangerous. Su Yan sat down on the edge of the bed and took her cold, lifeless hand in his. He gazed intently into her eyes. But this is also the most perfect part of our golden cicada shedding its shell plan. His voice became incredibly gentle, as if stating a fact, or whispering a love confession. Ruoshue, look at me. To fool the king in this play, it must be done flawlessly. Your soul must be as clean and pure as the first snow in the north. As long as that damned curse remains, you'll never be able to hide it. So. He gripped her hand tightly, speaking slowly and deliberately. Give it to me. You said that we would share this life together. So I should share your pain. I will bear your pain. Lang Ruoshue's body trembled violently. For the first time, those icy blue eyes, which always seemed to hold the vastness of the universe, lost their focus. She instinctively reached out, trying to grab something, but in the end she only futilely gripped the bedsheet beneath her, her knuckles turning white from the force. This man. He would take her despair and death upon his own shoulders. A single tear, without warning, burst forth. It was incredibly hot, and as it traced its path across her snow-white cheek, it seemed to leave an eternal scar. That was a vulnerability that even she, as a war goddess, could not suppress. 1,000 words can ultimately be summed up in a single word. Good. Her voice was choked with sobs, yet incredibly firm. I promise you. But Su Yan, you have to promise me too. You must survive. I assure you. Su Yan leaned down and gently kissed away the tear at the corner of her eye. Your life is now in my hands. Outside the door, Zhao Qing gripped the massive heaven-shaking hammer tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She pressed her ear against the cold door and held her breath. Each suppressed roar that came from inside the door was like an invisible hammer blow, slamming into her heart and making her tremble. The bedroom was no longer a human world. Su Yan sat cross-legged behind Lang Ruoxue, pressing his palms against her back. The LV4 Yin-Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven technique and the fully mastered Stealing Heaven technique were simultaneously activated to their maximum potential. The phantom of the All Things Furnace behind him was like a black hole that devoured light, unleashing an unprecedentedly terrifying suction force. The art of stealing the heavens, activate. Ugh! Su Yan let out a painful roar like a wild beast. That wasn't the pain of being cut, but the coldness of having one's existence erased. He felt that his memories, emotions, and even the concept of self were being slowly pulled away and ground into powder by an irresistible force. One after another, cursed chains made of countless twisted, screaming black faces and entangled with deathly gray thorns were forcibly dragged out from the deepest part of Lang Ruoxue's soul. They did not obediently enter Su Yan's body. Instead, it unleashes a frenzied backlash the moment it leaves the body. A cold, indifferent, and supreme will that regarded all things as dust descended upon Su Yan's sea of consciousness through the connection of the Stealing the Heaven technique. Humble, ant. How dare you touch my mark? This will is not in language, but a kind of pressure that is directly imprinted on the soul, as if the weight of the entire universe has pressed down on it. Su Yan's sea of consciousness was instantly engulfed in a monstrous wave. Under this pressure, the soul of a sixth-grade martial artist flickered like a candle in the wind. Roll! Su Yan's gums were already crushed, and his mouth was full of blood. He used all his strength to unleash the most arrogant roar at the level of his soul. This pain should have been hers. Now it's mine. You have no right to touch her in the slightest. Take it off my womaness body and imprint it into my bones, then it is my spoils of war. Your stuff? From today onwards, it belongs to the Su family. Ridiculous provocation. That will flickered with disdain. The immense power of the curse surged instantly, attempting to reshape the phantom of the alien emperor within Su Yan's sea of consciousness and completely assimilate him. At this critical moment, the illusory image of the cream of all things behind Su Yan emitted a roar from ancient times. It spun wildly, transforming into a black hole that devoured heaven and earth, no longer passively enduring, but actively facing that emperor's will and the rules of the curse. Refine. Su Yan unified his will and poured all his divine soul power into it. Boom! The furnace and the rules of curse collided violently, like a black hole and a dark star about to explode. Fresh blood gushed out of Su Yan's 7 orifices. His skin cracked open inch by inch, and he instantly turned into a bloody mess. But this devastating collision also gave him a glimmer of hope. The furnace of all things clung tightly to the rules of the curse, and began to forcibly analyze and crush this power that did not belong to this world with its supreme characteristic of melting all things and returning to the origin. The oven did not extract any essence. Instead, it crushed the immense power of the curse, along with the will of the alien emperor, and then savagely compressed it into a seed of darkness, its light flickering and seemingly ready to explode at any moment. Su Yan used the last bit of his clarity to guide the deadly seed, preventing it from merging into his limbs and bones. Instead, it goes straight for the very essence of one's soul. Puff! The moment the dark seed was imprinted into his soul, Su Yan felt as if struck by lightning, and his whole body convulsed violently. Then, my consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. He succeeded. The seed of rules that had been brutally transformed by the furnace of all things took root deep within his soul. It is weak, yet domineering. The all things furnace formed a seal, tightly trapping the power of the curse. This caused a tremendous transformation in the essence of his power. This is his biggest trump card for fighting against grandmasters and even challenging for the title of king. At the same time, Lang Ruoxue's body was being frantically cleansed by streams of pure and flawless life energy. For the first time, a healthy blush appeared on her pale face. All hidden injuries have been fully restored. All constraints have been swept away. Her cultivation level is recovering at an alarming rate. Outside the window, the night sky over Jiangcheng had become as dark as ink, with dark clouds gathering and lightning flashing wildly. It was as if they were furious at the great feat of mortals stealing the authority of the gods. But what no one knows is, just as Su Yan completely integrated the dark seed into his soul, deep within a star field so distant it cannot be measured in light years, in a void shrouded in endless darkness and deathly silence, on a throne forged from the bones of billions of stars, a majestic figure shrouded in chaos seemed to sense something. Those eyes, closed for millennia, indifferent to the birth and death of the universe, slowly, it opened its eyes a crack. A cold, indifferent will resounded across endless time and space in the deathly silence. My mark. By an ant. You refined a trace? Chapter 52. Your new life, I will forge it. Consciousness, like a soul pierced by millions of steel needles, struggles to climb back to the surface of the water. Su Yan's eyelids felt as heavy as mountains. He felt like a tattered sack that had been drained of its last bit of strength. Just then, a cool, soft touch, trembling almost imperceptibly, gently landed on his burning forehead. How are you feeling? That voice, which was always as clear and cold as snow, now revealed a hint of nervousness that even she herself was unaware of. He turned his head with difficulty and saw a face. That face was no longer the deathly pale one. I remembered a hint of color shone through the skin, like a warm current awakening beneath the ice. He remembered the feel of that cheek, always carrying the chill of the north, but now, that chill was gone. Su Yan's chapped lips were pulled upwards in an arc, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. It's all right. From now on, I'll have to rely on my wife to support me. Nonsense. Lang Ruoxue gave a light rebuke, but quickly turned her head away, a blush creeping up her snow-white ears. She somewhat awkwardly picked up a bowl of porridge, scooped it up with a spoon, blew on it several times, and then carefully brought it to his lips. I tried to do it. You just woke up, have something to eat. Su Yan took a bite. Rice is rice, water is water, and there wasn't even any salt added. It's very hot. But he grinned and tried to swallow. He knew that this was the first time the woman who had cleaved the sky with her sword had stepped into the kitchen, clumsily cooking for him alone. This nourished his nearly shattered soul far better than any divine pill of rules he had ever refined. While Lang Ruoxue turned to get a towel, Su Yan immediately focused his mind. Xia, scan her. The next second, a line of blood-red data was imprinted on his retina. Target, Lang Ruoxue. Status, the curse of the alien emperor has been removed, 95% of the meridians are destroyed, the frost bloodline is exhausted, and the source of the war god is dead. Repair plan under testing. Option 1 Basic repair, injecting 50 million can repair 30% of the meridians, restoring the practitioner to the Grandmaster realm. Option 2 Perfect rebirth, requires 42 units of life essence equivalent to approximately 420 million in funds, which can completely reshape the meridians and awaken the god of war's origin. Su Yan's gaze swept over the string of numbers that had just been deposited into his account, and then looked at the glaring 420 million after option 2. He smiled, a smile tinged with self-deprecation and a tenderness that others couldn't comprehend. The money I earned with my life was meant to buy you a new life. When Lang Ruoxue returned with a warm towel, Su Yan reached out towards that warmth, his arm trembling in mid-air, yet he stubbornly refused to retract it. Lang Ruoxue was taken aback, her pretty face flushed slightly, but she still obediently bent down and gently hugged Su Yan into her arms. Su Yan took a deep breath and gently placed his warm palm on her soft, boneless back. He mentally issued instructions to the system. Choose option 2, clear the account and inject all funds. Buzz. Su Yan felt as if his body had been completely drained in an instant. That wasn't energy, but the hot money he had just earned, all his hard work, which at this moment transformed into a source he couldn't understand, being frantically drained away through his body. He clearly saw that the power flowing into her body. Those withered and broken meridians, like a spider web, are being reshaped, connected, and widened. The dormant source of the god of war deep within her soul seemed to hear an ancient call, letting out a resounding phoenix cry that pierced through time and space, and suddenly awoke. Boom! An overwhelming pressure that made Su Yan's soul tremble erupted from her body without warning. The air instantly froze, as if it were made of iron. The entire building shook violently, and the window panes groaned under the strain. Ding! Congratulations, Master! Your Dao companion Lang Ruoxue has completed meridian repair and her cultivation has recovered to King Rank 1. Just then, a series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. Miss! Young Master! It's me, Old Lu. All the materials are ready. From outside the door came the voices of Old Lu and Zhao Cheng, a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Just as Su Yan was about to speak, Lang Ruoxue instantly suppressed that kingly aura without a trace. When Zhao Cheng pushed open the door and saw Lang Ruoxue, who was unharmed and whose aura was even 100 times stronger than before, her eyes welled up with tears. Old Lu, who was right behind him, was even more shocked. The fleeting pressure he had just experienced was definitely the real deal of a king. He truly created a miracle. Your Highness, God of War. Young friend Su Yan. Old Lu suppressed the turmoil in his heart and respectfully handed over a storage box. The myriad manifestations puppet and all the materials are complete. However, Lang Ruoxue, who had just recovered her cultivation, showed no joy on her face. She stood up, her body radiating an aura that even made Old Lu's heart tremble. Su Yan's great Dao domain had already enveloped the puppet. The next second, a cold panel unfolded before his eyes. Item: Myriad-faced Doll King Rank 1. Status: Perfect. Energy fluctuation simulation accuracy: 99.9%. Warning: Shin Yun imprint is missing. Aura of curse is missing. He looked at Lang Ruoxue, who simply shook her head slightly, her voice carrying a familiar, somber tone, a sign of a thwarted plan. It's useless. It has no mark of a soul. Old Lu's face instantly turned extremely grim. He spoke with difficulty. There's only one way to imbue it with divine essence, requiring a drop of divine soul essence blood fused with your own origin. But you've only just recovered. A basin of ice water was poured over his head. Zhao Qing's face turned deathly pale again. The plan to escape unscathed was thwarted at the crucial step of giving the creature life. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Just then, Su Yan, who had been silent all along, slowly smiled. He held onto the edge of the bed and slowly stood up. Although his face was pale, his black eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. His gaze shifted back and forth between the storage box and his wife, who had finally escaped the curse and been reborn. Finally, his gaze settled on Lang Ruoxue's beautiful, worried eyes. He raised his hand and gently touched his chest, where the power of the yin-yang chaos-devouring heaven technique was slowly merging with his newly born soul, which bore an unhealable crack. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile carrying a hint of madness and an undeniable tenderness. Ruoxue, have you forgotten? Our souls have long been intertwined, we are inseparable. I am very familiar with your spirit. Your essence also flows in my blood. So, you're wrong. The person who can imbue this doll with that unique divine mark. And me too. Chapter 53 Upgrade. Myriad Forms Puppet Technique, Proficiency is Power. Su Yan's calm words were like a boulder thrown into a still, deep pool. No! Lang Ruoxue's voice was so sharp it was almost a ripping sound, almost a shout. The newly restored aura of dominance completely spiraled out of control, and the temperature in the entire room plummeted to freezing. Visible ice crystals condensed in the air, and the walls were instantly covered with a layer of stark white frost. She flashed in front of Su Yan, her once bright and beautiful icy blue eyes now filled with fear and anger for the first time. Su Yan, are you crazy? You've just suffered the backlash, and your soul is weakened. To separate your essence and blood now, do you want to die? His Highness the God of War is right. Old Lu's voice was trembling as he looked at Su Yan with an incredibly complicated expression. Disappointment, like an invisible cold wave, froze the nascent hope. In the corner, Zhao Qing's face was ashen, and she barely managed to stay upright by leaning against the wall. Su Yan realized that this situation seemed to have reached a dead end again. Just as the atmosphere froze to freezing point, a warm, dry hand covered Lang Ruoxue's hand, which was trembling coldly from excitement. I understand the risks. Su Yan ignored Lang Ruoxue, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixed directly on Old Lu. He saw the hesitation and fear in the master blacksmith's eyes. There's no time to explain. He silently asked himself, his tone completely flat, Mr. Lu, all you need to answer is, do it or don't? His composure and decisiveness left everyone present speechless. Old Lu's body trembled, as if awakened by those words. He opened his mouth, then finally gave a bitter smile, do it. But, activate its 3 core divine herbs. I'll pay. Su Yan stopped talking nonsense. He ignored Old Lu's hesitation, simply raised his right hand, and gently waved it at the empty tabletop. It's time to show you my hand. The next moment, 3 beams of light, so dense they seemed to burst open, exploded in the room without warning. The blood-red light throbbed like a heartbeat. The golden light shimmered like dragon scales. The blue light flowed like auspicious clouds. A rich life force instantly filled the entire room, making the air thick and sticky. 3 things lay quietly on the table. 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, its entire body blood red and shaped like a heart, pulsating slightly. 1,000-year-old dragon scale grass covered with dragon scale patterns and shimmering with light. There is also 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum with a cluster of auspicious clouds gathered on top. Su Yan's gaze swept over Old Lu. The old man's face was completely frozen, his mouth was open involuntarily, and a hoarse sound, like he couldn't breathe, came from his throat. I've chosen the right person to follow. These 3 words seemed to spring from the very depths of old Lu's soul. Su Yan ignored his shock. The great Tao domain quietly opened, enveloping the myriad manifestations puppet, the 3 divine herbs, and all the auxiliary materials. Ding! Core structure of the myriad phenomenon puppet detected, hidden crafting method discovered. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have obtained the myriad forms puppet technique. Countless profound refining techniques flooded his mind, and Su Yan closed his eyes slightly, instantly mastering them. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have learned the myriad forms puppet technique. Current level, LV11500. Would you like to spend 500 proficiency points to upgrade? Level up immediately. He didn't hesitate to use the proficiency points awarded by the newbie gift pack. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, Master, your myriad puppet technique has been upgraded to LV212,000. Old Lu, Su Yan opened his eyes, interrupting the forging master who was about to start. Your technique is too rough. What? Old Lu was stunned, his face full of astonishment. Before he could refute, Su Yan had already raised his hands. Her 10 fingers bloomed like lotus flowers. There was no earth-shattering fanfare, his movements were even somewhat gentle. The 3 miraculous herbs floated into the air. The red glow of the blood ginseng was stretched into a thin bloodline. The golden light of the dragon scale grass was stripped away into tiny, luminous scales. The bluish glow of the Ganoderma lucidum then transformed into a warm, moist mist. Su Yan's fingertips moved rapidly through the air, as if weaving an invisible net. He actually managed to knead and weave those 3 completely different energies together. Finally, a fist-sized mass of liquid, resembling a golden sun, took shape in his palm. Su Yan glanced at old Lu, the king-level forging master, who was trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with a mixture of fanaticism and fear, a kind of awe as if looking at a god. Go! Su Yan flicked his finger, and the golden liquid transformed into a stream of light, precisely shooting into the center of the myriad forms puppet, S-brow. A miracle has occurred. The doll's waxy skin instantly became smooth and moist, revealing a healthy pink glow, and its chest began to rise and fall slightly and steadily. It's alive. Zhao Qing covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. The second step, old Lu's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with fanaticism, is to inject divine soul essence blood. Lang Ruoshua looked at Su Yan's pale profile, which was slightly pale due to exhaustion, gritted her teeth, and was about to force out her own essence blood. Don't move! Su Yan turned around and stopped her. It's a promise, I'll do it. Before he finished speaking, his fingertips condensed, and a drop of spiritual essence blood fused with chaotic light appeared and was flicked into the doll's brow. Buzz! The doll shuddered suddenly, its face and body began to ride like ripples on water, and its bones made a crackling sound. In just a few seconds, a person who looked exactly like Lang Ruoshua by the bedside, even down to the slight cold smile at the corner of her mouth, appeared before everyone. Boom! An aura of supreme power erupted from her. We did it! Zhao Qing's eyes welled up with tears of excitement. However, Su Yan and Lang Ruoshua's expressions darkened at the same time. In his great Tao domain, a line of cold, clear data appeared. Otherworldly Emperor's Curse Aura Simulation, 0%. Lang Ruoshua shook her head bitterly, all the joy that had just risen within her vanished. No, this body is too clean. Her voice carried an undisguised sense of loss. Its perfection is its greatest flaw. Zhao Qing's tears froze on her face, and old Lu let out a heavy sigh. In the end, all eyes were on Su Yan. Su Yan slowly stood up. He looked at the perfect doll, then turned to look at the real her beside him, heartbroken for him. Ruoshua, don't be afraid. How can your new life be flawed? The last vestige of hesitation in his heart was completely crushed. He met Lang Ruoshua's desperate gaze, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. His voice was soft, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly, as he wagered his last chip in this high-stakes gamble. Then, I'll give it another piece of my soul. Use my curse to make it perfect. Chapter 54 is not about sacrifice, but about sharing hardships and relying on each other for life. Su Yan's calm voice struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Then I will use my divine soul to give it a curse. I absolutely disagree. A shrill shout, accompanied by a terrifying kingly aura that could freeze the soul, exploded out. Splash! The newly repaired custom-made glass window couldn't even withstand the force for a moment, instantly turning into dust that was swept away by an invisible cold current. The biting cold spread wildly from Lang Ruoshua's center, and thick frost instantly froze on the walls, floors, and everything in sight. The entire room seemed to have been dragged from the human world into the deepest, most icy hell. This was the first time she had truly lost control of her emotions since regaining her cultivation. Lang Ruoshua appeared in front of Su Yan in a flash, grabbed his shoulder, and for the first time, her usually cold, calm, and insightful eyes were filled with undisguised anger and fear. "Are you crazy?" Her voice trembled violently with excitement, and her jade-like hand gripped Su Yan's shoulder so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "You have just borne the curse for me, and your soul is as fragile as a candle in the wind. To split your soul now is not an adventure, but suicide. I would rather go to the underworld with you than allow you to die for a fake." Faced with her overwhelming anger and the kingly pressure that almost froze the air, Su Yan remained unusually calm. He grasped her hands, which were icy and trembling from the force of his grip, his warm palms firmly enveloping her chill, like a majestic mountain that could withstand the onslaught of wind and snow. A thought was transmitted directly into the depths of her mind through the great Tao domain. Warning: the dark seed within the host's soul is extremely unstable. There is a 90% chance that splitting the soul will cause it to explode and result in death. The only solution, the LV4 Yin-Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven technique, can forcibly suppress the seed for 3 breaths. The host can complete its division during this period. The price is that the essence of one's soul will be permanently weakened by 30%. Su Yan's voice was gentle yet firm, resounding directly in her mind, but he deliberately omitted the most fatal phrase, permanent weakening. "You see, it's not certain death. My cultivation technique is very special though, all things furnace, can protect me. Ruoshua, this is not just my sacrifice, it is our common war, and now, it's my turn to charge. I don't want the permanent price." Almost instantly, Lang Ruoshua caught the loophole he was deliberately hiding in his words. As a former war goddess, her sensitivity to the word origin far exceeds that of ordinary people. Tears welled up without warning, streaming down her beautiful face and instantly freezing into ice beads in the biting cold. She shook her head frantically, understanding the unspoken meaning, a meaning that terrified her more than death itself. "I don't want a future built on your flaws. I'd rather not have that kind of victory." "Su Yan, did you hear me?" Just as the two were arguing fiercely and the atmosphere reached a freezing point. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the smart device on Zhao Qing's wrist emitted the most urgent and piercing alarm. The next second, a news push notification from the Imperial Central Military Headquarters appeared as a forced pop-up on all the light screens in the room with the highest level of authority. Every word in the title was bolded in blood, a truly shocking sight. A joint statement from the Lin and Nangong families: "To express our condolences, we have hired the Imperial Coroner, the renowned physician Wang Quan, at a high price to personally preside over the funeral of the Frost God of War. The legendary healer, Wang Quan." Old Lu gasped, his face, which had been flushed with excitement, instantly turned ashen white. His voice was hoarse, tinged with despair as he explained, "That was a 9th-rank king. His martial arts were extremely unique, namely distinguishing truth from falsehood. Legend has it that he could see all the scenes of a person's 3 days of life through a single hair of their body using a secret method. It's over, any disguise is useless in front of him. Killer move. This is a trap set by the enemy to wipe out their entire family." They not only wanted Lang Ruoshua dead, but they also wanted her to die clearly and unambiguously. They invited the Empire's most authoritative coroner to, in front of the whole world, use the most unquestionable method to eliminate any possibility of her faking her death. The air instantly froze, as if it had turned into a cold block of iron, making it hard for everyone to breathe. All avenues of retreat were blocked at this moment. Lang Ruoshua's body went limp, as if all her strength had been drained away in an instant. She looked at Su Yan in despair, at the only man who could break the deadlock, but at a price she could not afford. Her heart felt as if it were being torn apart by an invisible hand, the pain making it hard to breathe. Su Yan made a move. He didn't say anything more, but stepped forward and hugged her tightly, his chin resting on the top of her cool hair. His voice was hoarse, yet it carried an undeniable domineering yet tender tone. "From the day I was forced to marry you, my life has been tied to yours. I will bear your pain, I will enjoy your glory, and now, I will forge your new life." He paused, then spoke each word as if it were a vow etched into her soul, echoing in her ears. "This is not called sacrifice, this is called sharing weal and woe, and depending on each other for life and death. Promise me, Ruoshua. Wear this shackle forged by my soul, deceive the whole world, and then, live a clean life. Go and fulfill your wishes, go and take back everything that belongs to you. I'm waiting for you to come back and put the wedding ring on my finger yourself. The last sentence, like a warm current, shattered the last line of defense in her heart. Lang Ruoshua sobbed uncontrollably in his arms. All her struggles, resentment, and fear ultimately turned into a heavy nod in this affectionate yet domineering declaration. She raised her tear-filled face, her voice choked yet incredibly clear. Let's cultivate the yin-yang chaos-devouring heaven technique together, and I'll help you suppress the alien emperor's curse. Let's buy some time. This was the only support she could offer. Good. Su Yan released her, turned around and gave orders to the others, his tone regaining its usual calm and decisiveness. Zhao Qing, protect us. No one is allowed to approach. Old Lu, could you please deal with those rats outside the door? We don't want them bothering us. Yes, son-in-law. Zhao Qing's expression was solemn, her hand already gripping the hammer handle behind her back. All right, young friend Su. Don't worry. Old Lu nodded emphatically, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. The two men obeyed the order and stood guard at the entrance like two gatekeepers. Su Yan took a deep breath, his eyes no longer showing any hesitation, only a resolute determination to burn the 8 wastelands to ashes. He sat cross-legged in front of the flawless, myriad puppet. Lang Ruoshua sat opposite him, enduring the excruciating pain, and placed her palms against his. The yin-yang chaos-devouring heaven technique began to operate with a roar. The two auras instantly merged, forming an energy vortex of interwoven black and gold. The illusory image of the furnace of all things within Su Yan's body shone brightly, like a divine artifact suppressing hell, firmly suppressing the dark seed that was stirring within his soul. 3 breaths. He only has 3 breaths left. Target, the doll. Su Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a low growl that seemed to come from his very soul. It's beginning to split, my soul. Boom. It was silent, yet it surpassed any explosion in the primordial universe. A tearing pain, far exceeding that of the heaven-stealing life-changing technique, originating from the very core of the soul, suddenly exploded in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. The feeling was neither like being cut by a knife nor like being burned by fire. It was more like a piece of solid glass that was forcibly broken in half by an overwhelming force. It's like a complete painting that has been forcibly torn in two. His vision was instantly engulfed by endless darkness and blood. Every nerve screamed, every cell wailed. Consciousness, at this moment, seemed to be completely crushed. Chapter 55 The God of War offers a kiss. My man, you're not allowed to become a demon. Boom! A deafening roar, originating from the very core of his soul, exploded within Su Yan's sea of consciousness. That wasn't a cut, nor was it burned. It was more like a piece of solid glass that was forcibly broken in half by a giant, tyrannical hand that was impossible to resist. Excruciating pain. A pain that tears your soul apart. Su Yan sat cross-legged in front of the myriad manifestations puppet, his palms touching Lang Ruoshua's. The black gold energy vortex formed by the fusion of their auras was his strongest insurance for this trip. However, he ultimately underestimated just how terrifying the otherworldly Emperor's curse, which was deeply fused with his soul, truly was. In the instant his soul was torn apart, the seed of darkness within his very soul's origin, which had been firmly suppressed by the furnace of all things, completely out of control. A foul, chilling aura, seemingly emanating from the deepest abyss, suddenly exploded out. The air was thick with the smell of rust and death, and even the light was distorted and swallowed up. Like a black flood bursting its banks, the Emperor's will that looked down upon all living beings instantly overwhelmed the defenses of the yin-yang chaos-devouring heaven technique. Sizzle. Visible black demonic patterns, like venomous snakes that have come to life, spread wildly all over Su Yan's body, centered on his heart. Beneath his skin, muscles swelled and twisted uncontrollably. The bones emitted a mournful creaking sound, unable to bear the weight. A beastly roar, unlike any human voice, escaped from Su Yan's throat. A violent, chaotic, and bloodthirsty killing intent, enough to terrify even a grandmaster, suddenly filled the entire room. Not good. Old Lu and Zhao Qing were pressed firmly against the wall by this force, their legs trembling violently, and their souls shaking uncontrollably. In their eyes, Su Yan was no longer the calm and cunning young man. Instead, it is an ancient demon god who has broken free from the shackles of the deepest hell and is about to descend upon the human world. His dark pupils reflected Lang Ruoshua's horrified face, but all that remained was the most primal, mad desire to tear everything apart. He is heading towards his final fate of exploding and dying. just as Su Yan's sanity was about to be completely swallowed by darkness, at the last moment. In Lang Ruoshua's beautiful, icy blue eyes, there flashed endless heartache and an undeniable determination. She did not offer futile advice or express anger. Instead, he did something that left both Mr. Liu and Zhao Qing speechless. Without the slightest hesitation, Lang Ruoshua flashed away, ignoring the demonic energy that was powerful enough to tear apart the soul. She forcibly pulled the completely out of control Su Yan into her soft, fragrant embrace. "My man, you are not allowed to fall into the demonic path." A clear shout, like a divine decree from the heavens, shook the very soul. A resolute glint flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she suddenly bit her tongue, a streak of crimson blood staining her cherry lips. She cupped Su Yan's face, contorted in extreme pain, and kissed his unfocused, dark eyes with a domineering force. This is neither appeasement nor tenderness. It is not a declaration of sovereignty from the frost god of war, but an irresistible assertion of sovereignty. She pried open Su Yan's tightly clenched teeth and mixed her newly recovered, pure and refined king-level war god origin spiritual energy with her indomitable fighting spirit. Like a silver river bursting its banks, it forcefully poured into Su Yan's body. Boom! The yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique was instantly detonated by this foreign, pure energy. Yin and yang, black and white. The pure power of the god of war clashed with the violent power of the curse. A frenzied fusion, a frenzied spin. A phantom image of a Tai Chi symbol suddenly appeared. Half pure white and holy, half pitch black and violent. The deathly gray curse runes coiled around it like venomous snakes. The illusory image spun around, completely enveloping the two people who were tightly embracing each other. Meanwhile, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness battlefield, his illusory soul was being suppressed to the point of collapse by a majestic and otherworldly emperor whose head was adorned with stars, whose feet tread on the void, and who looked down upon all living beings. At this critical moment, tear. The dark sky was torn apart by a streak of icy blue sword light. A phantom of a war god, clad in ice crystal armor, wielding the heaven-splitting divine sword, and possessing unparalleled beauty, descended from the sky. The armor clanged as it landed steadily beside Su Yan's soul, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. It was Lang Ruoshua's battle spirit. "My man is not for you to bully." Lang Ruoshua's battle spirit phantom issued a cold yet domineering declaration, her divine sword pointing at the majestic emperor phantom, her eyes filled with no fear, only the overwhelming battle intent of a war god. Su Yan instantly understood her intention. With their minds in sync, his soul endured the tearing pain and frantically circulated his cultivation technique to analyze and guide the rules of the curse. Meanwhile, Lang Ruoshua's battle spirit wielded the divine sword, unleashing streaks of sword light imbued with the true meaning of god of war, breaking boundaries, savagely forcing the emperor's will to retreat repeatedly. One is in charge of internal affairs, and the other is in charge of external affairs. Together, the two managed to suppress and bind the out-of-control emperor's will, and savagely stuff it back into the dark seed. Subsequently, the combined divine soul power of the two transformed into a new shackle, jointly imprinting a second seal upon the seal of the furnace of all things. In Su Yan's mind, it seemed as if the sound of the great Tao resounded. The great Tao resonates, yin and yang unite, and the souls merge, permanently increasing resilience by 30%. An ancient, fragmented technique, now complete, has been transformed into the perfect puppet technique. Perfect puppet technique allows the user to control puppets as a second clone, possessing 70% of the original's combat power, and capable of growth. Outside, the divine soul that Su Yan had split off from under the seal, reinforced by the two of them, transformed into a gray stream of light and precisely injected into the brow of the myriad forms puppet. Buzz! The doll suddenly opened its eyes. It absorbed all the dissipated curse aura, and a wisp of kingly pressure and the curse aura deeply rooted in the soul blended perfectly. A lifelike, perfect substitute whose aura, charm, and even soul fluctuations were exactly the same as Lang Ruoshua's was born. Curse simulation accuracy, 99.9%. With a thought, Su Yan shared the information about perfect puppet technique with Lang Ruoshua. Lang Ruoshua's eyes lit up, and a cold smile curved her lips as she gently stroked the doll's cold cheek, as if admiring a perfect work of art. She said succinctly, "Very good, tomorrow's funeral will allow several more kings to die for me." As the curse was suppressed again, the demonic runes on Su Yan's body receded like a tide, and his whole body went limp. He leaned into Lang Ruoshua's soft, warm embrace, the unique, cool fragrance of her body lingering around his nose. He looked at her stunningly beautiful face, so close to his, her lips seemingly still carrying his scent, and felt the rapid pounding of her heart. Su Yan smiled weakly and said, "Wife, is this considered a forced kiss?" He paused, then added, "It felt pretty good. I can be more proactive next time." You. Lang Ruoshue's face flushed red to the roots of her ears. Those beautiful, icy blue eyes, which had just been filled with murderous intent, instantly became misty with embarrassment and anger. She wanted to scold this unruly guy with a stern face, but looking at his pale yet smiling face, she just couldn't bring herself to harden her heart. She could only glare at him with embarrassment and annoyance. Her unique and captivating charm left Zhao Cheng and Old Lu, who were guarding her, speechless. So it turns out, even the iceberg god of war has this girlish side. Looking at the flawless doll and then at the couple who had been inseparable through life and death, Old Lu had no more doubts. He bowed deeply with excitement and said, "Young friend Su, the god of war. Everything is ready. Tomorrow will be the day the god of war falls, and the world will be shocked." However, he had barely finished speaking. Beep. 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 The snow wolf's eye communicator on Zhao Qing's wrist suddenly emitted the sharpest and most urgent blood-red alarm. A top-secret intelligence message with the highest encryption level was forcibly displayed in a pop-up window. After just one glance at the title, Zhao Qing's face instantly drained of all color. Her voice trembled with extreme fear, and she screamed. "Miss! Something terrible has happened. Them. They're here." Chapter 56 The King Returns. "Zhao Qing, tonight you are king." Zhao Qing's scream, twisted with extreme fear, pierced the warmth that had just begun to rise in the room. "Miss! Something's wrong. They are here." She screamed, her trembling hand projecting the light screen of the wrist terminal directly into the air. The title was blood red, every word of which looked like it was dripping blood, a truly shocking sight. "The joint fleet of Lin and Nangong has arrived. Jiangcheng has been completely sealed off." In the scene, hundreds of menacing and ugly black warships, like a steel cloud, obscured the sky over Jiangcheng. The cold metal armor reflected the city's neon lights, exuding an aura of death. The smaller print below further sealed their fate. Warning: the fleet will conduct an indiscriminate life source rune scan of the entire Jiangcheng area in half an hour. Any life form below the Grandmaster level will be exposed under the scan. The color drained from Old Lu's face in an instant. "We're doomed. This is a military-level blockade. We have no way to escape." Despair, like icy seawater, instantly engulfed the entire room. Looking at Su Yan in her arms, whose face was still pale from taking the curse for her, Lang Ruoshue's icy blue eyes were filled with a fierce mix of killing intent and heartache. The next second, all her emotions transformed into the absolute calm of a war goddess. She turned sharply to Zhao Qing, her tone leaving no room for doubt, like a thunderclap. "Zhao Qing, you are a 9th-grade Grandmaster, and you've been stuck at this level for 5 years. After my death, a Grandmaster cannot protect Su Yan, but a newly promoted king is enough to intimidate all the villains in Jiangcheng." Before she finished speaking, she flipped her hand and took out a pill. The elixir shone with a restrained brilliance, yet it exuded an extremely unstable and violent aura. This is a king breakthrough pill, but its medicinal properties are mixed and its refining method is flawed. Forcing it to take will result in a near-death experience. A hint of helplessness flashed in Lang Ruoshue's eyes. This was a problem that even she couldn't solve. However, Su Yan calmly reached out and accepted the discarded pill. "Wife, leave it to me." Meeting Lang Ruoshue's surprised gaze, he directly transmitted a thought into her sea of consciousness through the Great Tao domain. "Although the furnace of all things is doing its best to suppress the curse, it is precisely because of this that I have been able to steal and comprehend a trace of the true meaning of breaking the rules and reshaping from the power of the alien emperor's rules. The spiritual essence within this pill is incomplete and chaotic. I can use this wisp of essence to shatter it. Let's use the Grade 3 Dragon Blood True Spirit Soup as a furnace to refine its medicinal properties again." As soon as he finished speaking, a glint flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Without even glancing at the priceless King's Breakthrough Pill, he tossed it directly into the still warm Dragon Blood True Spirit Soup, just like throwing away an ordinary ingredient. Boom! Within Su Yan's body, the ancient and vast phantom of the furnace of all things began to operate with a roar. At the center of the energy vortex suppressing the dark seed, a wisp of rule power, deeper than the night and containing an aura of supreme destruction, was forcibly extracted by Su Yan. He remotely projected this wisp of true meaning through destruction into the bowl. Laugh! The wisp of black light entered the pill, and the entire bowl of Dragon Blood True Spirit Soup instantly boiled violently. Visibly, the violent and chaotic energy structure inside the pill was brutally torn apart and shattered by that wisp of black light. The immense medicinal power of the third-grade dragon blood true spirit soup transforms into a gentle furnace, re-encapsulating, refining, and fusing these shattered energy fragments. A bowl of radiant, kingly soup, imbued with the pure laws of kingship, was born. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have learned the recipe for King's True Spirit Soup. Drink it! Su Yan held up the bowl and handed it to Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing was already completely stunned by this amazing scene. Upon hearing this, she drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. She immediately sat down cross-legged. Lang Ruoxue flashed behind her, pressing one palm against her back to protect her. Boom! The sky above the villa changed color, and an uncontrollable kingly aura suddenly erupted, causing the primordial energy of heaven and earth to pour down. Meanwhile, inside the flagship command center, a handsome young man looked at the energy reaction on the anomaly monitoring device, and his face instantly turned ashen. Oh no! There's a hidden grandmaster at the peak in Zhangcheng. He is Lin Tianyuan's cousin, Lin Ichi. No matter who he is, we cannot let him succeed. Order the throne hunting squad to attack. Use the Godslayer armor-piercing bullet and interrupt his promotion for me. Yes. 3 master-level assassins, riding in hovercars, sped towards the villa like 3 ghostly figures. The leader grinned maliciously, hoisted a menacing cannon barrel from his shoulder, locked onto the villa, and fired without hesitation. Call out. A specially made cannonball, trailing a crimson tail flame, specifically designed to hunt down grandmasters and severely injure kings, tore through the night sky. Lang Ruoxue's expression changed drastically, but she looked at Su Yan and simply said something calmly. I'll protect Zhao Qing. You're in charge of the outside. She didn't say she would help, but her eyes were full of absolute trust. She believed her man could create that final opportunity for her. Su Yan nodded, stepped outside, and looked up at the meteor hurtling towards him. The Great Dao realm is now open. Within a 10-meter radius, all the data of the high-speed projectile was analyzed instantly. Trajectory, speed, rotational frequency, and even the weakest stabilizing wing node on the outer shell. Everything was clearly presented in Su Yan's mind. He didn't try to withstand it, or even dodge it. She simply raised her hand calmly, a perfectly ordinary embroidery needle between her fingers. With a flick of the wrist. That needle, though lacking earth-shattering power, was as fast as lightning and incredibly precise. Bite. A barely audible sound. The embroidery needle struck a tiny balancing rudder on the tail fin of the shell with pinpoint accuracy. The high-speed spinning shell instantly lost its balance. It skimmed the roof of the villa, flying away in a strange arc with a sharp whistle. Boom! In the distance, a dazzling firework of death exploded in the night sky. This scene caused the 3 master assassins who had just landed to suddenly shrink their pupils. Before they could recover from their shock, Su Yan's figure had already mysteriously blended into the shadows on the ground. The aura vanished without a trace. Talent, stealth. Watch out. This kid's an assassin. The lead assassin shouted sharply, and the 3 immediately stood back to back, scanning their surroundings warily. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 poison embroidery needles shot out from the darkness, aiming cunningly at their eyeballs. The 2 men raised their hands to block, and their internal energy shattered the steel needles. But in that instant, Su Yan's figure flashed past the 3rd assassin like a ghost. He deliberately revealed a flaw, his face showing the pain and dizziness of someone whose soul had been injured. An opportunity. He's finished. The assassin was overjoyed, thinking that Su Yan was at his last gasp, and unleashed a powerful mountain-shattering fist without holding back. The other 2 also launched their ultimate attacks at the same time. They were fooled. Just as the 3 surrounded him, a cold smile curled at the corner of Su Yan's lips. The crucible of all things. The realm of the Great Dao. The double crackdown descended with a deafening roar. An immense pressure originating from ancient times, like an invisible quagmire, instantly enveloped the 3 assassins. Their actions, their thoughts, and even the flow of their spiritual energy were all forcibly slowed down at this moment, a single breath that would determine their life or death. Now! There was no longer any feigned weakness in Su Yan's eyes, only the calm and indifference of a hunter. 3 embroidery needles had appeared between his fingers without him even noticing. Without the slightest hesitation, he flicked the strings with 3 fingers in quick succession. Just as the 3 embroidery needles left his hand. Inside the villa, Lang Ruoxue, who was protecting Zhao Qing, had a cold glint in her beautiful, icy blue eyes that seemed to see through everything. She didn't even turn around, it was just a fleeting thought. Three strands of ice blue energy, thinner than a hair and almost imperceptible, silently pierced through the wall, instantly catching up with the three flying embroidery needles and merging into them. King-level power, enchanted. What was originally an ordinary embroidery needle has now transformed into a deathly punishment capable of piercing through all things and annihilating life. Three streaks of dark light flashed and disappeared into the night. Extremely fast. Extremely accurate. The three peak grandmasters, who had just regained their mobility after that brief moment of stagnation, felt a chill simultaneously on their brows, throats, and hearts. Their indestructible protective aura was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in front of that tiny needle tip. A chilling, kingly power, imbued with the true meaning of shattering, instantly destroyed their life force. Splash! 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 The three corpses fell straight to the ground almost simultaneously. Between the eyebrows, throat, and heart. Three tiny, bottomless blood holes. 3 kills in a single breath. At that very moment, a vast aura, far surpassing that of a grandmaster, erupted from inside the room like a volcano. Zhao Qing succeeded. She slowly opened her eyes, and 2 beams of light shot out, her aura surging. She felt the pure and powerful kingly energy within her, and trembled with excitement. The next second, she turned around, facing both Lang Ruoxue and Su Yan, and solemnly knelt on one knee. "Miss, you have saved my life. The son-in-law's divine skills are a blessing. Zhao Chang, I would gladly die 1,000 deaths." Lang Ruoxue helped her up with satisfaction and nodded. Old Lu appeared silently. When he saw the 3 corpses of grandmasters at their peak outside the door, he gasped and looked at Su Yan with awe. He bowed to Su Yan, then silently disposed of all traces. Inside the room. With a thought, Lang Ruoxue activated the perfect, myriad forms doll. She looked out the window at the dense array of warships, a chilling smile curving her lips. She held Su Yan's hand tightly, and the two stood side by side, like a pair of monarchs who held the power of life and death. Tonight, we'll teach them a lesson. What is the wrath of the god of war? Chapter 57 The Ghost of the Sky, the opening of the hunting feast. Inside the command center of the flagship Tianfa above Jiangcheng. Lin Yiqi held a glass of red wine, a cruel smile playing on his lips. On the huge holographic screen in front of him, a pale gold life source pattern scanning grid covering the entire city was slowly closing. Countdown, 10 seconds. The cold, electronic voice echoed in the quiet command room. Behind him, a man dressed in a retro robe, whose aura was as obscure as an abyss, closed his eyes to rest. It was none other than Wang Quan, the 9th-rank king known as the Imperial Coroner, a master of healing. He was like a statue, indifferent to everything around him. Just then, 2 figures appeared in front of the fleet without warning. The woman at the head of the group had an unparalleled figure, a cold and aloof face, and exuded a terrifying aura that was almost that of a king. She actually dares to show her face? Nangong Bo, standing next to Lin Yiqi, exclaimed in shock. It was the very same myriad forms doll that perfectly replicated Lang Ruoxue's spirit and aura. Lin Yiqi's gaze was fixed on the faint yet incredibly real aura of curse emanating from the doll. "Lord Wang Quan," he asked tentatively. The legendary healer Wang Quan finally opened his lifeless eyes a crack, glanced around, then closed them again, uttering 3 words in a hoarse voice. "It's her, no doubt about it." Upon receiving confirmation, Lin Yiqi's smile grew even more sinister. The puppet, Lang Ruoxue, looked at the steel torrent before her and spoke in a cold voice, each word amplified throughout the fleet via a sound amplification array. "You want me dead? Not so easy. Before dying, one always wants to take a few down with him." Before she finished speaking, her aura surged. Grandmaster rank 7. Rank 8. Rank 9. Finally, she reached the pinnacle, infinitely close to becoming a king. With the combat experience of a war god infused by Lang Ruoxue, she is now capable of unleashing combat power no less than that of a first-rank king. She still has the strength of a grandmaster? A glint of ferocity flashed in Lin Yiqi's eyes. "We must kill her. We absolutely cannot give her any chance to recover her full strength." Before he finished speaking, the puppet Lang Ruoxue and Zhao Chang, who had just been promoted to king, transformed into 2 streaks of light and charged fiercely towards the massive fleet. "Ready! Open fire! Blow her down!" Lin Yiqi roared hysterically. However, no sooner had the order been given than a piercing alarm blared throughout the entire fleet. "Warning! Frigates K-07, K-11, and K-13 have had their propulsion systems compromised. Power lost. On the holographic screen, the icons of the 3 escort ships located on the outer perimeter of the fleet instantly turned a glaring red. At the same time, a terrifying pressure, so powerful that even a king would feel a chill, gripped the hearts of Nangong Bo and Lin Tianhao, another war god of the Lin family, from afar. The two men's expressions changed drastically, and they were both shocked. God of War. This aura is clearly that of a genuine war god. They are elders of the Blood Wolf Guard. Nangong Bo concluded instantly. He immediately shouted loudly into the void, trying to persuade them with words, "Veterans of the Blood Wolf Guard, how dare you leave the northern border defense line without permission? Are you planning a rebellion? This is a crime punishable by the extermination of your entire family." The sound boomed outwards, but the oppressive aura of the god of war clung to them like a bone-deep infection, locking them in and preventing them from making any rash moves. They were tied down. They could only watch helplessly as those two streaks of light unleashed a magnificent slaughter within the massive fleet. In the surveillance footage, a domineering, earth-yellow light, like a ruthless meteor, struck the warship's energy shield nodes with pinpoint accuracy each time it crashed down. That was the newly crowned champion, Zhao Qing. Another ghostly blue figure flickered erratically, like a dancer on ice, freezing and shattering the warship's turrets and sensors wherever it passed. That was the puppet Lang Ruoxue. They didn't confront the main force head-on at all. Instead, like ghosts in the night, they targeted the weakest points of the fleet. Strike and retreat without lingering. The massive fleet was thrown into chaos by just 2 people. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Lin Ichi felt deeply humiliated. He roared and ordered, "Send out all the hound squads. Drag out these 2 mudskippers and crush them." In an instant, 10 elite squads, each led by a Grandmaster rank 7 expert, descended from the sky, spreading like a large net across Jiancheng. Meanwhile, an abandoned underground parking lot. Elder Lu and 5 other 9th rank masters from the Life Professions Association treated Su Yan as if he were facing a formidable enemy, protecting him in the center. Su Yan calmly placed a piece of millennial soul nourishing wood into his spatial garden to nourish the divine soul that was on the verge of collapse after splitting. His face was pale, and every breath he took was accompanied by a tearing pain deep within his soul. He raised his head, his eyes filled with nothing but cold fighting spirit. The next second, his figure swayed slightly. LV-1 stealth talent activated. He seemed to merge into the ocean like a drop of water, disappearing silently into the shadows of the city. Only Lu Lao and the others were left looking completely astonished. In a dark alley. Like a wounded lone wolf, Su Yan lay quietly on the rooftop, forcibly suppressing the sharp, stabbing pain in his mind. His great Dao domain quietly opened, covering only the 5-person hound squad searching below. Even so, the excessive consumption of his spiritual energy caused his vision to blur intermittently. "Captain, these 2 are too slippery, we can't find a trace of them at all." "Shut up. Follow orders." Their psionic energy operation patterns, breathing rates, and even blind spots in their defenses were all transformed into a clear stream of data in Su Yan's eyes. Chance. 3 ordinary embroidery needles slipped silently from Su Yan's fingertips. LV-3, basic hidden weapon, activated. This is not a killing move, but a secret technique from the ancient East, pressure point striking. Whoosh. 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 3 barely audible whooshing sounds rang out. 3 steel needles pierced the most concealed and crucial psionic nodes on the 3 team members with unparalleled precision. Well. The 3 of them felt a sudden numbness in their bodies, and the surging spiritual energy within them instantly became chaotic, causing them to freeze on the spot. "Who goes there?" The 7th rank Grandmaster Captain was terrified, and his protective aura instantly erupted. However, he was fast, but a ray of light was even faster than him. A streak of icy blue sword light, like moonlight falling from the heavens, descended from the sky. The puppet Lang Ruoxue appeared like a ghost, her long sword tracing a cold arc as she precisely executed the killing command transmitted by Su Yan through the eye of the snow wolf. 1 sword to the throat. She didn't even glance at the fallen corpse, she merely exchanged a glance with Su Yan in the shadows through their soul connection. The unspoken understanding between husband and wife needs no words. At this moment, the positions of hunter and prey quietly reversed. On the flagship, Lin Ichi stared at the life signals extinguishing one by one on the screen, his face ashen. Report. Hound Squad 7, 9, and 4 have lost contact. He finally realized that he had completely underestimated this doomed couple. Order all squads to assemble at the city center square. He made a decisive change of strategy. At the same time, mobilize elders Lin Ying and Lin Feng to go there. Lay a tight net. I refuse to believe we can't kill them. The terrifying aura of 2 8th rank kings instantly rose from the flagship and rushed straight to the city center square. In the alley, Su Yan was preparing to cooperate with the puppet to continue attacking the next team. Sudden. A violent energy fluctuation came from the edge of his great Dao domain. A kingly aura, far surpassing that of a grandmaster, cold and unfamiliar, locked onto him like a drawn sword. Su Yan's pupils contracted sharply, and his figure instantly disappeared into the deeper darkness. Not far away, in the shadow of a tall building, a masked man dressed in black combat gear, whose aura almost blended into the night, slowly emerged. His gaze pierced through the shadows and landed precisely on Su Yan's hiding place. Those eyes held an undisguised, chilling killing intent. He spoke coldly, his voice seeming to come from an ancient ice cave. On your body. It carries the aura of the curse of the alien emperor. Who are you? Chapter 58. One needle pierces the chi. Young master, this is the first kill I've given you. The masked king's voice seemed to come from an ancient ice cave, each word carrying a chill that could freeze the soul. On your body. It carries the aura of the curse of the alien emperor. Who are you? Before the words were even finished, the chilling killing intent materialized into solid ice, instantly enveloping the entire alley. He did not give Su Yan any further chance to explain. For the Snow Wolf Guard, anyone who has any connection with the aura of a foreign emperor has only one fate: annihilation. The masked king brought his right hand together like a knife and casually slashed through the air at the darkness where Su Yan was hiding. Sizzle! Space, like a canvas slashed open by a sharp blade, suddenly revealed a pitch-black crack that spread rapidly toward Su Yan's neck with a terrifying aura that could devour everything. A kingly strike, a cleaving slash that cleaves the sky. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. An overwhelming sense of crisis made the hairs on his body stand on end. The great Dao domain was pushed to its limit at this moment. In his perception, the spatial rift was no longer a simple attack, but a series of rapidly collapsing data streams. He could clearly see that the space around him was being forcibly distorted and torn apart by the terrifying power of the king. There's nowhere to hide. To stubbornly resist is to die. At this critical moment between life and death, Su Yan made an incomprehensible move. Instead of retreating, he maximized his stealth talent, his body floating like a weightless leaf towards the side of the crack. He's gambling. He was gambling that his great Dao domain could find his only chance of survival in that 1,000th of a second. The black hand-shaped blade that tore through space almost grazed the tip of his nose. The escaping spatial fluctuations still left a deep, bone-revealing bloodstain on his cheek. Despite the excruciating pain, Su Yan didn't utter a sound, and his body slammed into the wall at the end of the alley. A hint of surprise flashed in the masked king's eyes. He never expected that a boy with such a weak aura could dodge his fatal blow. Although it was a mess, they did survive. That's interesting. He coldly uttered 4 words, about to strike again and crush this heretic completely. Just then, a red warning with the highest priority suddenly popped up in his wrist device's internal combat system. Warning! Target Su Yan has been placed in the highest level guard list of Snow Realm. Authorized by Long Ruoxue. Immediately cease all hostile actions. Almost at the same time, a clear and authoritative voice, carrying an irresistible will, exploded in his mind like a thunderclap through the Snow Wolf Guard's highest-level encrypted channel. Shadow Wolf, stop! The masked king, also known as Shadow Wolf, one of the 4 guardians of the Snow Wolf Guard, suddenly froze. That voice, it's Miss. The young lady actually used the highest sequence privileges, which are only triggered when protecting her, for this person. He is my husband. The 6 cold words left Shadow Wolf's mind blank. Without a second thought, he forcefully reversed the hand strike that had already been delivered again. The raging power of the king backfired within him, causing a trickle of blood to spill from the corner of his mouth, but he paid no heed to it. The next second, this decisive and ruthless kingly protector knelt down on one knee without hesitation in the darkness where Su Yan was hiding. He lowered his proud head, his voice trembling slightly with lingering fear, yet filled with absolute respect. Your subordinate, Shadow Wolf, was unaware that the young master was in person. You deserve to die. We have neglected our duties to protect the young lady. Please forgive us, sir, and we await your orders. Su Yan leaned against the wall, the excruciating pain on his face and the tearing sensation in his soul caused by the king's aura to make his vision go black. But he gritted his teeth and suppressed his surging blood pressure. He knew this was not the time to let his guard down, this was his only chance. At the most crucial moment, Lang Ruoxue delivered a trump card to him that could turn the tide of the battle. He slowly emerged from the shadows, trying his best to make his steps appear steady. Get up. Su Yan's voice was hoarse due to his injuries, but it carried a coldness that came from forcibly suppressing all his emotions. Ignorance is no excuse. I understand your eagerness to protect your lord. He helped Shadow Wolf up, his gaze already fixed on the distant battlefield. At this moment, he not only has a Grandmaster from the Life Professions Association secretly supporting him, but he has also obtained a genuine 9th-rank king-level expert as the sharpest blade in his hand. Boom! In the distance, the battle between Zhao Cheng and the other two Han squad leaders had reached a fever pitch. Although she has been promoted to the king rank, she still lacks practical experience, and facing two opponents alone is already fraught with danger. Su Yan's Great Dao Domain extended into the distance, clearly capturing every detail of the battle. My own LV3, basic hidden weapon, is okay for ambushing unsuspecting ordinary grandmasters, but against a battle-hardened rank 9 grandmaster like this, it's not even good for harassment. We must break this deadlock. Strength. We need even greater strength. A resolute glint flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Without hesitation, he used his wristband to call Mr. Liu. Old Liu, it's me, the situation is urgent. Young friend Su. How are things on your end? Old Liu's anxious voice came through the phone. I need a sum of money, 2 billion, Su Yan said bluntly. I have a way to break the deadlock immediately, but it requires massive resources. There was silence on the other end of the phone. 2 billion is not a small sum, even for the Life and Professions Association, especially at a time when the situation is unclear. I have recently made a breakthrough in medicinal cuisine. Su Yan's voice was calm and confident, as if he were stating an established fact. Within a month, I will return 5 doses of King's True Spirit Soup to you. You have witnessed Zhao Qing's breakthrough. Elder Liu, this is the only chance to change the course of the battle. What? 5 servings of King's True Spirit Soup? Old Liu gasped in shock, his breathing becoming heavy. 5 votes mean that the Life Careers Association will produce 5 champions of its own. The return on this investment is unimaginably high. Good. Old Liu hesitated for only a second before bursting into a hearty laugh, which carried the determination to gamble everything. Young friend Su, I believe in you. I'm betting on your future. I'm betting on the future of the association as well. Before he could finish speaking, a soft sound came from Su Yan's wrist device. Your account has received 2 billion yuan. Xia. Su Yan roared inwardly. Upgrade my basic hidden weapon to LV4. Ding. 2 billion spent, basic hidden weapon successfully upgraded to LV4. Congratulations, Master. Through your exquisite control of energy, you have mastered a new characteristic. One needle pierces the chi passive. One needle pierces the chi, since the Master has not yet reached the Grandmaster level. When using hidden weapons, if the mental energy is highly concentrated and the target's weak point is successfully locked, there is a 30% chance to instantly dismantle the target's chi defense. Note, each trigger will consume a huge amount of mental energy. Boom! An unprecedented sense of control instantly surged through Su Yan's entire body. The world, in his eyes, became different. He looked at the battlefield in the distance. The protective aura of the 3 Grandmasters was no longer an impenetrable tortoise shell in his eyes, but a flowing energy body filled with countless tiny energy nodes. Most nodes are incredibly sturdy, but there are always a few that become extremely fragile in the instant energy flows through them. A terrifying glint flashed in Su Yan's eyes. A real hunt has only just begun. He gave his first command to the Shadow Wolf beside him, his tone brief and cold. Senior Shadow Wolf, launch a frontal assault, taking on 3 opponents at once. All you need to do is create a 3-second opportunity to suppress me. Yes, sir. Shadow Wolf nodded emphatically, a glint of fanatical fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. The next second, his figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. On the distant battlefield, Zhao Cheng was being suppressed by 2 Grandmasters and was forced to retreat steadily, with many wounds on her body. At this critical moment, a cold, Wolf King phantom descended from the sky. Awah! The Shadow Wolf suddenly appeared, unleashing its full Wolf King domain. The ferocious attack was like a raging storm, instantly engulfing the 2 Grandmasters along with the captain on the other side. 9th rank King. The captain was horrified and frantically activated his protective chi to resist the sudden and terrifying attack. the scene instantly descended into chaos. A kilometer away, atop a building, Su Yan's figure blended completely into the darkness. The Great Dao Domain was like an invisible radar network, instantly locking onto a 9th-grade grandmaster whose protective aura was sluggish for a fraction of a second due to his all-out defense against the Shadow Wolf. Su Yan's fingertips, an ordinary embroidery needle, slipped silently in the moonlight. He poured almost all of his spiritual power into the tiny needle tip. One needle pierces the chi, triggered. The embroidery needle seemed to travel through space, appearing silently in the back of the master's heart without making a sound. It struck with perfect precision at the weakest point of his protective aura at that very moment. Snap! A barely perceptible crisp sound. Under the horrified gaze of that 9th-rank grandmaster, his proud and indestructible protective aura shattered like glass by a heavy hammer. Instantly covered with cracks, it collapsed with a roar. Put! The Shadow Wolf seized the fleeting opportunity, its cold claws tearing his throat mercilessly. Almost simultaneously, the puppets Lang Ruoxue and Zhao Qing on the other side also seized the chaos caused by the enemy's captain's death and carried out a fatal attack. The enemy's ground forces collapsed instantly at that moment. Inside the flagship command center, Lin Yiqi stared at the 3 highest-level life signals that had instantly gone out on the screen, along with the blinding red alerts filling the screen. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he completely went mad. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Chapter 59 Lin Yiqi's tragic death. Who says a fallen war god can't kill? Inside the command center of the flagship Heavenly Punishment, the air was deathly still. Lin Yiqi stared intently at the screen. On it, the life signals representing the 3 Grandmaster-level powerhouses were extinguished at the same instant. The screen was filled with glaring red alerts. His handsome face was contorted with extreme anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. Waste. They're all useless. He grabbed the wineglass from the table and smashed it on the ground. Bang! The scarlet wine splattered, like fresh blood. Lin Yiqi let out a beast-like roar at the communications officer. Connect the target's secret communications. Lock down on the entire Jiangcheng area. All warships' main guns are ready to pre-charge. He snatched the communicator and personally issued an ultimatum. Lang Ruoxue, Su Yan, listen up. I'll give you 10 minutes. If that bitch Lang Ruoxue doesn't show up in the central square in 10 minutes, surrender. I'll wipe the entire Jiangcheng off the map. I'll use these million worthless lives to force you out. This secret ultimatum, threatening the lives of millions in the city, was like a poisoned blade, precisely piercing the soft spot of Su Yan and Lang Ruoxue. This instantly ignited the last bit of killing intent in their hearts. The golden cicada shedding its shell plan must be implemented immediately. Jiangcheng, Central Square. This place had long been set up by the Lin family as a stage for trial. All the searchlights were focused on one figure. She wore blood-stained battle armor, her figure so thin it seemed she could be blown away by the night wind at any moment. But her back was as straight as a gun that would rather break than bend. It was Lang Ruoxue disguised by the myriad puppet. For the sake of this deception, Lang Ruoxue still infused a drop of her own blood essence into the doll's body. His pale face, weak breath, and the chillingly real curse emanating from him deceived everyone. Only in her icy blue eyes burned a resolute determination to perish together with the enemy. Behind her was Zhao Qing, who had just been promoted to the king rank and whose aura was still somewhat unstable. Zhao Qing bit her lip hard, her fingers gripping the heaven-shaking hammer turned white from the excessive force, and her eyes were filled with grief and overwhelming killing intent. On the high platform, Lin Yiqi finally revealed a victor's smile. Beside him stood Nangong Bo, the war god of the Nangong family, and Lin Tianhao, the war god of the Lin family, like 2 deities, their auras suppressing the entire scene. There was also the 9th-rank coroner, Wang Quan, whose aura was as obscure as an abyss. The puppet's voice, Lang Ruoxue, resounded through the amplification array, clear and weary. Lin Yiqi's grievances have their perpetrators, and his debts have their debtors. This has nothing to do with the millions of people in Jiangcheng. I will fight you to the death. If I die, all grudges will be settled. If you die, spare Jiangcheng. A look of wild joy erupted in Lin Yiqi's eyes. To personally slay the former war god of the empire. What an honor! Wang Quan, standing to the side, reminded him in a hoarse voice. Be careful, she's too weak, like a trap. Lin Yiqi, blinded by glory, arrogantly waved his hand and said. It doesn't matter. He's just a cursed piece of trash. Mr. Wang Quan, you just need to keep watch for me and keep an eye on those rats hiding in the shadows. He took a step forward, and the oppressive aura of a third-grade king descended upon him with a savage grin. I'll grant your wish. The duel begins. The doll Lang Ruoxue seemed to be burning with her last breath, launching a frantic attack. Every sword strike perfectly replicates the glory of the frost god of war in his prime. The sword light of the heaven-splitting sword technique swept like a blizzard, and it fought fiercely with Lin Ichi, who was several minor realms higher than him. Lin Ichi became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed, and then turned violent. He discovered that although his opponent's swordsmanship was exquisite, his strength was already at its limit. He grinned maliciously, crushing her with absolute power, waiting for the moment she collapsed from exhaustion. Meanwhile, on the top of a tall building 1 kilometer away, Su Yan lay on the rooftop, stopped breathing, and his heartbeat slowed, like a cold stone. The shadow wolf lurking on the other side formed a deadly horn around him. The Great Dao Domain has been silently activated. His target was not Lin Ichi, but the 2 war gods on the high platform. 2 embroidery needles slipped silently from Su Yan's fingertips. His soul was nearly exhausted, and excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave. But he didn't care. He squeezed out his last bit of strength and poured it all into the tip of the needle. This is not an attack, it's the fuse of a trap. LV4, Basic Hidden Weapon, activate. Under the cover of the Great Dao Domain, the 2 embroidery needles transformed into 2 barely perceptible streams of light. They precisely detonated the void-breaking talisman that Su Yan had set up, 100 meters away from the 2 war gods. That was the Snow Wolf Guard's secret treasure, sealing away the premonition of their nemesis, the Shadow King of the Northern Territory. In an instant, 2 violent and real spatial tearing waves, accompanied by a killing intent that even the god of war was wary of, flashed by in 2 different blind spots in the 2 people's perception. Nangong Bo and Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted sharply, and they exclaimed in shock. It's Shadow King? A madman from the north dares to come to the heart of the empire? They dare not gamble. Almost instinctively, the 2 simultaneously focused more than 20% of their mental energy into a vast net, frantically sweeping towards the source of the anomaly. On the battlefield, the puppet Lang Ruoxue seemed to have received a silent command. The cursed aura emanating from her suddenly surged violently, and the power of her blood essence boiled wildly. His entire being emanated a terrifying aura of impending destruction. Seeing this, Lin Ichi's eyes flashed with an extreme, greedy ecstasy, and he laughed wildly. Ha ha! The curse can't be suppressed anymore, it's going to self-destruct? Trying to take me down with it? Dream on! He made the most fatal misjudgment. He channeled all his defenses into a single, devastating blow, laughing wildly as he stabbed at Lang Ruoxue's heart. However, that was just an illusion. The puppet neither dodged nor avoided the sword, allowing Lin Ichi to pierce its left shoulder with a single strike. Taking this opportunity, she used her body to lock Lin Ichi's sword tightly, preventing him from breaking free. At the cost of severe injury, she concentrated all her remaining energy into her right palm, which was already poised to strike. A frostfall attack, simulating the final eruption of the curse, landed squarely on Lin Ichi's unsuspecting chest, much to his astonishment. Puff! An extreme chill erupted instantly. Lin Ichi's heart, along with all his vitality, was frozen and shattered on the spot. He looked down, staring incredulously at the bloody hole in his chest, and collapsed to the ground. A third-rank king was actually killed by a war god who had fallen from grace? Lin Tianhao's eyes widened in horror, and he roared with a thunderous roar. Ichi! You dare! He snapped out of his reverie and, without thinking, unleashed a slash that tore through the sky with a 100-meter-long blade of energy. Boom! As the blade swept past, the energy-depleted puppet Lang Ruoxue was cut in half at the waist. Nangong Bo immediately looked at the renowned healer Wang Quan. The eerie light in Wang Quan's eyes slowly faded, and he asserted in a hoarse voice, like metal scraping together. Her divine soul's origin was shattered, and the core of the curse exploded. Even a war god couldn't save her. She's completely dead. Flawless. Zhao Qing cried out in anguish. Miss. Su Yan acting also roared. Ruoxue. The 2 rushed towards the square like madmen. Su Yan staggered a few steps and fell to the ground, his face filled with grief. The puppet, now severed in 2, looked at Su Yan and, with its last ounce of strength, spoke haltingly. Su Yan, promise me to live. Before the words were even finished, the doll's body was completely reduced to dust in the aftershocks of the curse. Almost simultaneously, a video meticulously edited by the Nangong family was broadcast live across the country. The blood-red headline spread throughout the empire. The frost goddess, Lang Ruoxue, lost control due to the curse of the alien emperor and perished together with Lin Ichi, the pride of the Lin family. The world was astonished. In the chaos, no one noticed that the real Lang Ruoxue had already entered Su Yan's spatial garden and fallen into deep hibernation. In the distance, Shadow Wolf and a group of Snow Wolf guards gazed at this scene, their eyes bloodshot. With a sigh from the elder god of war, they boarded an invisible spaceship and disappeared into the night sky, carrying the tragic weight of the god of war is dead. The empire is riddled with holes, the god of war has fallen, and the north is in grave danger. The square was the focus of everyone's attention. Su Yan slowly stood up, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood. He roared to the sky, his voice filled with grief powerful enough to tear the heavens apart. We have to keep acting. But unseen by anyone, that grief transformed into a tangible, chilling killing intent. He raised his head, facing the dark sky, and swore a blood oath, word by word, his voice echoing throughout Jiangcheng. Wife, wait for me. When I reach the top of the world, I will avenge you. Chapter 60. A vicious scheme to win my heart. Forcing me to marry a bride tonight. Inside the command center of the flagship Heavenly Punishment. A strange silence and oppressive atmosphere permeated the sweltering air of victory. Lin Tianhao and Nangong Bo, two lofty war gods. He was repeatedly watching the live stream clips playing on a loop on the screen. That was the scene where Lin Ichi, the pride of the Lin family, was killed by Lang Ruoxue and the two of them died together. The blood-red title was shocking. The frost goddess, Lang Ruoxue, lost control due to the curse of the alien emperor and perished together with Lin Ichi, the pride of the Lin family. Ichi. Lin Tianhao, this iron-blooded war god, rarely showed a trace of genuine grief. But what filled him more was an uncontrollable anger and doubt. He slammed his hand on the command platform and roared. Impossible. Everyone in the world knows that Lang Ruoxue was cursed by the alien emperor and her cultivation was completely destroyed. How could she possibly kill my son, a genuine third-grade king? Nangong Bo's face was equally gloomy. He stared intently at the icy power that Lang Ruoxue unleashed at the end of the scene, filled with bewilderment. In the corner, Wang Quan, the ninth-rank king dressed in the uniform of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, his aura thick and sullen, the saintly hand spoke in a hoarse voice. My lords, things may not be over yet. His words were like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the last remaining glimmer of joy in the room. Wang Quan's deep eyes stared like an eagle at the scene on the screen where Lang Ruoxue fell. He drew out the word, a sinister smile spreading across his face, and continued his analysis. The divine essence, the blood essence, the curse, even the final annihilation of the soul, are all seamless. But that's the problem. A cripple could never unleash such fighting power. The more flawless it seems, the more fake it looks. It's like a pre-rehearsed play. He took a step forward, his voice extremely low. Is it possible that the one who fought us from beginning to end and died was just a stand-in? The real Lang Ruoxue has long since severed her cultivation realm and is hiding in some spatial treasure that we cannot explore, coldly observing everything. This. Lin Tianhao and Nangong Bo's expressions changed completely. Just then, a glint flashed in Wang Quan's eyes, and he gave an order to the communications officer. Investigate immediately. Check all of Su Yan and Zhao Qing's recent communications and transaction records. Don't overlook any anomalies. Less than a minute after the order was given, an intelligence officer rushed in and urgently reported. Report. Mr. Wang Quan. An anomaly has been detected. Before the war, Zhao Qing attempted to expedite her marriage registration with Su Yan through black market channels. The reason given was post-war compensation. Wang Quan snatched the report, looked at the information on it, and let out a low chuckle like an owl. I see. What a brilliant golden cicada shedding its shell technique. He suddenly looked up, his face filled with an excited yet cruel expression. I understand everything. Using a perfect substitute to fake her death is the first step. Letting her husband marry her closest bodyguard is the second step. Legally, this completely declares Lang Ruoxue dead. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Nangong Bo asked in a cold voice. How can we verify that? Wang Quan pointed to Su Yan and Zhao Qing, who were being controlled by soldiers on the screen, his voice filled with unquestionable authority. It's simple. We'll play along. She wants them to marry to prove she's dead? Fine. We'll grant her wish. He brazenly gave the order. Pass on my orders. Seal off Jianchang. Activate the quantum soul sense resonance device at maximum power. Scan the entire city. At the same time, it was announced that, in order to comfort Lin Tianjiao's spirit in heaven and to protect the war god's widow and loyal servant, the Lin and Nangong families jointly decided to betroth Zhao Qing to Su Yan. The wedding is tonight. Right here in this central square. A morbid fanaticism appeared on Wang Quan's face. Watching her husband forced to marry her sister, and seeing her plans used as tools to humiliate her. I don't believe her war god's heart wouldn't be swayed at all. This plan is not just a test, but a psychological attack. Poisonous. Extremely insidious. When the news broke, the whole world was in an uproar. The wife's body was barely cold when the husband was forced to marry her best friend. What an absurd and humiliating disgrace. In the central square, Su Yan and Zhao Cheng were imprisoned by a powerful force. Upon hearing this command, Zhao Qing's body stiffened abruptly, and a chill ran from her tailbone straight to the top of her head. She was forced to wear a festive red dress, but the red only made her already striking face appear as pale as paper. Those signature peach blossom eyes held no allure at this moment, only the icy chill of humiliation. Even the cute carrot earring on her earlobe swayed slightly due to her body's trembling, making it particularly eye-catching. A tremendous storm was raging within Su Yan's heart. My mind sank into the link. He touched that silent, icy lake that belonged to her. Wrong. Su Yan felt a chill run down his spine. A ripple appeared on the lake's surface. A trace of extremely faint, yet undeniably real, disorder. Damn it! Their wicked scheme still affected her. No! We absolutely cannot let her be exposed. Su Yan's eyes were bloodshot, his acting and sincerity perfectly blended, as he roared madly at the warship in the sky. You bunch of beasts! The revenge for killing my wife is far from over. And now you want to inflict such humiliation upon me. I, Su Yan, swear to the heavens that the humiliation I have suffered today will one day be exacted upon you in blood, and your bones will be crushed and your ashes scattered. Lin Tianhao's cold and hypocritical voice descended from the sky. Su Yan, it is an honor for you to uphold your chastity as the god of war of the empire, and for my Lin family to personally arrange your marriage. Don't be ungrateful. Tonight, the square is a striking mix of red and white, eerie and ironic. A huge, black altar-like instrument was set up in the center. It was activated, and countless blood-red runes on its surface lit up one after another like living blood vessels, emitting a low-frequency hum that made your teeth ache. On the high platform, Wang Quan stared intently at a steady baseline on the instrument screen, his face full of hunter-like excitement. Below, Su Yan and Zhao Cheng were forced to change into formal attire, looking like two soulless puppets. Zhao Qing's voice trembled as she softly called out. Su Yan, miss. Su Yan spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Trust me. Please, believe her too. We will continue the performance. The MC announced loudly. The auspicious time has arrived. The newlyweds may now perform the wedding ceremony. Inside the vegetable garden. The real Lang Ruoxua sat cross-legged, her delicate body trembling slightly, her face as pale as paper. How could they know? That was her husband, her sister. He was enduring the most extreme humiliation in the world for her sake. Anger, heartache, murderous intent, self-blame, all sorts of emotions assaulted her will like demons. Puff. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her soul rippled violently, as if it would be captured by external instruments at any moment. Just then, a warm, calm, and infinitely gentle yet firm thought flowed slowly into her consciousness through the soul link. It's Su Yan. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The scene shifts, no longer to the cold square, but to that narrow yet cozy rented room. It was raining outside the window. He was wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen, where a fragrant medicinal dish was simmering in a pot. She sat quietly on the sofa, covered with a blanket, watching his back, feeling the peace that belonged only to her. Su Yan's will acted like a sturdy dam, helping her resist the torrent of emotions. This is all a show. The humiliation we suffer today, we will make them pay 100-fold with blood and fire one day. Close your eyes. You are not Lang Ruoxua, you are simply the proudest snow lotus on the northern snowfields, untouched by any filth in the world, unable to taint your purity. Her breathing gradually calmed down, and her frantic heartbeat slowly subsided. The soul is as still as a deep well. On the square. The MC shouted again. Husband and wife bow to each other. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Yan and Zhao Cheng slowly bent down. At that moment, the feeling of humiliation reached its peak. On the high platform, Wang Quan stared intently at the screen, not daring to blink. However, the baseline representing the fluctuations of the soul remained as stable as ever from beginning to end. No. How could there not be any? Wang Quan muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Nangong Bo's voice came through. Mr. Wang Quan, it seems you've been worrying too much. Lin Tianhao also snorted coldly, feeling quite displeased. Wang Quan fell silent. The fact that the instrument did not respond is undeniable. He nodded slowly and said in a hoarse voice. Perhaps. I was wrong. The scanning fluctuations that had enveloped the entire city quietly dissipated. The biggest crisis has been averted. But Wang Quan's gaze inadvertently fell on Su Yan, who was slowly straightening up, his face still filled with grief and humiliation. The perfect victim, the perfect emotions, the perfect performance. The ceremony ended and the crowd dispersed. Wang Quan did not leave immediately. He summoned a trusted aide and whispered in his ear. From now on, keep a close eye on that Su Yan. He recorded every detail of his eating, sleeping, and even going to the toilet, not missing a single word. Chapter 61 Murder in the Bridal Chamber. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This absurd ceremony, interwoven with red and white. The event finally came to an end with the MC's dry, hoarse chanting. There were no blessings from the audience. There were only countless gazes, some sympathetic, some mocking, and some indifferent. Su Yan and Zhao Qing, like 2 puppets controlled by strings, had just finished their mutual worship. Just then, a man dressed in the uniform of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau walked over expressionlessly. He exuded the same chilling aura as the legendary healer Wang Quan, and spoke in a mechanical, icy voice. Mr. Wang Quan has given his order. For the 2 newlyweds, every moment of their wedding night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. He deliberately emphasized the phrase "a fleeting moment of spring night," his mockery undisguised in his eyes. He continued. To ensure the safety of the wives of the god of war. And completely eliminate any potential threats. Your new house will be subject to the highest level of protective surveillance. The man raised his hand, pointing to the penthouse suite of a luxury hotel on one side of the square, which had already been completely renovated, and added. The quantum soul resonance instrument will be activated in its entirety. Please, both of you, do not disappoint Mr. Wang Quan. Boom! Upon hearing this, the last trace of color drained from Zhao Qing's pretty face. His body began to tremble violently, uncontrollably. This is to spy on them during their wedding night. They're utterly beasts. This is not just about humiliating her and Su Yan in front of the whole world. They should be nailed alive to the pillar of shame for betraying their mistress and for their lewd and shameless behavior. The fact that the young lady risked everything for death makes it a complete joke. She suddenly looked at Su Yan, her bright peach blossom eyes filled with despair and a death wish. She had even secretly gathered the power of her newly promoted king. I was ready the moment I entered the room. Then detonate the king's body. Prepare to perish together with these beasts. Su Yan's face also revealed just the right amount of humiliation and anger. His fingernails dug deep into his palms, as if he wanted to crush his own bones. However, deep down in his heart, the killing intent was already boiling like magma. The brain is working at an unprecedented speed. He extended his hand without making a sound. He grabbed Zhao Qing's icy, bone-chilling. Her little hands trembled uncontrollably. Su Yan transmitted his voice using his divine soul. Zhao Qing, calm down. The sudden telepathic transmission startled Zhao Qing. She immediately transmitted her thoughts with a tone tinged with despair. Son-in-law. What do we do? This quantum soul sense resonance device is the Empire's most advanced detection equipment. Any fluctuation of our psionic energy, even intense emotional fluctuations, will be captured. There's nothing we can do. Are we really just going to sit here and wait to die, enduring this humiliation? Miss will go crazy if she finds out. Her thoughts, choked with sobs, grew increasingly urgent. Moreover, their goal is to provoke the young lady and find evidence of her feigned death. If we resist, we will be suppressed immediately. But we do nothing. This humiliation will also be transmitted through the spiritual connection between you and the young lady. Miss, she is injured. Unstable mind and soul. They simply couldn't withstand that kind of impact. This is a dead end. No matter what we choose, it will be the wrong one. Zhao Qing's delicate body trembled violently. She thought she would hear Su Yan's words of comfort or a tragic declaration of solidarity in the face of death. But Su Yan's next thought. Yet it was as clear and calm as 10,000-year-old ice. It possesses a sharpness capable of cleaving through despair. Su Yan transmitted his voice. Zhao Qing, don't be afraid, trust me. You're right, this is indeed a dead end. But have you ever thought about this? Because this is a dead end. Has it become our greatest opportunity instead? Zhao Qing's mind was filled with confusion. Opportunity? How could that be? Su Yan's thought suddenly became as sharp as a knife. He continued telepathically. The first question, how does it monitor us? It relies on high-purity soul-detecting particles that are distributed throughout the entire room. These particles possess incredibly pure energy in Wang Quan's eyes, they are his eyes. But in my opinion, this entire room is filled with the finest and purest nourishment for cultivation. Second question, what does Wang Quan want to monitor? A soul-shattering experience born from extreme humiliation. Then they found Lang Ruoxue. Good. We'll give him a real. Wedding night energy fluctuation spectacle. Su Yan's will suddenly surged, filled with unparalleled confidence and domineering power. He said confidently. Our marriage was part of the plan. Do you remember how Ruoxue and I refined the dragon blood soup? She then passed on the complete method of the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique to me. The core of this technique lies in the creation of chaotic energy through the fusion of yin and yang. Devouring the energy of everything. Wang Quan wants to be monitored? Very good. We'll turn his surveillance camera into our power bank. Su Yan's will was like a heavy hammer, decisive and final. This grand show will kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First, the powerful energy fluctuations generated by the cultivation technique perfectly match their expected honeymoon energy fluctuations, which is the best disguise. Secondly, I will use my cultivation technique to guide these soul particles to temper your body, which will help you thoroughly solidify your newly broken through King's foundation. Third, I can take this opportunity to absorb the dissipated energy and break through the bottleneck of my 6th grade martial artist in one fell swoop. My strength will surge again. Buzz. Zhao Qing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. A moment of blankness, then complete clarity. Let's play alone. Turn the enemy's deadly move into your own opportunity. What an insane imagination. What terrifying scheming ability. The despair and death wish in her eyes were replaced in that instant by a wildfire. There was shock, awe, and even more so, a desperate resolve in the flames. She looked up at Su Yan and nodded heavily. The ice in those peach blossom eyes had melted, replaced by absolute trust and burning fighting spirit. Her eyes had made it clear that she had entrusted her life entirely to the man before her. Under the indifferent escort of the Lin family soldiers, the two were led into the completely renovated luxury suite. Upon entering, a chilling energy surge immediately hits you. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all covered with ghostly blue energy runes that flowed slowly like living things. This is the terminal array of the quantum soul sensing resonance instrument. Bang! The door slammed shut behind me, completely isolating me from the outside world. Inside the room, dozens of miniature probes hidden in various locations simultaneously emitted an ominous scarlet glow. Like the eyes of dozens of demons, they locked onto them from all directions. In the air, the invisible, pure soul-detecting particles began to permeate, growing increasingly concentrated. Each breath felt like inhaling a dense fog brimming with energy. Su Yan looked around, his face revealing a perfectly timed expression of grief, resentment, and deep-seated humiliation. However, in the instant he lowered his head, a cold and sarcastic smile appeared on his lips, a smile only he himself knew. The show was about to begin. Chapter 62 Dual Cultivation with Zhao Qing. Accelerating my leveling up. The show is about to begin. The moment the door slammed shut behind him, the sarcastic smile on Su Yan's lips vanished. Instead, there was extreme calmness. Inside the room, dozens of tiny probes, hidden in the walls, ceiling, and even decorations, simultaneously glowed with an ominous scarlet light. They were like greedy demonic eyes, locking onto the two from all directions, not missing a single detail. The concentration of the invisible soul-detecting particles in the air surged instantly. Each breath felt like inhaling a thick, viscous fog brimming with energy, so oppressive it was suffocating. Zhao Qing's pretty face flushed red, and her body trembled slightly from humiliation and tension. She didn't even dare to look Su Yan in the eye, her hands gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Su Yan transmitted his thoughts through his soul. Zhao Qing, sit cross-legged and clear your mind of all distractions. From now on, you are not enduring humiliation, but completing the most crucial part of the Mrs. Plan. Treat these surveillance reports as a furnace for our cultivation, and transform shame into strength. Zhao Qing's body trembled, and she suddenly raised her head. In those signature peach blossom eyes, the despair and shame that once filled them had been replaced by a resolute determination to burn one's bridges. She nodded emphatically and sat cross-legged opposite Su Yan as instructed. Su Yan's gaze was clear and firm as he gently guided the conversation. Relax. Completely surrender your mind and spirit to the cultivation method. This is not humiliation, but the most fundamental yin and yang fusion in the universe, the only way to break through the shackles between you and me. As soon as they finished speaking, their palms faced each other. Their fingers were intertwined. A cool yet intense spiritual energy instantly bridged the gap between them. This energy, like a newly born stream, flowed through the meridians of the two, quickly converging and eventually transforming into a surging river. Su Yan continued to guide. Concentrate and touch foreheads together. Following the instructions, Zhao Qing leaned forward slightly, her smooth forehead gently touching Su Yan's. Buzz. In an instant, their souls seemed to resonate on a deeper level. Their heartbeats, breaths, and even the rhythm of their souls were miraculously synchronized under the guidance of the yin-yang chaos-devouring heaven technique. Su Yan's voice became somewhat hoarse. Inhale, lips and teeth intertwine. Zhao Qing's body trembled, and she closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings. She tilted her pretty face up and awkwardly pressed her lips to Su Yan's. There was no desire, only a mysterious and incomparable chaotic energy that was born between the lips and teeth. This aura was like the most fundamental key in the universe, instantly unlocking the shackles of all the spiritual energy within the two of them. Su Yan shouted in a low voice, "Embrace your essence and guard your unity, unite your spirit and body." He guided Zhao Qing to adjust her posture naturally. The two embraced tightly, and every inch of their skin touching became the best bridge for the transmission of spiritual energy, stimulating the most primal rhythm of life. In an instant, a powerful surge of black and white energy erupted from their bodies. Like two lively yin-yang fish, they intertwine and spiral in the center of the room, forming a huge illusory image of a Tai Chi symbol. Solemn, sacred, and imbued with an indescribable rhythm of life. The moment the Tai Chi diagram rotated, all the invisible soul-detecting particles in the room were detected. Like subjects summoned by their king, they surged madly toward the phantom. Meanwhile, inside the monitoring room, an analyst stared in horror at the soaring, volatile curve on the screen and exclaimed. Reporting to Mr. Wang Quan. The target energy field is reacting violently. The fluctuation pattern matches the characteristics of a deep fusion of heterosexual psionic energy at the king level. The intensity is increasing exponentially. However, before he could finish speaking, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire monitoring room. Another technician also cried out. Warning! Warning! Anomaly in detector energy return. He immediately reported, something's wrong. Mr. Wang Quan. The soul detection particles in the room are being lost at an alarming rate. The energy supply of the quantum soul resonance device is running into a deficit. Wang Quan stared intently at the screen, his face grim, but a sickly sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. He said, indeed intense. This psychic resonance originating from the very source of life cannot be faked. Even the top-tier detectors are about to burst from this force. He didn't delve into the details of the particle dissipation, simply assuming that the two people's fusion was too intense, leading to excessive energy loss. But he absolutely cannot let the surveillance be interrupted. Wang Quan gave a stern order. Connect me to backup power. Connect all 3 boxes of spiritual energy cores in the warehouse. No matter the cost, I want to witness the entire process of a war god's Tao heart collapsing today. With his command, a massive amount of high-purity spiritual energy, like a floodgate opened, continuously replenished the resonator. A morbid pleasure gleamed in Wang Quan's eyes as he muttered to himself. So intense, so complete. It seems Lung Ruoxue is truly dead. No woman could tolerate such a thing, let alone someone as proud as her to the core. He never dreamed that his order would be tantamount to handing the enemy the ultimate cultivation gift package. Within the illusory image of the Tai Chi diagram, Su Yan's mind raced and he uttered a low shout, "Swallow." The true meaning of devouring in the yin-yang chaos devouring technique is fully activated. The massive amount of spiritual energy that Wang Quan urgently added was like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. It was swallowed up by the Taiji diagram and transformed into the purest chaotic energy, which frantically fed back to the two of them. Boom! Zhao Qing felt that her newly broken through to the king realm was instantly and completely solidified by this immense energy. The floating power of the king within his body became more solid and substantial than ever before. The bottlenecks and barriers are starting to loosen again. Every inch of her body was cheering and transforming under the baptism of the chaotic energy. This ultimate unity of body and soul allowed her to experience unprecedented power and fulfillment. At the same time, an even larger amount of pure energy, like a flood bursting its banks, rushed back into Su Yan's body. His psionic points skyrocketed like a rocket. 610, 670, 690. Click. The bottleneck shattered instantly. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your spiritual energy points have exceeded 720. You have successfully advanced to the 7th rank of martial artist. Ding. The Great Dao Domain's range has expanded to 25 meters. Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with sharp light. An hour later, the energy fluctuations in the room gradually subsided. Su Yan and Zhao Qing opened their eyes at the same time, their gazes meeting in the air. They both saw the shock, relief, and a complex emotion that was hard to describe in each other's eyes. As Zhao Qing felt the unprecedented power within her body, her gaze towards Su Yan held not only loyalty but also heartfelt respect and admiration. Inside the monitoring room, looking at the data report that had finally settled into silence, Wang Quan finally wore a victor's smile. He waved wearily and gave the order. The surveillance has been removed. She is really dead. A dead war god and a good-for-nothing who rose to power through honeymoon and couldn't even protect his own woman are no longer worth monitoring. Chapter 63 Crisis Resolved. My war god wife kissed me. In the monitoring room, the data curves eventually became lifeless. The buzzing of the quantum soul sense resonance device gradually stopped. The only remaining smell in the air was the faint burnt smell of the instruments after they overloaded. Looking at the flat baseline on the screen, Wang Quan, the renowned healer, wore a sickly smile. He slowly took off his listening headphones and waved wearily. He said in an undeniably husky voice, "Remove the surveillance. She is really dead. A dead war god and a good-for-nothing who rose to power through honeymoon and couldn't even protect his own woman are no longer worth monitoring." Wang Quan walked out of the monitoring room. The alloy floor of the spaceship corridor reflected the stark white light, casting his long, thin shadow. Lin Tianhao and Nangong Bo had been waiting for a long time. Although the two warriors' aura of power was restrained, it still caused the surrounding atmosphere to freeze. Lin Tianhao asked in a deep voice, his urgency evident in his tone. "How is Mr. Wang Quan?" Wang Quan's lips twitched, revealing a sinister smile. "Ling Ruoxue is dead. Her spiritual fluctuations completely disappeared, and she died utterly in the face of this grand drama we directed." He paused, glanced in the direction of the hotel's penthouse suite, and said sarcastically, "As for that Su Yan, he's just a good-for-nothing who got lucky. He survives by relying on women's names, and now he continues his wealth by relying on his deceased wife's best friend. How pathetic and laughable." A venomous glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes as he clenched his teeth. "All right. I'll go and kill that little beast right now, and use his blood to comfort the spirit of my son Ichi in heaven." As he spoke, the violent killing intent emanating from him was almost uncontrollable, chilling the atmosphere in the corridor. Wang Quan raised his hand to stop him, his deep eyes flashing with a calculating light, and advised, "Etc. War God Lin, calm down. He's just a piece of trash. We can kill him anytime. Killing him now would only lead to speculation. It would be better to keep him, and let him and Zhao Qing live in Jiangcheng as the widow of the god of war and the bride. This is a living monument of shame, a constant reminder to everyone of the tragic end of the once mighty frost god. For those remaining loyal followers, this is a torment more cruel than death." Lin Tianhao was taken aback, but then he understood Wang Quan's wicked plan. He slowly nodded and forcibly suppressed his boiling killing intent. Nangong Bo snorted coldly, about to speak. Beep beep beep. The highest level red alert went off simultaneously on all three wristbands without warning. Amidst the piercing alarm, the red police lights above the corridor flashed wildly, casting a blood-red glow on the three people's faces. A blood-red, encrypted military intelligence projection instantly unfolded before them. Urgent dispatch from the North. S-rank top military intelligence. Our third line of defense in the North was completely breached 10 minutes ago. The alien Shadow Monarch personally led 300,000 Imperial troops, bypassing the main battlefield and tearing through our lines like a sharp knife. The Blood Wolf Guard has suffered heavy losses, the Elder War God's communications have been cut off, and the entire northern frontier is in dire need of action. Boom! This news shocked the three of them. Lin Tianhao and Nandong Bo's expressions changed drastically in an instant. After their initial shock, they exchanged a glance, seeing a hint of fanaticism and ambition in each other's eyes. The breach of the northern defenses is a disaster for the Empire. But for them, the Snow Wolf Guard stationed in the north was severely damaged, and the Elder War God was out of contact, which meant that a vacuum of military power had appeared in the north. This is exactly the opportunity they've been dreaming of. Before they could process this earth-shattering military news, another mandatory conscription order with a golden dragon pattern arrived. It carried the unquestionable authority of the Imperial Central Government. Urgent summons from the capital, War God Nandong Bo, War God Lin Tianhao, and Inspector Wang Quan are hereby appointed. Immediately terminate all missions and return to the capital within 3 hours to attend the Supreme Military Conference. No delays allowed. They've arrived. Lin Tianhao suppressed his overwhelming joy and glanced greedily at the luxurious hotel. What should we do with this kid? Wang Quan waved his hand, his mind already completely focused on the power struggle in the capital, and quickly made a decision. He's a useless person who's no longer of any use. Just leave him to be kept under the care of Jiangcheng. The war in the north is the priority. Let's go. Without another word, the three quickly boarded the flagship Heavenly Punishment. The massive fleet did not linger, and its energy engines roared loudly. The bow of the ship suddenly turned around, tearing through the clouds and transforming into streaks of light, flying hastily and urgently towards the capital. Meanwhile, in the luxury suite on the top floor of the hotel, the terrifying sense of surveillance, which felt as if it could crush one's soul, receded quietly like the tide. Zhao Qing, who had been sitting upright, suddenly went limp and almost slipped off the sofa. Her face was pale, her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and she was panting heavily, as if she had been reborn from drowning. Su Yan immediately stepped forward to support her, channeling a gentle stream of true energy into her body to help calm her racing heartbeat. They're gone. Su Yan's voice was steady, but a trace of fatigue could not be hidden in his eyes. Zhao Qing leaned on his arm to barely sit still, her voice trembling with lingering fear. It was terrifying. I felt like I had been stripped naked and placed in front of countless venomous snakes. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yan looked at her pale face, his eyes filled with sincere gratitude and guilt. In this play, she was the one who gave the most and bore the most burden besides himself. As soon as he finished speaking, old Lu's figure emerged from the shadows of the suite. He also let out a long sigh of relief, but his expression was one of utmost reverence. Young friend Su, they've left. Jiangcheng is safe for now. Su Yan keenly grasped the word temporary and understood perfectly. These jackals only temporarily abandoned the rotting flesh at their mouths because they smelled a more tempting scent of blood, he calmly analyzed. But this also gave me the most precious chance to catch my breath. He helped Zhao Qing to her feet, then said to her and old Lu, I need to go into seclusion immediately to recover my mind and strength. Elder Lu, please stay outside the suite. Zhao Qing, you rest in the living room and protect me, don't let anyone into the bedroom. This penthouse suite is extremely luxurious, with a separate living room, bedroom and study, providing him with the necessary private space. Knowing the matter was of great importance, Zhao Qing nodded without hesitation, her eyes resolute, go with peace of mind. With me here, no one will be able to disturb you. Su Yan nodded gratefully to her, turned around and quickly walked into the bedroom, locking the door behind him. Without the slightest delay, he immediately set up 3 warning arrays in the bedroom to completely isolate any possible spying. Having done all this, he could no longer suppress his eagerness. The moment he sat down cross-legged, his mind sank into that place where his soul returned. He called out urgently. Ruwa Xue. How are you? Please, nothing bad happens to you. Has Wang Quan's wicked scheme affected you? Buzz. Consciousness passed through a layer of warm, water-like light membrane. The oppressive and gloomy scene before my eyes was instantly overturned. A rich, vibrant life force wafted over him, carrying a refreshing medicinal fragrance that cleansed his weary soul. Every breath felt like it was nourishing my soul, making my limbs and bones feel incredibly comfortable. The spiritual energy transformed into a thin mist visible to the naked eye, flowing slowly through the air. On the ground, countless medicinal herbs swayed in the wind, glistening with dewdrops. There were hundreds of these rare herbs, some hundreds of years old. Deep within the herb garden, there are 4 or 5 ancient medicinal plants, quietly radiating an astonishing spiritual aura. In the heart of the herb garden, beneath the 1,000-year-old ice heartgrass, a stunningly beautiful figure sat cross-legged. She wore a white dress, her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her skin was as white as snow, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was truly as cold as snow. As if sensing Su Yan's arrival, her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her icy blue eyes, which held the essence of stars. Her aura was no longer as weak as before. A powerful yet restrained kingly pressure circulated around her, indicating that she was now a genuine second-grade king. Not only was she unharmed, but she also recovered to the second rank of king in such a short time. A surge of joy welled up in Su Yan's heart. All the humiliation, forbearance, and worry of the past few days vanished at this moment. All that remains is the preciousness and satisfaction of regaining what was lost. Their eyes met, and they remained silent for a moment. Su Yan saw worry, lingering fear, and a hint of heartache hidden beneath her icy exterior in her eyes. Lang Ruoxue also saw the lingering fatigue in his eyes and his unwavering sense of responsibility. A moment of silence. In the end, Lang Ruoxue spoke first, her clear and cold voice trembling slightly. She said softly, "You and Zhao Qing. You've suffered because of me." The words "I've been wronged" instantly shattered all of Su Yan's pretense and strength. His eyes welled up with tears, his throat tightened, and 1,000 words stuck in his chest. He didn't need to explain to anyone, as long as she understood. Su Yan suddenly took a step forward, opened his arms, and tightly embraced the stunningly beautiful figure that haunted his dreams. Her body was initially stiff, but then it slowly softened in his firm and warm embrace. Her cold cheek pressed against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. Lang Ruoxue's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. "As long as you're all right, it's all worth it." Su Yan's voice was slightly hoarse, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his soul. Lang Ruoxue wrapped her arms around his waist, buried her face even deeper, and mumbled a soft "hm." Behind this flawless plan lies the immense humiliation and pressure he and Zhao Qing endured. She couldn't imagine the torment he must have felt when the world mocked him as a good-for-nothing, and when his enemies ridiculed him for living off his deceased wife's best friend. Su Yan gently released her and cupped her stunningly beautiful face in his hands. Looking at his reflection in her icy blue eyes, he could no longer suppress his emotions and lowered his head to kiss her cool and soft lips. It wasn't a violent storm, but a gentle breeze like spring rain. This was a kiss of relief, a kiss filled with cherishing, love, and endless comfort. Lang Ruoxue's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly closed her eyes, responding awkwardly and clumsily. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. After a long while, their lips parted. Their foreheads touched, their breaths mingled, and they saw only each other. "We succeeded, Ruoxue," Su Yan said softly, his tone filled with barely suppressed joy. "We fooled everyone and gained the most precious breathing space." Lang Ruoxue finally managed a captivating smile. Like an iceberg melting. "Everything is coming back to life." She gazed at her man. "Yes, we succeeded. Next, I will focus all my efforts on restoring my cultivation level." Chapter 64 Dual Cultivation with Zhao Qing, My Wife Accepts Me. Lang Ruoxue's smile was like an iceberg melting. She gazed at her man and said softly, "Yes, we succeeded." But the next second, a hint of struggle and guilt flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He took a deep breath and deliberately created some distance between himself and the outside world. Looking solemnly into Lang Ruoxue's eyes, he said frankly, "Ruoxue, there's something I must confess to you. In order to deceive Wang Quan's quantum soul sense resonance device, Zhao Chang and I." He recounted in detail how he used the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique to conduct dual cultivation of spirit and soul with Zhao Chang. In the end, his tone was full of apology. "I'm sorry, although it was a temporary measure, I made a promise to you before." Before he could finish speaking, a cool, jade-like hand gently pressed against his lips. Instead of feeling jealous, Lang Ruoxue's beautiful icy blue eyes flashed with understanding and amusement. "Fool, what are you apologizing for?" She pulled Su Yan's hand and made him sit down, her expression becoming extremely serious. Su Yan, have you forgotten what I once told you? I've said it before, if your cultivation reaches the 4th rank of martial artist, I will betroth Xiao Qing to you. I, Lang Ruoxue, keep my word. She gazed into Su Yan's eyes, her words clear and firm. This golden cicada shedding its shell scheme, which leads you to marry her, is not only the most crucial part of the plan, but also the time for me to fulfill my promise. What you did was the only right thing to do. Lang Ruoxue changed the subject, with a hint of arrogance as a war goddess. Moreover, in this world where the strong are respected, true strongmen can have multiple wives and concubines. Do you think your wife is the kind of shallow woman who would ruin our life or death plan out of jealousy? You underestimate me. Seeing Su Yan's stunned expression, Lang Ruoxue's tone softened, her eyes filled with understanding and lingering fear. She continued, you did the right thing. In that dead end, it was the only way to save us all. Last night, you not only did not defile her, but you also used the purest chaotic energy to cleanse her foundation and stabilize her fragile kingly realm. You saved her, and you turned her into our strongest and most reliable ally. This is her opportunity, and it's ours too. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Lang Ruoxue to have such a broad perspective, which completely dispelled the last trace of resentment in his heart. Lang Ruoxue's tone suddenly changed, and a dazzling light ignited in her beautiful eyes as she looked directly into Su Yan's heart. Now that the external crisis has been temporarily averted, we should talk about the real core issues. The yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique. I passed this method on to you precisely to suppress the curse within me. Do you think it can only improve cultivation level? She extended her jade-like finger and gently touched Su Yan's heart, which was precisely the center of the entanglement between the all things furnace and the otherworldly emperor's curse. Its true terror lies in, if one can cultivate it to its full potential, theoretically it can devour and refine all things in heaven and earth. This naturally includes the otherworldly emperor's curse that is entangled in our souls. Boom! Hearing her say the plan herself, Su Yan felt a strong resonance in his heart. So she already knew. The moment she imparted her skills to him, she had already laid out this earth-shattering plan. He was deeply shaken, not by the news itself, but by the fact that his thoughts and his wife's thoughts had once again coincided. He immediately asked Xia in his mind, Xia, what is the specific plan for refining the otherworldly emperor's curse in the all things furnace? A cold system notification sounded in his mind. Testing revealed that the cultivation technique yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique and the host skill all things furnace share the same origin. When the proficiency of the furnace of all things reaches LV5, the law refining trait will be unlocked, allowing you to attempt to refine law-level negative statuses such as the curse of the alien emperor. Su Yan's breathing became rapid instantly, and his heart pounded wildly. It really works. He immediately checked his skill panel. Skill, all-encompassing furnace LV4 1232 million. It takes nearly 2 million skill points to upgrade from LV4 to LV5. He pressed further. What if I spend money to upgrade? Required funds for LV4 LV5, 20 billion Chinese yuan. Su Yan's lips twitched. This road is completely blocked. Just then, a brand new, bold red notification appeared at the bottom of the panel. Special note, proficiency in the furnace of all things can only be gained through cultivating the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique and converting chaotic chi during dual cultivation. It cannot be improved through any other means. Su Yan told Lang Ruoxue about this discovery. The couple exchanged a glance and both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Lang Ruoxue subconsciously pursed her lips, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she said, dual cultivation is the only path, but our resources. The resources she consumed each day to stabilize her realm and repair her hidden injuries after regaining her kingly cultivation were a bottomless pit. While Su Yan's spatial medicine garden is miraculous, it still requires a massive amount of abyssal beast crystals as energy to cultivate spiritual herbs. Su Yan pulled up the black market price list and showed it to Lang Ruoxue. First tier abyss core beast crystal, 100,000. Second tier, 500,000. Tier 3, 5 million. Tier 4, 50 million. Fifth level, there is a price but no market, and it must be bartered. Looking at this series of astronomical figures, the once incredibly wealthy frost god of war fell into a long silence. They are now truly penniless. Su Yan put forward the most direct idea, should I just sell the spiritual herbs in my space? Lang Ruoxue immediately rejected the idea without hesitation, no way. Her icy blue eyes suddenly sharpened, and with the unique vigilance of a war goddess, she warned seriously, Su Yan, remember, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. If a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb were to appear on the black market, it would attract the frenzied covetousness of a war god-level expert, which would bring us annihilation. Our space is our greatest secret, and we must never reveal even a trace of it. The cold words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Su Yan's head. Dead end. Selling raw materials is tantamount to courting disaster. If we don't sell, we'll just be living off our savings. His hopes of curing his wife and his path to becoming stronger would both be crushed by poverty. Su Yan scratched his hair in frustration. His gaze swept over the rare and precious herbs swaying in the garden, finally settling on his own hands with distinct knuckles. Those hands had tossed the ladle countless times. Wait, raw materials, finished product? A flash of inspiration struck him. Su Yan's eyes widened instantly, and he caught his breath. He slapped his thigh suddenly and excitedly grabbed Lang Ruoshue's shoulder. Her eyes gleamed as she said, Ruoshue. I'm truly the most foolish person in the world. His train of thought was like a flood breaking through a dam, unstoppable. We can't sell elixirs, but I can make medicinal cuisine. Selling a 1,000-year-old dragon blood ginseng directly is suicidal. But what if I use it to make a pot of dragon blood stasis removal soup? Who can tell the age of the main ingredients? They'll only marvel at my amazing culinary skills. It's a secret recipe. We'll use these top-grade medicinal herbs to make medicinal cuisine for ourselves. The immense medicinal power, further transformed through dual cultivation and used to increase proficiency in the furnace of all things, isn't this the ultimate cultivation accelerator? Then, I'll make another one just like it and sell it. Sell it to those old tycoons who are stuck at a bottleneck and nearing the end of their lives. Sell a bowl of soup to them for 100 million. Would they buy it? He'd have to kneel down and beg me to sell it to him. Su Yan became more and more excited as he spoke, and concluded, this is a perfect closed loop. We'll use the space to grow herbs, and our culinary skills to process them. We'll use some of them for our own dual cultivation and leveling up, and sell the rest at exorbitant prices to acquire resources. Then we'll use those resources to nourish the space. Ruoshue, this road leads to the heavens. After hearing Su Yan's plan, Lang Ruoshue's beautiful, icy blue eyes shone brightly. Looking into the gleam of wisdom in her man's eyes, she realized for the first time that the thrill of strategizing was no less than that of fighting on the battlefield. Okay. Let's do it this way. Let's get right to it. Su Yan took out all the remaining first-tier abyss core beast crystals he had on him. He took a desperate gamble and buried himself in the center of the herb garden, his target being the rewarded, millennial soul-nourishing wood. As the beast crystal energy was infused, the 1,000-year-old soul-nourishing wood shone brightly and sprouted tender buds at a speed visible to the naked eye. A tender green shoot, about an inch tall, grew, emanating an incomparably pure soul-nourishing power. Seeing this, Lang Ruoshue lightly tapped her jade finger and used her second-grade king-level power to set up a miniature, spirit-gathering and soul-nourishing array around the tender sprout. The effect of the soul-nourishing power was instantly amplified tenfold. Just a whiff of it brought a sense of comfort to their souls. But the next second, the energy of those beast crystals was drained and turned into dust. The tender shoots also stopped growing. Lang Ruoshue sighed softly, this soul-nourishing wood is a real money pit. Su Yan looked at the tender sprout and clenched his fist. Hope is within reach, but the price to unlock that hope is immense. He looked at Lang Ruoshue, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Wife, our first step is to upgrade my medicinal cuisine level to level 4. Use spiritual herbs to refine 3rd and 4th grade medicinal cuisine in exchange for a large amount of abyss core beast crystals. He paused, then his eyes blazed with even stronger anticipation. More importantly, we need to verify just how much proficiency this medicinal diet can bring us under dual cultivation. Chapter 65 Humiliating me? You'll have to kneel down and beg me later. Upon returning to his senses from the spatial medicine garden, Su Yan's face appeared slightly pale. That's normal energy expenditure after intense concentration. Upon seeing this, Zhao Qing, who was standing guard at the bedroom door, changed her pretty face slightly. She quickly handed over a glass of warm water and asked with concern, Young master, are you alright? When her fingertips accidentally touched Su Yan's hand, she jerked back as if she had been electrocuted. The wondrous experience of soul fusion during last night's dual cultivation surged into my heart like a tide, my ears instantly burned, and I shyly lowered my head. Su Yan took the water and drank it all in one gulp, the warmth in his heart dispelling some of his fatigue. He calmly said, "I'm fine." His gaze grew increasingly resolute. Time is his most precious asset right now. In the living room, old Lu, who had been personally protecting Su Yan all night, immediately stepped forward respectfully upon seeing Su Yan emerge. A clear plan gleamed in Su Yan's eyes. "Old Lu, I need to use the top-notch kitchen at Ipin Pavilion immediately. Have someone clean it for me. Also, I want all the blood-nourishing supplementary medicines that are over 100 years old in the association's inventory. The more, the better." Upon hearing that Su Yan had directly mobilized Ipin Pavilion and demanded the association's most precious medicinal herb inventory, old Lu not only did not hesitate at all, but his spirits lifted. This shows that Su Xiaoyu is not only confident, but also planning a big move. He immediately bowed in agreement, his tone even more respectful than before. "Of course, no problem. I'll have someone clean Ipin Pavilion immediately to ensure no one disturbs you. Feel free to use the association's medicine storehouse. I'll personally lead a team to protect you." Half an hour later, Su Yan and Zhao Qing returned to Ipin Pavilion. Ipin Pavilion's top-tier kitchen. With a thought, Su Yan conjured a ginseng root, its body entirely blood-red, its tendrils gnarled and twisted, radiating a powerful life force, in his hand. It was the very same genuine, millennial blood ginseng, from the Space Herb Garden. My LV4 medicinal cuisine skill is more than enough to perfectly master a grade 3 medicinal cuisine. Using this 1,000-year-old main ingredient, supplemented with 100-year-old herbs, the effects are enough to drive even a grandmaster mad. The effect must be stunning, yet the secret of this ancient medicinal herb cannot be revealed. This pot of 3-ingredient blood-nourishing soup is the best stepping stone. He activated the micromanagement ability of the All Things Furnace, his true energy flowing like silk, instantly sealing off the spiritual energy overflowing from the blood ginseng. After a series of procedures, this 1,000-year-old precious herb, in terms of appearance and the medicinal properties it exuded, was indistinguishable from a 100-year-old top-grade blood ginseng. Medicinal Cuisine LV4, full power activated. Su Yan's movements were no longer simply fast, but a harmonious blend of natural rhythm and essence. Each cut seemed to follow some mysterious cutting principle, perfectly stimulating the medicinal properties of the auxiliary medicine. The flames of true energy leaping in his palm were more like living fire spirits, sometimes gently nurtured by his will, and sometimes surging with fierce power. Even during the processing of medicinal herbs, a rich, almost tangible aroma of herbs wafts out of the kitchen as if it were alive. Old Lu, who was guarding outside the door, felt that the fragrance was like thousands of fine needles piercing his nostrils, instantly igniting his long-dormant blood and qi, and causing a long-lost heat to surge through his aged body. Old Lu was shocked. Incredible skill. This is not cooking, it's clearly refining a supreme elixir. Just as the medicinal soup reached its most crucial final moment of simmering, Su Yan's eyes narrowed, and his fingers pointed like swords. He pointed towards the empty space inside the pot and uttered a low shout, "Condense!" Boom! Above Ipin Pavilion, the wind and clouds changed color. An incredibly dense pool of blood energy gathered wildly, and right before everyone's eyes, it transformed into a blood-red dragon shadow several meters long. The dragon's shadow roared silently to the sky, carrying a pressure originating from the very source of life. After circling once, it suddenly swooped down and poured into the kitchen of Ipin Pavilion, finally dissipating into nothingness. At this moment, the powerful figures of half of Jiangcheng were alarmed. My God! What is that? Is it a sign that a treasure has been born? What astonishing life force! It's heading towards the first-class pavilion. Could it be that old man Lu has broken through? Countless surprised and uncertain thoughts and gazes were cast towards the direction of Ipin Pavilion. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, the Chen family is the most prestigious and wealthy family. Inside the ancestral hall, the life monitoring device emitted a piercing alarm, and the atmosphere was deathly silent. The patriarch, Chen Xiaotian, a peak 9th-rank martial artist, was on his deathbed due to the recurrence of an old injury from his early years, which was about to exhaust his life force. An intelligence officer rushed in to report, "Miss." There was a violent fluctuation of blood energy just now in the direction of Ipin Pavilion in the west of the city. It is suspected that a supreme treasure has been born or a divine medicine has been refined. Chen Shueyo, the genius granddaughter of the Chen family, known as the Iceberg Sword Immortal, suddenly raised her head. When she learned that the towering blood energy was actually caused by a young man's cooking, the last glimmer of hope on her cold and beautiful face turned to frost. But considering that her grandfather was already on his deathbed and all the alchemy masters in the empire had been sentenced to death, she still held on to a 1 in 10,000 chance and rushed to Yipin Pavilion. Chen Shuiao's voice was sharp as a drawn sword, piercing straight to the heart. Elder Lu, I respect you as a senior. But my grandfather is on the verge of death, and all the master pharmacists and grandmasters in Jiangcheng are helpless. Now, you want me to gamble the Chun family's last hope on a son-in-law who rose to power through women? Is this an insult to me, or an insult to the entire Chun family? Old Lu was so speechless that his face turned red. Just as he was about to explain, the kitchen door creaked open. Su Yan slowly walked out, carrying a warm, white jade bowl in one hand. He had no trace of worldliness about him. Instead, he seemed to have just finished a period of enlightenment, his eyes calm and profound. His heart remained completely unmoved. He even felt a slight urge to laugh. The eldest daughter of the Chen family of Jiangcheng, the iceberg sword immortal Chen Shuiao? Perfect timing. I've been needing a sizable and desperate buyer to verify the authenticity of my miraculous soup. The more you underestimate me, the more valuable the shock you'll deliver later. He ignored Chen Shuiao's anger and simply placed the jade bowl gently on the table. The soup in the bowl was the color of a melted ruby, with a faint shimmer on its surface. If you looked closely, you could even hear the powerful life force contained within it, emitting a soft thump sound like a heartbeat. Su Yan then raised his eyes, his gaze calmly landing on Chen Shuiao's face, which was filled with humiliation and anger. He spoke each word clearly and forcefully, like the resounding toll of a bell. 3-ingredient blood-nourishing soup. 1 billion. Take it or leave it. Chen Shuiao's pupils suddenly contracted, and she was about to angrily accuse him of taking advantage of the situation and indulging in wishful thinking. Beep beep beep. The special communicator on her wrist suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. On the screen, the curve representing Chen Xiaotian's vital signs had fallen below the critical red line and was almost flattened. There's no time. Looking into Su Yan's calm and unwavering gaze, as if a god were looking down upon the mortal world, Chen Shuiao gritted her teeth and made the most reckless decision of her life. Fine. I'll bet 10 billion. But you remember this: if it doesn't work, my Chen family will search high and low, and will fight you to the death. As soon as she finished speaking, she actually completed a huge transfer of 1 billion yuan through the military's special encrypted channels on the spot. The medicinal soup was rushed back to the Chen family and fed to Chen Xiaotian. The next second, a miracle occurred. Chen Xiaotian's withered body, which was as dry as tree bark, was restored to a rosy and plump state at a speed visible to the naked eye. The freckles on his body faded quickly, and his gray hair began to turn black from the roots. The breath, which was so faint as to be barely audible, suddenly became powerful and vigorous, like the booming of war drums. A few minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying beam of light shot out, splitting a crack in the beam of the ancestral hall. Chen Shuiao was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Grandpa!" Chen Xiaotian felt the unprecedented surge of life force within his body, as powerful as the Yangtze River, and trembled with excitement. Shuiao! Not only have Grandpa's old injuries healed, but even the martial arts bottleneck that has plagued me for 10 years has loosened. I've touched the threshold of Grandmaster. He grabbed his granddaughter's hand and roared in an unquestionable tone, "Quickly! Prepare the highest level gifts from the Chun family. I want to personally I want to pay my respects to that Mr. Su." Chen Shuiao, who witnessed the entire process, stood frozen in place. She looked at her grandfather's vital signs on the communicator, which showed he had recovered to his peak, even surpassing his previous levels. Then she recalled Su Yan's calm and collected demeanor when he quoted the astronomical price of 1 billion. Her previous caution, skepticism, and even humiliation instantly transformed into unbelievable shock and near fanatical awe. I just actually spoke to a living deity who can defy fate in that tone? The thought of her saying something as stupid as "it's a fight to the death" made Chen Shuiao's cheeks burn with pain, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. That's not medicine. That's a divine elixir bestowed upon us by the gods who walk among mortals. Inside the hotel suite, Su Yan looked at the billion yuan that had arrived in his account and immediately entrusted old Lu to acquire the Abyss Core Beast crystals at any cost. Old Lu used all his connections in the Martial Arts Association and spent nearly 800 million to purchase 8 extremely precious Tier 3 Abyss Core Beast crystals at a high price. He then used the remaining money to buy up almost all Tier 1 and Tier 2 Beast crystals on the market. With this life-saving resource obtained through divine skill, Su Yan immediately entered the spatial medicine garden. First pot of gold in hand. Soul-nourishing wood, wife, here I come. He poured all the energy of the beast crystals into the tender shoot of the millennial soul-nourishing wood, without reservation. Buzz. Driven by immense energy, the tender bud shone brightly and grew wildly at a visible speed, sprouting branches and leaves. The first complete leaf, imbued with the pure power to nourish the soul, was about to take full shape. But at the very last moment, the light abruptly stopped. All beast crystal energy has been exhausted. All our efforts were in vain. Just as Su Yan's heart sank, feeling a wave of powerlessness and frustration, a cold system notification exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. Warning: the growth of the Millennium Soul Nourishing Wood requires higher-level soul attribute energy. The energy conversion rate of ordinary Abyss Core Beast crystals is too low. Recommended energy source: Tier 4 or higher Abyss Core Beast crystals, or plunder the soul essence of experts at the King Realm and above. Su Yan was taken aback at first, but then the irritation caused by the depletion of resources was instantly replaced by a cold killing intent. His gaze instantly turned as sharp as a knife. Three faces flashed clearly in my mind: Wang Quan, Lin Tianhao, and Nangong Bo. So this is where you all come in. Su Yan's lips curled into a sinister smile. You are not only my enemies, but also the nourishment that makes me stronger. One day, I will refine you all. Chapter 66. The former headmaster of education begged on his knees, offering 10 million to save his son-in-law's life. Consciousness returns from the spatial medicine garden. Su Yan's gaze was as cold as ice. In his eyes, Wang Quan, Lin Tianhao, and Nangong Bo were no longer enemies. Instead, they are three top-grade human-shaped medicinal plants that are not yet mature. One day, I'll refine you all. The murderous intent that had just risen in Su Yan's heart was quickly diluted by the predicament of reality. Plundering the souls of kings is the future goal. Currently, the resource shortage for cultivating the Millennium Soul Nourishing Wood is overwhelming. We must get more money immediately. Su Yan's gaze fell to the door and he saw that anxious old face. The incomplete recipe for the King's Breakthrough Soup from the Martial Arts Association is the fastest and most direct way to make money right now. Su Yan spoke directly. Old Lu, the time has come to fulfill our promise. I want to use the top-of-the-line kitchen at Yipinga immediately. In addition, I want all the blood-nourishing and barrier-breaking auxiliary medicines in the association's inventory that are over 100 years old. Old Lu was taken aback at first, then his beard trembled with excitement. He replied immediately, no problem. Mr. Su, I'll take care of it right away. He had been waiting for these words for far too long. Half an hour later, inside the top-tier kitchen of Ipin Pavilion, dozens of priceless, century-old medicinal herbs exuded astonishing spiritual energy. Following the complete prescription in his mind, Su Yan began processing the medicinal materials. With his master-level skills in medicinal cuisine level 4, his movements were fluid and graceful. The rich aroma of herbs wafted through the kitchen, filling it with layers of fragrance. However, just as all the medicinal properties were about to blend and the soup was about to turn a magnificent purple-gold color, the final step was complete. Boom! A muffled thud came from the clay pot. The scalding, violent energy surged back, blowing the pot lid off and slamming it into the ceiling. The pungent smell of burning instantly overwhelmed the aroma of medicine that filled the room. A pot full of precious medicinal herbs worth tens of millions of yuan was reduced to a pile of foul-smelling, black dregs. Old Lu, who was standing guard outside the door, turned pale. It's over. We've failed. Inside the kitchen, Su Yan stared at the waste residue, his face ashen. Impossible. With his understanding of medicinal properties and precise control of the all things furnace, there is absolutely no possibility of failure. He tried twice more, even using his privately held top-grade elixirs. Without exception, the problem always stemmed from the final step of frying. The herbs, the cooking time, the technique, everything is correct. The problem isn't with me, it's with the prescription itself. A chill ran through Su Yan, and he ordered the system, Xia, conduct an in-depth analysis of this King's Breakthrough Soup recipe, combining the refining data. Ding! Structural pharmacological analysis of the decoction is in progress. Analysis complete. Warning! Fatal trap detected. This soup recipe contains a reversible error at 3 critical points, including ambergris. If a king-level expert were to consume this, their spiritual energy would be reversed, and the medicinal power would transform into a poison that burns the soul, causing instant death. Su Yan's expression turned completely cold. This was not a mistake, it was premeditated murder. A deadly poison formula, its target is all the grandmasters and elders of the Martial Arts Association who are stuck at a bottleneck. Who will benefit? Internal enemies? Or external forces? This poisonous prescription is a hot potato, but also an ace in the hole. Just as he was pondering how to use this poisonous formula, a waiter rushed in to report. The waiter said respectfully, "Mr. Su, Lu Guofu, the Dean of Studies at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, requested an audience, saying he has something extremely important to discuss." Lu Guofu? That greasy middle-aged man who once regarded him as an ant. "Ha, speak of the devil and he appears." Su Yan said calmly, "Let him in." A moment later, Lu Guofu walked in. The sight before him made Su Yan's pupils shrink slightly. However, after only a month, the once spirited head of the teaching department had already turned gray at the temples. His face looked haggard, as if he had aged 20 years. Lu Guofu's legs went weak the moment he saw Su Yan. With a thud, he knelt down on the ground. With a sob in her voice, she pleaded, "Mr. Su, please save my son-in-law. Please have mercy on me." His posture was extremely humble. It turns out that Wang Hai, the homeroom teacher who initially advocated for Su Yan's expulsion, was seriously injured in the chaos of the martial arts competition. Although he survived, he has lost his mind. Lu Guofu stammered out the crucial information, "Mr. Su, Wang Hai, he's my good-for-nothing son-in-law. My daughter cries every day because of him, and she can't take it anymore." He cried out as he pulled an ancient jade slip sealed with runes from his bosom. Gao Gao presented the jade slip and said, "This is the complete recipe for the Grandmaster breakthrough soup left by my Lu family ancestor. It was originally meant for my son-in-law. Now, I only beg you to save his life." He suddenly remembered something and added, "And another thing. The principal specifically instructed that you must be invited back to the school. His son, Shen Xiaolong, suffered a qi deviation during cultivation a few days ago and is now ruined. The principal said that the spot for admission without taking the entrance exam should have been yours. If you're willing and ultimately win the national championship, the spot will still be yours. The Grandmaster Breakthrough Soup. Guaranteed admission quota." With the official version of Master Breakthrough Soup, not only can the elders of the Life Profession Association break through, but it can also confirm that the incomplete prescription is highly poisonous. Old Lu owes this a huge favor. As for the latter, Su Yan let out a mocking chuckle. "A guaranteed admission spot? You treated me like trash and discarded me at will, now you want to pick me up and use me to spruce things up? Tell the principal that I, Su Yan, will walk my own path, and he has no right to bestow charity upon me. That spot should be reserved for his good-for-nothing son to be buried with him." Lu Guofu was speechless, his face ashen, and he dared not refute. Su Yan reached out and took the jade slip containing the Grandmaster Breakthrough Soup. He coldly looked down at the people on the ground and said, "I can help, but there are conditions. First, the official website of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School posted a public apology to me at the top of its page a month ago. Second, compensate me for emotional distress, 10 million. He concluded, "Your son-in-law's life is worth this much." Lu Guofu agreed without hesitation. He was so grateful that he kowtowed repeatedly. 1 hour later, at Jiangcheng No. 1 Mental Hospital, in the special care ward. The leading expert was an elderly man with gray hair. Upon seeing Su Yan in his chef's uniform, he immediately frowned and reprimanded him. "Director Lu, this is the Empire's top medical institution, not some back kitchen where just anyone can come in." "Nonsense." Su Yan ignored him, his gaze fixed on the hospital bed. Wang Hai, lying on the hospital bed, had bloodshot eyes and was scratching frantically like a trapped beast. He made an unintelligible hoarse sound from his throat. "What a mess." Su Yan remained calm. The system panel clearly displayed the cause of the illness, intracranial hemorrhage mixed with violent energy, which could not be removed by conventional medical means. Just then, beep, beep, beep. The buzzing alarm suddenly turned into a long wail. The lifeline on the heart rate monitor was stretched into a cold, straight line. The room was instantly filled with screams and chaos. "The patient is experiencing ventricular fibrillation. Quick! Get the defibrillator ready. Adrenaline." Su Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it precisely shattered all the noise. He said calmly, "It's no use." He walked straight through the chaotic crowd. With a shoulder bump, he knocked the old expert who was blocking his way aside. His voice was icy cold. "Useless trash, get out of the way." Before he finished speaking, Su Yan flipped his wrist, and a warm jade bottle appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he pried open Wang Hai's mouth and poured all the dark red, viscous liquid from the bottle into him. That was a first-class dragon blood stasis removing soup that he casually concocted to deal with emergencies. It was inexpensive, but had a remarkable effect on the blood stasis injuries of ordinary people. The old expert was knocked off balance and was about to fly into a rage when he was stunned speechless by what he saw. As soon as the dark red liquid entered his throat, Wang Hai's previously lifeless body trembled violently. A faint scent of dragon blood mixed with the aroma of medicine wafted out, and the terrifying deathly gray on his face faded at a visible speed, with a trace of color reappearing. Bite! The piercing death cry came to an abrupt end. In the deathly silence, the straight line of death, as if by divine intervention, arched back with a faint yet firm pulse. The room full of experts and nurses were all petrified. They stared blankly at the instruments, then at the young man in the chef's uniform, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. A single bottle of medicine pulled someone back from the brink of death? Su Yan casually tossed the empty jade bottle into the trash can, as if he had only done a trivial thing. He turned around, not even glancing at the group of experts, and his gaze fell on the limp Lu Guofu. I temporarily saved his life. But this is only a temporary solution. Without removing the blood stasis and violent energy, he won't live more than 3 days. He declared in a completely emotionless voice, my conditions, not one can be omitted. I want to see an apology on the official website and 10 million yuan deposited into my account by tomorrow. Money arrives, medicine arrives. Otherwise, just wait to collect his corpse. After saying that, he left. All that remained was the shock, terror, and ecstatic joy of surviving a catastrophe. Chapter 67 Soul-Burning Dual Cultivation. The War God's wife's do-or-die move. Su Yan left behind that promise and turned to leave the special care ward. Behind them, only shock and ecstasy remained in the room. Lu Guofu dared not be negligent in the slightest. He immediately started frantically making phone calls to raise money and contacted the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Inside the ward, however, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. A deathly silence. The disinfectant smell had become tainted with a putrid odor. Wang Hai was rescued by Su Yan, and his heartbeat returned to normal. But his eyes remained closed, and he was not in a conscious state. It made an incomprehensible hoarse sound from its throat. It was as if they were fighting against something invisible. Just then, he suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. He scratched his throat frantically, like a trapped beast. He used all his strength to force out a roar. The sound echoed in everyone's ears like a spell. He was whispering. Devouring, will all perish. Drop. The heart rate monitor, which had just resumed fluctuating, emitted a piercing long beep again. That fragile lifeline was stretched into a cold, straight line. The patient is experiencing ventricular fibrillation again. No. His heart has stopped beating. The nurses let out short screams. The clanging of instruments filled the room, and the ward was instantly a mess. The room was full of medical experts, their faces etched with despair. They knew that the miracle they had just witnessed could not be repeated. The senior expert at the head of the group staggered back a step. He stared intently at Wang Hai's distorted face. My forehead was covered in cold sweat. He forced himself to shout. Nonsense! This is a hallucination the patient is having before he dies. His tone, however, carried a hint of fear that even he himself was unaware of. However, before he could finish speaking, the door to the ward was pushed open. Su Yan, who had left but returned, slowly walked in. Everyone's gaze was fixed as if by invisible nails. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on him. Su Yan's gaze swept straight past everyone. He stared intently at the empty corner of the wall. His pupils contracted slightly. His heart was filled with a cold, clear mind. Wang Hai's eerie whisper just now was definitely not a hallucination. That is a higher level of energy erosion. It may even be related to the other emperor's curse deep within his body. A strong sense of crisis welled up in my heart. This is no longer just a humiliation. It's not just a threat of death that could strike at any moment. The old expert noticed that Su Yan was still staring blankly at the corner of the wall. Finally unable to contain his anger, he rebuked. Why did you come back? The patient is clinically dead. It's all your fault, you madman. Su Yan spoke calmly. The sound wasn't loud, but it instantly drowned out the instrument's buzzer. Who said he's dead? He didn't even glance at the group of experts. He walked straight to the bedside. He said to Lu Guofu, whose face was ashen. Have all the conditions been met? Lu Guofu grasped at a straw. He suddenly raised his head and nodded rapidly. It's all done. Mr. Su. Really, everything's taken care of. 10 million has been deposited into the account, and the school's apology letter has also been posted on the official website. Very good. Su Yan nodded. He took out a bowl of the 3-grade dragon blood stasis removing soup that he had prepared beforehand from his storage ring. This is different from the medicine that was used to keep them alive before. This bowl of soup is the real magic cure that eradicates the root cause of the disease. He gripped Wang Hai's stiff jaw with one hand. Apply force with your fingertips. It was accompanied by a soft click. They forcibly pried his mouth open. Then, he forcefully poured the bowl of medicine down his throat. The entire movement was fluid and graceful. With absolute indifference to death. The old expert was trying to stop it. But what happened next made his eyes widen in shock. A miracle has occurred once again. The moment the herbal medicine enters the stomach. The straight line of death on the heart rate monitor. It miraculously began to fluctuate violently. It then bounced back to the normal range. On the screen, the blood clot in Wang Hai's brain is dissolving and dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is impossible. The room was filled with medical experts, and all my understanding was completely overturned. They stared blankly at the instruments. Then look at this young man in his chef's uniform. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. A moment later, Wang Hai slowly woke up. The madness in his eyes had faded. Instead, there was the feeling of surviving a catastrophe and endless fear. Lu Guofu, who was standing to the side, struggled back to his senses from the chaos. He looked at his son-in-law, who had come back from the dead, and then at the man who was as calm as a god. I suddenly felt a chill. With a thud, he knelt down again. This time, the physical pain is nothing compared to the shock and fervor that runs deep in the soul. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. You're a god. You're a living god. Without any hesitation, he immediately fulfilled his promise. Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School's official website homepage featured an unprecedentedly heartfelt public apology letter pinned to the top. The title is, "We extend our deepest apologies to Mr. Su Yan for our school's ignorance and arrogance." The city of Wuhan was shaken. The atmosphere inside Ipin Pavilion was somber. Su Yan told old Lu about Wang Hai's strange whispers in the ward and the invisible sense of being spied on. The old man broke out in a cold sweat. Old Lu's face was extremely grim. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Su, this matter is truly bizarre. When did Zhangcheng begin to harbor such insidious methods?" Su Yan was deep in thought. An alien race has infiltrated Zhangcheng. He took out the fatal incomplete recipe for King's Breakthrough Soup and the jade slip containing Grandmaster's Breakthrough Soup that he had obtained. My mind was completely absorbed in it. Xia, using the Grandmaster Breakthrough Soup as a blueprint, reverse engineer this poisonous formula. Ding. Structural comparative analysis in progress. Analysis complete. 3 fatal, reversible errors have been identified. The correct brewing process for King's True Spirit Soup has been deduced. Su Yan informed Lu Lao of the results of the deduction. When they heard that the consequences of taking the poison were utter destruction of the soul and sudden death, they were shocked. The Martial Arts Association's pillar of strength was terrified, his whole body turning ice cold. Behind this lies a vicious conspiracy to wipe out the top leaders of the Zhangcheng Martial Arts Association. Old Lu's gratitude and trust in Su Yan reached its peak. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Su, you not only saved this old man. It even saved the entire association. Rest assured, sir. I will use all my connections immediately. Even if it means going bankrupt, I will definitely find you a 4th-tier Abyss Core Beast Crystal." Crisis and opportunity coexist. But Su Yan's sixth sense was frantically warning him. He can't wait any longer. The presence of that shadow evokes a chilling, ever-present sense of being watched. It was as if a venomous snake was lurking in the shadows. The letter was stuck to the skin on the back of his neck. Be ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. The other party has already smelled the aura of the curse. Next time, it won't just be a mere spying shadow coming. Passive defense is tantamount to waiting to die. I must act before this unknown force can react. They have a trump card to flip the table. He stepped into the spatial medicine garden. He informed Lung Ruoxue of the grim external situation and his plan to break the deadlock. A frenzied fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Ruoxue, we don't have time to wait for old Lu. We have to give it a try. Use this perfect King's True Spirit soup to break through to the next level of the All Things Furnace. Lung Ruoxue did not hesitate at all. Her icy blue eyes were filled with trust and determination. She only said one word. Feasible. These 2 words are worth more than 1,000 words. Su Yan no longer hesitated. He resolutely walked towards the center of the medicinal herb garden. He treated it as the most precious treasure. Carefully, I presented the radiant, 1,000-year-old blood dragon ginseng. He used the pinnacle skills of medicinal cuisine LV4 as his furnace. It uses dozens of top-grade elixirs as fuel. Mind and spirit in perfect harmony. They began to refine the King's True Spirit soup, which carried all their hopes. The day the medicine is ready. A bowl of soup caused the entire space to turn into mist with spiritual energy. The vital energy surges like the tide. Without further hesitation, the two took the medicinal food at the same time. Boom! A tremendous medicinal power, as vast as the Yangtze River, exploded within their bodies in an instant. Su Yan gave a low shout. Ruoxue, let's cultivate together. He immediately activated the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique. The 2 men pressed their palms together and touched their foreheads. Instantly, they entered the deepest level of spiritual communion. The immense medicinal power was frantically devoured and refined by the chaotic vortex of black and white intertwined. Ultimately, it transformed into a level of unprecedented purity and skill. A flood of skills into the furnace of all things, skill panel. Ding! Proficiency in the oven of all things, plus 1,000. Ding! Proficiency in the oven of all things, plus 2,000. A barrage of system notifications flooded the screen. The proficiency gauge is skyrocketing at a visible speed. We're rapidly approaching the 2 million mark for LV5. Chapter 69 Yin and Yang Chaos Refine True Spirit, cultivation increases rapidly and breaks bottleneck. Within the spatial medicine garden, time seems to be detached. Su Yan and Lang Ruoxue pressed their palms together and touched their foreheads. Guided by the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique, their souls reached an unprecedented depth of fusion. That bowl of King's True Spirit soup, enough to drive even the most powerful players mad, possessed a medicinal power akin to the ignited Yangtze River. The scalding life essence roared and surged through the meridians of the two. Su Yan gave a low shout, swallow. The all things furnace within his dantian suddenly resonated with the chaotic vortex. A black hole-like force of devouring power erupted. The massive torrent of medicinal power was forcibly drawn in, torn apart, ground, and purified. Ultimately, the medicinal power transformed into extremely pure energy, surging into Su Yan's skill panel. Ding! Proficiency in the oven of all things, plus 30.00. Ding! Proficiency in the oven of all things, plus 50.00. Ding! With the blessing of the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique, the efficiency of gaining proficiency this time has been increased by 100%. Proficiency plus 100.00. A barrage of system notifications rang in his mind. The proficiency bar is rising at an astonishing rate. With the feedback of the immense energy, Su Yan's spiritual energy value was precisely fixed at 899 points. The psionic barrier that had bound him for so long shattered as easily as paper. Boom! A visible shockwave exploded outwards from him. The surrounding medicinal herbs were blown to the ground and swayed. The 5 major attributes physical body, mental strength, agility, etc. have been thoroughly tempered and reshaped. He has officially stepped into the true peak of the 9th grade martial artist. The distance to the Grandmaster realm, where one can condense the will of martial arts, is only one step away, yet it is also an insurmountable chasm. Lang Ruoxue's gains were even greater. Her aura rose steadily, solidifying her status as a second-grade king. The persistent weakness deep within my soul was also washed away and relieved by the powerful medicinal effects. Her originally cold, jade-like body now had a healthy rosy glow. He even managed to reach the threshold of the 3rd rank of king. Just as the two reached the pinnacle of their cultivation, they were enjoying themselves immensely. In Jiangcheng, in a dark basement where the sun never shines, the air is filled with the stench of blood and decay. A shadow slave shrouded in a black robe was chanting incantations in front of a crystal ball. He tried to probe the aura of the otherworldly emperor's curse that haunted his dreams. Suddenly, the image on the crystal ball in front of him began to distort wildly. A chaotic force, which he could neither understand nor analyze, and which seemed to be above all other forces, suddenly surged out from it. The man in black robes was struck as if by a heavy hammer, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling black blood. He cried out in utter horror. Pfft. With a crack, the crystal ball in front of him was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and its spiritual light completely dimmed. His face was filled with disbelief, and he exclaimed in horror, so domineering chaotic power. Unable to spy on. Absolutely impossible to spy on. This is the natural enemy of all spying and curses. Near that cursed aura, its nemesis was born. Despite the excruciating pain of her soul being torn apart, the shadow slave immediately used a secret technique to report the information. The intelligence report stated, the target has undergone a significant change, and it is suspected that a restraining force has emerged. The person to be reported to was the leader of the Jiangcheng branch, the Shadow Butler. From the shadows, an even taller figure, with an even colder aura, slowly emerged. The Shadow Butler looked at the intelligence report and licked his chapped lips with his scarlet tongue. Greed and chilling murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, the power to suppress curses? Interesting. If I can seize this item and present it to the king, I will surely receive an unparalleled reward. He ordered, pass down the order to seal off the target area. I want to go and see for myself who dares to touch the king's prey. Meanwhile, in the Martial Arts Association's meeting hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost palpable. The air was as thick as solidified grease, a result of the combined pressure from several grandmasters. Old Lu held a heavy alloy box sealed with runes in his hands, his face ashen. A trace of dark purple blood at the corner of his mouth was particularly jarring. He exhausted his connections and paid a huge price to finally urgently obtain that invaluable, 4th Order Abyss Core Beast crystal, from the black market in the capital. But before he could contact Su Yan, he was trapped here. Several grandmasters and elders, led by the Zhang family, surrounded him. The Zhang family elder at the head, a genuine third-grade grandmaster, spoke with a forced smile. His greasy voice was particularly jarring in the deathly silent hall as he questioned, Lu Zhengyang, you're getting more and more senile as you get older. This 4th-tier beast crystal is crucial to the future of us grandmasters. It is the association's public property. You actually intend to give it away to a useless cook who rose to power through women? A 9th-rank martial artist who hasn't even condensed martial will? Are you risking all of our futures to curry favor with that relic left behind by the frost god of war? How utterly ridiculous! Inside the spatial medicine garden, as the last trace of medicinal power was refined, Su Yan and Lang Ruoshua slowly finished their practice. Su Yan immediately checked the panel and his heart skipped a beat. Skill, all-encompassing furnace LV for 1,852,000 2 million. Less than 150,000 skill points away. Just one step away from success. Just then, Lang Ruoshua, whose soul had been greatly restored, experienced a surge in her perception. Her beautiful, icy blue eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked out. She said to Su Yan with a serious expression, Su Yan, something's not right. The shadow outside is no longer just spying, its malice and killing intent are gathering. And even more powerful beings of their kind are approaching us. They're about to make their move. War God's warning. Su Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to exit the space, the wristband received an encrypted message from old Lu. The static from the electrical circuits mingled with the old man's heavy breathing, his words filled with despair. Old Lu said urgently, Mr. Su. I got the beast crystal. But I'm being cornered at the association by Zhang Hong and his gang. They're trying to take it by force. Please don't come any closer, this is a circle. With a hissing sound, the communications were forcibly cut off by a violent force. Su Yan stood quietly in the herb garden, his face expressionless. His deep eyes seemed to hold the weight of millennia-old ice. The thoughts in my mind race like a precision instrument. A trap? Obviously. I'm the target. Zhang Hong, a Grandmaster Elder of the Martial Arts Association, willing to turn against his colleagues for beast crystals. This kind of morally corrupt and low-quality dregs only pollutes the environment if left untreated. The shadows of foreign races lurk in the shadows, while the parasites of the association roam freely in the open. Perfect, saves me the trouble of going door to door to them one by one. My millennial soul-nourishing wood is just one step away from completion. This fourth-tier beast crystal is the catalyst for refining my next soul elixir. Anyone who dares to touch my medicinal ingredient will have their soul used to fill the all things furnace. His heart was no longer stirred, only the absolute calm of a chef preparing ingredients remained. He muttered coldly to himself, looking for death? No, coming here to die. Su Yan's figure slowly faded away, as if he had never appeared. Boom! The next second, the council hall door of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, made of century-old ironwood, exploded from the middle. Countless fragments, accompanied by a shrill whistle, shot back into the conference room. Amidst the chaos of exclamations and the blocking of Grandmaster-level true energy, a figure, enveloped in an aura of eternal ice, stepped through the ruins and entered. The moment he stepped in, the martial arts will of several Grandmasters in the hall, released subconsciously, swept towards him like a raging tide. However, when that invisible pressure approached within 3 feet of him, it vanished instantly, like spring snow meeting the blazing sun. Not even a ripple was stirred. It was as if an absolute domain existed around Su Yan, impervious to all laws. Elder Zhang, who was at the head of the group, narrowed his eyes, his heart filled with surprise and uncertainty. He thought to himself, my oppressive aura had no effect on him? Is that old bastard Lu Zhangyang secretly protecting him? Thinking of this, the surprise and doubt in his eyes instantly turned into even stronger contempt and disdain. Su Yan's gaze did not waver at all, passing directly over the grandmasters and elders who were filled with shock and anger. His gaze was precisely fixed on old Lu, who was surrounded in the center and whose mouth was bleeding. That look didn't seem like he was looking at an ally. It's more like a top chef watching his pre-ordered rare ingredient be defiled. His eyes were filled with coldness, indifference, and absolute killing intent before cleaning up the trash. When Elder Zhang saw Su Yan, he was first taken aback, and then a sneer of utter contempt appeared on his face. He sneered, a callow youth, a cook who barely even reaches the peak of martial arts. Lu Zhangyang, is this the hope you're risking your life for? He didn't even bother to look at Su Yan again, and turned to give old Lu an ultimatum. His voice was as sharp as a knife as he said, old man, I'm giving you one last chance. You have to give us this beast crystal today, whether you like it or not. If you don't, we'll just have to take it from your corpse. He glanced down at Su Yan, adding with disdain. As for this good-for-nothing who doesn't even deserve to sit at the table. He then shouted at the 2 Zhang family retainers he had brought with him. What are you all standing there for? Take down this damned piece of trash. Chapter 69, The Fourth Order Beast Crystal Stirs Up Trouble. Grandmaster Elder sets up a killing trap. Inside the council chamber, the martial will of several grandmasters intertwined into an invisible net, making the air so thick it was suffocating. However, this overwhelming pressure, enough to crush mountains, seemed to have struck an invisible furnace when it came within 3 feet of Su Yan, and was forcibly drawn in and refined. Su Yan appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, within his spiritual sea of consciousness, an ancient and simple phantom of the all things furnace was slowly rotating. He burned and obliterated all invading martial arts will as impurities, transforming them into the purest spiritual power to nourish himself. Ignoring everything around him, he walked straight past the bewildered faces and calmly approached old Lu. That leisurely and composed demeanor took everyone by surprise. Elder Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted, and a storm of shock surged in his heart. My domain was actually obliterated by him? No, it's not his own power. He must possess a legendary soul-protecting treasure. This kid has an incredibly powerful background. Thinking of this, the surprise and doubt in his eyes instantly turned into deeper fear and a trace of greed. Su Yan ignored them and didn't even look at the alloy box sealed by runes. With a flick of his wrist, a warm, white jade bowl appeared out of thin air in his palm. The bowl contained half a bowl of clear, lightly fragrant soup. It was a 3-grade tendon regenerating and bone-setting soup that he had prepared before his arrival using the youngest medicinal herbs from the space's medicinal garden. However, this carefully prepared medicinal cuisine is enhanced by the invisible blessing of the all things furnace. The moment it appeared, the seemingly faint medicinal fragrance transformed into an invisible hook. The aroma of the medicine entered their nostrils and instantly triggered old wounds in the bodies of every master present, wounds left from their early battles. A series of sensations, tingling, numbness, tingling, and stagnation of chi and blood were evoked from the depths of my limbs and bones. What is this smell? The old wound on my left arm, left by the abyss beast years ago, is actually burning hot. The master's expressions changed drastically, and they could no longer maintain their superior demeanor. Elder Zhang's reaction was the most intense. He could clearly feel that the problem within his dantian had troubled him for a full 10 years. The barrier that had prevented him from reaching the 4th rank of Grandmaster was actually loosened by this medicinal fragrance. Even though it was only a trace, it was still earth-shattering. He stared intently at the jade bowl in Su Yan's hand, his breathing instantly becoming heavy, and an uncontrollable fervor erupting in his eyes. But he remained stubborn, trying to maintain his dignity as a 3rd-grade Grandmaster. You think you can bribe us Grandmasters with just a bowl of soup? Wishful thinking. Elder Zhang shouted, his voice stern but his heart filled with fear. Su Yan didn't even lift his eyelids. He flicked his finger, and a drop of crystal-clear soup flew out of the jade bowl. It traced a precise arc and disappeared behind old Lu, into a loyal and devoted figure. However, due to old injuries and weakened blood and qi, the 9th-rank martial artist with a full head of white hair spoke of it. The old man had already lost all hope and was prepared to fight to the death for Lu Lao. The moment the soup entered his mouth, his body jolted violently. Boom! A powerful, visible surge of blood energy shot up from the top of his head, blasting a hole in the ceiling of the council hall. His previously withered and decaying aura was instantly reversed in an unreasonable way. The roots of her gray hair were shiny, and some of them even turned black. The deep wrinkles on her face quickly faded, and she regained her long-lost color and radiance. His cloudy old eyes regained their bright and piercing gaze. In just a few breaths, this 9th-rank peak martial artist, who was already exhausted, actually returned to his peak state of energy and blood. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The way all the Grandmasters looked at that bowl of soup completely changed. What started as contempt and apprehension instantly transformed into naked fanaticism and greed. Elder Zhang's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he swallowed. He knew that he had encountered the legendary, unparalleled opportunity that could change his destiny. That ridiculous sense of dignity is incredibly fragile in the face of tangible benefits. Su Yan finally turned his gaze to Elder Zhang. I'll take this 4th-tier beast crystal. His voice was calm and even, as if he were stating a given fact. You, help me stop the others. He paused, then his voice, like a divine pronouncement, pierced Elder Zhang's heart with pinpoint accuracy. Your problem is not with your spiritual energy, but with the evil energy accumulated from the old injury in your dantian, which is hindering the fusion of your will and spiritual energy. After this is done, I will tailor a 3rd-rank King's True Spirit soup just for you. I'll remove the evil influences, rebuild your foundation, and help you break through your current limitations. How about it? The King's True Spirit soup of the 3rd rank. Remove the evil energy and help you break through your limits. These words were like heavy hammer blows, striking Elder Zhang's heart hard. His greatest secret was seen through by this young man at a glance. On one hand, there's the issue of offending a mysterious and unpredictable young alchemist with extraordinary abilities. Stealing a 4th-tier beast crystal that one might not be able to fully absorb. On the other side is a bowl of energy-boosting soup that can help you break through your bottleneck 100%. This multiple-choice question doesn't even require thinking. Elder Zhang's inner struggle lasted less than a second. He turned around abruptly, and the domain of a 3rd-grade Grandmaster erupted. The heavy pressure carefully avoided the area where Su Yan was located. Like a raging storm, it crashed down on his former ally. A bunch of idiots. Elder Zhang roared angrily at the stunned Grandmasters. You're blind to the true opportunity right in front of you. From this moment on, anyone who dares to lay a finger on Mr. Su is my sworn enemy. The farcical attempt to force Lu Lao to resign came to an abrupt end in such an extremely dramatic way. The remaining Grandmasters were completely suppressed by Elder Zhang's domain, and dared not speak out against their anger. They looked at Elder Zhang, who had been calling them brothers just a moment ago, but now seemed like the most loyal hunting dog. They stood protectively in front of the young man, their faces turning a deep purplish red. They could only watch helplessly as Su Yan took the ally box from old Lu's hands, who had a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, old Lu was completely in awe of Su Yan's methods. He respectfully presented the 4th-tier Abyss Core Beast Crystal, which shone with a magnificent purple halo, his heart filled with countless emotions. With such a son, what great things cannot be accomplished? After obtaining the Beast Crystal, Su Yan did not hesitate for a moment. He instructed Elder Lu and Elder Zhang, guard the entrance well and do not disturb anyone, and then his figure disappeared instantly. Inside the Space Medicine Garden. Holding the fourth-tier beast crystal containing immense energy, Su Yan pressed it into the soil beneath the tender sprout of the millennial soul-nourishing wood, without hesitation. Grow! Buzz! A vast and pure energy, like a floodgate opened, poured into that tender green shoot without reservation. This time, it won't be a complete failure. The tender buds shone brightly, with purple energy halos intertwined with emerald green life radiance. They grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, sprouting branches, spreading leaves, and growing taller. As the sacred tree grew, Lang Ruoshua's soul trembled slightly. She could feel the power of the curse deep within her soul. As if stimulated by a natural enemy, it released a wisp of extremely faint black energy, which was instantly purified by the radiance of the divine tree. Finally, amidst a dazzling divine light, a small tree, taller than a person, with a jade-green body and every leaf flowing with sacred soul light, was fully formed. The 1,000-year-old soul-nourishing wood has grown. A pure and potent soul-nourishing power, like a gentle spring breeze and nourishing rain, instantly enveloped the entire space-based herb garden. Su Yan felt as if his soul was being soaked in warm spring water, experiencing an unprecedented sense of clarity and comfort, and his mental strength was rapidly increasing. The 30% of the original weakened divine soul is slowly recovering, and it is believed that it will be fully repaired soon. Meanwhile, Lang Ruoshua, standing to the side, underwent an even more astonishing transformation. Her originally somewhat ethereal soul body solidified at a visible speed under the nourishment of the soul-nourishing power. Those tiny cracks that covered the soul were quickly repaired and healed. In this sacred and peaceful atmosphere, a strange change suddenly occurred. Under the pure and unparalleled energy of the millennial soul-nourishing wood, the other emperor's curse, which had been lurking deep within Su Yan's soul like a persistent, bone-deep affliction, was now nowhere to hide. Strands of black energy, deeper than ink, were forcibly forced out from his soul. Almost simultaneously, a chilling system alarm blared wildly in Su Yan's mind. The sealed otherworldly emperor's curse in the all-things furnace has begun to riot. Warning, the otherworldly emperor's curse, stimulated by the energy of the divine tree, is undergoing its final backlash. It attempts to devour the host's soul and completely possess this body. Su Yan suddenly let out a muffled groan of extreme pain. Chapter 70 The Ice and Fire Holy Body emerges, and the war god's wife returns in triumph. The demonic shadow formed from the curse roared madly in Su Yan's sea of souls. It transformed into the deepest darkness, carrying a corrupting aura at the level of laws, aiming to completely devour and assimilate Su Yan's soul. Well! Su Yan groaned, feeling a tearing pain in his soul. His consciousness swayed in the raging waves, as if he would be completely submerged by the endless darkness at any moment. Lang Ruoshua immediately sensed something was wrong. Without the slightest hesitation, her will instantly transformed into an unparalleled celestial sword, severing the flow of energy. They charged headlong into Su Yan's sea of souls, which was shrouded in darkness. She was once the guardian of the north, her will tempered through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How could she stand by and watch her man be corrupted? Lang Ruoshua's voice was as cold as ice as she shouted sharply. Get out of his world. Her divine soul power condensed without reservation into a majestic phantom of a war god. The phantom wielded twin swords of ice and fire, engaging in a fierce battle with the ferocious demonic shadow. With the bearing of a war god, it relentlessly suppressed the demonic shadow's offensive for Su Yan. She stood guard firmly before Su Yan's core consciousness, refusing to yield an inch, protecting the last vestige of clarity for him. Under the onslaught of violent energy, her phantom of the god of war was forced to retreat step by step, its light dimming continuously, but its eyes grew increasingly crazed and resolute. Just as Lang Ruoshua was on the verge of her limit, Su Yan's soul finally seized the chance to catch her breath. He let out a furious roar, like a thunderclap from the heavens, which exploded in the sea of his soul, insolence. The primal power of the 1,000-year soul-nourishing wood was pushed to its limit, instantly transforming into a layer of emerald green armor that covered the soul, temporarily isolating it from the erosion of the curse. His consciousness finally regained control for a moment. Su Yan immediately conveyed his thoughts to her. Ruoshua, help me. Seeing Su Yan regain his senses, a resolute glint flashed in Lang Ruoshua's eyes. She trusted him, knowing that Su Yan's cultivation technique could devour everything, making it the best container. Since we cannot drive them away, let's burn them all together. She actually took the initiative to detonate the two great martial arts techniques that had been forcibly suppressed and were in conflict within her body: the blazing fire divine curse scripture and the frosty ice heaven shaking technique. Boom! Extreme cold and fierce heat, two completely opposite forces, transformed into giant dragons of ice blue and crimson gold, tightly clamping down on the cursed demonic shadow from both sides. A violent storm of ice and fire energy trapped it in the center, tearing and eroding it relentlessly. Su Yan's eyes shone brightly, and he shouted, "A good opportunity!" He used his own soul as the core of the formation and fiercely activated the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique. A colossal yin-yang chaotic vortex, encompassing heaven and earth, unfolded behind him, with black and white energies intertwining and flowing, exuding an aura that devoured all things. The cyclone aimed at the cursed demonic shadow weakened by the power of ice and fire, and crushed it mercilessly. This curse is a contamination of the law, and frost and fire are two opposing prototypes of the law. The three elements were forcibly pulled, collided, and annihilated in the chaotic vortex, and the quality of the energy produced was far beyond that of any rare and precious natural treasure. This is practically a custom experience pack tailor-made for the All Things oven. The skill panel of All Things Furnace was completely boiling over at this moment. Ding! Proficiency in the oven of all things plus 5,000. Ding! Proficiency plus 12,000. The proficiency bar, representing level 4, was filled instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! Proficiency in the oven of all things is maxed out. Skill level increased to 5. New feature unlocked, Law Refinement. Su Yan roared in his divine soul, "They're here. Refine them for me." With a deafening roar, the phantom of an ancient and imposing bronze furnace appeared in his sea of souls. The furnace spout opened wide, and an irresistible suction force burst forth, pulling the dying cursed demonic shadow along with the ice and fire energy storm beside it into the furnace. The furnace lid slammed shut, and a chaotic fire ignited inside. The curse was completely refined into fragments of the original dark laws and pure soul energy, while the power of ice and fire was also melted and harmonized at the level of laws. Immediately afterwards, an energy far more powerful and pure than any previous dual cultivation session flowed back to Su Yan and Lang Ruoshua, like rivers flowing into the sea. Su Yan's soul was more solid than ever before. Lang Ruoshua's cracked and nearly shattered soul was not only healed instantly, but also under the harmonization of this primordial energy, it underwent a phoenix rebirth. Destruction precedes construction. Ice and fire, two forces that were once irreconcilable, miraculously merged perfectly. An unprecedented and powerful sacred body, surpassing ordinary physiques, quietly emerged within her body, the Ice Flame Sacred Body. Within the spatial medicine garden, Lang Ruoshua's aura broke through long-standing constraints and began to rise wildly and unstoppably. Ultimately, her cultivation level stabilized at the mid-stage of the King Rank 6, and her strength recovered by more than half. Lang Ruoshua slowly opened her eyes. Deep within those exquisitely beautiful, icy blue eyes, a cluster of golden flames burned quietly, mysterious and majestic. She looked at the man before her, whose spirit was stable and whose aura was surging, and recalled the life or death moment just now. "He is my life." Overwhelmed with tenderness and love, she reached out her arms and embraced Su Yan, tilting her head slightly to offer him a passionate and affectionate kiss. This kiss carried the relief of surviving a catastrophe and the promise of being together through life and death. After a long while, their lips parted. She gazed into Su Yan's eyes, her voice no longer purely cold, but carrying a complex warmth. "Su Yan, can you feel it? My aura is completely different from before." Su Yan carefully sensed it and indeed found that Lang Ruoshua's aura was powerful at this moment. But it no longer possesses the iconic frost god of war spirit of the past. Her power is restrained and profound, with ice and fire coexisting perfectly, forming a new and unfamiliar powerful aura. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "This means?" A glint of wisdom and decisiveness flashed in Lang Ruoshua's eyes as she explained. "This means that my escape from the cicada strategy has truly succeeded. From now on, as long as I don't actively use my previous unique skills and techniques, no one in this world can ever associate me with the god of war in the north again. I can truly hide in the shadows." Upon hearing this, Su Yan felt both happy for her and a little reluctant to part with her. Lang Ruoshua seemed to see through his thoughts, gently stroking his cheek, her tone becoming extremely serious. "Su Yan, we don't have much time for sentimentality. I sense that Jiang City is about to undergo a major change, and the real threat, those alien races, will arrive soon." Su Yan's pupils contracted. An alien race? Lang Ruoshua's expression turned cold. "Yes, the Shadow Order is just their pawn. They are the real enemies. Now that I've shed my old skin, I can use this new identity to infiltrate the shadows and hunt them down. I have more important things to do and can no longer stay by your side in any capacity, otherwise I will only bring you endless pursuit. Therefore, I will be leaving for a while. Her tone left no room for argument. After I leave, you must become stronger as soon as possible. Zhao Qing's physique is special and extremely compatible with your cultivation method. You must cultivate with her as soon as possible and break through to the Grandmaster realm to have the power to protect yourself in this storm. She cupped Su Yan's face in her hands, her forehead touching his, her eyes, a blend of icy blue and golden flames, filled with earnestness and reluctance, as she continued. Promise me you'll live well, and we'll meet again. I'll come back to you after I've taken care of everything. Su Yan's heart tightened suddenly. He wanted to say something, but Lang Ruoxua gently pressed her finger to her lips. She concluded by saying, "Trust me, and trust yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, Lang Ruoxua's figure began to become illusory, turning into specks of light interwoven with ice blue and crimson gold. She gave him one last deep look, her eyes holding 1,000 unspoken words, before finally disappearing completely into the spatial medicine garden. She left, so decisively. Su Yan stood there, stunned, the air still lingering with her unique aura, both cool and intense. After a long while, he slowly clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Ruoxua, wait for me. Grandmaster Realm. Zhao Qing. Alien race. His gaze was firm as he stepped out of the spatial medicine garden. A new journey has begun from this moment. Chapter 71. Don't mess with me. My soup can help you break through to a higher level, or it can leave you starving. Su Yan's figure emerged from the spatial medicine garden. A chilling atmosphere lingered in the air of the council chamber. This aura reminded him that what had just happened was not an illusion. She has already left. Su Yan closed his eyes. He told himself that every breath he took should become nourishment for becoming stronger. When she opened her eyes again, all the tenderness and reluctance in them had vanished. All that remained was calmness and resolve. He silently recited in his heart. Ruoxua, wait for me. I will get to a place where I can stand side by side with you as quickly as possible. When Elder Lu and Elder Zhang, who were standing at the door, saw Su Yan appear, they instinctively took a step forward. But after just one glance, both of them felt a chill run down their spines. The young man before them clearly possessed the aura of spiritual energy that indicated he was a 9th-rank martial artist. But that gaze, that invisible will, was terrifyingly profound. The two masters felt a chill run down their spines simply from being glanced at. They felt they were facing not a junior, but a powerful superior. This is precisely a qualitative change at the level of the soul. Before they could speak, a sharp voice rang out in the council chamber. The masters who had previously forced the emperor to abdicate did not leave. Master Ma, who was in charge, had a face full of resentment and malice. Elder Zhang was struggling to maintain order, and the situation was nearly out of control. Master Ma stared intently at Su Yan and said mockingly, "Oh, are you just trying to be mysterious? A chef who rose to power through women dares to interfere in the internal affairs of our association? Are you finding our 4th-tier beast crystals useful? Shouldn't we return them to their rightful owner?" The phrase relying on women pierced Su Yan's heart with precision. However, Su Yan remained expressionless. He didn't even glance at Master Ma. The gaze seemed to pass through him and land on Elder Zhang Kai, who looked embarrassed behind him. It was a complete, ingrained disregard. Su Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable power. "Borrow a top-notch alchemy room. Elder Zhang, I will help you solve your problem right now." These words caused an uproar in the room. Master Ma found this utterly ridiculous. He scoffed, arrogant. Utterly arrogant beyond measure. Listen to this. Zhang Kai, your Dantian ailment, which has plagued you for 10 years, has left even the Imperial Medicine Saint helpless. He's a 9th-rank martial artist and a cook, and he says he'll solve this for you on the spot? If he can solve this, I, Ma, will swallow this rosewood table whole on the spot. The other grandmasters also shook their heads and sneered, ready to see Elder Zhang and Elder Lu make a fool of themselves. Inside the top-tier alchemy chamber, the heavy, soundproof door slowly closed. Su Yan dismissed everyone around him, leaving only Elder Zhang, who was breathing heavily. Elder Zhang was about to speak when he said, "Sir?" Su Yan interrupted him directly, calmly stating, "Your injury is not an ordinary Dao injury. In fact, it was when I killed the Abyss Beast in my early years that a wisp of Abyss Evil Chi invaded my Dantian. This malevolent energy has long been intertwined with your martial will, polluting your foundation, so any conventional remedies are useless. Su Yan's voice was cold and clear. This secret, besides you, should be known by no one else. Am I right? Elder Zhang was shocked, and his face turned deathly pale. His deepest secret was revealed by Su Yan in a single sentence, which completely shook his heart. Su Yan continued without pausing. Moreover, every time the evil energy flares up on a full moon night, does your dantian feel like it's being gnawed by 1,000 ants, causing unbearable pain? This final detail completely shattered Elder Zhang's psychological defenses. This most secret pain, unknown even to his Taoist partner, was revealed to him in a single sentence. His last shred of doubt about Su Yan vanished. With a thump, this renowned 9th-rank grandmaster actually knelt down before Su Yan. His forehead was pressed against the cold ground, and his voice trembled violently with excitement. Sir, please see the truth. Please, save me. Su Yan looked at him expressionlessly and said, Get up. He activated the All Things Furnace, which had just been upgraded to level 5. A brand new feature, Forge of Will, has been unlocked in his consciousness. Su Yan did not immediately take out the medicinal herbs. His eyes were closed, and the millennial soul nourishing wood in his sea of consciousness shone with divine light, releasing pure spiritual energy. He poured all of this powerful will, mixed with chaotic energy, into the furnace of all things. The illusory image of the furnace hummed, and the fire turned from red to gold, burning fiercely. His will was forged and tempered in the furnace, condensing into the prototype of an invisible sword of will, simulating a breakthrough momentum that could cut through everything. The next moment, Su Yan opened his eyes. His hands moved with lightning speed, precisely throwing dozens of rare medicinal herbs into the furnace. The invisible sword of will was guided and perfectly fused with the medicinal power. Outside the alchemy room, a strange medicinal fragrance ignored the restrictions and permeated the council hall. The aroma contains a pure martial arts will and an unparalleled, sharp momentum for breaking through realms. A grandmaster specializing in swordsmanship smelled the fragrance and his expression changed drastically. He felt that the bottleneck in his sword intent, which had been stagnant for 3 years, was slightly loosened by this fragrance. Master Ma and the others were horrified, their expressions instantly turning to endless regret and greed. This is impossible. This is a divine soup of Taoist essence that can touch the will. What did I miss? Inside the alchemy room, a bowl of golden red broth was successfully prepared. On the surface of the medicinal soup, visible traces of will light, carrying subtle sword-like glints, flowed. This is no longer medicine, but a weapon of will. The 3-rank true meaning soup for breaking evil. Elder Zhang took the jade bowl with trembling hands and drank it all in one gulp. As the medicine entered his stomach, the concentrated power of breaking through to a higher realm transformed into a sharp sword, rushing straight towards his dantian. It slashed precisely at the black aura that was intertwined with its own will. The black energy seemed to let out a silent wail, launching a frantic counterattack, only to be instantly shattered by this pure and domineering external will. Boom! The shackles that had suppressed him for 10 years shattered instantly. Elder Zhang's Grandmaster domain crumbled inch by inch, only to be instantly reassembled. A more solid and pure, King's domain, suddenly opened up. His aura surged, finally allowing him to steadily step into the realm of King Rank 1. Outside the door, the Grandmasters sensed the pure and vast kingly pressure and completely lost their composure. They pushed open the door and rushed in. Someone exclaimed, Zhang Kai, he really broke through. My God! A bowl of soup created a king. Master Ma's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted with regret and jealousy. He forcibly suppressed the urge to attack, a sinister glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. He didn't pounce on Su Yan, but instead turned to the several grandmasters around him who were equally dumbfounded. He roared in a highly inflammatory voice. Everyone! You all see this. This is no ordinary medicinal food, it is a divine object that can defy fate and help us break through to the king realm. Such a divine object concerns the future of our entire association, and even all of humanity. How can it be monopolized by a kid of unknown origin? He pointed at Su Yan with righteous indignation. This young man is cold-hearted and possesses a treasure trove, yet he refuses to share it with others. I propose that, for the sake of the greater good, he hand over the recipe, so that our association can jointly manage it and benefit all those who are stuck at a bottleneck. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those grandmasters, who already harbored ulterior motives, immediately lit up. Master Ma's words perfectly packaged their greed as righteousness. Master Ma is right. Such miraculous remedies should be made public. That's right. Su Yan, if you know what's good for you, hand over the prescription now, and we won't treat you unfairly. The others immediately echoed, forming a subtle encirclement and using their collective will to put pressure on Su Yan. Before Su Yan could make a move, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the newly promoted King Elder Zhang. He felt an unprecedented surge of power within him and was furious at these ungrateful people. Presumptuous! How dare you disrespect my teacher? The king's domain instantly locked onto Master Ma and the others, unleashing a terrifying pressure. Puff! As the initiator, Master Ma was under the greatest pressure. He was forced to his knees on the spot, spitting blood and unable to move. The other masters were also pale-faced, their legs trembling, and they were almost kneeling. However, the matter did not end there. Su Yan's icy gaze finally landed on Master Ma, who was kneeling on the ground. He slowly walked forward and spoke indifferently. Master Ma, I remember you made a promise just now? Master Ma trembled, his face turning deathly pale. Of course he remembered the line, I, Ma, will swallow this rosewood table whole on the spot. The room fell silent, all eyes were fixed on the heavy rosewood table. Master Ma began to beg for mercy. No. No. Master Su Yan, I was confused for a moment. I'll kowtow to you. I was wrong. Please, have mercy and spare my life. Su Yan ignored him and simply stretched out a hand, aiming at the rosewood table. Keeping one's word is a fundamental virtue of a martial artist. Since you can't do it, I'll help you. As soon as he finished speaking, the phantom of the all things oven suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire table. To everyone's horror, the sturdy table disintegrated and crumbled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a fine gray powder in the golden furnace fire. With a wave of his hand, Su Yan caused the pile of powder to float in front of Master Ma. He said in a completely emotionless voice, Eat. Master Ma looked at the pile of powder, his stomach churned, and fear completely overwhelmed him. He kowtowed frantically, his forehead a bloody mess. No. Please. I don't want to eat it. I'll do anything for you. Elder Zhang snorted coldly, and his kingly aura intensified once again. Snap. Master Ma's bones cracked under the strain. He felt like he was about to be crushed into mincemeat. Overwhelmed by the fear of death and the boundless humiliation, he completely broke down. With trembling hands, he scooped up a handful of powder, mixed it with the water and blood and tears on the ground, and struggled to put it into his mouth. The dry, rough texture made him gag repeatedly, yet he dared not stop. After doing all this, Elder Zhang suddenly turned around and prostrated himself before Su Yan. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out in a hoarse voice. Zhang Kai will never forget his teacher's kindness in saving him. The word teacher carries immense weight. The other grandmasters looked at Grandmaster Ma, who was being suppressed and humiliated, and swallowed the powdered table, and then at Su Yan, who was being revered as teacher by the newly crowned king, and felt fear in their hearts. They all realized what was happening, knelt down, and pleaded. Master Su Yan, we were blind and beg for your forgiveness. We are willing to give up all our wealth for a bowl of divine soup. Su Yan's eyes were cold, and he ignored these opportunists. Instead, he took out several copies of the third-rank Grandmaster Breakthrough Soup and handed them to his loyal old subordinates. Your loyalty deserves to be rewarded. A moment later, several powerful auras of Grandmasters erupted one after another. Those who are loyal will achieve the breakthrough they have always dreamed of. Those traitors, seeing this stark contrast and then looking at Master Ma still retching in the corner, turned ashen-faced, their Dao hearts utterly collapsing at that moment. Just then, an association deacon quietly sent an encrypted message from a corner. The message read, Target, Su Yan, possesses extraordinary medicinal cuisine skills, capable of helping a Grandmaster break through to become a king. His value is immeasurable. Almost simultaneously, the highest-level communication device of the Martial Arts Association emitted a piercing buzz. An order marked Supreme Emergency from the Combatants Association Imperial Headquarters appeared on the screen. The instruction reads, at all costs, immediately invite Master Su Yan to the headquarters in the capital for a discussion. Chapter 72 The Yellow Turban Warriors awaken their bloodline, and the earthly emperor's body displays its power for the first time. The envoy from the Combat Professionals Association arrived faster than expected. That was a second-rank king with an arrogant aura. Wearing the distinctive silver-trimmed black robe of the War Association, every step he took into the hall of the Life Professions Association seemed to be measuring his own territory. The envoy glanced around, his eyes revealing undisguised disdain for the place's simple decor. When he saw Su Yan, his contempt was even more obvious. Too young. So young it's almost laughable. The special envoy didn't even bother with honorifics, adopting a condescending attitude and making the announcement straightforward. You're Su Yan? I am a special envoy of the War Association, sent here on orders from the War Association headquarters. The headquarters is already aware of your little tricks. He paused deliberately, seemingly giving Su Yan time to process this huge news, before slowly and methodically outlining his terms. As soon as you swear allegiance to our war alliance, you will immediately receive 3 blessings. Firstly, the position of Chief Alchemy Advisor of the War Association is equivalent to that of a 9th grade Grandmaster. Secondly, the title of Imperial Viscount, with a fief of 100 li. Thirdly, you will have your own exclusive A-grade psionic secret realm at your disposal. Each condition he stated was enough to drive any Grandmaster in Jiangqing to madness with excitement. These are honors that they could never achieve even after a lifetime of hard work. Finally, the envoy's lips curled into a condescending smile. The pool for a living professional is too shallow to contain you. Don't waste your talent in a place like this. Come with us, and you'll see the real sky. Elder Zhang and Elder Lu, who had just stabilized their cultivation levels, stood to the side, their faces ashen. This blatant poaching and humiliation made them feel incredibly aggrieved. However, the oppressive aura of the opponent, a second-rank king, made it extremely difficult for them to even utter a rebuttal. Su Yan's eyes remained as calm as a deep pool. He looked at the special envoy calmly, as if watching a poorly executed performance. Seeing that Su Yan remained unmoved, the envoy's arrogance grew even stronger, believing that Su Yan was either overwhelmed by the huge surprise or simply did not understand the weight of these conditions. The envoy sneered, "It seems you know nothing about true alchemy and have no idea of the gap between yourself and us." He decided to completely dissuade this country bumpkin from staying. "Very well, I'll let you see the true lineage of alchemy." As soon as he finished speaking, the envoy pointed his fingers like a sword, mobilizing the immense power of a king within his body. In an instant, the air in front of him distorted, and countless golden and purple light spots converged, weaving together to form a complex and profound 3-dimensional magic array diagram. Within the illustrations, lines of law flowed and pharmacological runes appeared and disappeared, creating a grand and sacred aura. This is precisely the manifestation of the laws of the king-level pill formula treasured by the Combat Professionals Association, the Purple Extreme Spirit Nourishing Pill. This is not the physical formula for alchemy, but rather a simulation of its core Taoist essence using one's own cultivation and understanding of alchemy. In his view, this was both a display of power and a devastating blow to Su Yan. A hint of sarcasm played at the corners of his mouth, carrying a didactic air. Look carefully. This is the true Tao of alchemy, personally approved by the Imperial Alchemy Saint and passed down for 100 years. Your various soups and broths are insignificant compared to this sacred tradition. However, the scene of Su Yan's shock and inferiority that he had envisioned did not occur. Su Yan simply watched quietly. In his eyes, the law chart that was revered by alchemists presented a completely different picture. The level 5 characteristic of furnace of all things, law refinement, is activated instantly. Under his divine perception, the seemingly perfect catalog was covered with dense red warnings. The numerous conflicts of pharmacological principles are clearly visible and extremely glaring. A playful smile finally appeared on Su Yan's lips. The envoy waved his hand impatiently, scattering the dazzling light and shadow. Finished reading? Now, make your choice. Su Yan shook his head. I'm not interested in your invitation. Then, he held up a finger, as if commenting on a poorly drawn painting, and casually remarked. What you just showed me may seem impressive, but it is fundamentally flawed. The combination of the 3 main ingredients is fundamentally conflicting in terms of principles. He stated his conclusion in a calm tone. If this method is used to refine pills, the user may temporarily enhance their spiritual power, but within 10 years, the origin of their soul will slowly wither due to the conflict with the laws, and eventually extinguish itself. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. The envoy's face instantly changed from arrogant to flushed red, and then he flew into a rage. This is no longer a questioning, it is an open provocation against the Imperial Alchemy Saint and the entire War Alliance alchemy system. Nonsense! You arrogant brat! This is a sacred medicine formula created by the Imperial Alchemy Master himself, hailed for centuries as the only way to cultivate spiritual power. How dare you, a mere cook, slander it? Su Yan did not argue with him. He turned around and casually picked up a few low-quality concentration grasses from the association's warehouse. With his fingers like knives, and a strange Taoist charm flowing from his fingertips, he cut them at will. Driven by the all things furnace, a slight release of true energy occurs. In just a few breaths, a cup of steaming hot, fragrant tea was brewed. The fragrance carries a power that cleanses the soul and points directly to the source. He pushed the teacup toward the special envoy. Drink it, and you will know whether what I said is true or false. The envoy intended to explode on the spot and smash the cup of tea. But his kingly intuition triggered a strong sense of alarm in his mind. He was warned that the seemingly ordinary cup of tea contained risks and opportunities he could not comprehend. That cup of tea seemed to contain some profound truth, stirring his mind and giving rise to an irresistible desire. He stared intently at Su Yan, and finally, with some doubt, picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. The next moment, an indescribable coolness exploded from his throat, rushing straight to his soul. The slight obstruction and shackles that had been lingering in the depths of his consciousness for years due to the consumption of elixirs vanished in an instant. He immediately looked inward at himself. Then, he saw a scene that terrified him. Deep within his soul's origin, there was indeed a wisp of barely perceptible withered death energy, which shared the same origin as the medicinal power of the purple extreme spirit nourishing pill. If it weren't for this cup of divine tea cleansing him, he probably would never have discovered this fatal hidden danger until his death. 10 years from now, this second-rank king will die from the exhaustion of his soul inexplicably. The envoy's arrogance, anger, and sarcasm were instantly shattered by boundless fear. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang and shattered into pieces. He raised his head and looked at Su Yan again. His eyes no longer held any contempt, but only primal awe and fear. He dared not say another word, and even forgot his mission to poach the talent. He simply bowed deeply to Su Yan, then turned and fled in a panic. We must return immediately. The mission is no longer an invitation, but to report a momentous event that could upend the Empire's alchemy world. An entity that possesses the truth has appeared in Zhangchang. That night, Su Yan returned to his small courtyard. The arrogance and pressure from the War Association made him even more convinced that he must acquire absolute power as soon as possible. He saw Zhao Qing meticulously wielding the giant hammer, diligently practicing her skills. Sweat soaked her clothes, outlining her powerful and beautiful curves. But her expression carried a hint of worry and resentment about her own lack of strength. Su Yan felt a warmth in his heart as he recalled Leng Ruoshue's parting words. He stepped forward, gently embraced her from behind, and held Zhao Qing's hand, which was slightly hot from the force of his embrace. Ruoshue is right, we must become stronger as soon as possible. His warm breath brushed against Zhao Qing's ear, causing her body to tremble slightly and her cheeks to flush, but she did not put down the giant hammer in her hand. Su Yan lowered his head, planted a kiss on her cheek, and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here." He slowly transmitted the techniques of the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique into Zhao Qing's mind through his divine sense. The two returned to their room and sat cross-legged facing each other. Zhao Qing looked at Su Yan with eyes full of complete trust. She took a deep breath and said softly, "Su Yan, I'm ready." Without hesitation, she let down all her defenses and accepted Su Yan's spiritual guidance. Su Yan stretched out his hands, palms facing each other. A gentle power carrying an aura of chaos slowly flowed into her body. It guided her spiritual energy to operate according to the route of the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique. The instant the cultivation technique is activated, a sudden change has occurred. Zhao Qing's yellow turban warrior physique, which has a natural affinity with the power of the earth, resonated with the chaotic vortex within Su Yan's body in an unprecedentedly intense way. A profound, vast aura, like the awakening of an ancient divine mountain, erupted from her body. Almost simultaneously, the cold system notifications sounded in Su Yan's mind one after another. Warning! Unknown physique and cultivation technique have undergone a super-level fusion. The host's Taoist partner's yellow turban warrior physique is evolving into the higher-level Earth Emperor physique. The evolutionary process is extremely dangerous, with a success rate of less than 10%. If this fails, the target will suffer physical collapse and complete annihilation of body and soul. Continue? Chapter 73 Supreme Dual Cultivation. Zhao Qing's imperial body is initially formed, reaching the third rank of the king realm. Warning! Failure will result in the target's physical collapse and complete annihilation of body and soul. Continue? The cold, robotic system notification echoed in Su Yan's mind. His gaze remained unwavering in the slightest. Continue. Su Yan made his choice without hesitation. He used his own most primordial chaotic energy as a guide, like a stabilizing needle, to forcibly protect Zhao Qing's heart meridian. At the same time, he guided the raging earth power that was rampaging through her body and threatening to burst her meridians, slowly merging it with his own chaotic energy. This was an incredibly dangerous process. It was as if the world was being created inside Zhao Qing's body. In an instant, all the meridians in his body were shattered inch by that immense and unparalleled force. The excruciating pain nearly made her faint, but the chaotic energy that Su Yan brought always managed to protect her soul at crucial moments and bring a touch of coolness. Immediately afterwards, the Earth's power, which had merged with the chaotic energy, forcibly reorganized and expanded her meridians in an even more domineering way. Strands of golden divine patterns began to seep out from beneath her skin, like the most ancient totems, imprinted on her body. Ultimately, the bloodline within her, originating from the Yellow Turban warriors, under the tempering of the chaotic energy, underwent a complete leap and transformation of life. The prototype of the earthly imperial body has been forged. Boom! A profound and boundless aura surged from her, as if an ancient, slumbering mountain had awakened at this moment. Her cultivation aura broke through the barrier without any hindrance and soared wildly all the way. King of Kings. Rank 2 King. King Rank 3. Finally, it steadily reached the peak of King Rank 3. A surge of energy, far greater and purer than any previous instance of dual cultivation, flowed back into Su Yan's body like a mighty celestial river. Su Yan's physical condition underwent a dramatic change at this moment. His meridians, tendons, bones, and flesh were all being tempered by divine fire, undergoing a complete transformation. Boom! His bones and muscles resonated, emitting sounds like dragons roaring and tigers howling. His blood flowed like a surging river, and a faint golden hue appeared beneath his skin. A layer of thick, foul-smelling black impurities was forcibly expelled from his pores. The dual cultivation has ended. Both of them were covered in a layer of foul-smelling filth. For Zhao Qing, who was very clean, this was simply unbearable. She glanced at herself, then at Su Yan, her cheeks flushed, and quickly lowered her head and rushed into the bathroom. Su Yan chuckled and followed him inside. The sound of rushing water washes away fatigue and grime in a warm double bath. When the two walked out again, Zhao Qing's gaze towards Su Yan had completely changed. In addition to the original loyalty and affection, there is an added sense of almost devout dependence. It was as if Su Yan was her everything, her everything. The next day, Su Yan set off for Sanglong Martial Arts Academy to complete the final confirmation procedures for the National Martial Arts College entrance examination. As soon as he stepped into the bustling registration hall, a fiery figure rushed straight towards him. Brother Su Yan. Su Yan sighed inwardly. This girl used to be so aloof, but ever since she saved her father, she's completely changed. She's a typical case of being cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Chen Shueya, the eldest daughter of the Chen family, changed her usual icy demeanor in front of others and became like a clingy kitten, affectionately linking her arm with his. That's it, we can't stop it now. With her impressive 36E figure, she pressed herself against Su Yan without any attempt to conceal her movements. Instantly, it attracted countless envious or amazed glances from people in the hall. I'm also taking the college entrance exam this year. Shall we team up? She said coquettishly. This scene instantly ignited the jealousy of the other talented candidates present. A young man dressed in fine clothes, exuding a sharp aura, walked in with several followers. His gaze toward Su Yan was filled with undisguised contempt and disdain. Does a mere 9th rank martial artist in the life skill category deserve to be accompanied by such a grandmaster-level beauty? The young man was Wang Jianfei, a renowned young master from a neighboring city. He looked down at Su Yan and shouted, "Get out of here! It's a waste of their talents to have them follow you." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Jianfei suddenly unleashed his prized sword aura domain. The air in the entire hall instantly became sharp, and invisible sword energy, like a whirlwind, pressed down on Su Yan, attempting to make him kneel down and embarrass himself in front of everyone. Before Su Yan could make any move, Zhao Qing, standing behind him, let out a cold snort. She took a step forward. The newly formed prototype of the Earth Emperor body is beginning to display its divine power. The oppressive aura of a rank 3 king, mixed with a trace of the power of will from the very source of the earth, descended like an ancient divine mountain, crashing down with a deafening roar. Wang Jianfei's proud sword aura domain shattered instantly like paper before this overwhelming and unreasonable pressure. He felt as if he had been crushed by a mountain of millions of tons, and with a thud, his knees slammed heavily onto the hard floor. His entire body groaned and creaked under the strain, and his face was as pale as paper. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this domineering and unparalleled scene. Chen Shuao also reacted, and the rainbow sword was instantly drawn, unleashing the aura of a grandmaster. She and Zhao Qing flanked Su Yan, firmly protecting him in the middle. Two stunningly beautiful goddesses guarding a seemingly ordinary young man. This scene is deeply etched in everyone's mind. Su Yan smiled and patted Zhao Qing's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. He slowly walked up to Wang Jianfei, who was kneeling on the ground with a face full of humiliation and fear, looked down at him, and spoke calmly. "Your domain is for showing off. And my field." Su Yan's mind stirred. The great Dao domain unfolded silently, without the slightest sense of oppressive energy. However, Wang Jianfei, kneeling on the ground, stared wide-eyed in horror. He felt as if he had been stripped naked in an instant, from body to soul, with no secrets left. One's own core domain, martial will, and even the way every wisp of spiritual energy operates. Everything is clearly analyzed and understood within the other party's domain. That feeling is like a butcher coldly scrutinizing a pig about to be slaughtered. This kind of complete crushing, originating from the level of life itself, is 10,000 times more terrifying than any physical torture. At this moment, Wang Jianfei's Dao heart completely collapsed. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes unfocused, muttering to himself. Just then, in a corner of the hall, the expression on the face of a top-tier examiner in charge of proctoring the exam changed drastically. He stared intently at Su Yan, his eyes filled with horror. The encrypted communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated wildly, and a top-secret order from the Imperial Ministry of Education popped up. After reading the content, the examiner's expression became more serious than ever before. His gaze swept over the name Su Yan on the list of candidates, then he looked up at the distant sky and muttered to himself. Intelligence confirmed, the Shadow Order's top assassins have infiltrated the organization disguised as examinees. This year's college entrance examination will be a hunting ground. So, he was the bait laid out above, and the sharpest knife. At the same time, the distant northern defense line. Because the Nangong family has been installing generals in large numbers, Lin Tianhao, who is ignorant of military affairs, has been giving orders blindly and eliminating dissidents. As a result, the elite Snow Wolf Guard, which Long Ruoshua has personally trained, has been used as cannon fodder and constantly wasted away. Ultimately, a key defensive zone was breached by the alien race. The gates of the Empire are wide open. A rapid vibration came from the Snow Wolf Eye communicator on Zhao Qing's waist. After reading the message, her face turned deathly pale, and she became absent-minded. She walked to Su Yan's side, her voice trembling slightly but resolute. "Su Yan, I want to go to the northern border." Su Yan looked at her, read the message, and nodded in agreement. He immediately sprang into action, working tirelessly day and night to concoct large quantities of Grade 3 blood-activating and stasis-removing soup, Grade 3 tendon-repairing and bone-setting soup, Grade 3 King's True Spirit soup, and Grade 3 Grandmaster Breakthrough soup, for her. He hoped that these medicinal soups would reduce the number of casualties among the Snow Wolf Guard brothers and sisters. Looking at the mountain of precious medicinal food, Zhao Qing's knees buckled, and she knelt before Su Yan. "On behalf of my brothers and sisters in the Snow Wolf Guard, thank you." Su Yan helped her up and said seriously, "Ruoshua and you are both my wives. The affairs of the Snow Wolf Guard are my affairs." He transmitted the method of the stealth skill into Zhao Qing's mind, allowing her to secretly carry medicine to the northern border to provide support. After seeing Zhao Qing off, Su Yan turned around and looked into the depths of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Academy. His eyes were incredibly firm. He was determined to win the top spot in the Martial Arts College entrance examination. Chapter 74. The Imperial Martial Arts Examination is in full swing. The name of a good-for-nothing hides deadly intent. As we bid farewell to Zhao Qing, the lingering snow and wind of the northern border seem to still cling to our fingertips. Su Yan turned around and looked into the depths of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Academy. His eyes were incredibly determined. He is determined to win the top spot in the Martial Arts College entrance examination. With one step, a bright and clear view suddenly appeared before me. This place is the Azure Dragon floating arena, suspended above the sea of clouds. The huge circular grandstand was packed to capacity. Millions of spectators roared and cheered. Above the sky, dozens of huge holographic screens broadcast the live stream simultaneously to the entire empire. Every detail inside the venue is clearly presented. In the center of the arena, more than 100,000 talented candidates have gathered. They formed a vast and powerful sea of people, a diverse and complex mix of emotions. The aura of a grandmaster is no longer uncommon here. There were even a few subtle fluctuations that had already touched the threshold of becoming a king. Chen Shuiao stayed close to Su Yan. Her beautiful eyes held both excitement and a hint of nervousness about the unknown. Brother Su Yan, we're finally going to take the martial arts exam together. She was also among the crowd of test takers. Her stunning beauty and master-level aura made her incredibly dazzling in the crowd. The image of the two standing side by side was instantly captured and magnified infinitely through the holographic screen. In an instant, the audience and the online live stream room were in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, "Look! That guy is Su Yan, that good-for-nothing from Jiangcheng." Another person chimed in, "Isn't that Chen Shuiao, the little princess of the Chen family in Shanghai? A grandmaster-level genius. How could she be so intimate with a good-for-nothing?" Someone else scoffed, "Your information is so outdated. This useless son-in-law is not simple at all. I heard that his wife, the goddess of war Lang Ruoshua, just died in the northern frontier. Before his body was even cold, he married Zhao Qing, the best friend of the god of war. This guy who climbed to the top by relying on women can't wait to hook up with a new lover. He's utter trash." Malicious speculation spread like wildfire, like a virus. For a moment, the gazes directed at Su Yan were filled with contempt, disgust, and anger. In everyone's eyes, Su Yan was not only a good-for-nothing, but also a treacherous and shameless villain. Hearing these foul words, Chen Shuiao's pretty face turned red with anger. The aura of a grandmaster was about to erupt uncontrollably. She angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. Brother Su Yan isn't that kind of person." Su Yan gently pressed her hand, signaling her to calm down. His calm gaze swept over those disdainful or angry faces, his heart remaining completely undisturbed. Those who are clean will be clean by themselves. He knew that the most powerful weapon against rumors was not defense. Instead, they used absolute strength to crush all the doubters under their feet. Just then, a gentle yet irresistible force of will precisely enveloped Su Yan. A majestic voice resounded directly in his mind. "Examiner, please have a private meeting with Su Yan in the control room." Su Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he said to Chen Shuiao, "I'll leave for a bit. You wait for me here." Amidst the astonished and uncertain gazes of those around him, Su Yan's figure was enveloped in a soft light and vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he found himself in a futuristic, enclosed room. In the center of the room stood a man dressed in a gold examiner's uniform. This person's aura was unfathomable. He was none other than a king-level examiner. The examiner's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, as if they could see right through people's hearts. "Hello, Su Yan. I am Wang Yi, the chief examiner for this martial arts exam." Su Yan responded calmly and respectfully, "Examiner Wang." A hint of approval flashed in Wang Yi's eyes as he got straight to the point. "As you've probably guessed, the reason I invited you here is no small matter. According to the top secret orders of the Imperial Ministry of Education and the military, the first round of this martial arts examination is not only a selection process, but also a purge operation." He pulled up a blood-red top secret file and displayed it in front of Su Yan. "The Shadow Order, a malignant tumor hidden in the shadows of the Empire. We have confirmed that they have dispatched at least 5 top assassins to infiltrate this martial arts exam disguised as examinees. The target is you." He stared intently into Su Yan's eyes and continued. "In the eyes of the higher-ups, you are both the bait to lure them into making a move and the sharpest knife we hope you can become. Your mission is to cooperate with us, while ensuring your own safety, to find and exterminate these venomous snakes one by one. This is both an order and a request. I'll also reward you with a close-fitting breastplate, which can fully withstand a full-force attack from a first-class king." Su Yan looked at the numerous misdeeds of the Shadow Order in the file, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He remembered the curse on Lang Ruoshua and the crisis in the northern border. Behind all of this, there may be the shadow of this organization. Without the slightest hesitation, he took the breastplate and answered decisively, "I accept the mission." Wang Yi gave him a deep look and nodded emphatically. "Good. The Empire will not forget your contributions. Go, survive, and then, go on a killing spree." With a flash of light, Su Yan's figure returned to the crowd in the arena. Chen Shuiao immediately came closer and asked worriedly, "Brother Su Yan, what do they want with you?" Su Yan smiled faintly, "It's nothing, just confirming some information." But there was a chilling murderous intent hidden in that smile. Although the content of this secret meeting was unknown to anyone, the process was broadcast live to audiences across the country. In the principal's office of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, the principal and the director of studies turned ashen-faced when they saw Su Yan being personally summoned by the chief examiner. They knew in their hearts that they were completely finished. The heads of the Lin family, Nangong family, and other powerful families had gloomy faces, unable to fathom the mystery, and only felt that things were slipping out of control. Chief Examiner Wang Yi returned to the platform, his loud voice resounding throughout the entire venue. Dear candidates, I hereby declare the National Martial Arts College Entrance Examination officially open. First round of assessment: Extreme Survival Resource War. The rules are as follows. This round of assessment will last for 15 days. All participants are only allowed to bring 3 days' worth of food and water. The rest will have to be obtained by yourselves. You will be randomly teleported to a secret realm codenamed Lost Island, which contains a large number of spiritual herbs that are hundreds or even thousands of years old, as well as top-grade spiritual energy crystals. But there, too, abyssal beasts roam freely, and danger lurks everywhere. Remember, death is true elimination. Your watches not only record points, but also represent your lives. Points can be stolen, and so can lives. Survive, and then come back with enough resources points. Now, teleportation begins. Anyone attempting to use the spatial artifact to carry more food and water will be immediately disqualified. The moment the words fell, the massive ancient teleportation array in the center of the arena suddenly lit up with a blinding light. Buzz. Su Yan felt an irresistible spatial force enveloping him. He instinctively tried to grab Chen Shuiao beside him, but only grasped at nothingness. The two were instantly separated by the light of the teleportation. The next second, I felt a solid sensation under my feet. He was now in a primeval forest filled with damp mist. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and the air was filled with humus and the stench of wild animals. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yan silently unleashed his Great Dao Domain the moment he landed, covering a radius of 25 meters around him. In that instant, his gaze suddenly turned icy cold. In his perception, 5 chilling killing intents simultaneously attacked from the east, west, south, north, and the treetops above his head. These 5 murderous intents were professional and undisguised, like a sniper rifle that had been aimed long ago. With unparalleled precision, it simultaneously locked onto his brow, heart, and back of the head. Chapter 75, A Grandmaster's Encirclement and Slaughter, a Hunting Declaration Under Dire Circumstances. East, west, south, north, and overhead. 5 directions, 5 chilling, bone-chilling killing intents of Grandmasters, like 5 poison daggers, were already poised to strike his vitals. This is a perfect, deadly formation. The randomness of teleportation is meaningless to them. How did they achieve such precise positioning? Su Yan's mind raced, but his face remained expressionless. 5 figures emerged from the shadows, exuding a chilling aura that seemed completely out of place in this primeval forest. The leader, with the most powerful aura, was a Grandmaster of the 3rd rank. His name is Nangong. Nangong looked Su Yan up and down with the eyes of someone looking at a dead man, a cruel, mocking smile spreading across his lips. 9th rank martial artist, a useless life skill, Su Yan. He spoke slowly and deliberately, as if he were reading a death sentence. You maggot who rose to power by relying on women, you actually dare to participate in the martial arts examination. He deliberately raised his voice to ensure that every word he said could be captured by the hidden live stream camera. I heard your war goddess wife died in battle in the north. That's truly gratifying. What, you've already moved on to a new love? You even went after your wife's best friend, you're a real beast. The vicious words, like knives piercing the heart, were meant to provoke Su Yan and make him lose his mind. Su Yan clenched his fists instantly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and a raging fire ignited in his eyes. His heart, however, was filled with a cold silence. 5 Grandmasters, their domains overlapping, a direct confrontation would be suicide. The only chance of survival is to convince them that they are truly just a weak, simple-minded piece of trash. Court death. Su Yan let out a suppressed roar, and then, thunderbolt force, under his feet exploded, causing him to rush towards Nangong like a cannonball. This charge was his genuine test. Overestimating one's abilities. Nangong looked disdainful and casually raised his hand, striking out with a palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided, producing a dull, loud thud. A tremendous force surged forth, and Su Yan felt his entire arm go numb instantly, his blood and chi surge, and he was forced to retreat several steps. Nangong also exclaimed in surprise, "Eh?" A martial artist of the 9th rank was able to withstand a palm strike with 30% of his strength without breaking any bones or tendons on the spot. The foundation is quite solid. But before he could think about it further, the domains of the other 4 grandmasters pressed down simultaneously. Su Yan instantly felt himself sinking into a sticky quagmire, his movements slowing down several times over. The 5 worked together with exceptional skill, instantly sealing off all his possibilities of dodging. Su Yan's Great Dao domain operated frantically under extreme pressure, silently analyzing the flaws in the 5 people's techniques and recording every tiny gap in their coordination. These are the assets he will use to launch a counterattack later. Finish. Nangongyu seized the moment when Su Yan stiffened due to the suppression of his domain, his figure approaching like a ghost, and he struck Su Yan's chest heavily with his palm. Clang! A deep, resounding boom, like the tolling of a bell, followed. The protective breastplate bestowed upon him by the examiner flashed with light, perfectly absorbing all the Grandmaster's will and destructive energy contained within the palm strike. However, the sheer physical force of the impact was overwhelming, like being struck by a charging elephant. Puff! Su Yan's chest trembled violently, his internal organs seemed to shift, and he spat out a mouthful of real blood. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily to the ground. Nangongyu's pupils contracted slightly, feeling a hint of displeasure and surprise that his palm strike had failed to penetrate the opponent's armor. To ensure everything went smoothly, he took out a jade bottle from his pocket. He walked up to Su Yan, pried open his chin, and forced a pinch of black powder into Su Yan's mouth. The Nandong family's spirit transformation powder will render anyone below the Grandmaster level useless if they touch it. Enjoy the pain of your psionic energy being gradually eroded. The highly toxic substance melts upon entering the mouth. Su Yan lay on the ground, his body convulsing violently, his breath fading and dissipating at a visible speed. Finally, the last trace of spiritual energy on his body disappeared, and he became no different from an ordinary person. This is the sign that the all things furnace has been activated and is beginning to fully refine the toxins. But in the eyes of the enemy, this was proof that they had been poisoned to a deep degree. One of Nangongyu's team members stepped forward and disdainfully kicked the unconscious Su Yan. Boss, all done. They skillfully searched Su Yan's body and took away the only 3 days' worth of food and water, confirming that he was no longer a threat. Let's go, this piece of trash isn't worth our time. With a smug smile, Nangongyu led his team away. At this moment, the reactions of the parties who witnessed the scene through hidden cameras were completely different. Triumphant laughter erupted from the high-level monitoring rooms of the Lin and Nangong families. A mere 9th-rank martial artist could force Nangongyu to use the spirit transformation powder. His death was not unjust. Association of Professionals in Life. Elder Zhang and Elder Lu watched the scene on the screen where Su Yan vomited blood and collapsed. Their hearts were in their throats, and they slammed their fists on the table in anger. Shameless. Despicable. How dare they poison the martial arts exam? In another shadow of the Lost Island, a Shadow Order spy, disguised as a test taker, recorded the last message on his wristwatch. Target Su Yan, strength approximately equal to half-step Grandmaster, poor temperament, easily provoked. He has been severely injured and subjected to spirit transformation powder by Nangong's team, confirmed to be no longer a threat. Intelligence level downgraded. The jungle returned to its deathly silence. I don't know how much time will pass. After Nangongyu's team walked away, Su Yan slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently a few times, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with black clots. A hint of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. That was close. 5 Grandmasters working together are indeed terrifying. Immediately, this lingering fear was completely replaced by a chilling killing intent. A thought suddenly occurred to him. All Things Furnace Level 5 is operating at full capacity. The deadly poison, spirit transformation powder, which was enough to cripple any martial artist below the Grandmaster level, has been completely refined into an exceptionally pure special energy. This energy flowed like sweet spring water throughout his limbs and bones, rapidly repairing his internal organs that had been injured by the shock. Su Yan slowly stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and his injuries were rapidly recovering. He looked in the direction where Nangongyu and the others had left, a cruel sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Thank you for the spirit dissolving powder, which has made my spiritual foundation more solid. And thank you for your arrogance, for not going straight for the kill. So, Su Yan bent down and took out a bowl of 3-grade blood activating and stasis removing soup from the vegetable garden in the system space. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured the medicine into his mouth and swallowed it slowly. The powerful medicinal properties instantly dissolved and surged into the entire body. His already powerful physical body and vital energy surged to an unprecedented peak. This scene was once again broadcast live to all viewers through the ubiquitous live streaming cameras. In the high-level monitoring rooms of the Lin and Nangong families, the deafening laughter abruptly stopped. Everyone's expression was frozen, as if they had been frozen in place. He stood up? Impossible. That's the spirit transformation powder. Our Nangong family's spirit transformation powder. No one below the Grandmaster level can escape it. An elder of the Nangong family screamed, his face filled with the fear of seeing a ghost. That idiot Nangong Yu, why didn't he cut off his head? We've let this opportunity slip away. The monitoring room fell into a deathly silence, with only heavy breathing remaining. As they watched the figure in the light screen not only stand up but also whose aura was rising steadily, a chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Association of Professionals in Life. Elder Zhang and Elder Lu had bloodshot eyes and faces full of despair. Suddenly, the images on the screen stunned them. Elder Lu rubbed his eyes, pointing at the screen in disbelief. Old Zhang, look, that kid, did he move? Before he finished speaking, Su Yan had already stood up, drunk the medicine, and regained his peak momentum. He's alive. He's still alive. The oppressive office suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers. The two elders were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes, and they pounded each other's backs, acting as if they were going crazy. I knew it. I knew this kid was a monster. Ha 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 ha. You dogs of the Nangong family, is your poison fake? The ecstasy that followed their despair reignited their flame of hope. In the shadows of the Forgotten Island. The Shadow Order spy was preparing to move when the image on his wristwatch caused his pupils to suddenly shrink to the size of pinpoints. He suddenly stopped and stared intently at Su Yan as he stood up. He quickly crossed out the information he had just recorded, frantically tapped his fingers on his wristwatch, and re-entered an urgent intelligence report. Major intelligence failure. The target is not dead and appears to possess an unknown ability to instantly detoxify and heal from injuries. A serious error has occurred in the threat level assessment. Upgrade. Immediately upgrade to the highest level, extinction level. This person must die. Su Yan was unaware of the uproar that had ensued because of him. All he knew was that the time for the hunt had come. Now, it's my turn. On this island, there are 5 of you. None of them will survive. He discerned the direction, then his figure flashed and disappeared silently into the depths of the jungle like a ghost. The hunt has officially begun. He intends to defeat them one by one. Chapter 76 Deadly Hunting Ground. A pot of poisonous mushrooms wipes out a Grandmaster-level pursuer. Deep in the jungle, Su Yan activated his stealth skill, his figure disappearing into the shadows like a ghost. His murderous intent had long since sunk deep into his heart, transforming into absolute calmness. 5 masters. A direct confrontation would be certain death. But this is the Lost Island, his home turf. A skilled worker excels at utilizing rules and the environment. His gaze was no longer fixed on the enemy, but swept over the fertile yet dangerous land beneath his feet. Planting skill level 3, activated quietly. In his view, the plants of the entire world presented a completely different picture. Countless streams of data flashed before my eyes. Maidenhair fern, over 100 years old, can be used medicinally for its heat-clearing and detoxifying properties. Ghost-faced flower, highly poisonous contact with it causes skin ulceration. He was like the most discerning gardener, inspecting his own garden. Soon, he stopped beside a patch of damp, rotting wood. A cluster of fungi, with a bright red appearance and resembling the legendary spiritual fruit Xingyuan fruit, is growing quietly. The 3-day soul-severing mushroom is extremely poisonous. Its appearance is 99% similar to the enhancing fruit. Ingestion will cause spiritual energy disorder and complete paralysis within 30 minutes. Even a miracle cannot save you. Su Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. He carefully picked the cluster of poisonous mushrooms and used the most professional methods to remove the barely perceptible trace of toxins from the roots. Next, he drew a wisp of spiritual energy from the vegetable garden in the system space and infused it into the poisonous mushroom. In an instant, the cluster of poisonous mushrooms became even more translucent, with a faint spiritual aura lingering around them. Now, it looks even more tempting than the real Xingyuan fruit. Like an experienced hunter, Su Yan sneaked in and laid traps along the path that Nangong team was most likely to take. He faked the messy traces left by several wild animals fighting over something, and then casually left this treasure of nature in the most conspicuous place. Having done all this, he disappeared back into the darkness, waiting patiently. Half an hour later, the 5 members of Nangong's team grumbled as they made their way through the jungle. Damn it, that good-for-nothing is finally dead. What a waste of one of our precious spirit transformation powders. Boss, what are you afraid of? He's just a piece of trash. He's probably been eaten to pieces by the abyss beast by now. That's true. Let's hurry and find some medicinal herbs to make up for the loss. Just then, one of the team members' eyes lit up as he stared intently at a cluster of red fungi not far away. Boss, look. Is that a growth fruit? The 5 men instantly surrounded them, their eyes filled with greed and ecstasy. Absolutely. Judging from its condition, it's at least 500 years old. Ha ha ha. This is truly a stroke of luck. I got rid of a piece of trash and even found such a treasure. Nangong laughed triumphantly. It seems our luck has turned. That good-for-nothing Su Yan is a real jinx. No treasure can be found anywhere he goes. Without any suspicion, they carefully divided and ate the Xingyuan fruit. Who wouldn't want to live a few more years? A sweet juice entered my mouth, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy instantly exploded within my body. All 5 of them wore expressions of ecstasy, feeling as if their cultivation bottlenecks were loosening. Let's go. Let's find a place to refine the medicinal power, and we'll be able to break through soon. Nangong, full of vigor, led the 4 of them into the depths of the dense forest. Another half hour passed. Nangong, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt the spiritual energy in his body begin to run rampant and out of control. Something's not right. He hadn't finished speaking. Thump! One of his teammates was foaming at the mouth and convulsing as he collapsed to the ground. Then, 1, 2, 3. Including Nangong, the 5 people collapsed to the ground almost at the same time, their bodies numb and unable to move. The psychic energy within them surged like boiling water, violently impacting their meridians and causing excruciating pain. Nangong stared wide-eyed in horror. He wanted to speak, but could only let out a desperate ho-ho roar. He finally understood. That's not the enhancing fruit. It's poison. A figure emerged leisurely from the shadows. It was Su Yan. That good-for-nothing, he's not dead. It was a trap he set. He wore a detached smile, as if admiring his own masterpiece. Nangong's eyes were instantly filled with endless fear and regret. Su Yan walked up to him and squatted down. He didn't say anything, but calmly took back his food and water. Then, he removed the wristwatches from each of the 5 people's wrists one by one. Ding! Points transfer successful. Drop! The crisp notification sound, in the deathly silent forest, was like the tolling of a death knell. Su Yan confiscated all of the 5 people's spatial backpacks, weapons, and supplies. He found a thin booklet called Cleaning Techniques in Nangong's spatial backpack. Ding! Do you wish to learn the skill cleaning technique? Study. With a thought, Su Yan casually pointed to a leaf covered in mud next to him. Cleansing spell level 1 successfully activated, proficiency +1. The leaves instantly became clean as if they had been washed. He didn't look at the 5 dying people on the ground anymore, and just said something indifferently. The abyssal beasts here should be very interested in you. After saying that, he turned around, used the cleaning technique he had just learned to erase all traces of his presence, and disappeared into the jungle. All that remained in the eyes of Nangong and his group was utter despair as they awaited the arrival of darkness. Meanwhile, the monitoring rooms were already in an uproar. The monitoring rooms of the Lin and Nangong families. As the 5 signal points of Nangong's team on the light screen went out one after another, everyone's wild laughter froze on their faces. After the deathly silence came a hysterical rage. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Nangong was a grandmaster of the 3rd rank. How could he die at the hands of a good-for-nothing? An elder of the Nangong family screamed, his face filled with the terror of seeing a ghost. That idiot Nangong. Why didn't you cut off his head? Let the tiger return to the mountain. Pass on my order. All members of the Nangong family, at all costs, hunt down Su Yan. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Principal's Office. Chen Jinxiong, Lu Guofu, and Wang Hai felt a chill run down their spines as they watched the calmly conquering youth on the screen. Their faces no longer held any contempt, only endless regret and fear. They finally realized just how terrifying the being they had driven away was. Association of Professionals in Life. Elder Zhang and Elder Lu were stunned at first, then burst into earth-shattering cheers. Good. Good lad. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Elder Lu was so excited that his face turned red, and he slammed his fist on the table. I knew it. I knew this kid was a monster. Ha 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 ha. How do you idiots of the Nangong family feel now? The ecstasy that followed despair reignited their hope, turning it into a raging wildfire. In the shadows of the Forgotten Island. The Shadow Order spy's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at the information on his wristwatch. He quickly crossed out all previous records and, with trembling fingers, entered a top-level emergency intelligence report. Major intelligence failure. The target is not dead. They possess the ability to instantly detoxify, are almost demonically cunning, and ruthlessly vicious. A serious error has occurred in the threat level assessment. Upgrade. Immediately upgrade to the highest level, annihilation level. This person must die. Su Yan was unaware of the uproar that had ensued because of him. He was taking stock of his rich spoils. Just as he was checking Nangong Yu's watch, he suddenly stopped. That was a tracking signal source. The signal source points deeper into the island. Su Yan stared at the constantly flashing location coordinates, his eyes becoming deep. Who could it be? Is it a trap, or a new prey? Chapter 77 Hero Saves the Beauty. Chen Shuao is trapped, and her life skill combat tactics are amazing. Su Yan's wristwatch also received a signal. It shares the same signal source as Nangong Yu's wristwatch. A faint encrypted signal flickered intermittently on the screen. This is Chen Shuao's emergency distress signal. She was nearby and in danger. Before entering the secret realm, they agreed that if they got separated, they would use this signal as a guide to reunite. With the signal so weak, she is clearly in great trouble. Su Yan's eyes sharpened instantly. Without hesitation, he put away all the spoils of war. With a flash, the stealth skill was activated. He completely blended into the shadows of the jungle. Following the direction of the wristwatch signal, he moved silently and swiftly. Half an hour later. A valley shrouded in miasma appeared before us. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of a mixture of cloying floral scents and putrid odors. The signal source is inside the valley. Su Yan stopped in his tracks. The great Dao domain silently unfolded, enveloping the area ahead. He instantly saw everything in the valley, and his heart sank. Chen Shuao's situation is worse than she imagined. She was bound to a large tree by a huge, tough, pale green spider web. Spider silk was embedded deep in the flesh, and corrosive venom was seeping into the wound. Her pretty face was deathly pale, her lips were an unnatural purple, and her breathing was weak. She had clearly been poisoned and was unconscious. The magnificent martial arts uniform was corroded and riddled with holes. The rainbow sword lay not far away, its blade dull. Around her, two enormous, strangely shaped spiders appeared and disappeared. They were phantom spiders at the early stage of Grandmaster level. Its innate ability, bewitching illusion, envelopes the entire area. This is not only to trap the enemy, but also to conceal oneself. At this moment, they did not attack, but stared at their prey on the spider web with their menacing compound eyes. It seemed to be waiting for the toxins to completely numb Chen Shuao's internal organs. Turn her into the most perfect food. Within Su Yan's great Dao domain, all illusions are analyzed. The true form of the two-headed demon spider, its energy core, and the weakest joints of its carapace, all its weaknesses are clearly visible. But they are master-level abyssal beasts. If he tries to force his way in, he'll be torn to pieces before he can save Chen Shuao. A chilling killing intent curled at the corner of Su Yan's mouth. He crouched slightly, took out several embroidery needles from the garden in his spatial dimension, and coated them with deadly venom. At the same time, he grabbed a handful of bright red chilies and a few black peppercorns with his other hand. The techniques for basic hidden weapon level 4 flowed through my mind. He needs to create opportunities. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two barely perceptible whooshing sounds rang out. The embroidery needles were shot precisely at the joints of the two spiders' limbs from two incredibly tricky angles. Put! Put! A piercing scream instantly broke the silence of the valley. Spiders have shells as hard as iron, and this attack, while not fatal, successfully enraged them. The two phantom spiders abandoned Chen Shuiao, and their massive bodies burst out of the illusion. 8 compound eyes locked onto Su Yan, charging forward with boundless rage. He unleashed the thunderous force beneath his feet, creating distance between himself and the two spiders. The figure darted through the complex terrain at high speed. At the same time, he placed the chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns in his palm, and the all things oven stirred slightly. It is instantly dried and ground into the finest powder. An extremely pungent and spicy smell instantly filled the air. Faced with the venomous spider silk spewed by a demonic spider, Su Yan flicked his wrist. Basic hidden weapon level 4. It was sprinkled out like a shower of flowers. What he threw was not a hidden weapon, but a handful of specially made chili and Sichuan pepper powder coated with psionic energy. The powder exploded instantly, precisely covering the entire head of a demon spider. The spider let out a shrill, mournful howl. Hiss! Its dozens of compound eyes and respiratory organs were instantly stimulated by this terrifying weapon originating from the life system. In excruciating pain, it flailed its limbs wildly, spinning in place, completely losing its target. Upon seeing this, the other spider opened its blood-red maw. An invisible mental shock blasted towards Su Yan. But Su Yan had already figured out its attack pattern. He shifted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the mental shockwave. At the same time, his wrist flicked again. Put! Put! 2 more poison embroidery needles were precisely thrust deep into its wide-open mouth, taking advantage of the brief moment of stiffness after the release of its spiritual power. The deadly poison erupted instantly. The spider's movements came to an abrupt halt, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. It convulsed, vomited green liquid, and then died instantly. The spider, blinded by chili powder, was still frantically ramming around. Su Yan's eyes were cold as he seized the opportunity. His figure moved like lightning, leaping up in an instant, a stainless steel kitchen knife already in his hand. Basic swordsmanship level 3, steel cutter. With a flash of light, the blade precisely sliced through the spider's neck, the weakest point on its carapace. The enormous head shot into the sky, gushing green blood. A bloody battle ended in an unbelievable way in just a few dozen seconds. Su Yan gasped for breath and, without delay, rushed toward the trapped Chen Shuiao. The corrosive toxins on the spider web were extremely potent, and he dared not touch them with his bare hands. Cleanliness level 1. He suddenly remembered the skill he had just learned and casually pointed at the spider web. A miraculous scene unfolded. The tough, sticky spider web, coated with venom, seemed to have been washed by an invisible detergent. The stickiness and corrosiveness on it were instantly cleaned away. The spider web became extremely fragile. Su Yan easily tore it off and carried the unconscious Chen Shuiao down. He immediately examined her condition and found that the poison had already invaded her internal organs. A moment later, and it would have caused irreversible damage. There must be antidotes near the spider's cave. Su Yan ignored the 2 valuable spider corpses and quickly scanned the plants near the cave. Planting technique level 3, activated. In his eyes, these seemingly ordinary plants are instantly digitized. The medicinal properties, the year of production, and whether it is compatible or incompatible with the venom of the spider demon are all readily apparent. He reached out and precisely picked several antidote herbs, then casually started a fire and set up a pot. He actually started brewing medicine right there in this dangerous valley. A refreshing aroma of medicinal cuisine quickly wafted through the air. A bowl of warm herbal soup was prepared. Su Yan carefully pried open Chen Shuiao's lips and slowly fed her the medicinal soup. The powerful medicinal properties instantly dissolved, washing away the toxins from her body like a river. A moment later, Chen Shuiao's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was Su Yan's face, so close to hers, full of concern. She said weakly and tremblingly, "Su Yan, come here." There was no shock in his voice, only boundless peace of mind. Su Yan nodded, helped her up, and let her lean against him. "I'll do it. Don't move." Chen Shuiao shook her head weakly, looking at the corpses of the demonic spiders around her, and then at Su Yan. The goodwill and trust that had long existed in his eyes were completely transformed into undisguised shock and admiration at this moment. She knew Su Yan was strong, but she never expected that he could kill 2 Grandmaster-level demonic spiders in such an unbelievable way. She leaned against Su Yan, feeling the warmth emanating from him, and felt a sense of security she had never experienced before. "I underestimated my opponent." Su Yan simply handed her a bowl of warm recovery soup and said, "It's all right." Chen Shuiao took the medicine, looked at the clear soup in the bowl, and then at Su Yan's calm profile. This man always manages to create miracles in the most desperate times. Su Yan took out a spare copy of the 3-ingredient blood-activating and stasis-removing decoction from the space garden. "Take this." Without further hesitation, she took the medicine and drank it all in one gulp. The powerful medicinal effects surged into every part of his body. The injuries within his body and the spiritual energy he had consumed were recovering at an alarming rate. Seeing Chen Shuiao's complexion gradually regain its color, Su Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and walked toward the 2 enormous phantom spider corpses. For him, this was not a spoil of war, but a pile of top-quality ingredients and materials. He drew the kitchen knife with practiced ease. First, they precisely sliced open the spider's head and dug out 2 Tier 3 Abyss Core Beast crystals that shimmered with a ghostly light. This is the essence of a Grandmaster-level Abyss Beast, priceless. Then, with a swift motion, he severed all 16 of the spider's long legs. These legs are as hard as iron, making them an excellent material for crafting weapons and armor. Then, he carefully cut open the abdomen and completely removed the 2 swollen spider venom sacs. The nerve-paralyzing toxins stored inside will be another powerful weapon for him to plot against people in the future. He then collected the spider web that had been purified by the cleansing spell, along with the spider web spat out by the other demon spider. I acquired 2 incredibly sturdy spider webs, with amazing resilience, which can be used in countless ways, whether for making inner armor or traps. He put all these materials into the space backpack provided by the school. Finally, he looked at the fattest part of the spider's abdomen. The cleaver sliced through the shell, revealing the delicate, white spider meat underneath. Su Yan's eyes lit up. This was a high-energy spiritual food ingredient. Without hesitation, he cut off a full 40 pounds of the best quality meat and put it into the vegetable garden for preservation. Throughout the entire process, Chen Shuiao stared blankly. Watching Su Yan, like a highly efficient butcher and chef, cleanly process the 2 terrifying spiders that had driven her to despair in just a few minutes, categorizing and eliminating them. The gleam in his eyes when he saw the spider meat, in particular, caused her brain to shut down again. A Grandmaster-level demon spider. He actually wants to eat it? What kind of monster is this man? After regaining some strength, she stood up and bowed deeply to Su Yan. Chen Shuiao said sincerely, "Su Yan, thank you this time." The tone was more solemn than ever. She paused, her eyes suddenly brightening. "I know a big secret." Seeing Su Yan looking at her, Chen Shuiao lowered her voice, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In Demon Ape Valley, 1,000-year-old Earth Core milk is about to mature. After taking it, it can greatly enhance cultivation and cleanse the marrow and meridians. Chen Shuiao's tone became serious. According to my family's intelligence, the elite team dispatched by the Lin and Nangong families this time has it as their main target. That's why I've been searching everywhere for Nangong Yu and the others' location. If we figure out a way, we can definitely snatch them from the jaws of death. Chapter 78 Flames of War rage across the northern borders. Divine Soup reverses the fate of the crisis. Su Yan began to dispose of the 2 Grandmaster-level phantom spider corpses. The movements were skillful, clean, and efficient. Chen Shuiao, who was standing to the side, snapped out of her shock. She regained some of her girlish liveliness. She moved closer to Su Yan, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She excitedly lowered her voice and said, "Su Yan, the millennium-old Earth Core milk from Demon Ape Valley is a treasure that can transform a person completely. We'll go there now. Those idiots from the Lin and Nangong families would never have imagined that we would try to intercept them. At that time, She was making a sneak attack gesture, preparing to describe the plan in detail. A sudden, intense heat vibration emanated from the Snow Wolf Eye, disguised as an accessory on Su Yan's chest. That was not a normal communication request. It's a burning, stinging sensation that's branded onto the soul. Snow Wolf guards highest level blood red emergency alert. Su Yan's face instantly darkened. He interrupted Chen Shuiao, pointing a finger at his chest. A curtain of light unfolded before my eyes. The moment the video connected, violent shaking and explosions assaulted my senses. On the other side of the light screen lies a living hell. Zhao Qing's pretty face was covered in blood and dust. Her once lively twin ponytails were now a mess. Those alluring peach blossom eyes were now bloodshot, filled with exhaustion and sorrow. Her voice was so hoarse that it was almost impossible to recognize her original voice. "Su Yan." Something's happened. Line 3. Has completely collapsed. That bastard Lin Tianhao. He deliberately placed our snow wolf guards at the forefront as cannon fodder to attract the main force of the abyss beasts, and then led his men to retreat. Elder Wang sacrificed himself to cover our retreat. Elderly covered the rear, and we can't contact him now either. Of the 30,000 snow wolf soldiers, less than half remain. As she finished speaking, Zhao Qing's voice trembled with uncontrollable sobs. Su Yan's heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand, instantly sinking to the bottom. His gaze swept over the scene behind Zhao Chang. Wounded soldiers were lying on the ground everywhere. Cries of agony and groans rose and fell. An atmosphere of despair and death permeated the air, so thick it was suffocating, even through the light barrier. Just then, in one corner of the screen, several snow wolf guards were hurriedly holding down a struggling burly man. The burly man was a Vajra protector at the King Realm, with one arm severed at the shoulder, the wound a bloody mess. His eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating he wanted to rush back and fight to the death. A guard forcibly pried open his mouth and poured a bowl of medicine down his throat. It was the 3-ingredient blood-activating and stasis-removing decoction that Su Yan had previously given to Zhao Chang. The next moment, a miracle occurred that silenced the entire temporary camp. Under the gaze of dozens of numb, blank, and desperate eyes, the wound of Vajra Protector's severed arm was visible. Flesh and blood wriggled, intertwined, and climbed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the wound had mostly healed and quickly scabbed over. The Vajra Protector's extremely weak aura rose steadily, like a fire being injected with hot oil, and he quickly recovered to about 70–80%. He raised his new arm in disbelief, clenched his fist, and felt the power he had regained. Tears welled up in his tiger-like eyes instantly. His voice was a mixture of ecstasy and choked sobs as he roared. "I'm alive, my injuries are 70% healed. It's a miracle soup." This roar was like a boulder thrown into a stagnant pool. The Snow Wolf Guard soldiers around him had blank, lifeless eyes, and were remnants of a defeated army preparing to face their deaths. After witnessing this miraculous scene, an intensely burning flame suddenly ignited in their lifeless pupils. Their gazes all swept past the reborn Vajra Protector. He stared intently, greedily, and frantically at the few bowls of medicinal soup that Zhao Qing still had in her hand. That is hope. It is the hope of survival. It is the hope of revenge. Su Yan watched the tragic scene unfold in silence, listening to the devastating news of Elder Wang's sacrifice. The last trace of warmth in his eyes quietly faded, leaving only a chilling coldness capable of freezing everything. The Lin family, the Nangong family. His murderous intent toward these two families reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. On the other end of the call, Zhao Qing's eyes were also filled with tears. But in those tears, besides gratitude, there was also a resolute determination to burn one's bridges. She saw the rekindled flame in the soldier's eyes and knew the time had come. She spoke to Su Yan in the light screen. "Su Yan, your soup is a miracle cure. We can no longer passively wait to die. We can no longer let ourselves be slaughtered." Before she finished speaking, Zhao Cheng suddenly turned around and leaped onto a towering rock. Her psychic energy surged, and her clear and firm voice overwhelmed all the noise and groans, resounding throughout the camp. "I, Zhao Cheng, in the name of the acting commander of the Snow Wolf Guard, hereby establish new rules." All eyes were drawn to her petite yet upright figure. Zhao Cheng took a deep breath, her voice firm and resolute. "From this day forward, the Snow Wolf Guard will abolish its old system. Rewards will be given based on merit, and the capable will rise to the top. All the medicine for breaking through the barrier will be supplied without limit by Su Yan, the son-in-law of our Snow Wolf Guard, the husband of the god of war Lang Ruoshua, and also my husband." She emphasized the word husband very heavily. "It is both a declaration and an unquestionable bond. As long as you are loyal to the Snow Wolf Guard, and as long as your cultivation reaches the threshold for advancement, the divine soup will be distributed immediately to help you break through to the next level on the spot." Upon hearing this, the camp of tens of thousands of remaining soldiers fell into a moment of deathly silence. Immediately, this deathly silence was shattered by a thunderbolt. Roar! Long live the son-in-law! Kill! Slaughter all the alien races! The suppressed morale erupted like a volcano. The earth-shattering roar dispersed some of the dark clouds in the sky. Numbness and despair were shattered completely. In the chest of every soldier, a flame called hope and madness ignited. Unlimited supply of this miraculous soup. A promise to break the mirror on the spot. This was more direct and effective than any grand pre-war mobilization. This means they are no longer cannon fodder. Every battle accumulated has the potential to lead to a leap in one's level of existence. Standing to the side, Chen Shuya listened to the frenzied roar coming from the communicator, then looked at the calm man in front of her. She was completely stunned. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. She had always thought that Su Yan's amazing life skills were his personal strength used to play dumb to take advantage of others and to be a hero to save the damsel in distress. Only now did she realize with horror how terribly wrong she had been. His abilities have long since transcended the realm of the individual. Thousands of miles away, with just a few bowls of medicine and a promise, he turned around the morale of a defeated army and changed the course of a war. This is hardly a slice of lifestyle. This is clearly the god of war who holds life and death in his hands. Inside the temporary camp in the north, the atmosphere of fervor had reached its peak. Amidst a deafening roar, Zhao Qing raised the bowl of medicinal soup high in her hand. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of fanatical eyes, her pretty face, stained with blood, shone with a mad and resolute light. She declared, "Now, it's time to let those scum in the north witness this. My snow wolf guards. Rebirth from the ashes." Chapter 79 Legion rebuilt, King's army shakes heaven and earth. In the video feed, Zhao Qing's face was covered in blood. Amidst the frenzied shouts, her expression revealed a resolute determination. She did not hesitate at all. The command was crisp and decisive, cutting through the boiling air. "All seriously wounded, come forward and get some soup." Bowls of the radiant 3-ingredient blood-activating and stasis-removing soup and 3-ingredient tendon-regenerating and bone-setting soup were quickly distributed. Miracles unfolded under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people. A snow wolf soldier whose arm had been torn off by an abyss beast had his severed arm reattached. "Drink the herbal decoction." The flesh and blood at his wound site were wriggling, intertwining, and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few dozen seconds, the wound healed and scabbed over. Her skin, however, looks a bit immature. The soldier clenched his fist in disbelief, feeling the power of regaining what he had lost. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he roared, my hand has grown back." Another guard, whose chest had collapsed and who was on the verge of death, drank a bowl of medicine. He coughed up a mouthful of black, stagnant blood. His listlessness intensified, and he suddenly stood up. The guard shouted with ecstasy, I'm alive." The shouts and screams that rose and fell completely ignited the entire camp. One by one, the wounded soldiers who had been waiting to die stood up again and gripped their weapons tightly. The deathly aura they saw was replaced by a flame called revenge. Zhao Qing stood on high ground, her gaze sweeping over the faces that had rekindled their hope. She raised her voice again, and it resounded through the sky. "All 9th-rank peak martial artists among the Snow Wolf soldiers, step forward." As soon as he finished speaking, 20 of the most formidable elite soldiers stepped out of the ranks. They carried the fierce aura of seasoned warriors, their eyes gleaming with a thirst for power. Zhao Qing didn't waste any words and directly stated, "This is the 3rd-rank Grandmaster Breakthrough Soup. Drinking it will help you step into the Grandmaster realm." With a wave of her jade-like hand, 20 bowls of medicinal soup, imbued with a unique Taoist charm, flew to them. Without the slightest hesitation, the 20 soldiers picked up the medicine bowls and drank them down in one gulp. The next moment, the energy between heaven and earth began to surge violently. Boom! 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 20 condensed pillars of light, imbued with the aura of a Grandmaster, shot into the sky. It tore 20 holes in the blood-red clouds over the northern border. The 20 remaining Grandmaster-level guards were filled with shock upon sensing the aura of this newcomer of the same rank. The number of Grandmasters in the Snow Wolf Guard doubled in a very short time. Someone exclaimed, "Grandmasters! They've all become Grandmasters! My God! Is the son-in-law a god?" The cheers of tens of thousands of Snow Wolf soldiers converged into a tsunami, almost overturning the entire ice field. The way they looked at Zhao Qing was no longer one of awe, but of fervent faith. Zhao Qing's chest heaved slightly with excitement, but her actions did not stop there. She gave the order again, the 6 surviving 9th-rank Grandmaster guards, step forward. 6 veteran masters, their bodies covered in blood and their auras calm and composed, stepped forward. They are the last remaining strength of the Snow Wolf Guard. Zhao Qing looked at them with a solemn expression, and took out the even more precious, Grade 3 King's True Spirit soup. The herbal decoction contained the faint sound of a dragon's roar, and the spiritual light almost materialized. She solemnly announced, "Now is the moment for you to step into the ranks of kings." The 6 people took the medicine, their trembling hands revealing their deep unease. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. He then tilted his head back and poured the divine soup into his stomach. If the previous advancement to Grandmaster was earth-shattering, then this moment is a cataclysmic event. 6 terrifying pressures, far exceeding those of a Grandmaster, suddenly erupted. The snowstorm in the north stood still at that moment. Above the sky, the wind and clouds swirled, forming 6 enormous energy vortexes. The birth of a new king is a cause for celebration throughout heaven and earth. The number of Vajra-level experts in the Snow Wolf Guard had already been greatly reduced after Elder Wang's death in battle. At this moment, 6 new kings were born, and the high-end combat power increased rather than decreased. Witnessing this miracle of creating a powerful being, all the soldiers' breathing became heavy. They looked at Zhao Cheng and the mysterious son-in-law Su Yan. She mentioned, their gazes turning into devout worship. "As long as you fight bravely, you might be the next one to get promoted." Zhao Cheng immediately reported the battle results to Su Yan through the eye of the snow wolf. His tone of ecstatic joy suddenly turned serious the next second. She lowered her voice, speaking with unprecedented vigilance, "Su Yan, we succeeded." But the commotion was too great. The energy burst just now has alarmed the king of this battlefield, the Blood Demon Wolf King, a peak 9th rank king. Intelligence indicates that it is personally leading the main force of its wolf pack towards us. Inside the Valley of the Lost Island, Su Yan's eyes narrowed. Far from panicking, he instead curled his lips into a cold smile. He spoke to Zhao Qing through the communicator in a calm and clear voice. "This is not a crisis, it is an opportunity. What that Wolf King desires most now is not slaughter, but the secret in your possession that allows you to continuously create strong individuals. It will do anything to capture people alive, rather than destroy you outright." Su Yan's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it possessed a convincing power. He gave the order, "Zhao Cheng, follow my command. Immediately lead the entire army to feign a route towards the Icefield Rift Valley in the southeast. Remember, the formation should be chaotic, you should appear panicked, make sure you have enough bait, and break up the whole group into smaller units. Take advantage of its greed and lure it into the depths of the rift. You and those 11 newly crowned kings are the core of this deadly scheme. You must kill this Wolf King with one blow before Lin Tianhao and his bastards can react." Zhao Qing had no doubt about Su Yan's judgment and immediately replied, "Understood." She cut off the communication and turned to issue new orders to the newly reborn king's army. "Pass on my order. The entire army, retreat to the Icefield Rift Valley." The Snow Wolf Guards, who had just been so imposing, suddenly became chaotic and scrambled to escape in the designated direction. Chen Shueya listened blankly as Su Yan gave instructions remotely. Her small mouth was slightly open, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a dazed look. From shock to numbness, and finally only awe-inspiring reverence remained. This man was just fighting the abyss beast with chili powder and a kitchen knife. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 miles away, a kingly army was rebuilt with a few bowls of herbal soup. Now, he's going to use this legion to besiege and kill a beast king at the peak of its power. What kind of monster is he? Looking at Su Yan's calm profile, Chen Shueyo suddenly realized how ridiculous her previous understanding of lifestyle was. He wasn't fighting using life-related abilities. He is using everyday life as a tool to play a game of chess that will overturn the entire war landscape. Just then, a huge, blood-red figure appeared on the distant northern horizon. It moved slowly, surrounded by a pack of ferocious wolf shadows. A pair of giant, scarlet eyes pierced through the wind and snow, locking onto the human army that was fleeing in panic. And at the very front of the army, there was that alluring, petite figure. Its eyes were filled with violence and greed for the secret. The prey is right before our eyes. A trap has been set. The real hunt is about to begin. Chapter 80: The King's Hunt, Slaying the Wolf King in the Frozen Wilderness. On the icy plains, a meticulously planned route unfolds. Zhao Qing led a personal guard squad of several hundred people, deliberately lagging behind the main force during the retreat. Her breathing was ragged from the battle, and her face was full of panic, perfectly playing the role of bait. She screamed desperately in the wind and snow. "Hurry! Keep up! Don't fall behind!" The voice revealed a weakness beneath its fierce exterior. On the distant horizon, the enormous, blood-red figure stopped in its tracks. The Blood Demon Wolf King's crimson giant eyes pierced through the wind and snow, locking onto Zhao Qing. It clearly sensed the lingering aura of the divine object on the human woman. The miracle of creating a powerful being out of thin air made its soul tremble. As for the ants fleeing in panic around them, they are not worth worrying about at all. Its eyes gleamed with greed and violence. An idea took shape in his mind: capture her alive and force her to reveal the secret. A whoa! A long, drawn-out wolf howl echoed across the icy plains. The blood demon Wolf King's massive body transformed into a streak of crimson light, abandoning the main force of the wolf pack behind him and personally giving chase. The speed far exceeded the speed of sound, carving a deep furrow in the snow. The bait has taken the bait. Zhao Qing caught a glimpse of the rapidly approaching blood-red figure out of the corner of her eye, and her heart suddenly raced. She spoke into the communicator in a barely audible growl. Attention all units, target has reached the designated position, prepare for activation. The distance is rapidly closing. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. The blood demon Wolf King's enormous shadow had already enveloped Zhao Qing's team. Its ferocious wolf mouth opened, and a foul-smelling gust of wind rushed towards us. Its sharp, knife-like claws rose high, aiming to grab Zhao Qing's back, intending to imprison its prey in one blow. The moment the wolf's claws were about to touch Zhao Qing's vest, the panic on her face vanished. Instead, there is a chilling killing intent. Zhao Qing gave the order. Let's do it! Boom! 11 soaring auras of kings suddenly erupted from the cracks in the once flat ice field on both sides. Centered around Zhao Qing, along with 6 newly crowned kings behind her, and 5 veteran Vidras lurking on both sides of the rift. The 12 figures simultaneously formed hand seals. Blood Wolf Annihilation Battle Formation, activate. Buzz. The entire earth trembled violently. Countless crimson energy chains rose from beneath the ice, instantly weaving into a vast, inescapable net. The blood demon Wolf King had no time to react before he was bound tightly by this sudden turn of events and unable to move. Roar! The blood demon Wolf King was driven mad by the fury of being outmaneuvered. Its terrifying power, at the peak of the 9th rank of the king, erupted without reservation. His body surged with bloodthirsty energy, his muscles bulged, and he actually managed to break several energy chains. The 6 newly crowned kings are still inexperienced, and the energy flow of the battle formation has become slightly stagnant. Flaw! Seizing this moment, the blood demon Wolf King broke free of its restraints and slammed its right paw down on the weakest of the newly promoted kings in the battle formation. That claw strike was enough to shatter a mountain. Zhao Qing let out an angry shout. Careful! The yellow turban warrior bloodline within her was activated to its fullest extent. Her petite body unleashed a terrifying power completely disproportionate to her size. The heaven-shaking hammer in his hand, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, struck first despite being behind, and fiercely met the Wolf King's claws. Clang! The deafening clang of metal against metal resounded through the sky. The newly crowned champion was blasted away by the violent shockwave, but managed to survive. Zhao Qing, who had withstood the Wolf King's attack head-on, was shaken violently, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Zhao Qing wiped away the blood, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Kill! She and the other 11 Vajra warriors held nothing back, launching a fierce attack on the blood demon Wolf King, who had been trapped again. This was an extremely bloody battle. The newly crowned champions execute tactics with their lives on the line. Knowing they lacked experience, they used their most fearless charge to create opportunities for the veteran warriors to attack. A newly crowned king was struck by the Wolf King's tail, and half of his body turned into a bloody mess. But before it died, it clung tightly to the Wolf King's hind legs, buying its companion a precious half-second. The bloody smell of battle almost warmed the frigid air of the icy plains. Su Yan's calm and clear voice echoed continuously in the ears of each Vajra through the eye of the snow wolf. It has an old injury on its left hind leg, inflicted by elderly 3 years ago. Concentrate your firepower. Attention! It will unleash a bloodthirsty roar in 3 breaths. Stabilize your mind and prepare your mental defenses. In this bloody and brutal battlefield, he transforms into the most precise AI on the battlefield, calmly analyzing the enemy's every move. Another King Kong was pierced through the chest by the Wolf King's claws, and was critically injured and on the verge of death. Zhao Qing finally got the opportunity she wanted. The blood demon Wolf King had just unleashed a wide-range blood fiend impact. Its old power was exhausted, and new power had not yet been generated. Su Yan's voice rang out at that moment. Now! The protective blood aura around its heart has a 0.3-second window of vulnerability. A sharp glint flashed in Zhao Qing's eyes. She frantically poured all the remaining spiritual energy in her body into the heaven-shaking hammer. He leaped high into the air, seemingly merging with the giant hammer, transforming into a shooting star falling from the heavens. Zhao Qing shouted. Die! In the blood demon Wolf King's enormous, scarlet eyes, filled with astonishment, the heavy hammer struck its head with perfect accuracy. Bang! There were no screams, no struggles. The blood demon Wolf King's huge and ferocious head instantly exploded into dust. The massive headless corpse crashed to the ground, splattering ice shards and blood everywhere. The battle is over. The surviving soldiers stared at the hill of corpses, initially in deathly silence, then erupted in a deafening cheer. Zhao Qing was helped up by 2 guards, panting heavily, looking at the Wolf King's corpse with lingering fear. She murmured to herself. External enemies, dealt with. However, before she could finish speaking, a guard in charge of communications, his face ashen, came running over in a panic. His voice trembled violently with fear. Commander Zhao. Commander Zhao. Something's wrong. Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao, under the pretext of Legion rebellion and collusion with abyssal beasts, has completely cut off all our supply lines. And seal off all the teleportation arrays behind us. The cheers abruptly stopped. Everyone's expression froze. A chill more biting than that of a millennia-old glacier instantly rose from the soles of everyone's feet, shooting straight to the top of their heads. They fought a bloody battle and killed the Beast King who had plagued the northern border for many years. What they got in return was the Empire's abandonment and the betrayal of their allies. They became an isolated army trapped behind enemy lines, without supplies, without reinforcements, and even accused of treason. The newly ignited flame of hope was doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving not a trace of smoke. At this moment, everyone's face turned paler and colder than the icy plains. Meanwhile, in the valley of the Lost Island, the image of the Snow Wolf's eye on Su Yan's chest flickered violently, and a piercing alarm sounded frantically. That was a signal that communications had been forcibly cut off. The calm on his face vanished instantly. An anxious shout came through the communication that was about to be cut off. Zhao Qing. Listen. This is not the end. Abandon all positions immediately, and break everyone up into smaller groups. Preserve your strength and switch to guerrilla warfare. Find a way to survive, and wait for me. Su Yan's roar came to an abrupt halt. The light of the eye of the Snow Wolf dimmed completely. The communication screen fell into a deathly silence of darkness. He has completely lost contact with the Snow Wolf guards of the north. Chapter 81 The Mystery of Demon Ape Valley. Prodigies gather to seize earthly milk. The valley was deathly silent. The light screen in front of Su Yan completely dimmed, and the scorching sensation of the eye of the Snow Wolf turned icy cold. Completely out of contact. At the most critical moment, Lin Tianhao severed his last connection with the northern border. Someone informed us. This means that Zhao Qing and her lone army, whose hopes had just been ignited, were now completely trapped in a desperate situation. A chilling killing intent exploded outwards from Su Yan. A thin layer of frost spread visibly across the ground beneath our feet. The temperature in the valley plummeted, the air solidified, and the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Chen Shuao, standing to the side, felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. She stared at Su Yan in horror. The man hadn't moved an inch, yet the chilling killing intent emanating from him sent shivers down her spine. She understood that this was not just about cutting off communications. This is a signal that Lin Tianhao is about to strike with deadly force. Su Yan slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all his overwhelming killing intent was contained deep within his eyes. All that remained was a bottomless calm, a calm that sent shivers down one's spine. He knew that anger was useless. Being on a lost island, there's nothing we can do. The only thing we can do is to transform our anger and worry into extreme calm and seize the only opportunity to break the deadlock. He spoke, his voice calm yet authoritative. Where is Demon Ape Valley? Chen Shuao was startled by his appearance and subconsciously pulled up the map on her wristwatch, revealing all the family secrets. 30 kilometers to the southeast. Intelligence indicates that the leader of the Lin family is Lin Fan, a grandmaster of the 5th rank. The leader of the Nangong family is Nangong Yu, a grandmaster of the 4th rank. Both companies dispatched their most elite teams, determined to obtain the millennial Earth core milk. Su Yan's gaze fell on the map, locking onto the marks of the two families, and he said, "Very good." He paused for a moment, then added, then we must get our hands on this earth core milk even more. Not only should we rob them, we should also make them pay the price. The two set off immediately. Upon entering the jungle, Su Yan's entire demeanor changed once again. He became one with the mountains and forests, transforming into a top-notch hunter. Planting technique level 3, full power enabled. In his view, the entire forest was no longer a jumble of plants, but a vast, real-time intelligence network. Su Yan pointed in a direction, his steps unwavering, this way. Chen Shuiao asked curiously, how did you know? Su Yan casually explained, that clover told me that 5 minutes ago, a man weighing about 80 kilograms and with the cultivation level of a grandmaster of the second rank stepped over it, heading southeast. She then pointed to a cluster of flowers not far away, and that patch of hyacinths, imbued with the unique tranquil fragrance of the Nangong family, indicates that female members of the Nangong family passed by, and there were quite a few of them. Chen Shuiao was completely stunned. Seeing enemies everywhere, even in the grass and trees, that's the true meaning of seeing enemies everywhere. These indistinguishable plants, in Su Yan's eyes, could reveal such detailed information. Just how many secrets is this man hiding? She watched Su Yan's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. During their journey, they stopped in front of a narrow pass. Su Yan's gaze swept across the ground, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Chen Shuiao followed the gaze and her expression changed slightly. It's a psionic trap. Triggered by a miniature humidity sensor, it's extremely well hidden. This trap is extremely vicious. Once triggered, poison steel needles will instantly cover the entire area, and anyone below the level of a grandmaster will die upon touching it. She was about to remind Su Yan to take a detour when she saw him walk straight past. Su Yan leisurely walked to the trap and casually pointed to a whetstone covered in moss. Cleanliness level 2. Something amazing happened. The damp moss was instantly cleaned dry, turning withered and yellow. In a hidden corner of the pass, the red warning dot on a miniature humidity sensor went out silently. The entire trap was rendered useless. Chen Shuiao stared with her mouth agape as she watched Su Yan calmly walk through the pass, her mind going blank once again. This ingenious way of breaking the deadlock with minimal effort was more shocking to her than any brute force solution. Can cleanse break a psionic trap? Who would believe that if I told them? Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Demon Ape Valley. Two groups of people could be seen facing off in the distance, the atmosphere tense and ready to fight. One side was led by an arrogant young man in fine clothes, none other than Lin Fan from the Lin family. He was followed by more than 10 grandmasters, each exuding a powerful aura. On the other side was a woman with a captivating figure and smiling eyes, Nangong Yu. She appeared charming and alluring, but the shrewd glint in her seductive eyes made her someone to be reckoned with. Lin Fan's voice was arrogant and domineering. Nangong Yu, this 1,000-year-old earth core milk is for my Lin family. If you know what's good for you, take your people and get lost, lest swords, which have no eyes, injure your pretty face. Nangong Yu covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her voice charming and alluring. Brother Lin Fan, what an arrogant tone. Rare and precious treasures belong to the virtuous. Your Lin family has betrayed your promise and killed your comrades. Do you even deserve to be called virtuous? The auras of more than 20 grandmasters from both sides clashed and intertwined in the air, creating a terrifying pressure that made the surrounding air viscous. Just then, roar! A deafening roar came from the depths of the valley. Then, a giant ape, 10 meters tall, with bulging muscles and hair like steel needles, suddenly appeared. It is the guardian beast of the valley, the King Kong Demon Ape King. The overwhelming aura of a top-ranking official swept across the entire venue. With a casual punch, the Demon Ape King smashed a small hill nearby, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The expressions on the faces of all the prodigies changed drastically in an instant. The arrogance and composure on Lin Fan and Nangong Yu's faces vanished, and they were forced to form a temporary alliance, commanding their subordinates to fight against this terrifying guardian beast. Chen Shuiao's pretty face turned pale as she said, "It's over. It's a peak-level abyss beast. We have no hope." Su Yan smiled. He looked at the raging Demon Ape King, and instead of despair, his eyes gleamed with excitement. This doesn't seem like a desperate situation, but rather a perfect chess piece. Su Yan pulled Chen Shuiao behind a hidden rock and said, "Don't rush, let's watch the show." He took out a large piece of fresh phantom spider meat from his spatial backpack, and also pulled out a few colorful mushrooms and the swollen spider venom sac. Chen Shuiao looked completely bewildered. "Su Yan, what are you doing?" Without looking up, Su Yan explained, "No matter how strong it is, it's still a beast. No matter what kind of animal it is, it can't escape the word food. Having said that, he ignored the devastating battlefield in the distance and immediately set up a pot. Basic cooking level 3 and medicinal cuisine preparation level 4 are activated simultaneously. Spider meat, imbued with immense psychic energy, is sliced thinly and mixed with crushed spices. Suyen carefully used the all things furnace to refine the 3-day soul-severing mushroom with a gentle flame. Remove its lethal toxicity. Retaining only a trace of the disorienting effect that could confuse living beings, the powder was secretly sprinkled into the pot. Sizzle. As soon as the sliced meat hit the pot, an overwhelming aroma instantly filled the air, forcefully penetrating the nasal cavity of every living creature. In the distance, the King Kong demon ape king, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the scions of the two great families, suddenly froze. Its enormous nostrils flared wildly, and its originally savage beastly eyes instantly became bloodshot, revealing an almost insane greed. The next second, the demon ape king abandoned the ants in front of him and suddenly turned towards Suyen's direction, letting out a roar full of desire and madness. A spectacular show directed by the chef is about to begin. Chapter 82. The fisherman reaps the benefit. A pot of delicious food draws a frenzy among heroes. The meat slices of the Grandmaster level phantom spider were added to the pot, releasing a domineering aroma. This fragrance is unreasonable, ignoring the blood and miasma in the valley. It was like an invisible hand, gripping the throat of every living being on the battlefield. They forcibly instilled this flavor deep into their minds. The Vajra demon ape king is engaged in a fierce battle with the Lin and Nangon family's prodigies. Its massive, fan-like fist was about to crush a Lin family master to death when its movements suddenly froze. The enormous nostrils throbbed violently. Those beastly eyes, once filled with savagery and slaughter, were instantly replaced by primal greed. Blood vessels were visible in the whites of his eyes. Enemies, territory, and a spirit that has guarded them for millennia. At this moment, everything was forgotten. The Vajra demon ape king let out a deafening roar. There was no anger in his voice, only a longing for the ultimate deliciousness. It abandoned the toy in front of it and changed direction. Its massive body, with the force of a mountain, launched a savage charge toward the iron pot. Its charge route led directly into the unexpected Lin family forces. Lin Fan shouted in shock and anger, "You beast! You've gone mad!" He couldn't understand why the guardian beast had suddenly gone berserk and turned its gun on him. However, the raging demon ape king gave him no time to think. The two Lin family masters who couldn't dodge in time didn't even have time to scream. It was crushed into two grotesque mounds of flesh by its enormous paws. The shockwave sent several people flying, and the formation instantly crumbled. Nangon Yu then led her people in a swift retreat. She watched the Lin family members fall and scatter in a miserable state, a gloating smile playing on her lips. Behind the rock, Chen Shuio stared in disbelief at this absurd scene. She turned her head and looked at the man beside her who was intently stir-frying the meat slices. My throat was a little dry, and it took me a while to squeeze out a sentence. Are you the devil? Suyen didn't even look up, as if the battlefield before him was just a boring drama. He sprinkled the last of the spices into the pot with elegant movements, as if he were completing a work of art. He picked up a small piece of spider meat, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with oil, and held it to Chen Shuia's mouth. Want to try some? Chen Shuia blushed and opened her mouth as if possessed. The moment the meat enters your mouth, an indescribable savory aroma explodes on your taste buds. A surge of powerful spiritual energy flowed down her throat and into her limbs, making her feel so good that she almost groaned out loud. Su Yan picked up another small piece, wrapped it in his spiritual energy, and handed it to Chen Shuia. Go, use your fastest speed to throw this into the deepest part of the demon ape king's cave, then come back immediately. At this moment, Chen Shuio had no more doubts about Su Yan's plan, only blind trust and worship. She nodded emphatically, took the piece of meat, and vanished in a flash. It then transformed into a streak of light and vanished silently into the shadows of the jungle. In the center of the battlefield, the demon ape king had already rushed to the iron pot. It ignored the Lin family warriors around it and lowered its massive head. It stuck out its scarlet tongue and devoured all the remaining slices of meat and broth in the pot. After finishing its meal, it smacked its lips with lingering satisfaction, a hint of confusion flashing in its eyes. Just then, a familiar fragrance, one that made its soul tremble, wafted out from the depths of its lair. The demon ape king instantly flew into a rage, roaring, "Roar! Thief! A thief is breaking into my house! Its already low intelligence was completely destroyed by rage at this moment. It abandoned its entanglement with the Lin family and roared as it rushed back to its cave deep in the valley. The sound was like that of a runaway heavy truck. Lin Fan and Nangon Yu were both taken aback when they saw this. Their only thought was, this beast wants to go back and devour the Earth's core milk. Lin Fan shouted, we can't let it succeed. Nangon Yu also gave the order, chase. The two powerful families, no longer concerned with their internal strife, joined forces. They chased after him to the cave entrance like madmen. They engaged in the fiercest battle with the demon ape king, who had just returned to defend and thought they were attacking his lair. The cave entrance was instantly engulfed by violent energy. Sword energy crisscrossed, fist winds howled, and the roars of beasts mingled with the shouts of men, turning the scene into a complete mess. While everyone's attention was drawn to the cave entrance, Su Yan led Chen Shuao, who had just returned, to the foot of a cliff. He reached out and parted the thick vines. A hidden rift, which had already been analyzed by the Great Tao Domain, appeared before the two of them. This is the true passage to the Earth's core, the secret chamber of milk. After passing through the narrow, damp passage, the view suddenly opened up. A huge natural cave appeared. The spiritual energy inside the cave was so dense that it materialized into a white mist, and even a single breath of it made one feel refreshed. In the center of the cave, a huge stalactite stands silently. At the top of the stalagmite, drops of milky smooth liquid slowly condensed and dripped down. It eventually flows into a naturally formed jade pool below. A thin layer of liquid has accumulated in the pool, emitting a refreshing fragrance and a powerful sense of life. This is the millennia-old Earth core milk. Just as Su Yan approached the jade pool, a system notification sounded quietly in his mind. Ding! Millennial Earth core milk detected, containing pure life energy and fragments of the laws of the Earth of excellent quality. Would you like to consume 50,000 spirit energy points for chaos enhancement? Enhancement will complete the laws, greatly improve the efficacy of the medicine, and have a remarkable effect on the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique, but 500,000 psionic points. Looking at his less than 1,000 spiritual energy, Su Yan felt a strong desire welling up in his heart. Meanwhile, the fighting outside has intensified. During the fierce battle, the Vajra demon ape king suddenly let out a painful roar. The hallucinogenic effects of the previously ingested 3-day soul-severing mushroom finally kicked in. It felt its spiritual energy begin to surge wildly and erratically, stars flashed before its eyes, and its movements became sluggish and stiff. Lin Fan and Nangon Yu seized the opportunity and immediately shouted, "Great opportunity!" They unleashed all sorts of deadly attacks on the demon ape king as if they were free. A sword flash left a deep, bone-revealing wound on the demon ape king's chest. A heavy punch sent it staggering. However, just when everyone thought victory was assured, a dark figure had already lurked in the shadows of the battlefield. He looked at the mutually destructive battle, then glanced at the direction where Su Yan had disappeared, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Like a venomous snake, he silently followed the faint traces left by Su Yan and crept into that secret passage. Inside the cave, Su Yan stood in front of the jade pool, pondering how to quickly gather 500,000 spiritual energy points. His anxieties about the north made him desperately need power. At that moment, there was not a sound or a trace of murderous intent in the shadows behind him. A dagger coated with a dark blue, potent, and deadly poison, like a viper's hiss, silently pierced his back. Almost at the same moment, outside the cave, the dying King Kong demon ape king let out his final cry. Roar! It detonated its own demon core. Rumble! The self-destruction of a top-tier king is incredibly powerful. The devastating energy shock spread instantly, and the entire mountain and demon ape valley began to tremble and collapse violently. Ahead lies a peerless divine artifact, behind lies a deadly assassination attempt, and above them lies the imminent collapse of a chasm. Su Yan was instantly plunged into an unprecedented dead end. Chapter 83. Half a pool of divine milk sets the tide, 10 moves defeat the enemy and shock everyone. The valley was deathly silent. Ahead lay an unparalleled divine artifact, behind him a sharp blade pierced his heart, and above him, a massive collapse occurred. This is a dead end. Chen Shuao had just killed a Lin family master with her rainbow sword and hadn't even caught her breath yet. Seeing Su Yan trapped in this certain death situation, she couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Su Yan! The poisoned dagger was about to strike his back. The warning from the Great Tao Domain resounded in Su Yan's mind. For an ordinary person, the only option would be to flee in disarray and abandon the divine object. Su Yan did not dodge or avoid, but instead suddenly twisted his body, making a desperate choice. He proactively moved his left shoulder to meet the deadly blue light, his movement as swift as lightning. They exchanged their flesh and blood for a mere tenth of a second, a priceless moment. At the same time, he grabbed 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs and two-third order abyss beast crystal cores from the space garden. It was instantly crushed into pure energy powder using psychic energy. Su Yan roared wildly in his mind. System. Consume 500 million Chinese yuan to convert into spirit energy points and upgrade. Put. The dagger, coated with a potent, magic-breaking poison, pierced Su Yan's left shoulder without any resistance. The intense pain and numbness spread instantly. However, this tenth of a second, bought with blood and flesh, is enough. Ding. Detected that the host has paid 500 million Huaxia coins, which has been converted into 50,000 spiritual energy points. Do you wish to consume 50,000 spirit energy points to perform a chaos enhancement on Millennial Earth Core Milk? Su Yan responded in his mind. Strengthen. Buzz. In the jade pool, the originally milky white and lustrous Earth Core Milk was instantly enveloped by a wisp of black and white chaotic aura. The spiritual liquid in the pool churned violently, as if undergoing a creation of the world evolution. In a mere instant, the milky white color faded, transforming into a deep golden liquid imbued with starlight. Ding! Millennial Earth Core Milk has been successfully upgraded to 10,000-year chaotic Earth Core Divine Milk. A life force and profound Taoist charm, 100 times richer than before, rushed towards us. Upon smelling even a faint scent, the wound on Su Yan's shoulder began to heal rapidly. A look of wild joy flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Succeed! He activated the yin-yang chaos devouring technique within his dantian to its maximum and inhaled sharply. Half of the golden divine milk in the jade pool transformed into a water dragon, which he swallowed. The other half was introduced into the space garden and quickly sealed in a prepared jade bottle. The Millennial Earth Core Milk was taken away, and the secret chamber began to shake violently, with rocks falling everywhere. The black-clad assassin behind him was shocked to see this and drew his dagger, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. He shouted sternly. "You're asking for it." But it was too late for him. A boundless surge of life energy and chaotic energy exploded within Su Yan's body. The all things furnace operates on its own, instantly refining the destructive poison that invaded the body into pure energy, which then nourishes itself. Su Yan suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with a terrifying golden light in the darkness. He reached out and grabbed the assassin, leaving a blur in the air with his speed. The assassin felt a jolt of alarm and tried to back away. He exclaimed in horror. "What?" But he found his wrist locked tightly in a pair of iron clamps. Click! The hand bones of a master-level assassin were actually crushed into powder by Su Yan. Su Yan remained expressionless, his other hand resting on the top of his head. The art of stealing heaven activated. The assassin let out a piercing scream. Ah! A large number of rocks crashed down, completely burying the entire secret chamber. Deep within the dark ruins, Su Yan seemed oblivious to the destruction happening outside. A massive amount of life essence and fragments of the martial arts will of the earth surged wildly through his meridians. War God Breaking Boundary Spiritual Energy Technique LV3, LV4. Yin-Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven Technique LV4, LV5. His psionic points remained stable at 1999. The barrier of the 9th rank peak of martial arts was broken in one go. Su Yan officially entered the realm of Grandmaster and stepped into the great perfection of the first grade. Several days later. The Valley of the Demon Ape is now a ruin, with collapsed rocks everywhere. Lin Fan and Nangongyu, along with their few remaining men, frantically searched through the ruins. Lin Fan kicked a stone away, cursing angrily. "Damn it! That kid's definitely smashed into a pulp. And the Earth Core Milk is definitely destroyed too." Nangongyu's alluring eyes held a frosty glint as she coldly said. "It's better to destroy it than to have it taken by a piece of trash." Just then, the center of the ruins suddenly exploded. Boom! Jagged rocks pierced the sky, and smoke and dust filled the air. Two figures shot up from the ground and hovered in mid-air. It was Su Yan, and beside him, Chen Shuio, whose aura surged and whose skin was as smooth as jade. It turned out that, after breaking through the rubble, Su Yan found Chen Shuio trapped under a boulder. He gave her a small portion of the eternal divine milk. Not only did Chen Shuio fully recover from her injuries, but she also broke through to the second rank of Grandmaster under the cleansing and meridian clearing effects of the divine milk. Her skin became as smooth as milk, and her overall demeanor became even more ethereal. When Lin Fan saw Su Yan, he was first shocked, then his face contorted with rage and ecstasy. You piece of trash, you're still alive?" He had no idea that the waste in front of him had already undergone a transformation at the level of life. "Perfect. Saves us the trouble of digging. Hand over the treasure now, and I'll let you die a quick death." Su Yan slowly drew his sword in response. It remains the same as basic sword technique LV3, steel cleave. But as this slash was unleashed, the blade was imbued with a trace of the profound martial will comprehended from the earth's heart spirit milk. The blade's gleam was simple and unadorned, yet it contained the weight of mountains. Lin Fan feigned disdain, but a deadly sense of crisis rose within him. Playing tricks. He pushed his Grandmaster level 5th grade spiritual energy to its limit, and the earth rank sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling sword light as he met the attack with all his might. Swords clashed. Without a deafening roar, Lin Fan's earth rank sword broke in two. The blade's momentum didn't wane, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest. Lin Fan coughed up blood and flew backward, his face filled with disbelief. Puff. Grandmaster Realm. You actually broke through. Su Yan activated his thunderous force and drew closer. A chop to the face, imbued with a heavy martial arts will, was aimed at Lin Fan's face. In shock, Lin Fan crushed a defensive jade talisman, and the light shield shattered instantly. He was blasted away again. Lin Fan acted like a madman, burning his life essence to unleash a forbidden technique of his family. The sword energy transformed into a blood-red dragon, attempting to perish together with the enemy. Su Yan neither dodged nor avoided it. He activated the All Things Furnace and grabbed the violent sword energy with his bare hands, forcibly refining it. Lin Fan's Dao heart completely collapsed. That's impossible. Su Yan kicked Lin Fan to the ground and stepped on his chest. A kitchen knife was pressed against his throat, his eyes cold. Just as Su Yan was about to deliver the killing blow, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with determination and resentment, and he suddenly crushed the teleportation blood talisman hidden in his sleeve. He roared venomously. Su Yan! You wait! My Lin family will never forgive you. A flash of blood, and his figure vanished instantly. Su Yan's gaze sharpened, and in the last fraction of a second, he swiftly extended his wrist. The Stealing Heaven technique was activated, and it actually tore the spatial ring off Lin Fan's finger from the void that was about to disappear. Upon seeing this, Nangongyu turned pale with fright and crushed the teleportation talisman without hesitation, disappearing as well. The remaining followers fled for their lives like madmen, but Su Yan and Chen Shuiyao joined forces and killed them all in a few breaths. A bloody cleanup ensued. Su Yan calmly collected the spoils of war. In Lin Fan's spatial ring, he found a military-grade encrypted communicator. The moment he touched it, a frantic voice, intermittent due to a weak signal, came from inside. Plan successful. Marshal Lin Tianhao's plan is a success. The military has issued a secret order to classify the Snow Wolf Guard as a rebel force. An arrest warrant is about to be issued to the Northern Command. Target: rebel leader Zhao Qing and all his corps members. Click. Su Yan crushed the communicator with a blank expression. He raised his wrist. The score on his watch had already placed him in the top 20. But in his eyes, there was no joy whatsoever, only a murderous intent powerful enough to freeze thousands of miles away. A cold, bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of his lips as he muttered to himself. Rebels? Lin Tianhao, you're celebrating too soon. And Lang Ruoxue, lurking in the shadows, is the real trump card. With a flash, he and Chen Shuiyao transformed into a streak of light and sped deeper into the Lost Island. Chapter 84: Survival in Peril. Qin Yueshuang is trapped, but she saves another beauty. The stench of blood still lingered on the ruins. Su Yan did not linger at all. Once he confirmed the direction, he led Chen Shuiyao deep into the Lost Island. A cold flame occupied his heart. Lin Tianhao, rebels, arrest warrant. Every word pierced his heart. Anger burned within him, yet he was calmer than ever. He needs strength. He needs to grow quickly. Chen Shuiyao followed closely behind, looking at his silent back with some worry. Su Yan, where are we going? Su Yan's voice was calm. Find a place with the most abundant spiritual energy. The leaderboard on his wrist kept changing. Other people's names rise and fall. His name has steadily remained at number 19 after killing those Lin family henchmen. He ignored all of this. The two traveled rapidly through the primeval jungle, one in front of the other. Su Yan's planting technique was put to its fullest potential at this moment. The entire forest became his eyes and ears. He always managed to avoid the territory of the powerful abyssal beasts in advance, choosing the safest route. About half a day later, the two arrived at a low-lying canyon. At the mouth of the valley, a strange, pale purple mist hung in the air. The fog rolled silently, like the breath of some living thing. Chen Shuiao's spiritual senses issued an alarm, and she instinctively held the rainbow sword horizontally in front of her chest. She shielded Su Yan, warning him, "Be careful, there's something strange about this fog." Visibility was extremely low in the fog, which carried a cloying, rotten smell that made one want to vomit. Su Yan's gaze pierced through the mist. The great Dao domain, combined with planting technique, instantly analyzes everything before one's eyes. His eyes narrowed. In the heart of the poisonous miasma, dozens of meters away, he saw a person. It was a woman wearing silver soft armor. She leaned against a black rock, her long hair disheveled, already unconscious. Even so, it couldn't hide her striking good looks and exquisite figure. Chen Shuiao exclaimed in surprise, "It's Qin Yueshuang from the Qin family. She's one of the top 5 favorites among this year's candidates, how could she be stuck here?" The situation was critical, and Chen Shuiao didn't have time to think. "I'll carve a path through it." Her Grandmaster-level spiritual energy erupted without reservation. The rainbow sword in his hand hummed. A 7-colored sword aura, like a rainbow piercing the sun, suddenly slashed into the purple poisonous miasma. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The sword energy, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, dissipated rapidly the moment it touched the poisonous miasma. With a hissing sound, the sword energy vanished into nothingness. The purple mist churned even more violently, as if it had been provoked. How could this be? Unconvinced, she unleashed several more sword strikes, with the same result. Her psychic energy seemed to become nourishment for the poisonous miasma, consuming a great deal with little effect. Su Yan pulled her back. "Don't waste your energy, this poisonous miasma can corrode spiritual energy." Chen Shuiao stamped her foot anxiously. "What can we do? We can't just watch her die inside." Su Yan ignored her anxiety. He crouched down, picked up a piece of purple mushroom from the mouth of the valley, and gently sniffed it. In his field of vision, the data on this poisonous miasma was clearly visible. Corpse rot vine, a parasitic plant that secretes neurotoxins. Spirit-eating fungus, a fungus that feeds on psionic energy and coexists with corpse-rotting vine to form spirit-eating corpse-rotting miasma. Su Yan calmly explained, "The poison is not fatal, but it will continuously paralyze the nerves and block the flow of spiritual energy. Over time, people will become living dead and be slowly digested by them." Chen Shuiao felt a chill run down her spine and looked at Su Yan with an increasingly strange gaze. What on earth is going on in this guy's head? Su Yan didn't say anything more and turned to search the vicinity. A moment later, he found a few inconspicuous gray grasses in a crevice in the rocks. Snake tongue grass, it is cold in nature and can neutralize the neurotoxins of corpse rot vine. He plucked a blade of grass and spread his palm out. Furnace of all things, activated at level 5. A gentle golden flame rose in his palm. Several snake tongue grass stalks were quickly refined into a small ball of dark green liquid. The whole process was smooth and seamless. Su Yan used his spiritual energy to encapsulate the medicinal liquid into a pill and handed it to Chen Shuiao. "Give it to her." Chen Shuiao looked at the purple mist, perplexed. "How do I get there?" Su Yan looked around, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. He then pointed to several plants not far away that looked like withered yellow banana leaves. Edelweiss contains a large amount of oil, is extremely flammable, and produces a strong upward heat flow when burned. Su Yan asked Chen Shuiao, "Do you see those grasses?" He made a gesture, drawing several dots at the windward point of the canyon. "Use your faintest wisp of sword energy to ignite them." Although Chen Shuiao didn't understand, she did as she was told out of trust. A few barely perceptible wisps of sword energy landed precisely on the Edelweiss. Boom! Several clumps of Edelweiss, each half a person tall, instantly burst into flames. A scorching wave of air shot into the sky. A strange physical phenomenon occurred. The scalding hot rising air forcefully rushed into the cold, viscous, purple poisonous miasma below. The hot air pushed aside the cold fog, carving out a safe passage about 1 meter wide in the canyon. The passage led directly to Qin Yueshuang's location. Su Yan's voice was calm and decisive. 30 seconds, go." Chen Shuiao was dumbfounded. After a momentary mental freeze, she immediately came to her senses and stopped hesitating. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing along the life-giving path carved out by the flames. She quickly stuffed the pill into Qin Yueshuang's mouth, then hoisted her onto her shoulder and sped back. The very next second after she broke free of the poisonous miasma, the fireweed burned to ashes and the hot air disappeared. The passage was instantly swallowed up again by the purple mist. Qin Yueshuang was placed on the ground and began to cough violently. She slowly woke up, opening her eyes in a daze. The first thing you see is Chen Shuiao, who looks concerned, and the young man next to her with a calm expression. She immediately became alert and struggled to sit up. Who are you? Chen Shuiao pointed at Su Yan with a praise him expression on her face. She excitedly recounted everything that had just happened, embellishing the details. In particular, it shows how Su Yan used his knowledge of farming and making fires to save people. Qin Yueshuang was completely stunned after hearing this. Her gaze toward Su Yan shifted from wariness to astonishment, and then to disbelief. In the end, it turned into a deep sense of admiration and curiosity. She had seen people saved by sword energy before. She had seen people saved with elixirs before. Could we use the heat from burning grass to save people? What kind of tactic is this? Qin Yueshuang struggled to her feet and bowed solemnly to Su Yan. Thank you for saving my life. She is a proud person, but even more so, she is a reasonable person. Su Yan simply nodded slightly in response. Qin Yueshuang glanced at the perilous canyon, then at Su Yan and Chen Shuiao. This island is more dangerous than I imagined. I'm constantly at a disadvantage acting alone. I suggest we team up as a trio, what do you say? My Qin family is skilled in intelligence gathering. I have information on most of the resource points on the island and our main competitors, which I can share. Chen Shuiao immediately looked at Su Yan, waiting for his decision. Su Yan said, okay. A stable 3-person team was thus formed. Chen Shuiao was responsible for frontal assault and vigilance. Qin Yueshuang provided intelligence and support. Su Yan, on the other hand, is undoubtedly the core member responsible for using his brain. Meanwhile, at the monitoring center outside the Lost Island, dozens of huge light screens are displaying live footage of students taking the exams on the island. An elderly man with white hair pointed at Su Yan's screen and smiled at a dignified middle-aged man beside him. Oldly, look at this little guy named Su Yan, he's interesting. Using fire velvet to create an updraft to break through the miasma of the devouring spirit corpse, this kind of thinking is not something a martial artist could come up with. The middle-aged man, referred to as Lao Li, was one of the examiners for this assessment. He looked at Su Yan's calm face in the picture, a hint of amusement in his eyes. His file says his profession is legendary skilled worker. It's interesting that a life skill is thriving on the Lost Island with the highest mortality rate. I want to see what tricks he can pull next. Inside the canyon, the three took a short rest. Qin Yueshuang's complexion has improved considerably. She looked at Su Yan, hesitated, and finally spoke. The reason I ventured into that poisonous miasma was because I was tracking something. Before I lost consciousness, I vaguely saw a half-collapsed ancient altar deep within the poisonous miasma. The runes on it were very ancient, belonging neither to our empire nor to any known abyss beast civilization. Her words caused Su Yan's pupils to shrink sharply. Altar? Ancient runes? This confirmed his suspicions. The Lin family's betrayal, the crisis in the north, and this mysterious island. And that so-called adult martial arts university entrance examination. Behind all of this, there seems to be an unseen hand turning the wheel of fate. He raised his head and looked deeper into the island. The sky there was overcast. Su Yan's voice carried an undeniable determination. Let's go see that altar you mentioned. Chapter 85 A Grandmaster's Assassination? I'll make him despair with an embroidery needle. The night was deep. Darkness engulfed the entire Lost Island. Inside a secluded cave sheltered from the wind, a campfire crackled. The orange firelight illuminated 3 young faces. The entrance to the cave was perfectly concealed by several tall ferns, making it almost impossible for outsiders to spot. Chen Shuiao leaned against the cave wall. The rainbow sword rested across her lap as she wiped its blade. Her large, watery eyes kept glancing involuntarily at Su Yan, who was sitting cross-legged. On the other side was Qin Yueshuang, dressed in a close-fitting green outfit. She sat cross-legged, carefully maintaining the master-level thorny whip. Her hair reached her waist, and her almond-shaped eyes were calm and composed. The pink earring swayed slightly on her earlobes, adding a touch of charm. Seemingly focused, but actually a professional habit of a top scout. Ears perked up, constantly alert to the slightest movement inside or outside the cave. Although she appears delicate, she exudes the pride of a young lady from a prominent family. The atmosphere was quiet, but not awkward. Su Yan closed his eyes and was meditating. The spiritual energy within him has undergone a complete transformation since he broke through to the Grandmaster realm. Black and white semi-liquid energy flowed slowly through the meridians. The Wu War God Breaking Boundary Spiritual Energy Technique and the Yin Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven Technique are activated simultaneously. He absorbed the rich spiritual energy inside the cave. However, it was during the quietest moment of the night. Su Yan's Great Dao Domain detected an extreme, cold, and inhumanly dangerous aura. The aura approached silently from outside the cave. A pure and deadly chill seeped into his senses. Its level of danger far exceeds that of any martial artist before it. Su Yan's eyelids remained unmoved, his mind calm. The data stream in my mind began to refresh rapidly. Target, Shadow Order Assassin. Level, Grandmaster Rank 3 Mid-Stage Peak. Technique, Shadow Assassination Technique High-Grade Earth Rank. Talent, Shadow Meld Rare. Data analysis in progress. A bottleneck in the flow of the cultivation technique has been discovered, 3 inches below the left chest. When spiritual energy transfers from the Yin-Wei meridian to the Chong meridian, there is a 0.01 second delay due to an old injury. This is a fatal flaw. Outside the cave, a shadow blends seamlessly into the darkness, gliding along the ground. He had no heartbeat, no breath, and his psionic fluctuations were almost non-existent. I moved silently through the ferns without disturbing a single leaf. This person was a Grandmaster-level assassin of the Shadow Order. He appeared silently behind Su Yan, his dark green dagger pointing directly at Su Yan's vital point. He was confident that this attack would leave even a 5th-grade Grandmaster with no chance of survival. There was no sound of wind, no murderous intent. The dagger was about to touch Su Yan's clothes in a fraction of a second. Su Yan began to take action. Instead of retreating, he advanced, twisting his body to the left at an angle that completely defied common sense, less than 3 inches to the extreme. Put! The deadly dagger grazed almost the skin of his back. The strong wind tore his clothes, but failed to harm him in the slightest. The assassin was shocked and exclaimed, "What?" His perfect, deadly strike missed. How is that possible? Just as the assassin was in shock, Su Yan made his move. He didn't even turn around. An embroidery needle appeared between my fingers without me even realizing it. With a lightning-fast counterattack, the opponent struck first despite being behind. Basic Hidden Weapon LV4 activated. Call out. The embroidery needle traced a barely perceptible silver line in the air. The needle carried no terrifying power. It pierced the assassin's left chest with perfect precision. That was precisely the flaw in the technique that the Great Dao Domain had analyzed. The assassin let out a muffled groan, his body suddenly stiffening. The circulation of his spiritual energy was instantly interrupted by this tiny embroidery needle. The violent energy surged and collided in reverse within the meridians, triggering a severe backlash. The shadow meld talent then becomes ineffective. He stumbled out of the shadows and fell heavily to the ground. Chen Shuiyo exclaimed in surprise. An assassin! Only now did this sudden and dramatic change come into the view of the two women. Qin Yueshuan reacted half a step faster. Her instincts compelled her to instantly activate rapid departure. His figure drifted backward. The thorn whip in his hand snapped straight, its green light flashing slightly, ready to provide support at any moment. However, she just reacted. The battle was already over. The assassin struggled to his feet, black blood spilling from his mouth, his face filled with disbelief. He stared intently at Su Yan and spoke in a hoarse voice. "You, how could you find me?" The assassin, as if possessed, roared. A Grandmaster-level expert, how could he possibly break my shadow assassination technique? Su Yan did not answer. It is a fact that he is a Grandmaster of the first rank. But a Grandmaster-level expert, plus, Hidden Weapon Level 4, Heavenly Stealing Technique Level 4, All Things Furnace Level 5, Great Dao Domain, and 2 Divine Level Techniques. All of this cannot be measured by simple standards. The assassin roared, forcefully suppressing his injuries. His figure transformed into several afterimages, attacking Su Yan from different angles. Su Yan shifted his stance and activated the Thunderbolt force. His figure moved elusively, easily and comfortably dodging all attacks. He didn't even bother to draw his sword, he simply held his fingers together as if they were a knife. Each swing precisely strikes the weakest point in the assassin's psionic energy. The two appeared to be engaged in a fierce battle, but the scene was actually a one-sided farce. With each move Su Yan made, the assassin's injuries worsened. This intensified the horror and despair in his eyes. Finally, Su Yan seized an opportunity and delivered a karate chop to the assassin's neck. Click! The assassin's body went limp and collapsed, all his meridians severed, clinging to life by a single breath. Even on the verge of death, he couldn't understand why his perfect assassination attempt had failed so completely. Inside the cave, Chen Shuia's mouth gaped slightly as she looked at the dying black-clad assassin on the ground, then at the nonchalant Su Yan, completely stunned. Qin Yuexuan's fingers, which were gripping the thorn whip, turned slightly white. In her proud phoenix eyes, besides shock, there was an indescribable sense of defeat. Her prized tracking and perception skills were rendered useless against this assassin. The speed at which she rose to fame seemed slow in the face of Su Yan's response. Just how terrifying has this man fallen into? Su Yan ignored their shock. He walked up to the assassin, squatted down, and began calmly collecting his spoils. Soon, a black token engraved with strange runes was found in the assassin's possession. Next, he took out the spider venom sac from the space garden and picked out a few spirit-eating fungi that emitted a strange aura. Chen Shuiao asked cautiously. Su Yan, what are you going to do? Qin Yuexuan remained silent. Those phoenix eyes were fixed on Su Yan's calm and skillful movements, and a greater wave of emotion surged in her heart. This ruthless and decisive method reminded her of the clan's secret agents who dealt with enemies. This Su Yan is definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface. How many secrets are hidden behind him? Without raising his head, Su Yan raised a ball of golden flame in his palm and began to refine the poison. His voice was cold and calm. Get him to talk, let him say something useful. What he was going to concoct was a kind of illusion drug that could destroy willpower and force people to reveal their secrets. Chapter 86: Blood Sacrifice at the Ancient Altar. I used the illusion agent to uncover a shocking conspiracy. A golden flame burned quietly in Su Yan's palm. Spider venom sacs and phagocytic bacteria were thrown into it, and they dissolved silently and rapidly. Finally, all the substances coalesced into a single drop of dark green, viscous liquid. The liquid surface shimmered and emitted a strange, sweet fragrance that was intoxicating. The knowledge of medicinal cuisine preparation level 4 is perfectly combined with the refining ability of all things furnace level 5. This is the simple illusion agent that Su Yan prepared on the spot. Chen Shuiao and Qin Yuexuan unconsciously held their breath. They watched as Su Yan expressionlessly pried open the chin of the Grandmaster Assassin. His movements were skillful and astonishing. Dark green droplets were precisely dripped into the assassin's mouth. The assassin's dying body twitched violently, and his eyes instantly lost focus, becoming empty and unfocused. His last line of defense was completely destroyed by this domineering drug. Su Yan asked softly, but his voice had a strong penetrating power. Who are you? What brings you here? The assassin's lips moved mechanically, his words stiff and unnatural. Shadow 7, the Shadow Order, carry out the Purge Order. Qin Yuexuan's expression changed, and she said in a low voice. The Shadow Order. The legendary assassin organization that only takes on missions to wipe out entire families. I didn't expect it to actually exist. They've got their eyes on you. This organization is notorious for its ruthlessness and never leaves anyone alive. Su Yan's performance was too outstanding, and they regarded him as an anomaly and eliminated him in advance, which was completely in line with their logic. Su Yan was not surprised by this at all. What he really cared about was something else. He asked. The shadow assassination technique reveals all its mental techniques, mantras, and energy circulation routes. That was his main purpose in leaving them alive. That strange, shadow escape talent is extremely valuable. Ingqi's eyes were glazed over as she began to recite without reservation. Drawing upon the yin energy, concealing it in the depths of a secluded spring, using shadows as clothing, and breath as a blade. Mind and body merge into one, spirit energy reverses its course through the yin dimension, sinks into the Chong meridian, and manifests externally. Long, obscure incantations, accompanied by extremely complex meridian pathways, flowed continuously from his mouth. Chen Shuiao was completely confused and felt a headache coming on. Qin Yueshuan was secretly alarmed. She tried to memorize it, but found that the amount of information was too large to be fully digested in a short period of time. But Su Yan didn't need to remember at all. The great Tao domain had already enveloped Shadow 7. The omnipotent furnace was operating at high speed within his body. All the cultivation techniques information dictated by Ying Qi were treated as the most primitive data stream and flooded into Su Yan's system. The system captures, absorbs, analyzes, and deduces data. Ding! Core data of the Earth rank high-grade cultivation technique shadow assassination technique detected. Reverse engineering is underway. 37 operational flaws and 12 fatal hidden dangers have been discovered in the technique. Starting optimization and completion. Deduction complete. A series of system notification sounds flashed through Su Yan's mind before finally settling on a screen. Congratulations, host. Through reverse engineering and optimization, you have obtained a brand new cultivation technique. The Light and Shadow Killing Technique Low-Grade Heaven Rank. Effect, perfectly inherits all the abilities of Shadow Assassination Technique and fills in its shortcomings. Allows seamless switching between light and shadow, increasing stealth by 300% and assassination power by 100%. Light and darkness flow in perfect harmony, making it invincible. Current level, LV1 can be improved through training. Su Yan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This is a huge profit. He gained a heaven rank cultivation technique for free, which perfectly matched his style of doing things. He continued his interrogation, his voice growing colder. Assassinating me was just a secondary mission for you, wasn't it? What is your real primary objective? Under the influence of the illusion drug, Shadow 7's mental defenses completely collapsed, and she began to reveal her deepest secrets. Main task: blood sacrifice, ancient altar. Blood sacrifice at the ancient altar? Qin Yueshuang's pupils suddenly contracted. Shadow 7's voice became ethereal, carrying a chilling fervor. Sacrifice geniuses, with their blood and despair, to awaken the great king of the night. A wisp of the king's soul will descend upon this place, this island, will transform into the king's divine kingdom. The air inside the cave instantly dropped to freezing point. Chen Shuiao's face turned pale, and she gripped Su Yan's sleeve tightly, her body trembling slightly. Qin Yueshuan gasped, and for the first time, genuine fear showed in her proud phoenix eyes. The martial arts college entrance examination was actually a meticulously planned sacrificial ceremony. All the candidates, including them, are sacrifices to this evil ritual. This conspiracy is horrifying. Su Yan searched the assassin's arms and found a cold animal bone token. The token was neither gold nor jade. Strange runes were carved on it with blood, emanating a power fluctuation that did not belong to this world. He asked, "What's this?" Altar, token, key to activate, ritual. Shadow 7's aura had become extremely weak, and black blood began to spill from his 7 orifices. Su Yan looked at him, calmly extended his finger, and touched his brow. "Your intelligence was very useful. In return, I'll give you a quick death." A golden burst of spiritual energy shot out from his fingertip, instantly shattering Shadow 7's last vestige of life. After doing all this, Su Yan stood up, his expression calm. His decisive and ruthless methods filled Chen Shuiao with both awe and fear. Qin Yueshuan looked at Su Yan with complicated emotions. Having witnessed more darkness, she could better understand Su Yan's actions. To be merciful to such an enemy is to be cruel to oneself and one's comrades. However, Su Yan's calmness and strength far exceeded her understanding of genius. Is this man really just an 18-year-old student taking the exam? Su Yan put the cult token into his spatial garden and looked at the two women. We can't stay here any longer, we need to find another place. And we also need to leave a big gift for those who are chasing us. A grand gift? Chen Shuiao blinked her big eyes in confusion. Su Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Use their plan against them. He walked to the center of the cave, pulled out a kitchen knife, and chopped at the ground and walls several times. Basic sword technique LV3, steel cutter. The blade's energy crisscrossed, leaving several deep slash marks on the hard rock wall. He then activated the thunderclap force, moving at high speed within the cave, creating numerous messy footprints and traces of intense fighting. Then, Su Yan took out a spare piece of clothing from his spatial ring, tore off a corner, forced out a drop of his own blood to stain it, and casually threw it in a corner. After doing all this, he looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Thus, a perfect scene was born. A Grandmaster-level candidate, in a fierce battle with a Grandmaster-level peak assassin, narrowly escaped with his life, but was also seriously injured. He gave the order. Walk. He then quickly left with the two women. Before leaving, he flicked his finger, and a wisp of golden flame landed on Shadow 7's corpse, burning it to ashes without leaving a trace. Under the cover of night, the three quickly disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Shortly after they left, a shadow that blended almost seamlessly into the darkness appeared silently outside the cave. He saw signs of a fierce fight inside the cave, and a piece of blood-stained cloth in the corner. He crouched down, examined the blood carefully for a moment, and confirmed that it belonged to Su Yan. The shadow let out a silent, cold laugh, then disappeared back into the darkness. He needed to bring back the intelligence that the target was seriously injured and the Shadow 7 mission failed to the organization. Meanwhile, at the monitoring center outside the Lost Island, the white-haired old man pointed to Su Yan's screen, which had experienced a signal interruption but had now been restored. On the screen was the fabricated battle scene. He smiled and said to the dignified middle-aged examiner beside him, "It seems that this little guy named Su Yan, although he won, also paid a considerable price. It's a miracle that a Grandmaster of the first rank could survive a professional assassin of the Grandmaster of the third rank." The examiner, a middle-aged man surnamedly, nodded, a barely perceptible hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "That makes sense. It's good for a chess piece to have some strength, but it can't be too strong, otherwise it will be difficult to control. Let's continue to observe and let the cleaners on the island get moving." None of them had expected that this piece, which they considered severely injured, would become such a threat. They are now lurking unharmed in the shadows, having already uncovered their supposedly flawless conspiracy. A stunning reversal of roles between hunter and prey. Chapter 87, Even those with a life skills background can fight. Several days have passed. The brutal trials of the Lost Island, however, are a rare moment of comfort for some. A campfire crackled beside a secluded waterfall pool. Su Yan was leisurely processing the tenderloin of a Tier 3 armored rhinoceros. The cleaver in his hand flew up and down, the flashes of the blade creating a blur of afterimages. The sliced meat is extremely thin, and the pinkish texture of the meat is clearly visible. He threw the freshly picked chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and garlic from the garden into the hot iron pot. As soon as the animal oil bursts open, its spicy and domineering aroma instantly fills the nostrils. Sizzle. The sliced meat is put into the wok and stir-fried quickly over high heat. The tossing motion of the wok is smooth and fluid. The rich aroma of meat mixed with the spicy and numbing flavor of Sichuan peppercorns intensely stimulated the taste buds of the two women next to me. Chen Shuiao and Qin Yueshuang both swallowed hard. Su Yan handed over a large plate of steaming hot spicy sliced meat. "Spicy ironclad rhinoceros tenderloin, have a taste. Be careful, it's hot." Chen Shuiao didn't care about that anymore and eagerly picked up a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. She squinted comfortably, her face full of happiness. "Delicious. So delicious. Su Yan, your cooking skills are superb. Your wife is truly blessed." Qin Yueshuang moved much more gracefully, eating in small bites. Those usually aloof phoenix eyes were now tinged with a rare warmth and contentment. She glanced at the rapidly increasing points on her wristwatch, feeling a mix of emotions. These past few days, she and Chen Shuiao have been in charge of hunting outside. Su Yan took charge of all logistics, as well as a special mission known as culinary diplomacy. The spiritual food he cooks is not only incredibly delicious, but it can also quickly restore physical strength and spiritual energy. This is an irresistible temptation for the students struggling on the island. Soon, some lone test takers offered their intelligence and materials in exchange for a hot meal. Without shedding a drop of blood, Su Yan built a simple intelligence network covering half of the island using only a pot and a spoon. With this precise intelligence, their team perfectly avoided all the powerful abyssal beast hordes and unnecessary conflicts. They specialize in hunting lone third-tier abyssal beasts and transplanting rare spiritual herbs along the way. After absorbing a large number of abyss beast crystal cores, Su Yan's spatial vegetable garden has expanded to an area of nearly 1 kilometer in radius. The garden is filled with spiritual energy, making it a true paradise. The three players' scores skyrocketed during this almost leisurely hunt. Finally, at dusk, the watch leaderboard was updated again. A dazzling name, with an overwhelming advantage of almost double, boldly took the top spot. First place, Su Yan, points, 35,800. Second place, Lei Dong, points, 19,500. 3rd place, Lin Fan, points 18,900. 18th place, Qin Yueshuang, points 11,200. 19th place, Shen Shuio, points 11,150. The entire Lost Island was in complete chaos at this moment. Who is Su Yan? A cook? How can someone in a life skills profession get 1st place? Cheating. He definitely cheated. Or he was on drugs. Jealousy is the original sin, while greed is the catalyst. Soon, a storm of public opinion targeting Su Yan quickly took shape. This storm was spearheaded by Lei Dong, the leader of the candidates from the Combat Professionals Association, and Zhao Hu, a trusted confidant of the Imperial Capital Surveillance Bureau. Lei Dong was a burly man with a cultivation level of rank 4 Grandmaster, and he carried a warhammer that crackled with lightning. He stood atop a high rock, raising his arms and shouting to the dozens of candidates gathered below. Gentlemen! How can a useless life skill user have a score far exceeding that of us warriors who have fought tooth and nail? This is unreasonable. This is abnormal. He must have found some incredible treasure on the island. This kind of opportunistic person is a disgrace to all of us test takers. Zhao Wu, standing beside him, had a sinister look in his eyes and was also a 4th-rank Grandmaster. Zhao Wu chimed in at the opportune moment, his voice laced with seduction. Brother Lei is absolutely right. Such a treasure should belong to the virtuous. To ensure fairness in the assessment and to prevent resources from being wasted, we must unite and force him to hand over his secret treasure so that everyone can share it. We are acting on behalf of heaven. After a passionate speech, hundreds of candidates, blinded by greed, formed a mighty army of justice. Greed gleamed in everyone's eyes. Based on intelligence, they quickly surrounded Su Yan and his 2 companions in a wide basin surrounded by mountains. Hundreds of malevolent gazes, like a pack of hungry wolves, were fixed on the 3 people in the center of the basin. Lei Dong, carrying the warhammer, took a step forward, his voice booming like a bell. Su Yan! Hand over all your points and treasures, and we might show mercy and spare your life. The atmosphere was tense and fraught with danger. Shen Shuio's pretty face was frosty, and the rainbow sword was already drawn. Her full chest heaved violently with anger. A bunch of despicable and shameless robbers. If you want to steal something, just say so. Why are you putting on airs? Qin Yueshuang's expression was solemn, her gaze quickly sweeping over her surroundings, her heart sinking. Hundreds of candidates, including many masters at the Grandmaster level, blocked all escape routes. This is a desperate situation. Inside the monitoring center, the Lin and Nangong families watched this scene with schadenfreude on their faces. Wang Quan let out a suppressed sneer. The leaders of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School were sweating profusely and restless. Elders Zhang and Lu of the Life Professions Association were so angry that they slammed their fists on the table, but there was nothing they could do. However, Su Yan, who was at the center of the storm, was unusually calm. He patted the shoulders of the 2 women beside him, signaling them to relax. Don't be nervous, they're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Take good care of yourselves in a bit. Who says you can't play professionally? Today, I'll show these blind people what true professionalism is. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Su Yan did not retreat but instead advanced, leisurely walking to the center of the basin. He waved his hand. When? A huge iron pot crashed heavily to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he slowly took out firewood, flint, and even a bundle of bright green scallions and a few pieces of ginger from his spatial ring. This move left everyone dumbfounded. Lei Dong and Zhao Hu, who were outside the encirclement, were first stunned, then flew into a rage. Lei Dong felt he had suffered the greatest humiliation of his life. He slammed his warhammer into the ground, and the rocks shattered. You bastard! You're about to die, and you still dare to play tricks on us. Charge him. Chop him into mincemeat. Divide the treasure equally. Kill. Hundreds of candidates, their eyes red, surged forward like a tidal wave. The clash of swords and the surge of spiritual energy instantly engulfed that small area. Shen Shuio and Qin Yueshuang's hearts were in their throats, and they slowly backed away. Just then, Su Yan, who was standing next to the large pot, slowly raised the corners of his mouth. His figure vanished into thin air, silently, without warning, just a second before the first enemy rushed in front of him. The men at the front missed their target with a single slash, and the immense momentum nearly sent them tumbling headfirst into the cold, large iron pot. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie stillness that lasted for a full second. Lei Dong and Zhao Hu stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. They frantically activated their spiritual senses, scanning back and forth, but they couldn't even detect a trace of Su Yan's presence. Zhao Hu instantly lost control of his emotions, pointing at the empty ground and shouting curses at the top of his lungs. Where are they? Where are the others? Grass. This is a thief's stealth. Aren't you just doing your job for a living? Chapter 88 Deathly Embroidery Needle. This is the art of horror in everyday life. The basin was deathly silent. The echo of that grass still reverberated. Zhao Hu, however, seemed to have his throat choked, unable to utter a single word of his subsequent insults. Hundreds of students, who had been full of bravado, froze in place in perfect unison. Their gazes swept back and forth across the empty center of the basin, filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Where are they? The cook, who in their eyes was on the verge of death yet still dared to light a fire and set up a pot, vanished into thin air under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people. There were no psionic fluctuations, no afterimages, and not even a wisp of air movement. He just vanished into thin air. Under the blood-red setting sun, that lone, large black iron pot stood in the center of the basin. The rim of the pot was black, like a silent, mocking mouth. Bizarre, absurd, and chilling. Lei Dong was the first to react. The Grandmaster level 4th grade spiritual energy perception swept across the entire area like a radar, but found nothing. He suppressed the ominous premonition in his heart and roared. Playing tricks. He's definitely using some expensive stealth scroll. He won't last long. Everyone, stay alert. Dig this place up 3 feet deep, we'll make sure. His words came to an abrupt end. Because beside him, a Grandmaster level swordsman who had been shouting the loudest moments before suddenly trembled. The swordsman's expression froze at that moment of ferocity. His eyes rolled back instantly, and his protective aura didn't even ripple. He fell straight backward, his limbs twitching uncontrollably, and white foam spilling from the corner of his mouth. There were no wounds, no bloodstains. He just collapsed like that, like a piece of soft flesh with its bones removed. The companion next to him was shocked and reached out to help, but only touched something cold. Old one? However, this is just the beginning. Amidst the crowd, a distorted light and shadow, seemingly created by air being scorched by high temperatures, was moving at an incredible speed. Su Yan activated the light and shadow killing technique that he had just mastered. This heavenly rank cultivation technique completely transformed him into a ghost wandering between light and shadow. Ding! Light and shadow assassination technique proficiency +1. Ding! Light and shadow assassination technique proficiency +1. The cold system notification sounded rhythmically in Su Yan's mind, but he remained calm. The Great Dao Domain had already enveloped everything within a radius of 35 meters. Every heartbeat, every breath, and every trajectory of spiritual energy movement of each examinee is transformed into a clear data stream. These so-called martial arts geniuses are full of flaws, Su Yan thought with a hint of disdain. The disorder of their meridian nodes is even more unsightly than a tangled mess. Dealing with them is far less challenging than dealing with the fascia of an A-grade deep-sea bluefin tuna. He doesn't even need to use his eyes to see. A warrior wielding a long spear was cautiously looking around when the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood on end. He felt as if he had been gently bitten by a mosquito. The next second, a sharp, numbing sensation shot from his tailbone to the top of his head. The world before my eyes spun around me, and my consciousness instantly sank into darkness. Thump! Another body fell. Su Yan held a very ordinary embroidery needle between her fingers. He just grabbed it from the sewing kit in the space garden. He neither drew his sword nor threw a punch. I simply stroll among the crowd, occasionally flicking my fingertips. Call out. A barely perceptible silver line flashed by. The needle was precisely inserted into a nerve node in the large tendon under a candidate's armpit. Just as the examinee was about to swing his sword, half of his body instantly lost sensation. He was horrified to discover that his right hand, which was holding the sword, had involuntarily risen high and then slapped himself hard across the face. The sound was crisp and loud. The long sword slipped from his hand, and he collapsed to the ground, his mouth and eyes slanted, drooling incessantly. Su Yan's attacks were extremely cunning. He doesn't kill people, he just disables their mobility. Every single embroidery needle perfectly struck the vital nerves or meridian nodes analyzed by the Great Dao Domain. This millimeter-precise strike is less a battle and more a cold-blooded surgical operation. Ah! My hand! Why is my hand slapping my own face? Who ambushed me? My legs. I can't move my legs. Help! I feel like there are countless ants crawling on me. Thump! 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 In the crowd, people kept falling down silently in all sorts of bizarre ways. Some suddenly started spinning in place, like an out-of-control top. Others buckled at the knees and knelt on the ground, as if in devout repentance. 1 second your companion is swaggering around, the next you're lying on the ground putting on a show of bizarre human behavior. There were no enemies, no attacks, only the shadow of death spreading. The unknown is the most terrifying. The hundreds of test takers finally broke down. A ghost. There's a ghost. Where is he? I can't see him. I can't see anything. The survivors huddled together back to back. The weapon in his hand trembled violently because of its owner's fear. They looked around in terror at the empty surroundings, their backs soaked with sweat. The immense psychological pressure caused a mage to completely lose control. He screamed, raised his hands high, and frantically unleashed fireball after fireball. Get out here! Get out here right now! Boom! Boom! The fireball exploded in the crowd, but it didn't hurt Su Yan at all. Instead, it blasted his 2 companions into a bloody mess, causing them to scream in agony. The situation was completely out of control. The edge of the basin. Chen Shuiao's big eyes were wide open, and her small mouth was slightly agape. She covered her mouth tightly with both hands to prevent herself from screaming. She knew that Su Yan was very strong, and could even defeat Lin Fan, a 5th-grade grandmaster, who was of a higher level. But she never dreamed that Su Yan could be this strong. This is hardly a battle. This was clearly a one-sided massacre. This is hardly a lifestyle-related profession. This is clearly the legendary uncrowned king who walks in the shadows. Xin Yueshuang, standing beside her, had her usually calm and proud phoenix eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. As a top scout, she understood better than Chen Shuiao what this scene meant. Her prize tracking and perception skills seemed ridiculously naive in the face of Su Yan's abilities. How many secrets is this man still hiding? Meanwhile, the monitoring center outside the Lost Island was in complete chaos. Dozens of huge light screens clearly displayed the tragic scene inside the basin. All eyes were fixed on Su Yan's screen. Elder Zhang of the Life Professions Association was so excited that his face turned red and his beard trembled slightly. He slammed his hand on the table, pointed at the screen, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Did you see that? Look closely, everyone. This is our life skills department. The art of killing. That's fucking art. Elder Lu, who was standing next to him, was also trembling with excitement, his eyes filled with tears. Our Professionals Association has successors. It has successors. On the other side, the faces of the people seated at the Lin and Nangong families were all increasingly grim. The inspector was so angry that his face turned ashen, and he crushed the expensive teacup in his hand into pieces with a crack. The examiner, a middle-aged man surnamed Li, stared blankly at the screen, but a storm was brewing in the depths of his eyes. Not long ago, he described Su Yan as a pawn with some strength, but still under control. But now it seems, these are hardly chess pieces at all. This is clearly a ferocious beast in sheep's clothing, capable of overturning the chessboard at any moment. The chaos continues within the basin. In dire straits, Lei Dong finally demonstrated his decisiveness as a leader of the examinees. He forcefully suppressed his fear and slammed the thunder hammer in his hand onto the ground with a deafening roar. Don't panic! He roared to the sky, his voice like thunder. He's stealthed. Not invisible. Use area of effect cleanse and indiscriminate attacks to force him out. All mages, heed my command. Center yourselves on me and cover the entire area with the light of purification. All warriors, use War Stomp to shake the ground, leave him nowhere to put his foot. Zhao Hu also realized what was happening, and added with a sinister look in his eyes. All scouts, use Eagle Eye and Tracking Dust. Spread dust all over this area, let's see where he can hide. I refuse to believe that a life-skilled individual like him can last long. The remaining 70 or 80 candidates, as if they had found their backbone, immediately began to take action. Dozens of holy, purifying beams of light shot into the sky, intertwining in mid-air to form a massive net of light before crashing down. Immediately following, a frost storm, sonic oscillations, and a rain of fire. They relentlessly unleashed all their indiscriminate area of effect skills at the center of the basin, as if they were throwing money at it. Rumble. The raging elemental energy instantly transformed the entire basin into a devastating energy inferno. The ground was plowed layer upon layer, and smoke and light obscured everything. In the gap between light and shadow, Su Yan felt immense pressure for the first time. The omnipresent purifying light and energy surge. This caused a slight sluggishness in the operation of the light and shadow killing technique. His figure, perfectly blending into the environment, stood amidst the flames of the explosion. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if a blurry outline was revealed by the light. He was being forced to reveal himself. Chapter 89, An Extreme Comeback. Who says a cook can't fight? Rumble. A massive energy storm swept across the entire basin. The earth was repeatedly plowed. The scorching heat and the biting frost intertwined, creating a dead zone. A holy, purifying light poured down. Wherever the light reached, any shadows and distorting force fields were forcibly dispelled. In the space between light and shadow, Su Yan felt the pressure for the first time. The perfect concealment of the light and shadow killing technique caused a slight stagnation in its operation under this indiscriminate onslaught. The omnipresent power of purification is brutally tearing away his disguise. Finally, amidst a burst of icy frost and mist, his figure, blending seamlessly with the environment, emerged as a blurry silhouette. A scout candidate who activated Eagle Eye suddenly had his pupils shrink and pointed in that direction, screaming in terror. There it is! Almost simultaneously, several beams of light from detection skills instantly locked onto that location. Lei Dong's eyes flashed with wild joy and ferocity. He raised his warhammer high, its head crackling with unprecedented lightning, and roared. Found you! Die! Zhao Hu reacted just as quickly, his eyes filled with malice, and he drew his long sword in a deadly flash. Kill! The remaining dozens of elite candidates, as if finding an outlet for their fear, went completely mad at this moment. Their eyes were bloodshot as they unleashed all their hidden trump cards, recklessly targeting Su Yan's exposed position. Blade energy, sword aura, fire dragon, ice spikes. Dozens of violent attacks converged into a colorful torrent, determined to blast the cook into ashes. At the edge of the basin, Chen Shuiao's heart tightened, and the rainbow sword creaked as she gripped it. Qin Yueshuang's phoenix eyes were also filled with solemnity. With such concentrated fire, even a grandmaster at the 5th rank would have no chance of survival. However, just when everyone thought Su Yan would flee in a sorry state, another unexpected event occurred. Just before the attack was about to hit him, Su Yan did not retreat. Instead, he stomped his foot down. Stealth assassination is a slow and steady process. Since you're in such a hurry, let's change the method and stir-fry it over high heat. A burst of power from his feet. Boom! A spider web-like crater instantly exploded in the ground beneath his feet. He transformed into a blurry streak of lightning, advancing instead of retreating, and charged towards the densest part of the crowd. He's lost his mind? The thought flashed through everyone's minds. Su Yan was too fast. The onslaught of attacks could only graze his afterimage, bombarding the open space behind him and kicking up clouds of dust. He was like a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing into the enemy ranks. A burly man of the 3rd rank of Grandmaster was the first to be hit. He reacted extremely quickly. Seeing Su Yan rushing towards him, he roared and his muscles bulged. A thick layer of earthy yellow aura instantly appeared on his body. Immovable King Qi defense. This is the defensive technique that made him famous. He was confident that as long as he could hold out for a moment, his companions behind him would overwhelm Su Yan. He saw Su Yan's cold, calm eyes. In those eyes, one could see no emotion, only the calm and indifference of a master butcher dissecting an ox. A hint of disdain flashed through Su Yan's mind. Immovable King Qi defense? A piece of inferior steel ingot with a chaotic internal structure, and you dare to show it off? He flicked his fingers repeatedly, without any earth-shattering power. Even the sound of the fingers cutting through the air was so faint as to be almost inaudible. 3 slender embroidery needles, arranged in a triangular pattern, silently shot towards the burly man. A sinister smile appeared on the burly man's face. Attacking his Fudo Mayu with an embroidery needle? That's an absolute joke. The next moment, the smile on his face froze completely. The 3 seemingly fragile embroidery needles vibrated wildly at an extremely high frequency the moment they were about to touch the protective energy. Buzz. A strange buzzing sound, extremely faint yet piercing to the soul, rang out. 3 embroidery needles were precisely inserted into 3 distinct energy nodes on the surface of Fudo Mo-O. Click. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The layer of earth-yellow aura that the burly man was so proud of instantly cracked and shattered in the incredulous gazes of the crowd. Puff! The backlash from the shattered protective energy struck the burly man like a thunderbolt, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood and mutter to himself in a daze. No. It's impossible. Before he could figure it out, Su Yan's figure had already passed him by. Several more embroidery needles shot out silently, accurately piercing the tendons in his shoulders and knees. The burly man groaned, his tall body collapsing limply to his knees, completely incapacitated. Meanwhile, at the monitoring center outside the Lost Island, a frenzy was taking place. Elder Zhang of the Life Professions Association slammed his hand on the table, his beard trembling with excitement, and pointed at the screen, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha! Did you see that? Look closely, everyone. This is our life skills department. Using an embroidery needle. Breaking the immovable king's chi defense. Now that's art. The faces of the Lin and Nangong families turned ashen. The examiner, a middle-aged man surnamed Li, was staring intently at the screen. Not long ago, he described Su Yan as a controllable chess piece, but now this chess piece has revealed its fangs to overturn the chessboard. The battlefield in the basin was deathly silent. Zhang. Senior brother Zhang's immovable king chi defense was broken by the embroidery needle? What the hell is that? Lei Dong and Zhao Hu's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, and a chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. This is the hidden effect of the basic hidden weapon level 4, breaking the chi. Under the analysis of the Great Tao domain, the energy structure, operating frequency, and weak points of any protective aura are clearly presented in the form of data. The embroidery needle that Su Yan shot out resonated destructively with the core frequency of the chi, instantly disintegrating its structure from the inside. This is not simply a contest of strength, but a crushing defeat at the level of understanding and application of energy. It is the ultimate embodiment of the principles of analysis, construction, and destruction in combat for life-based professions. Su Yan spoke softly, yet his voice carried clearly to everyone's ears. It's your turn. He rushed into the crowd, his hands waving like butterflies flitting among flowers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of embroidery needles, like a shower of flowers, covered a large area. Each needle's flight path is completely different. Some fly in a straight line, some in an arc, and some even make bizarre turns in mid-air, perfectly blocking everyone's escape routes. Ah! My eyes! Help, help me! Screams echoed throughout the room. After the needle rain, 7 or 8 more candidates instantly collapsed to the ground. They clutched the numbness and acupoints all over their bodies, rolling around on the ground in agony. Lei Dong and Zhao Hu finally snapped out of their shock, exchanged a glance, and simultaneously launched their attack. Join forces. Kill him. Thunder shakes the heavens. He raised his warhammer high, which actually stirred up a faint ray of thunder in the sky. He was bathed in electric light, his movements were expansive and powerful, and his aura was terrifying. Zhao Hu, on the other hand, was like the most insidious venomous snake, his figure ghostly. Each strike aimed directly at Su Yan's blind spots and defensive gaps, never missing a vital point. The two, one forceful and the other gentle, worked together seamlessly, temporarily suppressing Su Yan within the battle circle. Under the combined attack of these two Grandmaster-level experts, Su Yan felt struggling for the first time. He excels at the linear burst of the Thunderbolt force, but in terms of high-intensity maneuvering and dodging within a small area, he is indeed inferior to these veteran fighters with rich combat experience. Lei Dong caught a slight stiffness in Su Yan's movements during his dodge and burst into laughter. Ha ha! We've found your weakness. Your movement speed can't keep up with us. No matter how strong you are, you're only a Grandmaster level 1. Your spiritual energy and physical strength are limited. Zhao Wu's eyes were sinister, and his attacks became increasingly vicious. Brothers, he's almost done for. Let's all charge in and wear him down. The battle instantly entered a fierce, attrition-filled phase. Su Yan was being chased and attacked by the two men. His breathing became heavy, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face turned pale. He looked like an ordinary Grandmaster rank 1 martial artist whose spiritual energy was about to run out. The joy in Lei Dong and Zhao Hu's eyes grew stronger. They seemed to see the dawn of victory. Su Yan's heart remained calm and undisturbed. The acting was pretty much done. Heavy breathing? I'm using the bellows breathing technique to accelerate the absorption of your dissipated spiritual energy. Pale face? That's the glow produced by the all things furnace, operating at high speed, analyzing your cultivation techniques. You think you're wearing me down? Actually, you're feeding me moves and helping me replenish my spiritual energy. Thunder roared, and the lightning on the warhammer surged once more. Give it your all. He can't hold on. Zhao Wu's sword was faster and more swift. Die. The two frantically channeled their spiritual energy, unleashing an increasingly fierce attack like a storm. They were trying to use this final burst of energy to completely overwhelm the chef, who was already out of breath. Chapter 90 God Tier Supplies. With my background music playing, no one can outlast me. Lei Dong and Zhao Wu's offensive became increasingly frantic. The thunder hammer swung, creating a deafening explosion. The poison sword moved with unpredictable movements, grazing past Su Yan's vital points. They firmly believed that victory was just around the corner. The cook's movements froze. His breathing was heavy and his face was pale. This is a sign that psychic energy and physical strength are exhausted. A cruel gleam of pleasure flashed in Lei Dong's eyes as he shouted, "The final blow!" Lightning converged at the top of the warhammer, forming the shape of a thunder beast, which crashed down upon it. Zhao Wu's sword transformed into a silent black line, piercing straight at Su Yan's exposed back, which he had exposed while dodging. This is a net that traps both heaven and earth. There is absolutely no way to escape. At the edge of the basin, Chen Shuiao's knuckles turned white from the force she exerted. Her rainbow sword hummed incessantly. Qin Yueshuan also gripped the thorny whip tightly, her gaze deep and serious. Just as the attack was about to strike, Su Yan made a move that shocked everyone. He suddenly retreated, voluntarily disengaging from the battle. He landed lightly 10 meters away. He appeared to be completely exhausted, yet his movements were incredibly fluid. The previous embarrassment felt like an illusion. Under the astonished gazes of Lei Dong and Zhao Wu, Su Yan calmly raised his hand. He took out a warm, white jade bottle from the space garden and casually uncorked it. Buzz. A rich medicinal aroma instantly swept across the entire basin. The aroma is incredibly strong. The examinees present only needed to take a light sniff to feel a trace of their depleted spiritual energy restored, and their spirits were instantly invigorated. A young man from a prominent family twitched his nose a few times, his face turned deathly pale, and he exclaimed in shock, This is the fragrance of a third-grade elixir. No, it's even purer than a third-grade elixir." Su Yan ignored the commotion around him. He tilted his head back and casually drank the amber-colored 3-ingredient qi nourishing soup in the bottle in one gulp. Glug! After a clear swallowing sound, a miracle occurred. His listless aura rapidly increased within 3 seconds. The depleted psionic energy was instantly replenished. His momentum returned to its peak, or even stronger. The matter is not over yet. Before anyone could react, Su Yan calmly produced a second jade bottle. He poured the 3-ingredient blood-nourishing soup from the bottle into his mouth. A warm current flowed through his limbs and bones, instantly restoring him from the fatigue and damage brought on by the battle. His pale complexion quickly regained its color, his blood and energy surged like a furnace, and his eyes shone brightly. The ecstasy on Lei Dong and Zhao Wu's faces froze completely. Their expressions changed from smirking to astonishment, then to horror, and finally to death. A war of attrition? The advantages they had painstakingly built, the trump cards they were so proud of, have now become a joke. How can we fight like this? In despair, the two of them simultaneously looked at Chen Shuiao and Qin Yueshuan, their eyes flashing with malice. To catch the thief, first catch the king. If you can't beat the main culprit, threaten him with hostages. Chen Shuiao's pretty face turned cold, and before they could speak, she pointed her rainbow sword directly at the two of them. Her voice was crisp and domineering. You dare to move a muscle? If you want to wage war against both my Chen family and the Qin family of the capital at the same time, you should think twice before you admit you have a tough neck. Qin Yueshuan remained silent. She merely glanced at Lei Dong and Zhao Wu with her cool, phoenix-shaped eyes, her gaze filled with pity, as if she were looking at two dead men. Lei Dong and Zhao Wu felt a chill run down their spines. Their newly ignited anger was extinguished by a bucket of ice water. At this moment, Su Yan twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. He flexed his wrists, a cold smile curving his lips. Break time is over. Now, it's my turn. Before he finished speaking, he put away those mysterious embroidery needles. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he reached out and lifted the large iron pot with one hand. He used the iron pot as an irregular black shield. With his other hand, he gripped the somewhat dull kitchen knife. When Lei Dong, dragging his exhausted body, let out a final roar. Thor's hammer, crackling with residual lightning, slammed down on Su Yan's iron pot. The deafening roar echoed across the surrounding area. The anticipated scene of shield shattering and people dying did not occur. The powerful hammer blow struck the curved surface of the iron pot, but was deflected by a strange rotating force. Lei Dong almost lost his balance. Su Yan's eyes remained calm as he presented the kitchen knife from a tricky angle. His swordsmanship is no longer simply about cutting steel. The blade, enhanced by the light and shadow killing technique, flickered in and out of focus, its trajectory unpredictable, weaving through the gaps in light and shadow. A fleeting, illusory flash of light passed by. Snap! A sound more piercing than metal breaking. Lei Dong's prized Earth-rank warhammer, with its indestructible hammerhead, was neatly sliced in half by a kitchen knife. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Lei Dong stared blankly at the remaining half of the hammer handle in his hand, his mind completely blank. Su Yan didn't give him time to think and kicked him in the chest. Lei Dong was sent flying backward and crashed heavily to the ground, instantly losing most of his watch points. At the same time, Su Yan swung his wand and sent Zhao Hu, who was attacking, flying along with his sword. He then struck Zhao Hu on the back of the neck with the hilt of his knife, similarly robbing him of his points. Lei Dong, second place, points, 19,510th from the bottom, points, 1,000. Zhao Hu, fifth place, points, 16,811th from the bottom, points, 1,000. Their faces were ashen. Su Yan threw down the slightly deformed iron pot, grabbed a kitchen knife, and rushed into the crowd. He didn't kill them, but rather took down all the attacking candidates in a highly efficient manner. Each time he takes down an opponent, he skillfully borrows a portion of their points from their watch as punishment. His points skyrocketed again at an alarming rate. First place, Su Yan, points, 88,800. This number creates an insurmountable gap between them and the second place finisher. The entire basin was filled with cries of despair. Su Yan strolled back to the center of the basin and looked around at all the defeated examinees. Those once arrogant prodigies now lie on the ground like defeated roosters. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone, including those in the monitoring center. Remember, even those with a life skills background can fight. He paused, then dropped a bombshell. Also, I'll tell you something for free. This so-called Lost Island was, from beginning to end, a sacrifice. We are all sacrifices. After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. The last trace of color drained from the faces of all the surviving candidates, replaced by a deep-seated fear and bewilderment. Meanwhile, the monitoring center outside the Lost Island was in complete uproar. The people seated at the Lin and Nangong families were trembling with rage, roaring wildly, "Rebellion! Rebellion! How dare a lowly commoner from the life skills department humiliate our martial arts genius like this? Examiner! I demand that his exam qualification be revoked immediately and that he be killed on the spot." However, the dignified examiner, a middle-aged man surnamed Li, who had been sitting steadily, suddenly stood up from his seat. His expression was more solemn than ever before. He completely ignored the protests from the Lin and Nangong families and directly issued the highest order through the communicator. Block all external real-time information flow. Immediately activate the Red Alert contingency plan. Immediately. Right now. Connect me to Commander Long's private line. He stared intently at Su Yan's calm face on the screen, and, speaking slowly and deliberately with a voice filled with horror, reported to the highest command. This examinee named Su Yan knows about that plan. Chapter 91 is Shocking Gamble. The examiner's open scheme. The atmosphere in the monitoring center was heavy. The examiner, a middle-aged man surnamed Li, issued his order with an unquestionable air of authority. Cut off all live broadcast signals immediately. All communication channels are switched to internal encryption mode. Activate the Red Alert contingency plan. After a brief silence, the entire center instantly sprang into action. The piercing alarm was forcibly suppressed inside. The flashing red lights illuminated the tense faces of everyone. The representatives of the Lin and Nangong families could no longer remain silent. They rushed up to Chief Examiner Li, their faces contorted with anger. The Lin family representative angrily pointed his finger at Li Jingguo's nose. "Li Jingguo! Are you crazy? That lowly commoner named Su Yan openly leaked top secrets. Instead of immediately activating the divine retribution system to kill him on the spot, you actually blocked the news? What do you want to do? Are you trying to rebel?" The representative of the Nangong family, with a gloomy expression, questioned. The island is in a state of panic right now. Nearly 10,000 students know the truth. Can you bear this responsibility? Li Jinghua slowly turned around. His eyes were cold as he calmly observed the two of them. He coldly retorted. Kill him? And then what? If we kill him now, who will appease the nearly 10,000 candidates on the island who are on the verge of collapse? Who will face the questions from the tens of thousands of families behind them? Is it you, or is it you? He pointed at the Lin family representative, then at the Nangong family representative. Or are you two going to tell everyone that this martial arts college entrance exam was a scam from beginning to end? Are their children merely sacrifices to fill the void? The two were speechless, their faces turning pale and then red. Li Jinghua ignored them. He walked straight to a standalone communication station and activated the highest level dedicated line. The light screen flickered, and a blurry yet incomparably majestic outline emerged. Li Jinghua bowed slightly and reported succinctly. Commander Long. The plan has been exposed. A candidate named Su Yan has revealed everything in advance. But I believe it can be remedied. I propose that we make the best of a bad situation and activate the backup plan Dawn. Pack this leak as an officially arranged ultimate stress test. Use Su Yan, this out-of-control pawn, to achieve our original goal. There was a long silence on the other end of the communicator, lasting 10 seconds. Inside the monitoring center, you could hear a pin drop. The representatives from the Lin and Nangong families didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Finally, a deep voice rang out. Yes, you're in full charge. Communication was cut off. Li Jinghua straightened up, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He knew that his gamble, which involved risking his future and the lives of tens of thousands of test takers, had already begun. He wanted to use Su Yan, the sharpest blade, to cut off the real threat while protecting everyone's positions. Meanwhile, in the basin of the Lost Island, Su Yan's statement, "We are all sacrifices," caused a huge uproar among the crowd. After a brief period of deathly silence came immense panic. Sacrifice? Are you kidding me? This is the Imperial Martial Arts examination. One female candidate broke down on the spot, collapsed to the ground, and burst into tears. Wa'ada. I want to go home. I don't want to die here. It's fake. It must be fake. He wants to create chaos, he wants to take the opportunity to rule us. Lei Dong and Zhao Hu's remaining henchmen seized the opportunity and immediately jumped out. They pointed at Su Yan and roared at the top of their lungs. That's right. Don't believe him, everyone. He's a cook who only works in the kitchen, but he's the most vicious of all. He's spreading rumors and misleading the public. A small group of envious candidates were immediately incited. They gripped their weapons again, forming a standoff with the candidates who looked terrified and skeptical. The group is divided, and infighting is imminent. At this critical moment, a beautiful figure stood firmly beside Su Yan. Clang! The rainbow sword was drawn with a fierce roar. The sword shimmered with light, reflecting Chen Shuiao's resolute face. Her voice, filled with emotion, echoed throughout the hall. I, Chen Shuiao, guarantee with the century-old reputation of the Chen family of Jiangcheng that everything Su Yan said is true. The name of the Chen family of Jiangcheng brought a moment of silence to the restless crowd. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yueshuan also took a step forward. The thorn whip in her hand left a shallow mark on the ground. She wasn't as vehement as Chen Shuiao, but her words were more persuasive. As a scout, I can tell you definitively. The energy fluctuations on this island are extremely abnormal, especially at night, when the cold, energy deep within the Earth's veins becomes unusually active. This perfectly matches the environmental conditions of some legendary evil sacrificial rituals. She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone. With the emergence of the Shadow Order, their goals are far more than just hunting down examinees. Between the two events, the likelihood of a sacrificial ritual is over 90%. Trust him, and we might still have a way to survive. Internal strife will surely lead to certain death. The Chen family's reputation and Qin Yueshuan's professional analysis gradually calmed the wavering candidates down. Just then, buzz! Inside the basin, the wristwatches of all the surviving examinees vibrated violently at the same time. A cold, authoritative official announcement appeared on everyone's screen as a forced pop-up. It was the voice of the chief examiner, Li Jinghua. Congratulations to all candidates. With your keen insight and indomitable will, you have successfully triggered the hidden ultimate trial of this adult martial arts college entrance examination, Dawn. The first sentence of the announcement left everyone speechless. The Shadow Order's sacrificial plot is not an accident, but the ultimate test of your character, wisdom, and strength. The Empire needs more than just hothouse flowers, it needs true warriors who can tear through the darkness in desperate situations and bring dawn. The only condition for completing the Dawn trial is now announced. Within 72 hours, assemble a team, storm the demon's throat in the center of the island, and destroy the blood sacrifice altar located within it. Those who successfully return alive will be considered to have passed this college entrance examination, have been rated as outstanding, and will receive additional points as a reward. Those who fail to complete the mission or fail to return within the time limit will be considered eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, a scarlet coordinate lit up on everyone's wristwatch map, which was the very center of the island. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. This unexpected plot twist left most people bewildered. It turns out it wasn't a sacrifice, but just a more cruel test? The last point of the announcement, however, drew everyone's attention to the calm young man in the center of the basin. In this trial, the first whistleblower to single-handedly reveal the truth and dare to declare war on darkness candidate Su Yan deserves commendation for his courage and wisdom. He is hereby granted the title of Dawnbreaker candidate, with the highest priority in forming a team and temporary command authority. This announcement shocked everyone. Su Yan understood immediately after hearing this. What a clever open conspiracy! What a brilliant example of making the best of a bad situation. The examiner, whom he had never met before, not only did not punish him, but also went along with it. He directly and forcibly elevated Su Yan from a troublemaker to a hero and leader pedestal. The price was that Su Yan had to tackle the Shadow Order, the toughest nut to crack, and become cannon fodder in the fight against darkness. Chen Shuiao's face turned bright red with anger. They're shameless. Aren't they just using you as a pawn? Su Yan, however, appeared unusually calm. He looked down at the newly updated Dawn mission on his wristwatch, a calculating glint in his eyes. He spoke softly, with a hint of amusement. Gun? Not necessarily. He just gave me a legitimate reason to integrate all the forces here. Su Yan raised his head and looked around at the hundreds of prodigies in the basin, each with a different expression. The way they looked at themselves had changed from jealousy and greed to awe, dependence, and scrutiny. It's my turn to play this game now. Chapter 92: The Sacrifice's Counterattack. The chef takes control of the entire scene, even the shadow is stunned. The basin was deathly silent. Su Yan's words completely ignited the atmosphere. We are all sacrifices. Panic spread rapidly. But Li Jingguo's cold and authoritative announcement forcefully suppressed everyone's emotions. Su Yan was now thrust into the eye of the storm. He calmly surveyed the hundreds of examinees in the basin. He took in all those terrified, confused, and resentful looks. A playful smile curved his lips. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Since the examiner has given me temporary command, from now on, everyone must listen to me. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of dominance. Most candidates were intimidated by the authority of the announcement and Su Yan's strength. Although they were unwilling, their survival instinct prevented them from easily arguing back. However, there are always some people who are driven by jealousy and arrogance. Lei Dong and Zhao Hu's remaining followers whispered among themselves in the crowd. Several grandmaster-level martial artists glanced at Su Yan from time to time, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt. What right does a cook have to command these martial arts prodigies? Chen Shuiao sheathed her rainbow sword with a crisp sound. Her large eyes were sharp as she swept over the restless ones. Qin Yueshuang held a long whip made of thorns and gently tapped it on the ground. A faint click sound was heard. In her phoenix eyes, there was both coldness and warning. Those with ill intentions immediately became restrained and dared not make any rash moves. Su Yan watched the two women's actions and felt a warmth in his heart. He ignored their subtle gestures and continued. I know you have doubts and feel that a life skills professional is not qualified to give orders. But now, you only have two choices. Either follow me, survive, and pass the college entrance examination to get excellent grades and extra points. Either continue the infighting and become sacrifices for the Shadow Order. He abruptly changed the subject, his tone turning cold. I, Su Yan, only care about those who want to live. Anyone who dares to create chaos or hold me back while I'm integrating the team, I will remove the obstacles without hesitation. Don't doubt my determination, and don't doubt my ability. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell precisely on several pale-faced and listless candidates in the crowd. You healer over there, and you, alchemist, and you, blacksmith, step forward. The people whose names were called looked at each other, and finally gritted their teeth and walked out. Su Yan ordered, report your ability levels and areas of specialization. The therapist, a handsome young man, answered cautiously. Report. My name is Li Mu, Grandmaster Rank 1, specializing in spiritual healing, and capable of treating internal and external injuries below the 3rd rank. A burly, strong man said. My name is Wang Tai, a Grandmaster Rank 2, a blacksmith, skilled in repairing weapons, and capable of strengthening spiritual weapons below the 3rd rank. A petite girl said timidly. I am Sun Miao, a 9th rank martial artist and an alchemist. I can refine pills of grade 3 or lower. Su Yan nodded, having made a preliminary assessment of the abilities of these support professionals. He looked at the crowd. See? In my team, every skill has its place. Life skills are not useless, they are the foundation that supports martial artists. Now, I need you support professionals to immediately set up a logistical support system. If you are injured, find Li Mu if your weapon is damaged, find Wang Tai if you need to replenish your elixirs, find Sun Miao. He turned his gaze to Qin Yueshuang. Yushuang, you are in charge of integrating scouts, establishing reconnaissance teams, and monitoring the surrounding environment in real time. Shueyao, you are in charge of gathering all martial artists skilled in close combat to form an assault team to deal with any sudden battles. Lei Dong and Zhao Hu watched as Su Yan made his arrangements methodically, their anger surging within them. Zhao Hu couldn't help but mutter under his breath, a cook, really thinking he's something. He's just relying on those little tricks. Su Yan's gaze suddenly shot towards the two of them, his voice carrying a dangerous calm. Lei Dong, Zhao Hu, you're not convinced? The two were startled and instinctively took a step back. Su Yan sneered, do you think I don't know that you were inciting others just now, trying to take advantage of the chaos to turn against us? Don't forget how your warhammers and longswords were cut down by my kitchen knife. And don't forget how I borrowed your points. Lei Dong and Zhao Hu turned pale as memories of their previous humiliation flooded back. They wanted to refute it, but they were speechless. Just as Lei Dong mustered his courage and prepared to shout again, an invisible force instantly spread out from Su Yan as the center. Inside the basin, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Lei Dong and Zhao Hu felt their hair stand on end, as if an invisible hand was choking them. Everything around them became both exceptionally clear and exceptionally blurry in their eyes. It was as if it were being analyzed and controlled by a higher-level force. They could even feel the flow of spiritual energy within their bodies being scrutinized by a more powerful will. This is Su Yan's Great Dao Domain. Although there was no direct attack, the invisible suppression within the domain and the feeling of being seen through made the two instantly shut up, breaking out in a cold sweat. The pressure from Su Yan, a grandmaster of the 1st rank, far exceeded that of ordinary grandmasters. Su Yan's voice rang out again, carrying an undeniable authority. Now, who still disagrees? The entire room fell silent. Intimidated by Su Yan's strength and authority, most of the candidates began to obey. Following Su Yan's instructions, Qin Yueshuang quickly gathered the scouts and began setting up a reconnaissance and defense line. Chen Shueyao then organized the candidates who were good at fighting into several combat teams. A team that was beginning to take shape gradually formed under Su Yan's command. Su Yan looked at the examinees who were injured in the battle. Their faces were pale and their spiritual energy was depleted. He took out several white jade bottles from the space garden, which contained amber-colored liquid. These are grade 3 Qi tonifying soup and grade 3 blood nourishing soup. Candidates who are seriously injured, come and collect them. Several injured candidates hesitated before stepping forward. They took the jade bottle and drank it with suspicious looks. Buzz. Upon tasting the medicinal food, a gentle yet powerful energy instantly explodes within the body. The depleted psionic energy was quickly replenished, and the exhausted body was instantly revitalized. Even the meridians that had been eroded by Dao injury felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. A martial artist exclaimed, This medicinal food is even more potent than a grade 3 elixir. His previously listless state recovered to about 70-80% within a few seconds. Another candidate clenched his fist, his eyes filled with disbelief. I feel full of energy. The remarkable effects of the medicinal diet instantly won over the group of test takers. They had unwavering faith in Su Yan's abilities. The gaze directed at Su Yan shifted from awe to fervor. Many candidates who were initially hesitant are now eager to join this group. On a distant mountain ridge, several figures hidden in the shadows were observing everything in the basin through special snow wolf eyes. A Shadow Order scout reported, his voice trembling with disbelief. Reporting to Lord Shadow. That's Su Yan, he's actually integrating these sacrifices. And his medicinal cuisine is incredibly effective. The Shadow Order's Shadow Master, a king-level martial artist clad in black robes and exuding a chilling aura, flashed with surprise in his eyes. Oh? A cook, with such abilities? His actions seem more interesting than those of that crazy woman, Lang Ruoxue. He sneered, continue the surveillance and report all intelligence to His Holiness the Pope immediately. This Su Yan might be much more difficult to deal with than we expected. Inside the monitoring center, Li Jingguo looked at Su Yan's dispatching on the light screen, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, but also a greater sense of apprehension. This young man's ability to adapt to changing circumstances and his control over people's hearts exceeded his expectations. He can defuse a crisis, or he can create one. This piece is already beyond his control. But for now, he needs Su Yan. As night fell, the temperature on the Lost Island plummeted. Su Yan ordered the construction of a temporary camp within the basin and the deployment of guards. He knew that the real test had only just begun. Especially at night, the chilling energy deep within the island's veins becomes unusually active, potentially attracting more uninvited guests. Qin Yueshuang walked to Su Yan's side, her voice low and tinged with worry. Su Yan, in the central area of the island, besides the Shadow Order, there are even more terrifying alien beasts. Moreover, I always felt that this sacrifice might not only be aimed at us, but more like a huge conspiracy. Su Yan looked at the island under the night sky and sneered inwardly. He knew Li Jingguo was using him, but he was also using the Dawn Plan. He wanted more than just to pass the trial, he wanted to eliminate the Shadow Order members who were participating in it. He took a deep breath, and the methods of using the Yin-Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven technique and the All Things Furnace came to mind. A bold and crazy plan gradually took shape. Since it is a sacrifice, he will turn the tables and make this altar his own furnace. Chapter 93 Demon's Throat Barrier? All of that is my experience points. After a night's rest, the tense atmosphere in the basin has dissipated considerably. Su Yan's medicinal cuisine replenished spiritual energy and also soothed the fear in everyone's hearts. The sun is rising. Sunlight shone on the tired yet hopeful faces of the test takers. The team's morale is high. Su Yan surveyed the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. Remember, we are one. Anyone who disobeys orders or acts without authorization will bear the consequences. He looked at Qin Yueshuang. Yueshuang, you lead the scout team to explore the area first. Your quick steps and teleportation are the best way to clear the way. Qin Yueshuang nodded, her eyes clear and resolute. She gathered several elite scouts, their figures blurring into multiple afterimages as they charged ahead into the distance. The main force followed closely behind. The team headed towards Demon's Throat, which was marked on the map. After traveling for an hour, a strange scene appeared ahead. A thick black fog shrouded the land, resembling a giant mouth. Within the mist, abnormal energy fluctuations were observed, and a low, guttural roar could be faintly heard, causing unease. On the outskirts of the fog, Qin Yueshuang's scout team stopped. A scout tried to use his psychic powers to sense his presence, only to find that his psychic energy was instantly absorbed and there was no response. Captain, something's wrong with this fog, it's interfering with psionic perception. And I feel a little dizzy. Qin Yueshuang frowned slightly. She activated her eagle eye technique, but could only see 100 meters beyond the edge of the fog. Deeper still, there was only chaos. Maintain formation, advance slowly, and be prepared to deal with any emergencies. The squad entered the fog. They had only taken a few steps when the mist seemed to writhe like a living thing, completely engulfing them. The surrounding scenery began to distort. Whispers reached the ears of the team members, and their deepest fears surfaced. A scout suddenly screamed and brandished his long sword at his companion. Ah! Don't come any closer. The attacked scouts fled in terror. You're crazy. That's me. Qin Yueshuang's heart sank. The fog is eroding their minds. She tried to calm herself, but blurry phantoms flashed before her eyes. Those were the powerful beasts she had faced, and those cold, merciless eyes. She shouted sternly. Everyone, stay focused and do not believe anything you see. She lashed out with her thorny whip, jolting several team members awake from their hallucinations. But the chaos in the fog continues to spread. Intermittent distress signals came from the depths of the fog, quickly drowned out by eerie whispers. Su Yan's expression was grave. He knew the scout team was in trouble. Without further hesitation, he led the main force into the fog. As soon as you step into the mist, a cold, decaying aura hits you. Psionic perception was suppressed to its limit. The domain of the Great Tao. The domain expanded instantly. Everything within a 35-meter radius of him was displayed in his mind. The energy structure, flow trajectory, and subtle toxins contained within the fog have all been transformed into clear data. This is a combination of psionic power, deadly poison, and illusion. He discovered that the core of the mist bore a striking resemblance to a certain poisonous plant in his spatial garden. With a thought, he activated Cleansing Skill Level 2. An invisible wave emanated from his body, matching the data analyzed by the Great Tao domain. The mist before him thinned instantly, as if brushed by an invisible hand. A passageway about 3 meters wide suddenly appeared. "Follow me." He followed the faint spiritual energy fluctuations of Qin Yueshuang's team and advanced rapidly. Soon, he spotted Qin Yueshuang's team. Several scouts huddled on the ground, covering their heads and muttering meaningless babbling. Some people even bit their own arms on the ground. Qin Yueshuang held a long whip, vigilantly protecting everyone in front of her. Her face was pale, and her forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat, clearly also affected by the fog. When Qin Yueshuang saw Su Yan, a look of joy flashed in her eyes. "Su Yan!" Su Yan rushed to her side and gently touched her brow with his finger. A surge of pure spiritual energy was injected. Qin Yueshuang's body trembled, and the illusion before her eyes vanished instantly. Su Yan said in a deep voice, "This is a variant of the soul-devouring corpse rot. It not only corrodes flesh and blood and devours spiritual energy, but it can also affect the mind." He took out several lush green snake tongue grass plants and some fire edelweiss from the space garden. Crush snake tongue grass and apply it to the mouth and nose to resist the invasion of miasma. The scouts took the snake-forked grass and applied it as instructed. A cool breeze entered my nostrils, clearing my drowsy mind and dispelling the hallucinations. Just then, the Great Tao domain issued a warning. Su Yan's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly shouted, "Watch out! There's an ambush!" Almost simultaneously, several dark figures flashed through the mist, silently rushing towards the scout team. These shadowy figures moved with uncanny speed, seemingly blending into the shadows as they went. Chen Shuio was prepared, and the rainbow sword was instantly drawn. The sword flashed like a rainbow, precisely slashing at a black shadow that lunged at it. Put! The dark figure was struck by the swordlight, let out a muffled groan, its body twisted, and disappeared into the mist. The other team members also stepped in to help. However, the Shadow Order's assassins were too unpredictable. Their shadow is a term used in Chinese fantasy novels, making them appear and disappear without a trace. Su Yan did not rush to make a move. He lit the velvet grass. The edelweiss burst into flames, generating a strong upward surge of hot air. The fog was instantly dispersed by the impact of the hot air currents. The Shadow Order's ambush was suddenly exposed to everyone. Kill! The rainbow sword transformed into a sky full of sword shadows, forcing an assassin to retreat step by step. Qin Yueshuang's thorny whip also wrapped around and trapped another assassin. Su Yan no longer fought alone. With a flick of his finger, dozens of embroidery needles whistled out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Each needle was incredibly precise, piercing the nerve endings of an assassin. Those assassins who moved with unpredictable agility and attempted to disappear into the shadows were instantly frozen in place and fell to the ground. Su Yan snorted coldly, too many flaws. He shared the Great Tao domain with Chen Shuio and Qin Yueshuang. With their assistance, the two women launched an even more ferocious attack. Chen Shuio's sword light followed her like a shadow, while Qin Yueshuang's whip shadow was all-pervasive. Together with the rest of the team, they defeated the Shadow Order assassins one by one. The assassins realized the strength and countermeasures of Su Yan's team, and knew they couldn't succeed. A look of resentment flashed in their eyes. An assassin leader let out a sharp scream, "Retreat!" The shadowy figure once again merged into the mist and quickly disappeared. Before retreating, they detonated several specially made psionic bombs in an attempt to create chaos and hinder the pursuit. Rumble! A violent explosion rang out in the fog. A violent energy shockwave spread outwards. Chen Shuio exclaimed, "Watch out!" Su Yan's eyes narrowed. Instead of dodging, he took a step forward and decisively activated All Things Furnace Level 5. An invisible vortex appeared in front of him. The violent explosive energy was completely sucked into the vortex. Buzz. A surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from Su Yan's body. He felt his limbs and bones brimming with power, and his psionic energy level skyrocketed. Ding! Psionic energy absorption successful, psionic energy plus 1 point. Ding! Psychic energy absorption successful, psychic energy plus 2 points. His previous spiritual energy, under the frenzied absorption of the All Things Furnace, instantly broke through 2,000, 2,500, and headed straight for 3,000. Boom! A soft sound of breakthrough echoed within his body. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your level has increased to Grandmaster rank 2. His psionic power level ultimately settled at 2930. The surrounding examinees, including Chen Shuao and Qin Yueshuang, watched this scene in shock. That was the explosion of a psionic bomb. It was forcibly absorbed by Su Yan, and he even broke through as a result. One test taker muttered to himself. What kind of monster is this? Su Yan felt the abundant spiritual energy within his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. The team successfully broke through the outer fog and the Shadow Order's defenses and continued their advance. Soon, a huge stone gate appeared before them. The stone gate is ancient and weathered, with strange runes carved on it, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. An invisible barrier blocked their path, filling them with despair. Qin Yueshuang said softly. This is the entrance barrier to the demon's throat. She could sense the power contained within the barrier, which far exceeded that of a grandmaster. Behind the barrier, a low, guttural roar could be faintly heard, as if an even more powerful being had been alerted. Looking at the barrier, Su Yan saw no despair in his eyes, but rather a gleam of excitement. This barrier is probably the perfect source of nourishment for the furnace of all things and the technique of stealing from the heavens. This is the perfect opportunity for him to improve his skills. Chapter 94 Backlash from the Barrier? I instantly advanced to Grandmaster rank 4. Su Yan's team traveled for more than an hour. At the far end of the line of sight ahead, a massive stone gate stands majestically. The stone gate is ancient and weathered, with intricate and strange runes carved on it. The energy fluctuations emanating from the door were extremely heavy, giving one an instinctive sense of oppression. An invisible barrier stood before the stone gate, blocking everyone's path. The pressure emanating from the barrier was even greater than that of a late-stage grandmaster. Its aura even faintly touched upon the realm of the king. This power was so vast and boundless that it instilled despair in people's hearts, making them hesitant to approach it. Qin Yueshuang said in a solemn tone. This is the entrance barrier to the demon's throat. She could sense the power contained within the barrier, far exceeding the power of any grandmaster-level expert she had ever encountered. Several mages and warriors in the group couldn't contain themselves and stepped forward to attempt an attack. A fireball crashed down on the barrier. The attack, however, was like a stone thrown into the deep sea, causing not a ripple. A powerful recoil force bounced back from the barrier. The monk groaned and staggered back several steps, his arm going numb. Another warrior swung his giant axe and chopped fiercely. The moment the giant axe made contact with the barrier, a recoil force surged along the axe handle straight into his body. The force caused his tiger's mouth to split open and his blood to surge. He stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance, his face deathly pale. Brute force proved ineffective, and everyone's heart sank. The power of the barrier was beyond imagination, it was simply beyond their ability to shake. Qin Yueshuang stepped forward. Her phoenix eyes carefully examined the runes on the barrier. She reached out and lightly touched the barrier with her fingertips. A subtle energy fluctuation returned from the fingertips. She spoke in a calm, analytical tone. This barrier contains complex laws of space and energy. It cannot be solved by brute force, it requires unique skills. She withdrew her hand and gently shook her head. Even with what I've learned, I cannot break through it. All eyes were once again focused on Su Yan. Su Yan walked to the barrier. He did not act immediately, but simply stared silently at the transparent barrier. He knew this was the moment for him to make his move. He gave a low shout. The domain of the Great Tao. An invisible force suddenly spread out from him. Everything within a 35-meter radius instantly became crystal clear. The energy flow, rune structure, and core nodes of the barrier all transformed into a detailed data stream that flooded into his mind. This barrier is indeed exquisite, more complex than the ancient formations he had analyzed before, but it is not without clues. It's like a series of incredibly precise equations, though massive, they can be easily solved once the pattern is found. Su Yan already had a decision in mind. He raised his hands and slowly pressed them onto the barrier. Buzz. The yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique was operating at high speed within his body. A chaotic flow of black and white energy surged from his palm and wrapped around the barrier. The airflow, like a ravenous beast, began to frantically devour the barrier's energy. The barrier sensed that its energy had been stolen and instantly unleashed a powerful backlash. A surge of powerful spiritual energy flowed along Su Yan's hands and into his body. Su Yan grunted. His face turned pale instantly. He felt his internal organs tremble from the immense force, a metallic taste rose in his throat, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But he did not back down. He braced his arms against the barrier, his body rooted to the spot, remaining unmoved despite the surging backlash. His eyes shone even brighter, filled with the excitement of discovering a breakthrough opportunity. Chen Shuiyo exclaimed in surprise. Su Yan. Seeing that he was injured, she instantly drew her rainbow sword. The sword transformed into a streak of light, blocking Su Yan's path. Her Grandmaster level rank 2 spiritual energy erupted at full power, but it seemed insignificant in the face of this backlash and was instantly suppressed. But she did not back down, her eyes only fixed on protecting Su Yan. That slender back looked exceptionally strong at that moment. Qin Yueshuan also rushed over. The thorny whip wrapped around Chen Shuiyo's waist, attempting to share the burden. However, the backlash was too powerful, and even with their combined strength, the two could only barely hold on. Under the extreme pressure of the barrier's backlash, Su Yan's yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique level 5 was operating at an unprecedented speed. The stolen mixed energy and the backlash from the barrier were refined together, transforming into the purest cultivation. Ding! Yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique proficiency +1. Ding! Yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique proficiency +1. System notifications rang frantically in Su Yan's mind. On the brink of life and death, his potential was fully unleashed, and his proficiency in the martial arts technique increased rapidly. With the operation of the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique, the stealing heaven technique level 4 also reached its bottleneck. With a thought, Su Yan forcefully controlled the stolen energy and poured it all into the heaven stealing technique. Boom! A soft rumble resounded within his body. The proficiency of stealing heaven technique level 4 instantly reached its peak, and under the impact of the immense energy, it successfully broke through to level 5. At the same time, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the barrier. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. The ancient runes began to flicker erratically, and the energy fluctuations became chaotic, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Su Yan roared. Break! He suddenly exerted force with both arms. The barrier shattered with a crash, turning into countless points of light that vanished into nothingness. A surge of pure and powerful spiritual energy flooded into Su Yan's body. The spiritual energy was frantically absorbed and refined by the furnace of all things and the yin-yang chaos devouring technique. His spiritual energy level surged instantly, soaring from 2930 points to the highest level. The value broke through 3,000 and 3,500, and finally settled at 3,999 points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your spiritual energy has broken through, and your level has increased to Grandmaster rank 3. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your spiritual energy is approaching the 4th rank of Grandmaster, and your combat power has greatly increased. Su Yan felt the abundant power within his body, and an unprecedented sense of strength surged into his heart. He understood that under the extreme pressure of the barrier's backlash, he had not only broken through to the 3rd rank of Grandmaster, but was even only one step away from the 4th rank of Grandmaster. He slowly opened his eyes, and Chen Shuiyo and Qin Yueshuan were looking at him with concern. Su Yan smiled at them, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, I'm fine. The team of test takers now looked at Su Yan with a gaze that had shifted from awe to fervor. They witnessed firsthand how Su Yan risked his life to break through the barrier that had driven them to despair, and how his strength increased dramatically as a result. Deep within the shadow altar, a figure clad in black robes suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed that the barrier at the entrance to the demon's throat had been broken. A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from there, carrying a familiar yet unfamiliar aura. The Shadow Pope was enraged and roared in a low voice. Damn it! Who is it that dares to break through the barrier I personally set up? The entire altar trembled. Pass on my order. All members of the Shadow Order, stop the invaders at all costs. Do not let them get close to the core of the altar. In his view, these intruders were nothing more than sacrifices to a cornered beast. But the person who broke through the barrier made him feel uneasy. Walk! Su Yan, leading Chen Shuiao and Qin Yueshuang, was the first to pass through the barrier and enter the demon's throat. The scene inside astonished everyone. This is not the dark cave one might imagine, but rather a twisted and expansive space. Countless fragments of dilapidated ancient buildings float among them. They are either as huge as mountains or as small as dust, silently suspended in mid-air. Strange energy vortexes were everywhere, emitting a low hum. This place feels like another world, an ancient space that has been torn apart. Su Yan's expression was solemn. He could sense that the spatial laws here were abnormally chaotic, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. He activated the Great Tao Domain once again, completely enveloping this distorted space. Those floating architectural fragments retain an ancient and weathered aura. This aura is older than the history of the Shadow Order. Su Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that this was probably more than just an altar of the Shadow Order. He even had a vague feeling that these fragments were similar to some of the ancient relics he had analyzed before. There seems to be a deeper secret hidden within. A faint but alluring aura emanated from the deepest part of this distorted space. It seemed to be calling out to Su Yan in a low voice. The aura carried a hint of evil, yet it also contained some kind of ultimate primal power. Su Yan knew that the blood sacrifice altar was just ahead. That aura could very well be a remnant of the alien emperor's soul, or perhaps something even more powerful. It seems that a real tough battle is still waiting for me. He gripped the kitchen knife tightly in his hand. He understood that only by defeating that force could he leave this place alive. An indescribable sense of crisis rose in Su Yan's heart. He felt a powerful will watching him from the depths of this space. A strange laugh suddenly echoed in this distorted space. Ha ha! The laughter carried endless evil and mockery. You will all be my sacrifices. Chapter 95. The remnant soul of the alien emperor will also be refined by me. You lowly offering, how dare you trespass into my slumbering place? The roar of the remnant soul of the alien emperor shook the very soul, and the invisible pressure of the superior was like a mountain collapsing. Under the oppressive force, several lower-level examinees in the group suffered a mental breakdown and cried out in agony, clutching their heads in distorted hallucinations. Chen Shuiao and Qin Yueshuang also trembled, their spiritual energy circulation becoming sluggish, and a needle-like stinging pain shooting through their skin. Just then, Su Yan let out a low shout. The domain of the Great Tao. A 35-meter field instantly expanded, enveloping the entire team. Within the domain, everything was analyzed, and the awe-inspiring pressure was instantly purified. The devastated examinees regained their senses and, relieved to have survived, looked at Su Yan's retreating figure. Insignificant ant! How dare you covet my martial will? The remnant soul of the alien emperor sensed the power of the domain and let out an angry roar. It suddenly raised its arm, and dark purple energy gathered wildly, transforming into a beam of energy containing pure dark martial arts will, which blasted straight at Su Yan. This power transcends the realm of grandmasters, carrying the primal aura of destruction. Su Yan's expression turned solemn. Instead of retreating, he advanced and fully activated All Things Furnace Level 5. A huge black and white vortex appeared out of thin air in front of him, as if it could devour light. Boom! The energy beam crashed into the vortex and was forcibly sucked in. However, the power of the dark martial will was too domineering, causing the All Things Furnace to tremble violently and emit a hum that could not bear the burden. Su Yan felt as if his internal organs were being burned, and blood instantly seeped from his 7 orifices. He was swaying and about to collapse, but his legs were firmly rooted to the ground, and he would not take a single step back. Su Yan! Seeing him severely injured, Chen Shuiao screamed in horror, her rainbow sword flying from her hand, striking the remnant soul with the full force of a Grandmaster Level 2. Qin Yueshuang reacted extremely quickly, her long whip wrapping around Chen Shuiao and pulling her back, while simultaneously swinging the whip to try and disrupt the remnant soul. The two women did everything in their power to give Su Yan a chance to survive. Refine. Su Yan endured the excruciating pain and forced himself to activate the Yin-Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven Technique Level 5 on the verge of life and death. The technique was running at overload, and the black and white chaotic energy in his dantian exploded, forcibly enveloping, compressing, and purifying the rampant dark energy. The decaying will was burned away, ultimately transforming into the purest and most powerful spiritual energy, nourishing Su Yan's limbs and bones. His spiritual energy value soared again under extreme pressure, and the aura of a Grandmaster rank 3 peak became increasingly solid. Ding! Yin Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven Technique Proficiency plus 10. Ding! Yin Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven Technique Proficiency plus 10. His proficiency in the technique increased at an astonishing rate. Su Yan wiped away the blood, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Through his great Dao domain, he had already seen through it all. This remnant soul was merely a combination of energy and will. Since you're an energy being, don't blame me for treating you like a chef. He put away the iron pot, gripped the kitchen knife tightly in his right hand, and the blade was covered with a layer of black and white chaotic aura that devoured everything. The thunderbolt force erupted from his feet, and he transformed into a blur, bypassing the two women's defenses and charging fiercely towards the remnant soul of the alien emperor. You're courting death, the remnant soul roared, gathering energy once more. But Su Yan's speed was too fast, and his great Dao domain had already locked onto its core. The cleaver sliced through the air without a deafening roar, only with the precision of a butcher dissecting an ox. This wasn't a chop, but a slice. It aimed directly at the most vulnerable core node in the energy structure. Puff! The cleaver pierced through the afterimage, and chaotic energy instantly invaded. Ah! The remnant soul of the alien emperor let out a scream 10 times more shrill than before, its phantom image twisting violently, its will filled with fear and confusion. This is chaos. You actually control the origin of chaos. The all-encompassing furnace took the opportunity to operate at full power, and the huge black and white vortex instantly enveloped and devoured the remnant soul. A tsunami of energy surged into Su Yan's body, and his spiritual energy instantly broke through the barrier, soaring wildly. A muffled sound came from within his body, as if the heavens and earth were being created, and faint chaotic patterns even appeared on his physical bones. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your spiritual energy has broken through, your level has increased, and you have reached Grandmaster rank 4. Your spiritual energy is now 4,870 points. Ding! Proficiency in the Yin Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven technique has greatly increased, current level 548,900. Ding! Proficiency in the all-encompassing furnace has greatly increased, current level 551,200. Su Yan felt the surging power within him, so comfortable that he almost groaned out loud. The moment he devoured the remnant soul, fragmented images flooded his mind, a colossal being clad in black robes, frozen deep within the northern altar. I see. With the remnant soul of the alien emperor destroyed, the altar and the distorted space began to collapse. Su Yan quickly retreated with the two women, his gaze fixed on the core of the array beneath the altar, the Shadow Order's blood sacrifice altar. He activated Stealing Heaven Technique level 5 and instantly deduced that this was an evil converter that transformed life sacrifices into energy. What an evil converter! Su Yan sneered, and without hesitation swung the cleaver, chop. With a strike imbued with the immense spiritual energy of a Grandmaster rank 4 and the power of steel cutting, the massive array core was severed. Boom! The blood sacrifice altar was instantly destroyed. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully thwarted the Shadow Order's sacrificial plot, destroyed the blood sacrifice altar, and completed the ultimate trial of Dawn. A system notification sounded, the distorted space stabilized, and sunlight once again streamed into the demon's throat. All the surviving examinees' wristwatches lit up with notifications that they had passed the trial, along with an astonishing points reward. Su Yan's points have surpassed 100,000, putting him far ahead. First place, Su Yan, points, 105,800. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd, their eyes filled with fervor as they looked at Su Yan. In the monitoring center outside the Lost Island, Chief Examiner Li Jinghua stared at the images on the screen with a complex expression, a mixture of relief and deep worry. Representatives from the Lin and Nangong families, on the other hand, were dumbfounded, their faces ashen. A cook specializing in everyday life managed to accomplish an impossible task single-handedly, which is simply the greatest mockery of the entire martial arts class. The Nangong family representative's voice trembled. He actually succeeded? Li Jinghua ignored them. He knew that Su Yan had transformed from a pawn into a variable that could not be ignored. Just as the team was preparing to evacuate, Su Yan's snow wolf-like communicator suddenly vibrated violently, flashing a scarlet light and sending out the highest level of emergency distress signal. The sender was Zhao Cheng. The signal was interspersed with the deafening roar of collapsing city walls, the frenzied screams of alien races, and a desperate voice trembling with sobs. Su Yan. Requesting backup. Chapter 96. The Imperial body of the Earth guards the northern pass. Zhao Qing's might makes the enemy tremble with fear. Su Yan. Blackrock Fortress, requesting reinforcements. We can't hold out much longer. Before the words were finished, the signal abruptly stopped with a huge explosion. Dead silence. The air around Su Yan seemed to have frozen. Chen Shuiao asked worriedly, Su Yan, what's wrong? Qin Yueshuang also sensed something was wrong and tightened her grip on the thorny whip in her hand. Su Yan did not answer. He suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, a chilling rage shooting straight to the top of his head. Zhao Qing. She was not only Su Yan's wife, but also Shuiruo's maid and best friend. The girl who always shielded him with her petite body in times of crisis. That family member who steadfastly protected them and never abandoned them during their most difficult times. She is facing death. Su Yan's mind raced. Blackrock Fortress, the northernmost defensive line of the empire. The Lost Island, a remote sea area in the southeast of the empire. The two are separated by more than 10,000 miles. Conventional aircraft would take several days. Even a king-level expert would need a full day and night to fly at full speed. By the time he arrived, it was too late. Su Yan clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the rage in his heart. He commanded himself to calm down. The domain of the Great Tao, unfold. System, analyze all feasible solutions for long-distance spatial teleportation. Filter criteria, shortest processing time. Let's go now. At this moment, Su Yan's brain transformed into a supercomputer that surpassed even a quantum computer. Countless streams of data flashed through his mind. We lack the materials and time to construct a temporary teleportation array. He didn't have any super high-speed flight devices. Medicinal cuisine? No medicinal cuisine can make someone travel thousands of miles in an instant. One proposal after another was put forward, only to be rejected in an instant. At the same time, in the far north, at Blackrock Fortress, this place has become a living hell. The tattered banners fluttered in the cold wind. The city walls were covered with mottled bloodstains and severed limbs. Tens of thousands of alien troops, like a black tide, surrounded the isolated city completely. In the sky, 5 figures exuding king-level aura coldly surveyed the city's final struggle. Zhao Qing leaned on a giant hammer as tall as herself, her chest heaving violently. Her silver armor was riddled with cracks, and blood seeped from the gaps, staining the ground beneath her red. Behind her were the remaining few hundred snow wolf guards. They were all wounded and covered in blood, but there was not a trace of surrender in their eyes. A snow wolf guard captain cried out hoarsely, "General, we can't hold on." Half of his body was corroded by the alien acid, revealing his bare white bones. Zhao Cheng didn't turn around, but simply gripped the heaven-shaking hammer in her hand even tighter. She is one of the Snow Wolf Guards, a first-rank king, and possesses the rare, Earth Emperor body. At this moment, she was also the supreme commander of this remnant army. Her voice was hoarse, yet clearly reached the ears of every Snow Wolf Guard. Killing one is enough, killing two is a bonus. In the sky, the largest king-level demonic scorpion commander let out a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha. Frost God's lackeys, today is your death day. Before he finished speaking, the alien army launched its final all-out attack. Countless bizarre alien races, fearless of death, charged against the crumbling city walls. Zhao Qing shouted angrily, "Hold on." She took the lead, wielding the heaven-shaking hammer with great force. Each hammer blow carried immense force, smashing several alien race members into a bloody pulp. The Snow Wolf Guards let out their final roars and fought fiercely against the alien race that had stormed the city walls. However, they were outnumbered. The Scorpion King seized the opportunity and his enormous body descended from the sky. Boom! It crashed onto the city wall with a foul stench, creating a huge breach. Its enormous venomous tail transformed into a green lightning bolt, piercing straight at Zhao Cheng, who was already at her last gasp. This strike was incredibly fast. Despair was evident in the eyes of all the Snow Wolf Guards. Life and death hang in the balance. Zhao Qing's blood seemed to ignite at that moment. The long-dormant bloodline of the Earth Emperor body was violently awakened by the ultimate stimulus of death. A powerful, ancient, and majestic force surged forth from the depths of the earth beneath her feet. The entire boundless land of the north resonated with her. An endless stream of power washed over her limbs and bones. Her injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The depleted psionic energy was instantly replenished, and even began to rise steadily. Ancient and noble earth runes spread out from beneath her feet. Divine runes climbed up her armor and appeared on her skin. Her aura surged from the third rank of king to the late stage of king, eventually reaching an astonishing peak. Faced with the deadly poisonous stinger, Zhao Qing didn't even flinch. She simply raised her head, and her peach blossom eyes had turned a deep, rich golden yellow. Her clear shout was like the thunderous heartbeat of the earth. "Lend me the power of the earth." With each step taken, the entire Blackrock fortress trembled violently. Bite! A piercing clang of metal rang out. The Scorpion Commander's poisonous stinger, powerful enough to pierce even a king-level defense, struck Zhao Qing's chest but failed to penetrate her armor. The poisonous stinger was bounced high into the air by a tremendous force. The Scorpion King's enormous compound eyes were filled with bewilderment and terror. The next second, Zhao Qing moved. The heaven-shaking hammer in her hand now resembled a mountain held in her grasp. They came later but arrived first. There are no fancy techniques, just a simple, direct, and domineering hammer blow. This hammer, carrying unparalleled power capable of drawing upon the Earth's veins for thousands of miles, slammed down towards the head of the Scorpion Commander. Space itself began to distort under this hammer blow. The Scorpion Commander didn't even have time to let out a scream. Boom! After the loud noise, a huge crater several meters deep appeared on the city wall. The king-level rank 3 Scorpion Commander, along with hundreds of elite alien warriors behind him, was smashed into a bloody mess by this hammer blow. The power of a single blow was truly astounding. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were focused on the woman wielding a giant hammer and whose body was covered in golden divine patterns. She stood amidst pools of blood and corpses, like a war god emerging from the earth. In the sky, the other 4 king-level alien generals were terrified. They could sense that Zhao Qing at this moment possessed the power to easily kill any one of them. One of the king-level alien race members let out a terrified scream, "Retreat, retreat quickly!" It fled into the distance without looking back. The other 3 king-level players also seemed to wake up from their daze and retreated frantically. With the general fleeing, the alien army collapsed instantly. A seemingly hopeless siege was turned around in an instant. On the city wall, the surviving Snow Wolf Guards erupted in thunderous cheers. "General, you are mighty. We win." The golden divine patterns on Zhao Qing's body slowly faded away. That immense power receded back to the earth like a tide. A strong sense of weakness washed over her, and she used the hammer handle to support herself so that she wouldn't fall. An elderly Snow Wolf Guard with white hair quickly helped her up. He looked at Zhao Qing, his eyes filled with overwhelming excitement, his voice trembling. This is the legendary Earth Vein Resonance that can only be triggered by the bloodline of the human emperor." The old man gripped Zhao Qing's arm tightly, his cloudy eyes flashing with an unprecedented brilliance. "Qing girl, your background is probably not simple. Chapter 97 Your sword aura isn't even worthy of being used for scraping. There wasn't enough time, and the distance was too far." These 2 thoughts weighed heavily on Su Yan's mind. He felt a chilling despair. Just then, buzz! The Snow Wolf-Eye communicator on my wrist vibrated again. Su Yan suddenly answered the call. An aged yet excited voice came from within. The man said, "Young master. I am a veteran of the Snow Wolf Guard, reporting from the northern frontier." Su Yan's voice was hoarse as he squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth. "Explain." The elder's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. "General Zhao Qing, she's won. We hold on." Just now, General Zhao Qing awakened his bloodline at the critical moment of life and death, triggering the legendary Earth Vein Resonance. She instantly killed the king-level rank 3 Scorpion Commander with a single hammer blow, frightened away all the king-level alien races, and reversed the tide of battle. Blackrock Fortress is safe for now. One-hit kill of a king-level opponent? Earth Vein Resonance? Su Yan's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. He exhaled a long breath. The rage in his chest gradually subsided. She's safe. But this sense of relief lasted only a moment before turning into deeper worry and determination. The awakening of bloodline triggers the resonance of the Earth's veins, and the eruption of this power is inevitably accompanied by physical depletion and a shaken foundation. Given the scarcity of supplies in the north, she must be extremely weak at this moment. We must help her recover as soon as possible. As he pondered, a dazzling white light enveloped the entire basin. All the surviving examinees, including Su Yan, were instantly enveloped by a teleportation force. The next second, Su Yan found himself in a magnificent aerial arena. Beneath my feet lies a white jade floor, and above me, a sea of clouds churns. A cold and majestic voice came from the sky. It was none other than the chief examiner, Li Xinghua. He announced, the first round, a 15-day survival trial, has officially ended. Congratulations, all 100 survivors have successfully advanced. As the words fell, a huge light screen unfolded above the arena. The light screen finally froze. First place, Su Yan points, 158,640. The points difference, several times that of the second place team, plunged the entire stadium into a deathly silence. A moment later, a huge uproar erupted in the arena. Li Xinghua's cold voice rang out again. Given that the intensity of the first round of trials far exceeded expectations, all candidates will be given 2 days of rest. The second round, the top 100 points ranking battle, will be held here in 2 days. Disband. 2 days of rest? This is an opportunity for others, and even more so for Su Yan. Without hesitation, he immediately contacted Elder Lu of the Living People Association upon returning to his residence. Elder Lu, I need a top-of-the-line alchemy room, immediately. Elder Lu replied excitedly, don't worry, young friend. Everything is ready. For the next 2 days, Su Yan was isolated from the outside world. He locked himself in the alchemy room. With a thought, the skill space of the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique opened up. The large amount of medicinal herbs that had been planted earlier poured out. Blood ginseng, dragon scale grass, and Hisho Wu polygonum multiflorum and other medicinal herbs filled a corner of the room. He not only had to treat Zhao Qing, but also provide her with ample top-notch logistical support. What he was going to refine were the most suitable top-grade nourishing medicinal diets for Zhao Qing: the Grade 3 King's True Spirit Soup, and the Grade 3 Blood Nourishing Soup. The Level 5, All Things Furnace, was pushed to its limit, capable of processing a large quantity of medicinal herbs in one go. With his Level 4, Medicinal Cuisine Preparation, skill, he operated with precision and efficiency. One pot yields more than 20 servings of concentrated medicinal cuisine essence. 2 days and 2 nights, without sleep or rest. The roar of the furnace of all things never stopped. Su Yan refined the accumulated medicinal herbs into a series of incredibly energizing medicinal meals. When the time was up, Su Yan stopped what he was doing. His face was pale from exhaustion, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. Before them were numerous specially made warm jade boxes and crystal bottles. Inside were over 1,000 servings of Rank 3 King's True Spirit Soup and Rank 3 Blood Nourishing Soup. There are also tens of thousands of servings of first-grade and second-grade medicinal cuisine. He immediately summoned Elder Lu in secret. When Elder Lu saw the medicinal food piled up in the room, radiating powerful energy fluctuations, he was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. His heart was pounding. Su Yan said solemnly, Elder Lu, the things here are related to the safety of the northern border. You will personally lead the team, regardless of the cost, and at the fastest speed, secretly deliver it to Black Rock Fortress in the north and hand it over to General Zhao Qing personally. This matter is classified as top secret. Elder Lu looked at these strategic supplies, his voice trembling with excitement. Don't worry, young friend. I'll risk my life to complete the mission. Watching Elder Lu lead the team away, Su Yan felt somewhat relieved. After doing all this, he sat down cross-legged and quickly recovered his depleted energy. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. All candidates were teleported back to the aerial arena. Everyone's energy levels returned to their peak. Li Xinghua's authoritative voice rang out on time. The second round, the top 100 points ranking battle, has officially begun. Rule: the player with the most points in the first round will automatically become the #1 champion and guard the central arena. During the defense of the title, you will accept challenges from the other 99 candidates. Winners get double points, losers get 0 points. Now, the challenge begins. The rules were simple and brutal, instantly igniting everyone's greed. A beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Su Yan and slowly carrying him to the central arena. At that moment, he became the sole focus of attention in the entire venue. He was subjected to 99 gazes, a mixture of jealousy, greed, and resentment. Some people commented, "He's just a cook, he's just lucky." Another person chimed in, "He's been preparing medicinal cuisine for 2 days, and his mind and spirit are greatly depleted. He's at his weakest point. We can wear him down with a war of attrition." Just as everyone was getting restless, a sharp figure leaped up and landed steadily on the central arena. The newcomer had a cold and stern face, carried an ancient longsword on his back, and exuded the aura of a grandmaster at the peak of the 4th rank. Someone in the audience exclaimed, "It's Li Jianxin from the Sword King family of the capital. Wang Jianfei's senior brother, he really came seeking revenge." On the arena, Li Jianxin spoke coldly. "Su Yan. You lowly cook, you defeated my junior brother with unorthodox methods, disgracing the martial arts. Today, I will right here and now, and expose you for what you truly are." Boom! Before he finished speaking, an invisible, shadowless sword aura suddenly erupted. The sword force pressed down on Su Yan from all directions. Li Jianxin intended to use forceful methods to make the mentally exhausted Su Yan kneel down and beg for mercy in public. The sword intent whistled, making Su Yan's chef's uniform rustle. He stood still, facing this oppressive aura, without even lifting his eyelids. It seems to be completely unaffected. Su Yan finally slowly raised his eyelids. His calm gaze fell on Li Jianxin, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "That's it?" The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "Grandmaster rank 4 is very strong? Your swordsmanship." Su Yan paused for a moment, then gently shook his head. "You're not even worthy of giving me guasha." The moment the words fell, a golden aura, far more powerful than Li Jianxin's sword intent, suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body. This is a manifestation of the full operation of the war god breaking boundary spiritual energy technique. This was also the true power of his great Dao domain, combined with his cultivation technique after he advanced to the grandmaster level. Click! Click, click! A series of cracking sounds echoed through the space. The invisible sword intent instantly melted and collapsed under the impact of the golden energy wave. Li Jianxin's shadowless sword stance has been broken. No, it's crushed. Puff! Li Jianxin suffered a backlash from the broken sword aura, causing his blood and chi to surge wildly. He spat out a cloud of blood and staggered back several steps uncontrollably. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with horror and disbelief as he looked at Su Yan. He shattered his sword aura domain simply by clashing their auras? This is not the power that a Grandmaster 4th grader could possess. The entire room fell silent. All the candidates who had been clamoring that Su Yan was mentally exhausted fell silent at this moment. They looked at Su Yan with eyes full of awe. Chapter 98. The Great Way is simple. Did you understand my strike? On the stage, Li Jianxin's face was ashen. His gaze as he looked at Su Yan was completely filled with horror and disbelief. With just the clash of their auras, he completely crushed his sword aura domain, which was at the peak of the 4th rank of Grandmaster. This is power that a Grandmaster of the 4th rank cannot possess. Is this person really a cook? The entire room fell silent. The candidates who were just now shouting that they would wear him down with a war of attrition all shut their mouths tightly at this moment. They were terrified that making even the slightest sound would attract the attention of the menacing figure on the stage. The examinees stared at Su Yan on the stage, their contempt and greed replaced by a primal fear called awe. Below the arena, Chen Shuia's large eyes sparkled with excitement. Her clenched fist quietly loosened, and a proud yet infatuated smile curved her rosy lips. As expected of my brother Su Yan. Qin Rushuang smiled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of inward appreciation and inquiry. Li Jianxin took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his surging blood and qi. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and despair gnawed at his heart. Defeat. I couldn't even withstand his aura. My sword intent is destroyed, my martial spirit is shattered, I am finished. If Su Yan cannot be killed today, he and the Sword King family behind him will become a laughingstock in the capital for the next 100 years. Just as Li Jianxin's will was about to collapse, a barely perceptible stream of blood-red light suddenly shot out from the jade pendant in his bosom. The light instantly disappeared into his brow. Li Jianxin's body jolted violently, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. A terrifying power, far more ancient and sinister than himself, suddenly awakened within him. This aura even caused the expressions of the king-level examiners in the cloud-based spectator stands to change slightly. Strange, blood-red lines appeared on Li Jianxin's pale face. The patterns move as if they were alive. His aura surged, instantly breaking through the shackles of the fourth rank of Grandmaster and approaching the peak of Grandmaster. Its oppressive aura even faintly touched the threshold of the king level. A hoarse, chilling voice, seemingly emanating from the deepest hell, came directly from Li Jianxin's throat. He. What a fine vessel. Young man, your despair and resentment are my most delicious nourishment. Feel this power. This is true strength. Possessed, Li Jianxin suddenly drew the ancient longsword from his back. Buzz. As the longsword was drawn, an evil aura, a mixture of sharp sword intent and overwhelming bloodlust, soared into the sky. The spiritual energy within him merged with that evil power, transforming into viscous, blood-red energy that frantically poured into the sword. Shadowless. Blood demon sword. Li Jianxin became one with the sword, transforming into a blinding streak of blood-red lightning, and vanished from his spot in an instant. This sword strike was both incredibly fast and incredibly wicked. The entire arena seemed to be shrouded in an aura of bloodshed. The weaker candidates even felt dizzy and lost their composure. None of the examinees below the stage, including some late-stage Grandmaster-level experts, could track his movements. They could only sense a terrifying killing intent, enough to instantly kill a peak Grandmaster, enveloping Su Yan's entire body. However, Su Yan remained standing still, motionless. He neither dodged nor activated any defense, as if he were stunned by this sudden turn of events. But in Su Yan's own view, the whole world had already changed. The great Dao domain silently enveloped the entire area. Is this a tactic of the Shadow Order? Or a backup plan from the Nangong family? Li Jianxin's seemingly vanished figure, and his sword moves that were incredibly fast. In Su Yan's mind, it was slowed down 1,000 times in an instant. Every detail was broken down into countless data streams. The pathway of the violent energy within the opponent's body. Details of how muscles exert force after being corrupted by evil energy. The crimson blade sliced through the air in every ray it left. And the 3 fatal points where the shadowless blood demon sword ultimately pierced his brow, heart, and dantian. Everything was transformed into a cold, precise 3-dimensional data model, presented with perfect clarity in his consciousness. Su Yan thought to himself, power gained by burning one's life force? The forced grafting resulted in as many as 37 points of energy conflict, making it a work of art riddled with flaws. Unfortunately, it is still full of flaws in front of me. Just as the blood-red sword tip, brimming with destructive intent, was less than half an inch from Su Yan's brow, at the critical moment. Su Yan, move. He did not use that razor-sharp kitchen knife. He slowly raised his hand and grasped the hilt of the most ordinary standard-issue long sword at his waist. Clang. A clear, metallic scraping sound, like the prelude to death. The long sword was drawn. The blade was not imbued with any spiritual energy, it was plain and unadorned, with a hint of cold metallic luster. This is a purely physical action. Su Yan simply used the most basic and simple straight chop motion, slashing down at an empty space in front of him. This strike is the first move of basic swordsmanship LV3, Steel Cleave. It is also a strike that embodies the true meaning of the Great Way is simple, a strike that returns to the essence of simplicity. The crowd below the stage erupted in uproar. Is he crazy? He's still chopping at thin air? Li Jianxin is no longer the same Li Jianxin as before. How dare he be so arrogant? It's over, this genius is about to fall. However, the next moment, all the talking stopped abruptly. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Su Yan's seemingly ordinary slash landed with unparalleled precision at a specific spatial coordinate point. That place was precisely where the Great Dao domain analyzed all of Li Jianxin's sword path changes. The most unstable structural node where external evil energy combines with one's own power. Bite. A very crisp sound, like the sound of a golden needle falling to the ground. The tip of Su Yan's iron longsword and the elusive, blood-red sword tip of Li Jianxin. They collided precisely at one point from an unbelievable angle. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Immediately afterwards. Click. A piercing cracking sound echoed throughout the venue. Li Jianxin's ancient longsword, which was enhanced by blood energy and whose power had increased dramatically, actually broke apart inch by inch, starting from the tip. His shadowless blood demon sword, which fused with evil power, and its indestructible crimson sword intent, burst like a punctured balloon. An unparalleled force surged wildly into Li Jianxin's body along the shattered sword. It instantly dispersed the evil force from outside. That hoarse, chilling voice let out a desperate and venomous scream. No. This is impossible. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The bloodshot color in Li Jianxin's eyes quickly faded, and his vision cleared. But this was followed by a huge backlash from the forced stripping of power. His martial will was forcibly shattered and crushed by the terrifying artistic conception of simplifying complexity and breaking through all laws with one strike contained in this strike. He was struck dumb, and blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed from his mouth. His body flew backward like a tattered sack, crashing heavily off the stage, where he immediately lost consciousness and stopped breathing. One move, and he was defeated again. And it was a swift and decisive blow. The entire aerial arena, including the king-level examiners and the cloud-based spectator stands, fell into a deathly silence. No one could understand what had just happened. A martial artist of the 4th rank of Grandmaster uses the most ordinary standard-issue longsword. He unleashed the basic sword techniques that every martial arts apprentice knows. With a single strike, he instantly killed a sword genius who was possessed by a mysterious power and whose combat strength had skyrocketed to the level of a king. This completely overturned their understanding of martial arts that they had held for decades or even centuries. Inside the monitoring center, the representatives from the Lin and Nangong families looked ashen-faced. They stared at the figure on the screen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if they were seeing death itself. The school leaders of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School were all ashen-faced, slumped in their chairs, filled with remorse. On the arena, Su Yan slowly sheathed his sword. His gaze calmly swept over the 98 faces below the stage, faces filled with shock, confusion, and fear. Then, Su Yan spoke in a calm tone. Next. He paused, then a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Who else can understand my blade? Chapter 99, A Battle of Attacks? Excuse me, allow me to set up a pot. The entire room fell silent. Su Yan asked calmly, who else can understand my sword? These words were a slap in the face to every candidate with ulterior motives. Do you understand? They didn't even see how Li Jianxin was defeated, so how could they possibly understand it? That simple, unadorned strike was beyond their understanding of martial arts. After a brief period of deathly silence came a deeper level of fear. None of the 98 people below the arena dared to meet Su Yan's calm gaze. However, fear belongs only to the weak. After a brief moment of astonishment, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of the Nangong family representative in the cloud-based viewing area. He turned his head and exchanged a knowing glance with the representatives of the Lin family and the Fighters Association beside him. The Nangong family representative said in a low voice, "He is very strong, but he is ultimately only a grandmaster of the 4th rank. That strike may have looked simple, but it definitely took a lot of effort." The Lin family representative echoed, "That's right. His total psionic energy is a major weakness, but we can afford to wait it out." The representative of the Fighters Association grinned cruelly and said, "Then, grind him down to death." An extremely insidious plan took shape in an instant. A loud shout shattered the silence, "I'll do it." A burly young man leaped up. He was a collateral descendant of the Nangong family, with a cultivation level of Grandmaster rank 2. Without any probing, he immediately unleashed his full spiritual energy to its limit the moment he stepped onto the stage. His fists unleashed a barrage of punches that filled the sky. The aim is not to injure the enemy, but to force Su Yan to dodge or block with attacks of the widest range and highest frequency. Su Yan sneered inwardly, "A war of attrition? Very well, let your despair come even more fiercely." His brows furrowed slightly as he weaved through the shadows of fists. It can always avoid attacks with minimal movement. After finding a weakness, they pointed their fingers into a nice shape. A precise chop to the opponent's wrist psionic node. The young man felt a numbness in his arm, and his spiritual energy instantly became disordered. Su Yan kicked him off the stage. The moment they made contact, the stealing heaven technique was activated instantly, perfectly concealing the energy fluctuations. Meanwhile, a faint but pure spiritual energy was quietly absorbed and instantly refined by the yin-yang chaos devouring heaven technique at the point of contact. However, no sooner had he been kicked off than a second figure seamlessly rushed onto the stage. "Lin Yuan of the Lin family, please enlighten me. This is a Grandmaster rank 3 with unpredictable movement techniques." He circled around Su Yan Expressway, occasionally flicking out cunning bursts of energy from his fingertips. Su Yan had no choice but to keep moving. Su Yan grew impatient and suddenly unleashed his thunderbolt force. The speed instantly surpassed that of the opponent. A simple straight punch landed on the opponent's chest, sending him flying. Similarly, a wisp of spiritual energy was quietly devoured. Then, the third, the fourth. Challengers rushed onto the ring one after another. They came from different families and had different fighting styles. Some activated their invulnerability shields to withstand the attack, some unleashed wide-range attacks, and some simply self-destructed their spiritual energy upon entering the arena. The strategy of attrition warfare. This is the most shameless, yet most effective, tactic. Everyone in the audience had already seen it. This is not a battle for honor, but a despicable hunt. After losing 7 people in a row, Su Yan still stood in the center of the arena. He deliberately slowed his breathing, making it slightly rapid. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead at just the right time. The movements were no longer as free and easy as before, but rather carried a heavier weight. All of this is thanks to the LV5, Yin-Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven technique. Its chaotic origin characteristic allows Su Yan to perfectly control the external manifestation of his own aura, creating the illusion of a violent consumption of spiritual energy. External manifestation of psionic power, 2,415 points. Su Yan's lips curled up almost imperceptibly. On the system panel he looked into, the actual psionic energy value had hardly changed. Psionic energy, 4,688 points. This scene was precisely observed by those in the spectator stands. The representative of the Nangong family picked up his teacup, a smug look of certainty on his face, and said, "Quick, he can't hold on much longer. His spiritual energy is more than half depleted." The Lin family representative sneered, "A genius? In the face of absolute quantity and resources, it is nothing more than a stubborn rock that needs to be polished. Unfortunately, he's going to die here today." Below the ring, Chen Shueya clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her eyes welled up with tears of anger as she exclaimed, "Shameless. They are utterly shameless. This is clearly a gang beating." Xin Rushuang's expression was unusually solemn, but her beautiful eyes gleamed with thoughtful light. She saw things more clearly than Chen Shueya. She took her hand and whispered, "Shueya, look closely." Su Yan looks disheveled, but he defeated 7 people, and every move he made was extremely precise, without any unnecessary consumption. This doesn't seem like a sign of depleted spiritual energy. On the contrary, it seems like he's toying with them. Chen Shueya was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, she indeed found that although Su Yan was panting, his eyes were as calm as still water. "Sister, are you saying Brother Su Yan did it on purpose?" Xin Rushuang's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "I understand him less and less. But since he wants to play games, let's just watch and see." The 8th challenger took the stage. This is a burly man from the Fighters Association, a grandmaster of the 4th rank. His body was bulging with muscles, exuding a fierce aura. He looked at Su Yan, whose breathing was irregular, and his face revealed undisguised contempt and greed. "Kid, that's enough. Those trash before you were just an appetizer now, it's my turn to reap the rewards." Just as he was about to launch a thunderous attack, Su Yan suddenly raised his hand. Etc. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly carried throughout the noisy arena. The burly man was taken aback, and his ready attack faltered. All eyes in the room instantly focused on Su Yan. Ignoring his opponent, Su Yan turned to look up at the clouds above, at the location of the chief examiner, Li Xinghua. "Your Excellency the Examiner. I request a break during halftime." Someone in the audience burst out laughing. "Pfft." One test taker scoffed, "Pause? Does he think this is child's play?" Another person chimed in, "That's hilarious. If you can't beat them, you resort to cheating and stalling for time." The jeers and laughter blended into a deafening roar. Even Li Xinghua was stunned. No one had ever made such an outrageous request before. Before he could respond, Su Yan's next action silenced all the sounds in the room. With a flick of his wrist, the storage space of the Yin-Yang Chaos Devouring Heaven technique flashed with a faint light. Clang! A small, exquisite black iron pot appeared out of thin air and landed steadily on the smooth white jade arena. The entire audience? Then, to everyone's stunned gaze, Su Yan reached out again. He took out the medicinal herbs that exuded rich spiritual energy and casually tossed them beside the pot. When the century-old blood ginseng, with its entire body a deep crimson and its roots intertwined, appeared, many knowledgeable examinees and bigwigs in the spectator stands held their breath. Finally, he held out his palm, and a stream of clear water appeared out of thin air and poured into the pot. After doing all this, Su Yan actually ignored the stunned burly man opposite him and squatted down as if no one else was there. He held up a finger and tapped the bottom of the pot. Call. A small cluster of condensed golden flames rose from his fingertips, steady and powerful. Runes faintly flowed within the flames. It was the primordial fire of his, level 5 furnace of all things, technique. Su Yan murmured with a hint of mockery, martial arts are the art of killing, while cooking is the art of living. Since you're going to use a lifeless tactic to wear me down, then I will use the ever-flowing art of cooking to show you what true inexhaustibility means. Throughout the entire aerial arena, tens of thousands of eyes, from examinees to examiners, were fixed on the center of the ring. The man who had just been awe-inspiring and defeated 7 grandmasters was now squatting on the ground, earnestly boiling water and preparing to cook. At this moment, the world becomes somewhat magical. Chapter 100. Sorry, I have unlimited mana. The entire aerial arena was deathly silent. Tens of thousands of eyes were fixed on the center of the arena. There was a man squatting there, intently boiling water in front of a pot. The world seemed somewhat absurd at this moment. Just after the 8th challenger was kicked off the stage, a beast-like roar reverberated throughout the arena. Su Yan, a figure more imposing than any of the previous challengers, crashed onto the ring like a cannonball. The white jade ground trembled. The newcomer was Lei Ao from the Fighters Association, a Grandmaster rank 5 cultivator. He is also the older brother of Lei Dong, who was easily defeated by Su Yan before. Lei Ao roared, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging. You crippled my brother Lei Dong, and today I will make you pay with your blood. His full-fledged revenge as a Grandmaster 5th rank was less important to the other party than a pot of soup? This is an insult. It's blatant, deep-seated contempt. Lei Ao roared, die. His muscles were bulging, and he exuded a fierce aura. With fists carrying the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, they smashed towards Su Yan like a storm. The force of the punches even left shallow dents on the hard white jade arena. The moment Lei Ao launched his attack, Su Yan began to move. He remained squatting, controlling the heat of the pot with one hand, yet his movements were exceptionally agile. The explosive power of the thunderbolt force is perfectly integrated into muscle memory, making every step feel very natural. His unpredictable footwork, exemplified by the stealing heaven technique, allows him to always appear in blind spots of attacks. He deftly dodged the dense barrage of punches. Lei Ao's every punch carried immense power, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of Su Yan's chef's uniform. To outsiders, this was not a battle at all. This is a ridiculous performance. A burly man frantically attacked the air, slamming the ring with loud bangs. His opponent, meanwhile, gracefully dodged while calmly handling the medicinal herbs at hand. Ding! Battlefield environment detected. Host enters combat readiness mode. Medicinal cuisine preparation level 4, and all things oven level 5, temporarily increase efficiency by 30%. Su Yan's heart stirred, and he waved out a lush green, dragon scale grass, with his left hand. He pointed his fingers like a knife and lightly made a cut on the grass stem. The intent of the blade flashed as it cut through steel. The grass stems were then precisely cut into several sections and thrown into the pot. In the stands, an elderly man from a family of alchemists suddenly stood up. He stared in horror at the light screen. That's dragon scale grass? A top-grade spiritual herb that's rumored to enhance spiritual energy conduction, and he's actually using it to make soup? Su Yan continued his work and took out another, heavenly thunder fruit. With a casual pinch, bright red liquid containing pure yang energy drips into the boiling soup. A unique and intense aroma, imbued with a powerful spiritual energy, instantly wafted from the pot. Many candidates in the audience felt their spirits lifted after just a light sniff. The spiritual energy consumed within the body even showed signs of recovery. My God! Just smelling it has such an effect? What kind of magical elixir is he brewing? This spendthrift son, it's like a thunderbolt fruit. The gasps of amazement echoed from the sidelines, while Lei Ao on the field was nearly going crazy. His attacks were relentless, consuming a great deal of psionic energy. He was already drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. But Su Yan is like a slippery eel, always managing to avoid attacks with minimal cost. They can even take the time to add some Ganoderma lucidum and Angelica sinensis to the pot. Ding! You have successfully cooked the Battlefield Rapid Chi Replenishing Soup simplified version of Grade 3 medicinal cuisine, quality, perfect. Effect: instantly replenishes psionic energy, removes minor negative status effects, and continuously restores psionic energy over the next 10 minutes. During a lull in Lei Ao's attack, Su Yan stopped dodging. He appeared beside Lei Ao like a ghost. Lei Ao was startled and was about to change his move. Su Yan simply extended 2 fingers and gently tapped the psionic node on his arm. Buzz! Lei Ao felt a numbness on half of his body, and the surging spiritual energy within him instantly froze. The next second, Su Yan was back by the pot. He slowly ladled out a bowl of steaming, pale golden medicinal soup. After doing all this, he looked up at Lei Ao, who was standing there dumbfounded. He picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp in front of everyone. Glug! The sound of swallowing clearly echoed throughout the arena. As soon as the medicine entered his stomach, a warm golden current burst forth, flowing throughout his limbs and bones. The feigned listlessness on Su Yan's body vanished instantly. A surge of pure and powerful spiritual energy erupted, even more refined than when he first stepped onto the stage. Ding! You have consumed the battlefield rapid energy replenishment soup, and your psionic energy has been restored to peak condition. Overflowing energy nourishes the meridians, permanently increasing maximum spiritual energy by 10. Current psionic power, 4,999 5,000 points. Su Yan put down the jade bowl and stretched his muscles. A series of crackling sounds emanated from its entire body. He smiled brightly at the completely dumbfounded Lei Ao, revealing a set of white teeth. Thanks for warming me up. Let's continue. Lei Ao's lips trembled, and the word "I" got stuck in his throat, and he could no longer speak. Continue? Continue my ass. How can we fight like this? The player pretended to be out of mana halfway through a fight, and I immediately brewed a super mana potion, instantly restoring their health to full and permanently boosting their stats. This is something no human being should do. This scene was incredibly humiliating for everyone involved in the tag team battle. The string in Lei Ao's heart called revenge and fighting spirit snapped completely with a crack. Looking at Su Yan's seemingly harmless smile, he felt it was the smile of a devil. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering, I won't fight. I won't fight. This is a monster. Su Yan shook his head, somewhat disappointed, and kicked him off the stage. On the cloud-based viewing platform, the faces of the representatives from the Nangong and Lin families were as black as the bottom of a pot. The Lin family representative stood up in a fit of rage and roared. Cheating! He's cheating! Chief Examiner Li Jinghua glanced at him coldly and said in a voice devoid of any emotion. The rules only state that external assistance is not allowed. He used his own professional skills and personal materials, so how can it be considered cheating? With just one sentence, the Lin family representative was rendered speechless. His blood and chi surged to the head, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing back into his chair. Their meticulously planned tactics became a huge joke in the face of Su Yan's unreasonable life-based combat style. On the stage, Su Yan did not stop fighting after defeating Lei Ao. He leisurely ladled out another half bowl of soup, his gaze sweeping over the more than 90 silent examinees below the stage. Who else wants to come up and wear me down? He shook the jade bowl in his hand, a playful smile curving his lips. I still have half of this soup left. The main ingredients are dragon scale grass and thunderfruit. Its effects are to promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, dredge the meridians, calm the mind and replenish chi. I can see that everyone just put in a lot of effort, which took a lot of energy and made them very nervous. Su Yan's smile grew even more kind. How about this, the next warrior who comes up, I can share a bowl with him. After all, they came to challenge me. It wouldn't be good if they inflicted some hidden injuries. Come on, finish this bowl of soup and get your body in good condition before you set off. Consider it a gift from me, while it's hot. Puff. In the audience, Xin Rushuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, but her phoenix eyes were already filled with laughter and gleam. Chen Shuya laughed so hard she almost trembled, her eyes brimming with pride and admiration as she looked at Su Yan. Those candidates whose faces were swept by Su Yan's gaze turned pale. They all lowered their heads in unison, afraid of being called out by him. Go up on stage? And get a bowl of soup too? What are they being treated like? Patients in need of medical treatment? This is no longer a challenge, this is the ultimate humiliation. Go up and fight him. If you lose, you won't even last the time it takes for him to cook soup. Now, people are going to pity you as if they were doctors? This is even more painful than killing them outright. The entire aerial arena fell silent once again. After a brief pause, the chat in the livestream went completely wild. Holy crap! The compassionate and skilled healer, Dr. Su. He even gave someone a sip of soup before hitting them. Seriously, I'm so moved. Hey guys up there, did you see that? What do you mean by inexhaustible? It's a mobile holy spring. The faces of the Nangong and Lin families are swollen like pig heads, it's hilarious. Trying to wear down a man who can make his own super-sized blue potion through a war of attrition? The school leaders of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School were all ashen-faced and filled with remorse. Behind the chief examiner Li Jinghua, several king-level examiners were engaged in a fierce exchange of divine thoughts. This child's lifestyle is beyond our comprehension. Wait. Did you guys notice? His psionic energy fluctuations never actually dropped below 90%. He's been acting the whole time. That pot of soup was a blatant declaration. This is a completely new combat system that we have never understood before. A perpetual motion machine like cultivation monster, as long as there are materials, he is immortal. Li Jinghua looked at the figure standing leisurely on the stage and muttered to himself. Our definition of lifestyle and the entire social occupational hierarchy built upon it may have been terribly wrong from the very beginning.